What is up, GramFam? This is a very special thing that I got bringing for you right now. I am pretty freaking high. It is Christmas Eve. I'm setting up all these videos for you guys to enjoy on Christmas Day. I got a little bit of edibles, a little bit of flour, a whole bunch of dabs going through my blood right now. And I figured, what is the thing that I loved about Christmas the most? Obviously, it was the family. It was the community, it was the connection. And you guys are my family, you guys are my community these days. And I remember as a kid, I used to always love the specials. You'd sit, you'd watch the Yule log for an hour, you'd watch A Christmas Story for hours and hours. I'd watch it 6-7 times over Christmas. One of my best memories is watching Beavis and Butthead marathons over Christmas. And it was just hang out, and they was essentially a clip show. So you'd sit, you'd watch all day, you'd leave, you'd eat some food, you'd come back, you'd go out and party. Hours later, you come back, it's still on. You jump on there. And so I want to do something like that for you guys this year. So what this is a Grambo Grows Turbo Marathon. We're going 12, 13, 14 hours of just pure Grambo Grows. So no pressure to hang out for the whole thing. Comment, do all the things that you want to do, hang out and chat, let us know what you're doing for Christmas. And if you don't got anyone, I'm here with you, and I'm going to join you every single episode. In between, I'm going to come in. We're going to talk. We're going to hang out. It's going to be a blast, man. So I'm really, really stoked. Hope you guys enjoy it. I'm going to pop in and chat whenever I can. I'll be enjoying Christmas with my little girl. And yeah, I hope whoever you're spending today with is pretty awesome. And I'm glad you're spending the time with me. So we're going to start it off with... Let's see, who are we starting it off with? I got it right here. My laptop is about to explode from all of the stuff. But yeah, right here, we got Chad Westport coming up. You guys know Chad Westport. He's an awesome content creator all by himself out there. He is the creator of, all that awesome gear. The Westport Posse, the grape juice. I'm too baked to try to get into specifics. Just know I really, really love this guy. I know all you guys love it. He's a brilliant dude. He's just like me in a lot of ways, but smarter. I really, really like it. And with better hair. I had such bad thoughts, my hair fell out. It was just one of those things. And so, yeah, this man is a musician. He's a metalhead. He's a skateboarder. He's a cannabis fanatic, and yeah, he's just the sort of guy that I really like knowing. So yeah, I don't know if this is a proper introduction, but guys, first up on the Grambo Grows Marathon, the first ever Christmas marathon of Grambo Grows, we got Chad Westport. What a great way to start this off. So without me rambling high for any much longer, guys, Chad Westport.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to a Sunday night hangout. This is the awkward American edition of the Late Night Smoke. How are you guys doing? It's been crazy up in this motherfucker. Everyone's got stuff going on, and me none the least. How are you guys doing? What up, Horrible? What up, Northern? Sean Fry, Scotty Will, El Papa. We got here. We got Gary. We got Homegrown Meds, Thomas Cooley, Goldie, Curly, Sir Hunt. We got a lot of GramFam up in here, and we got some of the Grand Borg. Welcome, Chunky. What up, Fontucky? My man. The Grand Borg is 5 strong. We got 5 members. So if you guys aren't up to date on what's going on with that, I'm doing channel memberships. I'm keeping none of the money, and I'm putting it towards an editor/producer. So if you guys want to support the channel, literally it's just like every other thing. Like if you like this, if you like my night owl video, my top 5 strains, my top 6 strains for sleep, if you like that sort of content, yeah, become a member, throw me a thanks. As Fontucky says, join up, join the Gramborg if you're so inclined. There's gonna be lots of cool stuff coming. Free merch, I'm doing a Silicium giveaway. So for all you guys that either don't follow me on Instagram or don't yet, there's another one of the Gramborg, my man. How you doing, Lloyd? Hey, shout out to Australia. Love all that international GramFam. So yeah, doing a Silicium giveaway. I'm doing 7 days of Silicium. I got some Silicium bottles that we were going to give away at the DGC Cup. Didn't end up giving them away. So I'm going to give them away as an Instagram production. So all you got to do, follow me on Instagram, go to one of the posts that contain the pertinent information, tag 2 friends. If they follow me, you're entered. Tag only 2 friends. You can do as many entries as you like. But yeah. And for those of you that don't have Instagram, I'll post in the YouTube community page, and I'll give all you guys a opportunity over there. I know how I'm really trying to grow my Instagram, but I know how it is. If you don't F with the social media, and I really don't. The only one I really F with is Instagram, and that's just because it's pretty pictures and good vibes over there. So yeah, what up, Captain Obvious? Heisen Turp, what up? Feeling good, man. Yeah, shout out to Mailman. Yeah, the SIs and things, I don't know about the power SI. Is it a potassium silicate? I think it's a potassium silicate. I can't remember 100%. You did make it, Kelly. What up? And yeah, no, it's a so I said in my advertisement for it, it's like most silicas are a polymer. They're not easily absorbable through the cuticle membrane of the plant. So you can't really foliar them, but this isn't a polymer, it's a monomer, monosaccharic acid, and you can actually foliar it, and it goes a really, really long way. So if you don't follow me on Instagram, not Grambo Grows, at Josh Grambo. Grambo Grows is to build Josh Grambo. This stuff, you guys grow this organically, but I'm shadow banned over there on my comedy page, so I need you guys to come over and help me out with that. So craziness. I don't normally talk anything politics. Never. I'm out. I don't do politics. This is the one time I'm going to address politics on this goddamn channel, and I hope it has value to you. If you give a shit about America, if you don't give a shit about America, I'm not talking to you. You're fine. Continue mission, go about. I'm not talking to you, and I'm not harshing on your vibe. You go do you. But if you do care about America, I watched an interesting documentary about the military history of the continental United States. We're interesting country. We're an entire continent, wall to wall, east to west, just one country. We're blocked in by oceans. Both of our north and south neighbors very friendly. They're culturally very same, monetarily very same. We get along very well, even though we have different, border discrepancies and all that sort of stuff. And we dog on Canada like it's no big deal. At the end of the day, when the stuff goes down, North America is a solid block, and we're essentially unfuckable with. There's only one way on earth that an invading army can fuck with the United States of America, and that's if the populace of America decides that we're going to go ahead and civil war it up. And right in the middle of that chaos, that's the time when all of a sudden those water borders and those borders with our friendlies aren't so secure. So this is the only time I'm ever going to address it. If you care about America and you are participating in this red and blue bullshit, I'm going to hold you personally accountable when the apocalypse comes. And I'm not going to be happy. I'll be kind of happy about it. I'm a little bit looking forward to the apocalypse. But that's it, man. We're unfuckable with in this country except for schizophrenia. That's the only thing that can take us down. And if you think Russia and China doesn't know about that, well, I got another thing telling you about it. So make sure that if you do care, first of all, subscribe to Grambo Crows, hit that like button. And after that, ditch the politics, man. Especially here. So this is the last time I'm ever going to address red and blue. I'm only addressing green from now on. So I'm excited, you guys. So Silicium giveaway is on. Go check out that Silicium giveaway. It's I'm really excited about it. The 5A guys. They are so awesome. They take such good care of me. And so they gave me a little gift basket, and I had a couple in there, and I had a couple from Jaren. I was like, I'm giving all this away. So go get that Silicium over there. Big week for me. It's flip. It's a flip. I flipped a flower this week. I am one. Nah, Sir Hunt's lot. That's Jimmy's thing. Maybe I'll run. I'm old enough, God damn it. I remember when I was younger, you have to be 35 in order to be president. And I remember thinking that's so old. Shit, man, that was 6 years ago, almost 7 years ago. Freaking crazy. But I'm so stuck, man. So I have a awesome 5x5 tent, and it's really, really underpowered right now. I have my light from my 2x4 in my 5x5. The DLI, Dutch Lighting Innovations crew, they were going to hook me up with a light. I offered them, hey, can I get like an employee discount on this? And they're like, oh, Grambo, we got you. But I live in a crappy old 1900s Colorado house, and our power is woefully inadequate. It's not wired. The only 240 we have is downstairs, and the Papillon lights, the awesome butterfly LEDs that they have over at DLI, they're a 240 product. So I wasn't able to get those. How dare you? Grambo for president. I would fucking, yeah, I would accept that nomination. Although I wouldn't, here's the thing about being president. Anyone that wants the job isn't qualified for it. Everyone who's qualified for it doesn't want the job. It's a son of a bitch. One of those things. So speaking of the DLI guys, we're gonna hook me up. They were so awesome. They're gonna hook me up. And then HLG, oh, they've been hooking us up. They hooked up Kenny and they hooked up the dude. So I didn't want to ask HLG, Brock, and all those guys. They've been so great too. But if this message does make it to Brock, hey, I'll take a light. But I'm not gonna ask for a light because they've hooked up the DGC so much. So the dude was so freaking nice because he's the dude. He was like, hey, let me reach out to AC Infinity. Hey, thank you, Chunk. I would be proud to have you as my running mate. Free Iowa, 99-cent Iowa, or free Iowa, whichever. And so yeah, it's do reach out to AC Infinity, and I might get a cool light from AC Infinity. It's gonna be one of the Samsung lights, big enough for a 5x5. And yeah, because I was kind of worried this GoPro Solutions. I met them out in Vegas, a nice crew over there. And yeah, it's just underpowered. It's a little light just meant for it's 100 watt meant for that. My little 2x blast my 2x4 makes a great veg light. So I'm hopeful. I'm in week 1 of flower, and boy oh boy, if I can't figure out how to get a better light, man, I'm gonna have to purchase something like fast as balls. All right, let's see here. So I am going to take this opportunity. One of the things that I always get every single thing ready, and then the thing I forget to do every single time is email the guests with the pertinent information so that they can join the show. So let me find old Chad Westport real quick. Freaking internet is ugh. Here's the thing. We are all so freaking shadow banned. Like, you cannot find the guy. Like, you have to type in his entire freaking name in order. Ugh, it's just such a pain in the butt. All right, so I'm gonna get that sent over there. So yeah, what are you guys smoking on? I usually like to start the conversation by asking you guys what you're smoking on there in chat. I am smoking on some of this Terpicana from the homie Kyle A over at the Terpicana with Taking Tops, man. It's they gave we got some Scotty got some over at the bakery, and then the 5A guys got some, and so I was able to grab a gram of the Chem 4 over there. So yeah, got that Trop Cherry Sir Huntsela out there in Iowa. They smoking them blue Skittles. Right. I can't tell if you're saying that God's gift is live rosin or if that's the strain. What do you got there? We got the Dosey Do. It's cool. I got to hang out with Fletcher from Archive Seeds with Gabe not too long ago. That was a great time. I didn't realize about Fletcher. I didn't know much about him, and yeah, he's like the savior of the American genetics, eh? So yeah, I got this Chem 4. So Captain Obvious, he's got that Chem D. I got that Chem 4. So it is going down. The number 4 going deep. One of my favorite chems. Yeah. G13. You got that original G13? You know what I want? I want to find that good lemon G. Lemon G is one of the most original strains out there. It is such a destroyer. I don't even know why it's called lemon. They should call it frickin' dude, there's a fly in here. I haven't seen a fly indoors all year. That's my first fly. He found it in my little mini studio. I'm back here within walls and walls and doors, trying to keep my sound down for the little Grambina. And yeah, whew, that was fire. So yeah, I'm excited. This has been a crazy week as far as growing. We had Kyle and Tops in on Jug Dealers, It was pretty freaking sweet. Yo, what up, HG? Yeah, it's really crazy. So they're the ones that sell the ounce of dabs in 2 gram jars, 14 flavors, all put into these awesome little things. I mean, I gotta give up to Kyle, man. He's a hardcore cat. And one of the crazy things, he's like a 5'8" disciple. He grows with DLI, uses new millennium nutrients, runs all the silicium products, the Cietetics Coco. Pretty crazy. Speaking of which, the Cietetics Coco, I've been fascinated by this. I've been working with Scotty Real for quite a while now, and he's kind of a cocoa king. He knows all about the cocoa, and we tested so many kinds of cocoa for the real bucket system. He's thinking about including cocoa. Is it way too much? I mean, how can we do bricks? Are they worth it? And there was just so much problems with magnesium and calcium from unproperly buffered bricks. And so one of the only bricks that really people were digging on was the canna bricks. And those are, it's canna, so it's going to be a little bit more expensive than your average cocoa brick. But Cietetics just put out their cocoa brick, and yeah, it self expands into like just soft, pithy cocoa. It's crazy, properly buffered. So go over to jugdealers.shop and check some of that stuff out. And so, yeah, enter my silicium contest. And if you don't win, go over and buy yourself one of the little mini things. I think they're like $20, $19 or something like that over on the Jug Dealer site. And we're going to be doing some deals. We're working with the Clonex on some stuff. So we're going to be including some free gifts. And I'm going to try to smack the fuck out of this fly if it fucking gets anywhere fucking near me. You fucking piece of shit. All right. Heisenberg. All I can think of right now is Heisenberg, just with the fly. Shout out, put in the comments if you remember the fly. What a great episode. It's called a bottle episode. One of those crazy things. It's funny, Liz, when they don't have money to film like a proper episode and go out into the world and like film and do all that stuff, they call it a bottle episode, and they'll be in one location, one camera, one location. Most of the cast is gone. So you notice the fly episode, it's really 90% just Bryan Cranston inside a poorly lit studio. And that's to save money. It was poorly lit because they didn't want to turn lights on. It was only Bryan Cranston because they didn't want to pay for any other people. And then yeah, so Dave Bowling, where is Chad's on his way, man. I just sent him the link, so he'll be on his way. I always start out, we open up the show Colorado time, 8:30 p.m. Colorado time, and then it takes about 30 minutes, 20 minutes or so. I hit send on the invite. I saw it. Yeah, I sent it. And so yeah, I start out about 8:30, but the notifications take a little bit to go out. You can start the stream and it'll just kind of sit there, but it doesn't send out the flag notification to notify everyone and actually show up in your browse feature. So it takes about 20 minutes before before everyone's populated. So I started just doing a little bit of a monologue, man. Chad's not here, man, but he has the link and he will be here shortly. Love Chad Westport. Chad Westport, he is an interesting character. I get to speak with a lot of the cannabis content producers out there. It's like one of those weird things. What up, Mark? Big Mark, sorry, not to be confused with fucking medium Mark. And so it's like I was talking with nice guy Kenny, and it's funny how like when you get into this, like you hang out so much with these other people, the people that you kind of relate to is like, so I can imagine like the DGC, if they saw Chad Westport, they'd be like, oh, kind of like not nervous, maybe even nervous, but like, don't really want to go up and bother him or anything. And it's like, it's weird because like at the DGC Cup, I feel more comfortable talking to guys like Chad Westport or ICANN THC. So like if you got that weird kinship, whereas I went and talked to just some random person, I'm kind of nervous. I'm like, oh, what do you do? Are you smarter than me? Do you do math? Speaking of smarter than me, it's a Dusty, not Dusty, but Dusty on Instagram. He won the DGC Cup with the oh shit, what was it? It was the Black Maple 22, and yeah, he's like a crazy computer science guy who like writes all this crazy code for all these giant companies. I won't dry snitch him out there for all of the companies that he actually computing companies on earth and the most important security systems out there. Hey, Cannabis 5 in the house, and he's rocking his Grambo Grow shirt. Yeah, Grambo Grow shirt. I'm gonna mark him down. God, Shopify eats me alive on these things. I set up my Shopify so it's set up through a company called Printful, and that way it can just drop ship, and I don't have to like go to the post office and do all this stuff. But damn, it just eats me alive. So because I got approved for the members, and I've got the 5 strong in the Gramborg, and I trust that there'll be more Gramborg coming online. I'm gonna lower the price of the shirts. I'm just gonna drop them down to 20. That's essentially damn near what I pay for them after all the shippings and the whatnots. I think they double charge us for shipping too. I think someone said they get charged for shipping. I was like, I think I get charged for shipping at least $1 or 2. I don't know. That's why Scott has the hanger and warehouse Kyle to take care of stuff, and never trust an artist to do a man's job. So yeah, Chad Westport, man, such an awesome guy. He's one of the guys that definitely freaking I've learned a lot about crop steering. Crop steering has become one of those things that's kind of like a it's like a bad word to say on Dude Grows anymore. Not a bad word, but it's one of those. It's like saying strain dependent. So I don't grow autoflowers yet. I have some night owl seeds that I'm gonna drop. I got some awesome night owl seeds from Daz. He sent some up to the bakery, and because I had them and I was interested in them, and I was doing some stuff out there. Yo, Jimmy, crop steering. Yeah, so I was doing some research, and I saw that Cortez was very familiar with it, and Cortez the Conqueror, that's my buddy. So I sat down with him, did a little interview, and that turned into my Grambo Grows Night Owl video, the truth behind night owl seeds. Yeah, it's at like 68,000, coming in on 70,000 shortly. So definitely a winner. And yeah, Cortez taught me a whole bunch of stuff, like the idea of a bumper crop, right? So I'm gonna have my 2x4 vegging downstairs, and I'll have my 5x5 flowering upstairs. And then, I'm not gonna be like doing a mistime thing. I'll just be flipping strains over. I'll grow 1 or 2 strains at a time, and I'll flip them over. And the when the you get the harvest, like that's it, like it's gonna be at least what, 2 months minimum until you get a harvest from that point. So what Cortez offered out there was something that he called the bumper crop, where you throw some veg seeds into your, or some flower seeds into your veg tent, and just let them go. Don't even worry about it. Just let them go, and just let them flower out, and they'll poke up, like they'll raise. You'll get a little bit of strange mid-cycle, and I was like, oh yeah, if you time it right, you'll get halfway through your flowering time, you'll start pulling down an awesome auto run. And so I can't speak for all the autos, but I do follow Daz from Night Owl, and dear God, his Instagram's got some dank on it, man. And I'm a flavor guy, so I know that taste, looks, frostiness, bag appeal, meaningless. It's all meaningless. In Cannabis Vibe, you won some, buddy. A bunch of shirts and stuff. I put out a bunch of shirts through the mail when I originally got my first run of it. And they pretty much all got pinched in the Denver post office. I slipped some seeds in there, allegedly. My brother Tosh did, and they pretty much all got taken. So I gotta send me your address, Cannabis Vibe, on Instagram. I'm going to try to get those sent out to you, because you did win it. I remember I said you and Shawnee Mac Grows had won those seeds. So yeah, definitely send me that over, my man. So what else? Yeah, not sure. I should have sent the thing over to Chad a little bit faster. Not sure where our boy is, but we will get here eventually. So what else? Yeah, I've been teaching my roommate to grow. It's hilarious. One of the things that just never ceases to make me laugh a little bit is the people's reaction, newer growers' reaction to defoliating, when you just stripping it and you're just throwing piles of dead plant on the ground. It just looks like a murder scene. It's like, you killed it. Dear God, you fucking killed it. It's like, oh no, dude, like a week, it's gonna look just like it was. And then high stress training, when you're in there breaking necks, it's always hilarious just to be in there, and then like to see, it's like, dude, you fucking, they're like bending over, they're dead. And it's like, come in here tomorrow morning, dude. They will be all better. and he's been doing a damn good job. I've been super busy with my all my various projects, and then just my downtime and my dadding time and everything. And he's been killing it. Hard not to kill it with AC Infinity and New Millennium. That's pretty much it. I coach him for everything. It's follow the feed chart. Of course, we've only been in veg, and I did all the topping and plant shaping and everything. So I'll have to get him there. Vlad, overwater much? No, dude. It's he got his first two experience with the growing was in the real bucket system. So that's a bottom feed system. So he got to experience what kind of it looks like to have the perfect moisture level, And so that was kind of just my, small message was just like emulate that, you saw what perfect water looks like, just grow like that, except for the tops are going to be, it's tough to say. There's our man, Cortez the Conqueror. Shout out to the Autoflower King of Chicago and a ruthless self-promoter. This man is a ruthless I don't tell no one nothing because Cortez will tell him for me. Shout out to you, Cortez. It's good to see you, buddy. Mailman, you always have the best questions. How do you bottom feed recharge? You do not. That's the top dressing. Yes, that's your once a week treat. What I was doing was I was taking some. I would do my top dressing with my recharge, and then I was also taking in flour. I got some of that Plegron Green Sensation. That $1 million a bottle nutrient that you can get out there. And yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's a PK booster, your bloom booster, as the guys would always say. And yeah, so, what up, Blue Nose, Sir Hans? Yeah, it's the butt chugging. You know how we feel about the butt chugging. And so for new growers, it's a great way that you can kind of get familiar with what nice soil but then you're gonna get probably going to get fungus gnats. That's just the name of the game. So don't worry about that when you're top water, and that's just going to happen. But to answer whoever's question who was asking, where's Chad? Where is Chad? Well, I just got notice through my earpiece. Hold on. Yes. Chad Westport is here, and he's going to join us now. What up, dude? did I bring you in while you're eating stuff? This
Maybe
rambling on snack while waiting.
I mean, Eggos with a little peanut butter in the middle. Oh,
that's happening.
That's the jam right there.
I thought you were like a healthy person. I just assumed you were like living your best life over there, but you're 3 degrees off of Grambo there, buddy.
It's been a while since I've had a gas station hot dog, but maybe that's just because I don't have enough gas stations around.
I had the equivalent of a gas station hot dog yesterday. We have a Freddy's burgers and steak burgers and stuff, and I got a chili cheese dog from there. Ooh. I ate it, and I was like, I wish I wouldn't have engaged in such behavior.
Never have I ever eaten a chili cheese hot dog and not regretted it like instantly. Like, that sounds great. Okay. Why did I do
God.
that?
I thought you were going to edit or end it just that I never have I ever eaten a chili cheese hot dog. It's like, bro, I am flying to wherever the fuck you live right now.
Yeah, right. Bring it, ship it to me frozen, snitching. Man. No dry snitching. No dry snitching. That's awesome.
Yeah, Chad's out there in New York State. He's a North New York State guy, fucking out in Banner Country, as we call
it. If I'm right here, right there,
in Michigan.
Yeah, I'm right there.
My man. Hell yeah. So how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you.
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me on. It is good to see you. It's I see you more than you see me, but we're not interacting because you're doing your job. You're working with the DGC.
You're a very active member of the community. Not only are you a content creator, you're a content consumer. I see you in everybody's chat, not just DGC.
I like hanging out, man. Chat is where it's at. Chat knows what's up. Like, there's so many awesome people in this community that like travels very good. And I always love it when people say, particularly it's kind of the East Coast, this happens a little bit more, but when they always say like, shout out to Chad, or I want to thank Chat, and like, Chat's awesome tonight. I just hear it as Chad with the regional accent. So that's why I go to so many shows. Everybody's just bigging me up.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Shout out to the chat. Chad.
Yeah.
I heard a little rumor that I didn't know about you. This would be me prejudging you. My prejudice would come out, and I looked at you like I just assumed you listened to banner music. Like you're out there like Billy Strings and all this stuff.
No.
I heard from a bird you're old school metal guy.
Oh, dude, yeah, I love metal, love punk. I was in punk bands for a long time. I was in metal. Always short hair, though. Always short hair. Like, my hair was usually, like, this long. Always shaved.
Interesting.
But, yeah, like, I loved, so, like, 80s, it was, like, the hair metal. It was, like, pop, yes, but I blame that on the older sister. But, like, hair metal, Motley Crue, Poison, Def Leppard, Aerosmith, like, all those, like, rock stars that were just, like, glamorized. I'm like, I want to be that when I grow up. So, yeah.
That was the era. Gene Simmons used to always talk about that. He said the greatest sin that grunge ever did was the rock stars used to get the money and the girls, and then the grunge movement punted it. And then the rap guys were like, we'll take that. Thank you. We'll take the money and the girls and the beautiful cars. And rock never really reclaimed it. It's kind of vulgar to be a fucking posh, over the top, opulent spender, rich.
Nickelback.
You want to start a band? Let's do this, Chad Westport.
I'll do it. Can I be the lead singer, though?
Lion. Yes.
Yeah. White Lion is awesome.
I have no sing. I say that I have no singing ability, but I think I do. I'm gonna try. I'm actually going to start a metal band. I've had this idea for Rage Against the Machine style, like metal band that just talks about like weed and partying and getting laid and having fun and. And so I've had this idea for 15 years. And now as I sit in my life right now, it's like, what a great time to flex this other thing I have in my back pocket. The thing I do the best is actually music. It's like, I do all this comedy and production and everything, but I've been playing guitar since I was 12 and just,
okay.
And so I grew up in Slipknot. Musician. I always wanted to be Yngwie. That was always my thing.
I mean, you've got it down, because if you could play that, like, thanks to digital recording today and multi-trackers, you can be your entire band. And if you play piano, dude, you can play any instrument there is under the sun. So you really can be a one-man band these days and just lay all your tracks down and come back and lay some ripping vocals, be all, yeah. That was my metal. Yeah.
And just auto-tune the fuck out of those bitches.
Auto-tune.
I got a buddy that does auto-tune, and I was gonna ask him, like, dude, could I sing something horribly for you and you just make it like diva? Let me sound like Ghost. I'm gonna be the next Ghost, Chad Westport. It's auto-tune.
Oh no, dude. Yeah. Working in the studios, that was my job, doing audio engineering, being the engineer of the studio. You got to make sometimes bad stuff sound good, and little auto-tune, a little harmonizers, those really help vocals. Like spread it out and soften the edges.
Like drum triggers and samples and everything. Like, how much of your favorite album drums aren't the drummer barely at all? Shocked the hell out of me. Like, it's hard to record drums, so they just don't.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it digitally. That's always what impressed me, though. That was my mark for any band. Like, if you sound like your album live, then I dig you. There's a lot of cool people and bands that I've seen that just sucked live, and I lost a lot of respect for them. Bop, I believe, was Hanson's hit. Sing it with me now. Bop, 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 bop. Sing it for me. Okay.
I always love the Family Guy where it's like, the Hanson chick is so hot. He's like, that's a dude. It's like, no, don't. It's like, no, that's a dude.
Dude, Raise your hand if you thought ABBA was all girls. Like, I mean, seriously.
Is that
like,
like the Swedish?
Staying Alive?
They're all Swedish, right?
Oh, dude, they were the 70s like disco kings. Like ABBA. Staying Alive was their biggest hit, but you'll see them. I think it was Barry, Gary, and like there were 3 brothers. They had the highest like falsetto voices. But yeah, ABBA, ABBA.
ABBA and that who am I thinking? Like they're a different band, right?
Oh God, I gotta Google now to make sure I'm good. But yeah, ABBA is who I'm thinking of. Yeah,
and but who else were they? They were like the Doobie Brothers or something. I can't. Didn't they do Stain? I can't. I don't know. I listen to metal. I don't know anything about other. I know about metal.
Disco
and dubstep. The Bee Gees. Weren't they the Bee Gees?
Bee Gees.
Staying Alive was Bee Gees. Okay.
Good Lord.
So ABBA, yeah. Swedish pop supergroup from Stockholm. Yeah, okay.
Bee Gees is who I was thinking of. Bee Gees is who I was thinking of. I don't know where I got ABBA, but yeah, it was the Bee Gees.
Okay.
Thank you, Chad. Yeah, Staying Alive. Dude, if you listen to them, you would think, hey, I thought they were all girls. I didn't know. They got really high voices.
Dude, I thought Rush lead singer was a woman.
Me too. For about the first 35 years of my life.
Yeah. I remember I had a buddy that was like one of my guitar teachers, and we became really good friends. And he got shit-faced drunk one night and wanted to fight because, like, I thought that he sounded like a woman. He's like, he doesn't sound like a woman. He's like, ah. I was like, oh my God, mental note. Be easy around Rush fans.
Oh. Yeah, I know. My biggest favorite, like, metal fuck you subliminal was funny. Like, nobody caught on that Rob Halford and Judas Priest, all they did was like wear leather around. And he lived a particular lifestyle that the majority of the fans were very anti. So that's the ultimate rock and roll fuck you right there. That's pretty funny. Yeah.
The fact that there's a whole generation of straight white male who dress like gay leather daddies from the 70s and 80s. It's an interesting world we live out there. I always think about that, like with like people who are racist that love the NFL, like race jerseys of black people. Is like, well, you're a broken human, you know? Like those people exist. I don't get people, Chad Westport. That's why I hang out with plants.
Yes, plants are I like plants. Plants and animals. They're awesome. I enjoy them.
They're awesome. We are animals, Chad Westport. It's hard to wrap my head around sometimes, but the more I live, the more I see it.
Yeah, we are animals. You know, with those aviator glasses. I'm glad you posted that pic, man. That was pretty epic. Like that's an epic moment.
Yeah, it's one of those. Go ahead.
I was saying I remember you were getting some good footage too while you were there, and I remember at one point running across the field to you. I don't know if that's
what I was just about to say. I was gonna say the story behind that picture is me and Chad see each other across a romantic field. It was like there you it was literally, and then we took a nice picture, and then we took a cool kid picture. Fight was awesome. I loved Fight. Rob Halford's live album Insurrection is one of the best pieces of metal in the history of man. Insurrection is so freaking good. And maybe it could be Resurrection. It's Insurrection or Resurrection.
So what's one of the gnarliest pits you've ever been in? I'm gonna have to say it was probably Motorhead or Slayer. It was the same concert, so kind of the same pit, but different times of the day. But that was wild. You mentioned grunge earlier, like lived in Seattle. That was when I was going to music. The Teen Dance Ordinance. They just actually put a movie out about that. Anyways, that's back when you like just would like jump up and down and jump up against each other. You weren't like gah, 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 gah.
Yeah. If you guys are mosh pit. For chat that isn't in the metal world, there's a popular meme that's out there that says "No karate in the pit." because everyone's just doing these weird, crazy freaking things. Yeah, I actually have my answer for worst mosh pit locked and loaded, and it always surprises people. It is right after their album dropped, 1999, Tenacious D.
That would be
insane.
awesome.
It was just Kyle. It was before they did it with the band. So it was just Kyle and Jack, just the acoustics. And dude, Davenport, Quad Cities. I'd seen Slayer 12 times, Pantera 3, Sepultura. I've been to Cannibal Corpse, everybody, Morbid Angel. I've seen them all, dude. I didn't see that comment. I got my ass blasted at freaking Tenacious D. The album had just dropped. It came out in 99, and it took over the world. So people were going ape shit, and and I wanted to get front row. Screw you kids. I'm a Slayer kid. I didn't get front row. One of the only shows I wasn't able to get through. It was too brutal. And after that was Black Sabbath at Ozfest, the 2001 reunion. And dude, I almost got my rib cage crushed at Black Sabbath.
Nasty. That would have been badass, dude. You mentioned some of my backups too. Sepultura, Pantera. Those are probably Danzig.
Yeah.
Yep. Danzig.
Yeah, I'm a big the first album, like first and third album is good. I never got much into other stuff, but I'm softening. My friends used to always try to turn me on to stuff, and I'm like, screw that. You know what I've rediscovered recently is Typo Negative. I didn't like them growing up, and now it's like I call it's fuck metal. I was like, ooh, this is fuck metal. You can get down on this.
That was kind of like the transition, I think, away from grunge. Is some of those bands like I want to throw like Deftones in that category as well, because it was still like hard, but it was a little bit different. It was more metal than grunge, I guess I would say, for Typo Negative. But Jack Black has. Yeah, he's freaking amazing.
I watched Bowser with my kid 2 days ago, and it's like, dude, it's so surreal to hear Jack Black's obvious voice coming out of Bowser.
Have you ever been to a Guar show?
No, really. I told Scott was like, we should go to one. I was like, Odorous died, man. It's over. Like, you can still go, but Odorous was the guy. So you've seen Guar?
Yeah. Everybody should go once. Everybody should go at least once to a Guar show.
Think it's still
and
worth
I've gone once. Oh God, yeah. It's dude. When you walk into a venue and there are tarps on the walls for 50 feet from the stage, you're like, this is gonna be a good show. Like that's the first thing I noticed. I'm like, there's tarps on the walls. This is gonna be good.
What was your first ever concert?
Beach Boys at a state fair or a county fair. Yeah. Wow. And I mean, to date myself, it was back when Kokomo was their big hit song, and John Stamos was filling in on drums for him because he's actually a regular fill-in for the Beach Boys. Like, yeah.
What? I feel like I might have heard that in a former life, but
it's because it was the 90s, but yeah.
You know what I love is multi-talented people. I love that. Like when I do stand-up and people find out I'm a musician, the cannabis people find out I do stand-up, the stand-up people find out I freaking do production. It's like, I always think like Joe Rogan, like, oh, the UFC guy does stand-up. Oh, the stand-up guy has a podcast. It's like multi-talented.
That Fear Factor guy?
Yeah. I hated, I always loved the Man Show. Back when it was out. Yeah. And then they, Adam and Jimmy left the Man Show, and they got replaced by these two assholes. And so when Adam and Jimmy left, I hated these two assholes that took over. Those two assholes, Doug Stanhope and Joe Rogan.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Yeah. So crazy. That's like in one place, I love you. In another place, I hate you. It's, aces in their places, as old Jaron likes to say.
He was on this show that I used to like called News Radio. Phil Hartman was kind of one of the stars of that show. But yeah, Joe Rogan played like the kind of the surfer, brainless, like repair technician guy that always had rad conspiracies too. And his name was Joe on the show. Probably couldn't remember his stage name. I don't know. But yeah.
I always think that whenever people are named their thing, it's like, were you too dumb to answer to a different name?
It was like the real name was like Jeff, but on day, like the third hour of shoot, the director was like, we're going with Joe. Just going with Joe. Change scripts.
Remember that Simpsons episode where he's in witness protection? Isn't that right, man? And he's on his foot. Isn't that right? And he goes, I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking. Classic Simpsons joke.
I love the Simpsons.
Oh man. So yeah, I was just telling the guys here before we got started that I flipped a flower and I'm limping by. I don't have adequate lighting right now, so I got everything all grouped into the middle. What's going on in your tents, Chad Westport?
Right now I just kind of got some new clones going on. I just put them in their one gals the other day, so kind of starting a new round here. This is the Westport grape juice, and I'm kind of getting a little bit juice, of getting a little bit of training going on right now, because this was standing up, but I just kind of pinched the stalk, kind of crushed it in my fingers without splitting it. So it's going to kind of lay down, and that's going to send more energy to these to kind of try to grow.
Amazing timing on this. So this is a thing that we had a question at Dude Grows. We're doing the shorts channel now, the Dude Grows Cannabis shorts. And we had a question behind the scenes that we ended up cutting because the three of us couldn't quite agree on the definition of fimming and what exactly fimming does. Would you say that's a fim that you just did there?
Nope, not at all. This I would call would be like a low stress training. So fimming, if I used scissors, like let me grab one that's not. Let's see here.
Because for people that don't know, it's fimming is the fuck I missed technique. It's a topping technique where you don't get the entire top. You just get some of it. And then it's a way, if I'm not mistaken, Chad, it's a way of preserving the upper top while still directing auxins down to the lower tops. Like how does you know about fimming?
Yep. It kind of delays it. So I don't know if the camera will be able to get close on it, but as you get this growing part, the leaves will they'll come out like this and then start to open. And as they start to open like this, there's the little like crux in here where the new branch will come out. And so if you kind of go to the newest ones and you pull that kind of forming leaf back, you'll see where that little armpit is of the new one. So there would be a node coming out this way, and then the new growth would come up from the center of this. But if you cut it like right where my wrists are, you're cutting the new leaves off, but it's still going to grow from that little node because you left. I hope I'm explaining this right. But I picture, because there's like a little ball that I consider the top. It's like a little ball, and it's got the little kind of mohawk thing coming off of the ball. And I would just grab the little ball thing and pull it off. And it's like, okay, I topped it. And so you just go everything up into that little node. Yeah, because as the new leaves like come up to open and branch out, they'll be attached with the little stem. Like right here. So as they come up and they branch out, there'll be the stem. If you cut right above that, you're cutting off the leaves, but it still leaves those stems and it still leaves the next node to branch. So basically fimming, instead of topping it and then just getting those two branches, you're actually cutting right above it. So you get those two branches plus the other two that come out this way. So you get 4 tops instead of 2 tops. So that is the fimming technique. Yeah.
See, this was the debate, is that like I knew the first half where I was like, no, that's the fuck I missed thing. It's where you don't get it all the way. Mm-hmm. And then dude was like, oh, but it's the thing where you get more tops. I was like, I don't know about that. I never did it. I just topped normal. So this was like yesterday. So I'm so glad to get this cleared up now.
It's cool. I'll send you some pictures because I was doing an article for it. So on the last round that I grew, I took some. Thank you. I took some pictures that kind of describe the armpit that I'm trying to describe and how the leaves come up. So yeah, I can send you those pictures, and then hopefully that will get out there. ChadWestport.com. Woo-woo! Hey. My website is actually up right now. Yes.
Hey, Harvey, go check that out. ChadWestport.com. Yeah, do you build it yourself?
Dude, I went with Wix. So I've had my domain for over 3 years now, and I went with WordPress because I was like, the SEO is better with WordPress. I don't know how to do WordPress, but I could figure it out. They have templates. Dude, I did not figure it out in 3 years. So with 2 days left, on that 3-year subscription, I changed the domain over to Wix. I did it in like a month because I was busy. I could have done it in a week. And now it's up. And now it can do everything that I wanted it to do for the last 3 years. But I was worried about SEO, which is search engine optimization. If anybody's not familiar with it, it's basically how Google like steers you people. But I'm also not really thinking about that. Like all my traffic's probably going to be organic anyways. So screw SEO.
I was in a very high level meeting with people that I can't even talk about here. And in the meeting, like everyone's so dead set on like winning that like a heated argument got over SEO, where one party was like, come on, man, SEO's dead. And the other party was like, SEO's dead, and like slammed their fist on the table. It's like, what are you saying? And they're like, everyone looks at me, Grandpa, what do you think? And I go, it's a nuanced topic, man. Like what
yeah, right.
Goal? You know, like SEO on YouTube, dead. Okay, so in my ecosphere, yeah, sure, it's dead. But if I'm trying to retarget market thing through a Google Pixel on someone's Facebook account, yeah, I'm probably gonna go that way.
Yeah, it's a wacky and weird world, man. And there are always people trying to game it. And that's why Google's always changing the algorithm. So it's a constant cat and mouse. I used to do it professionally probably 10 years ago now. I say that just taught me enough to know that I don't know anything. And everything has changed since then 100 times over. So it's like, I know a little bit, but I just kind of get by, man. I honestly know I would do a lot better if I did like keyword searches and target and all that. But I don't have time yet. That's on my wish list because I'd love to geek out on that stuff. Like it's pretty fascinating. I just don't have time to dive down it.
Obviously, people will always ask me like for feedback, like like, oh, what's the yada yada, and they never like my answer. It's the answer
no,
newbies ask. It's something that I learned from Mr. Beast, and he says, when you are talking of the word algorithm, when you're discussing your video, simply replace the word algorithm with audience, and that will fix all of your problems. So when you say, hey, the algorithm really hated this one, you go, hey, the audience really hated this one. Boy, the audience sure buried this. Boy, the audience just didn't give two fucks, did they? And then that fixes everything. Once you take responsibility and start changing variables and testing and A/B testing, Chad and I discussed, he turned me on, like, everyone thinks I'm Johnny producer. No, Chad Westport turned me onto A/B thumbnail testing in YouTube. So take that, armchair quarterbacks out there doing your homework. Chad Westport.
I won't tell you all the times Grambo's helped me with stuff. I'm taking the credit.
You got me and High C in a room. Yeah. And if you know something that neither me or High C know about, you know some shit. And so, yeah, you got us.
I love it.
Although it really was kind of a kick in the pants because it's like I make a lot of thumbnails. So I make like 4 dude grows, a Jug Dealers, and 2 Grambo grows, and that just doubled.
I know, I do. I'm making 3 thumbnails for every like normal video because I have some boilerplate ones. I have some boilerplate ones that I don't want to change. Like consistency, there is something to be said for consistency too. But yeah, there's some other videos. Yeah. I worked on for
last Jug Dealers. Oh no, go ahead. I love hearing your background.
I worked for the audio company I worked for. They had been in business like 30 years. They were so sensitive of the logo. Like you could not change it. You could not alter it. If you did not leave this, the right amount of border space from any other text, any other images, we would let you know. They were so protective of their logo. And I just thought it was kind of crazy in the beginning. But further on as I worked there, I was just like, brilliant. Like, yeah, that job in particular changed a lot of my opinions on how things can be done. Not necessarily should, but can be. And that was one of my takeaways.
When you take on it's one thing to be in the comments and voicing your opinion. It's another thing to take on the role of a professional whose job it is to not just say no and fuck off. You actually learn some things. It's the damnedest thing.
Yeah. It was cool, man. It was a really cool company. It was, audio. That's what I did. And the people that worked there, they started the company when they were young. They were in their 60s by this point. And I worked there for almost 10 years. And there was one guy who was like lower tenured than me. Everybody had worked there for like 20, 25 plus years. It's crazy. If you treat people right and pay them what they're worth, you get more production, you get better products, and you have happy people.
Yes.
Get the hell out of here. And we were expensive.
I don't know if I've ever told Chat's probably heard this story, but I don't know if I ever told you it. I had worked with Dude Grows for about 3 weeks, and we had settled on a price. Everyone was happy. Like, this is what it was. 3 weeks go by, and him and Brett and Scott like have a phone call with me, and they're like, "Hey, we want to pay you more."
I love that.
What? Like, no, yeah. Like, we're gonna give you like 25% more. Cool. I was like, what's the catch? And they was like, nope. We want to keep you. We want to make sure that you're living in Denver, you can live. And so I'm loyal. That's why I went. Just like, I'm loyal to the soil with those boys. Like, I've worked a lot of freelance, Chad Westport. I've never had anyone be like, "We like you. Can we pay you more?" So that's how cool Scotty and Brett are. Legit. Great guys.
I believe it, and I've experienced it firsthand too. Like, they've been, very kind, very generous, and helping with me too. So I've seen it even, like behind the scenes. And it's funny you say that, because this job, when I came up, I was in Portland living, and one of my DJ buddies who I'd worked at the record store with for many years. It's funny, there were only 4 of us that did what we do, and 3 of us all worked at the same record store. So they kind of like cherry picked us all. But I was in Portland, and I drove up for the day for the interview, and just to say hi. And I did the interview, and I went and met with another person. And on my way out, they handed me a check for like $80 for gas for the day. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, we know you came all the way from Portland for this interview, so we wanted to cover it. I'm like, damn, I didn't get the job, but I got the job, so it worked out. They were just that cool.
Yeah. No, it goes a long way, man. It literally taught me everything. Like, when I had like this secret stash gig a couple weeks ago, and I wanted some help filming it, I paid him like quadruple. He's a fellow comedian. I knew that he's broke and everything. I knew the job is worth like $30. I was like, here's a quarter of weed, $100. I'll pay for your parking.
Hell
Meals
yeah.
on, literally just because that's how I was brought up in this world. And spoiler alert, people appreciate it.
They do. High tide raises all boats, man. Like, seriously, like, because I've been in a down position before. I had like $2 for food a day. I slept in a van while I was going to audio engineering school. I kind of know what that is. But when you get to a position, and I always relate it this way with music, like, for many years, I was always on the guest list, right? Because I knew the people, they wanted, whatever. I was a musician, so I was always on the guest list. And then there was a point pretty much when I started working for this company where I could pay that $5. I could pay that $10 cover. And yeah, sure, they would still put me on the guest list. But you know what? I was the person on the other end, like, waiting for like them to count out money at the end of the night so I could go get some food after the show. So I'm going to happily pay that $10. And that's what I encourage people to do. It's like, I don't tell people how to spend your money, but if you ever get into a position where you can try to, like, help and give back just like that, do it. And you'll be surprised that just your world around you changes, man. High tide raises all boats.
It's preposterous. It sounds like hippy dippy religious nonsense. But
Until you go through it.
The minute I turned off my brokey gene and was just like, spend it, do the thing, buy the thing you need. The thing you need, buy it. Like, I remember I had gotten my Trump check back in the day, and I was in the black market, and I just pulled out a real proper harvest, big old, and I gave it to my brother Tosh, who did whatever he did with it. So like, my harvest came down the same week as I got my Trump check, and I had like $6,000 of just cash just sitting there in 20s. And I was like getting into editing, and I was like, dude, I could like pay off some debt and like get some new tires for my car, or I could go buy a $6,000 workstation at Micro Center right now. Yeah. And I just had like a panic attack, and I was just like, yeah. And I just grabbed my keys and got in the car and drove to Micro Center and spent $5,800 on the computer that cut my teeth, that got me the Dude Grows, yada, 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 yada. And up from there,
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm glad you did that, because there is a lot of reinvesting in ourselves. That computer is a real thing. Like, legit, the computer I have now to edit on, I've never owned like nice cars, but it was more expensive than 90% of the cars that I paid for in my life.
Right.
And it's not that crazy expensive of a computer. It's lower price than what you're talking about.
They're always they're always expensive. That's the secret about computers. They're always the most expensive they've ever been because they're always getting better. It's a kick in the pants.
To do it right though, because you do see a difference when you have like quad cores or multi cores for video editing. You taken a 20-minute render down to like 2 minutes. You can get stuff accomplished. It makes a difference. So yeah, reinvesting in yourself is important too.
Couldn't run Blender. Like I was trying to run Blender, I literally could not run it. It would not run. And so now that computer is now sitting in the Jug Den at Jug Dealers. So when I hooked up with them, they didn't know if I was going to build their channel. So I couldn't walk in and be like, hey, I need a $5,000 PC, you know? Right. So I didn't even bring it up. And I just brought my own computer, and we've been using my home tower in the Jug Den. I just use my laptop now at home. Funnily enough, my current laptop's more powerful than that PC from 2021.
Wow. Now what you do is you just send them an invoice. You're like, I forgot to send this to you guys. You've been renting this the whole time. You guys have been renting this.
Just as I could say how generous Dude Grows is, Jug Dealers, the 5-8 crew, they've been equally as generous. Nice. Cannabis people, man. One of the things that I'm learning about this is that speaking of like the black market days, right? There might have been a time where I meet Chad Westport at a concert, and then it's like, hey, I like you, and I might come to your house tomorrow and give you $20,000 in cash and just be like, see you tomorrow, because our word was our bond, and the system didn't work if your word wasn't good. And so now all of us legacy guys that are coming up, you just know, oh, I can trust Chad Westport. Like we traded pounds.
You're either really trustworthy or you're going to be a freaking snake, man. But if you ask around and you know enough people in different parts of the country, you can figure it out. Because there are a lot of people who have moved. They're like, damn, I'm out of country now.
Yeah. When I got with the 5-8 guys, I had to like disclose my past, where I was like, I was a drug dealer since I was 12. I did all this. I'm one of you. I'm just like you guys. I just, got into production. I'm wearing my blazer. There's like, who the fuck is this guy? What do you know? I was like, oh, I'm dirty, baby. Let's go. So what got you? We probably talked about it on some other show, but I've never picked your brain here. What was the thing that got you into growing?
Just kind of, I had the ability to do it, and I had,
because I could.
Because I could, right? Well, dude, I didn't have a ton of money, and cannabis was always expensive, and sometimes you had to, wait for it. You had to get it. So I'm like, why not grow it myself? I don't need a whole bunch. And I just kind of had to figure it out. Like, there were forums, but I didn't really have mentors. Like, I knew people who grew, but it was kind of one of those things still, you didn't really talk about it, because a lot of the people that I knew were just like living fast and wild. So it's like, don't confide your everything with them. They're happy to tell you about all the stuff they're doing, but
most everyone in chat's growers. So if you guys aren't old school growers, imagine that those pounds are like worth 4,000, 4,800. Maybe, it's a nice time to be a baller. And I was too pussy. I was never big scale back then. I waited until the heat died down.
I never went big. It was always just really kind of about taking care of myself, because Pacific Northwest, man, there was never a shortage. There was always like people growing. So I think a lot of it came out of here. I mean, obviously California and Vancouver too, and Oregon, the whole West Coast, West Side. Central. But yeah, there was a lot of good weed, but I just wanted to do it. It's fun.
What was the first gear you grew? Do you remember?
CFL bulbs with like splitters. So you get the little like Y splitter from the Home Depot, and then the CFL bulbs, and they're the hanging lights. So they're the hanging lights with a little like metal dome over it, but you take the metal dome off because the Y splitter and the CFL bulbs don't fit underneath the metal dome. I had a bunch of those in a closet, just like literal closet with some. I didn't have fans.
That dates you. Like there's that era of like it was chaos, and then there became the sun, and then there was the Sun System vented hood era. That's when I came up in. Like Sun System, triple XL, vented hoods, string them in line 4 at a time, Oh, you know what I don't miss, Chad Westport? Sealed hoods. venting. Oh my God.
I did run HPS for a while, and it was the air cooled hood with the glass under the bottom, and it was fine because at that place I had built like a false wall in the garage, and it went my vent went up from the garage into the attic, and then I had it out one of the upper vents because that's like one of the best ways to do it. If you could vent up above higher than most things, take that opportunity to do it because it's a lot less conspicuous. So yeah, that place was like money. I enjoyed that place. It was funny. I had an electrician come and do some wiring and add some extra outlets in the garage. And when I sold it, like I deconstructed all the walls and stuff like that. But the realtor's like, why do you have boxes hanging from the ceiling? I was like, it was a wood shop. He's like, cool.
Oh, yeah. Aaron was telling me stories about when like there was office buildings downtown, and you get off on like the 12th floor, and it'd be like offices and people working. You get off on the 15th floor, big offices, people. You get off on the 14th floor, and it's plants everywhere you could put a plant. Hallways, offices, bathrooms, kitchenettes, like anywhere that you could, like literally there was grows on tower floors of skyscrapers in Denver. Yeah, because
that's awesome.
They needed anywhere you could grow. It was absolute chaos back in like 2010.
And I bet they could have afforded the rent too. Like the rent was not even an issue. They're just like, how do we get the materials up here? Do we use the freight elevator at night, or do we go through the
There
front?
was a time I would go to the power office and I would pay my $1,600 monthly power bill in 20s.
Oh, Jesus.
And just rack them out, some hundreds, but mostly 20s.
And they smell too. Like when I was, I lived in Santa Rosa, California, back in like the early 2000s. I was doing audio engineering school in San Francisco. I lived up in Santa Rosa. And every year there were a couple dudes that would come down from, the Emerald Triangle. They'd come off the mountain. And they buy brand new surfboards, they buy new snowboards. They were basically getting set up for the system, and they always had rolls of cash. Dude, that money smelled like weed so bad. It was hilarious. Like we all knew them because they came in every season and just bought new everything. And there's like,
you ever think that
off the
when
cash.
Like bags or money or anything like that in that sort of thing, does it start to almost not smell like weed anymore? I always found that like it starts to smell like BO in a way where I was like, what is this horrible smell? It's like this, I smell it on all my duffel bags. It's like it's someone's armpit. And I seem to be the only person that experienced this. When a lot of weed gets acrid on things over time, it starts to smell like humid acridness more than even weed. I don't know how to describe it.
The weird like skunk terps hang out or something. That's kind of the, it's like, if you, and this has happened to me a lot, and it's misled me a lot too, but if you leave like a bag of weed like in the car or something, or like in a hot area, and you come back, and this is more so the days of like the Ziploc bags, kind of applies to glass too, but you come back and you open it and you just smell that like kind of that like sour but sweet nose tingling, like, ooh, that's skunky, man. You're like, I think I found the skunk. And it's not, because it's just different. But there's something about like heat and then kind of like storing it. Yeah, that can bring it out.
It's funny. You talk about when you get weed in plastic bags and stuff. There are dispensaries in Denver that still sell you weed in fucking sandwich bags, and they just put an MED sticker on it and ship it out to you. It's goddamn hysterical.
That doesn't fly in Washington, but I do remember a few trying it. Yeah, no.
That's so funny. Yeah, I don't know about the actual statutes of it, but yeah, they have some of the best weed in town. They have some of the best weed in town, and it's fucking in sandwich bags with a stupid MED THC, warning logo and everything. But of course, that's where you get the good weed. I almost wonder if it's kind of a joke rather than just being ghetto. You can get cheap Chinese things, I think it's kind of like a wink, like keeping it real sort of thing.
Right. It gives a little bit of street cred, but you want to know what is a freaking joke when it comes to packaging? Edibles. Have you ever been able to open one without like a car key or like just ripping it?
On medical, it's pretty good. They just it's just like a little childproof push down. But yeah, on recreational, it's like a package inside of a package inside of a package.
Fighting with that, like I swear they can make bulletproof vests out of that material, but like you have to like stab it a few times with a key, and then you can like pry it open, and then your candy goes whoop, pick it up off the the carpet, and pop it in your mouth.
Yeah, I might have dropped an edible on the carpet and picked the hair off. I got a daughter now, so
okay.
It's all good. You just get the hair off. It's fine.
So would you pick up a 5 milligram edible, or where do you draw the line? You pick up a 20 milligram edible? What's your line? What's 50? Yeah, I'd pick up a 50. I'd pick up a 50.
Yeah. That's a hilarious question. There was a really, really dank nug that fell on the floor of the bakery. And I was there for like 2 days. I was there on a Monday, and then I came back on Wednesday for the Wednesday show, and it's still there. And I was like, group question: who would smoke that? Who like? And I think so. I think Scott said he'd smoke it. He's a gang.
I'm not surprised. He's an animal. He'd be like, "I'll do it if nobody's gonna do it. I'm gonna do it."
Awesome. He was saying the other day. He's like, we were talking about ozone generators, and he's like, "Oh man, I've spent so much time in ozone generators." He goes, "Wait, Grambo. Maybe that's why I can't taste weed."
Oh no. That would be horrible.
I was like, I can't argue necessarily, boss.
Oh, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be good for you. I wouldn't know, but yeah.
Tom just made some 500 milligram gummies. Nice. Making gummies at home, it's got to be a pain in the butt, right? I don't want to deal with gelatin.
My hard thing with I've made like lollipops, which are easier because you could get the silicone molds, but the metal molds. That's what it was. It was because you have to heat it up so hot. I wasn't able to find a silicone mold to use for gummies. So what are people using? Because I kept looking for like the metal pans. Because when I made the lollipops, like I'm not an expert chef at all. I have friends that'll do this for me now. But you really had to boil it down and boil it, and you pour it in, and
they have those things like the like cooking trays that are like the weird rubbery shit, I think
the silicone, like silicone stuff. Yeah, but I figured this stuff would be too hot for the silicone, even though they make dab mats out of silicone now. But that can't be good, man.
Let us know, chat, if you make those gummies. Let us know what's going on there, because I got some JR token butter from him, and it's really, really, really good. It's just enough green. It's clarified, and it's just enough green to let you know that it's in there. And I made some Ghirardelli cookies or whatever. Oh, dude, they were lethal.
Chocolate. Very nice.
Yeah.
Dude, Donald, thank you for your support, man. Appreciate it. Have a good evening, and I hope you have a great start to your week.
The Levo Gummy Machine.
Levo Gummy Machine. All right. I'm going to Google this on the other page now. I've got the Bee Gees up. Wow. I'm sorry, Bee Gees. I didn't mean to say ABBA.
So I went to Google it, and I had ABBA up.
That's funny.
I'm bald. You got long hair.
Gummy Machine. Oh, you know what? Is this the Rasufa does a lot of oil videos, like cooking videos, and I think he has this Levo machine. Now I'm wondering, because the name is familiar, but I don't know if he did gummies at all. Yeah, the Levo Lee oil infuser. I think he was just doing a video with that. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, I'll stop Googling. But yeah, like, I would love to do some of these things, but I've been trying to like save a lot of my extra material for just like bubble hash, water hash. So I much more prefer making that. Not that I'm any good at it, but I get the job done. I'm not entering contests, but I get the job done. My
problem is I walk into dispensaries. Like I went in to grab some edibles 2 days ago, and we got these wild gummies here with a Y, wild, and they're like really, really good. You get 1,000 milligrams. They're like $35. And I walk in, they're like, "Hey, it's due for Tuesday, 25% off the gummies. I'm like, dude, I'll take like 5. So I walk out there with 5,000 milligrams for like $100.
What?
Yeah, it's just like it's so hard to like dispensary because it's so competitive here. They're on penny margins in Denver.
Right.
Brutal for them. Great for great for me.
It's great.
I ain't
That's the
complaining.
free market. That's a free market. Let it sort out the winners. Yep.
And then to the top, you're seeing like companies that had extra fat on them, like the extra packaging and the extra bullshit. They're falling off.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when there's saturation in the market because you do have to do something to stand above the rest. Sometimes that costs money that mom and pops don't have that like the larger corporations do. But the larger corporations have kind of cannibalized that and they never learned how to grow it good. So there's just like, that's why I tend to see like so much price shopping is just, it's really all kind of the same quality unless you pay way too much, like $60 eights just because it's actually like decent weed. That should not be okay.
Yeah, I've always said that like one of the things that kind of is an interesting parallel to the old days to now, like living in Denver especially, is like back in the day, in order to get good weed, like you could find someone at school or at work, they could get weed, but in order to get the good weed, you had to like know the guy, right? Well, now in Denver, there's 1,000 dispensaries in Denver proper. There's 1,000.
Damn.
Crazy. So how do you find the good weed? Well, you got to know the guy. like the I talked about, you'll notice I didn't mention its name because like it's a local secret. You don't go the place with the plastic bags that has the dank. Well, you don't really blast them out there because the last thing you want is for them to,
There's people have made entire like careers out of that in LA, like being the guy who knows the dispensaries or the place to get the packs, to get like the good stuff. Like it's kind of crazy because they're freaking like can of celebrities in that world. And it's like you just curate good weed. That's you don't grow it, you don't sell it, you don't really touch
a crazy place. I went to this business and self-development seminar thing that came to Denver, right? And I'm sitting there talking to the guy after like the class is done, or maybe it was just in break. And I was just talking about like, well, dude, I'm kind of in a similar space of like brand marketing, and I work with like behind the scenes, like I do on camera stuff, but then I work with 5/8 and stuff, doing some of like their actual like business stuff. And I was like, I don't understand, like, how do you live in a Santa Monica mansion that like yada yada yada? I just don't see how the economics work. And he goes, can I tell you something that no one believes? He's like, I live in this $10 million a year mansion for free because the guy that owns it is bad with girls. And I just bring hot women to his parties. And he goes, it's arbitrage. He says it's pussy arbitrage. And he seems to think it's a good value. It's a $10 million value to have pretty girls around him. And so he just walks around Santa Monica going, hey, you want to go to a party tonight?
Yeah.
And they go, yeah.
I've known that guy. I've totally known that guy. Yeah.
It literally blew my mind. I'm at a business seminar learning from these guys. And I was like, what's the trick? And he goes, pussy arbitrage. I was like, what the fuck? I'm living on a different planet than these people. $10 million? What? Oh my God.
Hey man, as any club owner would tell you, if you bring the girls, the guys will come. So you just get a few girls there and always make sure they're taken care of. The guys will come. And yeah. Sometimes there's kickbacks at the bar for people they bring up and how many drinks they buy them. And no, it's not really alcohol in their drinks. It's just straight Coke. But we'll tell you it's a Jack and Coke because they're doing this to a lot of guys all night.
Yeah, I got approached by my first sponsor. And immediately it was like some pretty girl. And I was like hypnotized by like, oh yeah. And then my like smart gene kicked in. I was like, wait. What are we talking about now? No. I pass. Is some I won't even talk about it. Some stuff that people of the connoisseur of the dank we can't be associated with.
Yeah, in the music world, we always called them the booth honeys, and that was their job. They brought you over to the booth.
That's so funny. Reminds me of my ex, the last girl I was dating. She always would say like, she's like, if you do comedy, I'm always worried about those chuckle sluts. Like, Get away from
That's
him.
awesome. Chuckle slut.
I don't know why
Oh
that's
my
made me laugh for a year. Chuckle sluts. What the fuck?
Grambo, have
That's
you had
actually
groupies?
it's
Grambo's
the damnedest
Groupies
thing.
actually sounds like a good name. Like that should be
Have I ever
website.
told you the story about the only time I've ever been recognized from Dude Grows?
No.
Yeah, it's happened one
Comedy
time.
groupies are probably better though. Dude Grows people are pretty cool. But please tell me.
Oh, yeah. So, Dude Grows reminds me a lot of being in metal bands where whenever you meet girls, they go, "Oh, my boyfriend loves you."
Yes.
I go, "Yep, I'm very big amongst the boyfriend demographic. Very big.
Yes.
Very positive."
That was freaking hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah.
As
So,
a person who DJ'd, I
the
DJ'd
first time
drum
I
and
ever got
bass.
recognized, I got recognized on Tinder by a swinger couple.
Ooh.
And the woman messaged me and she goes, "Are you Josh Grambo from the Dude Grow Show? I have no clue who you are, but my husband loves you."
Oh no.
At least this time they came with a girl. So shout out. So the thing that blows my mind, so obviously I didn't follow through with it. I was like, I'm going to sleep on this. Woke up the next day and just deleted it. I was like, I don't want to get involved with that. The thing that blows my mind, I don't really remember anything about them. And they are out there. They're still out there. They might be in chat now, and I wouldn't have any way of knowing. They're Dude Grows fans. So shout out to you. I'm fully single right now. I will take you up on the offer now if it's still.
All I'm saying is if you do manage to go somewhere with some nice lady, check the closets, okay?
Check the closets, Chad Westport. That's the thumbnail. Dude, I gotta get to. I consider myself a bit of a connoisseur of all the there's like the cool kid strains, the Paloma, the fucking the this and that. I would say the grape juice is up there, and I got FOMO that I'm missing out. What would you say is the top profile on that? What are the parents?
Did I not give you a pack of the Westport Posse? Oh, buddy. Okay, well, we'll have to arrange that after the show. Okay. But yeah, so the Westport grape juice itself has like a distinctive, like a wine grape. There's a little bit, it smells like a candy grape while it's growing. As it cures, it matures into more of like a nice like wine grape. You still, oh boy, you still get the grape flavor. There's a creaminess to it. It's really smooth. And then on the exhale, there's just like a little bit of gas that tickles that one spot in the back of your throat. That's the Westport grape juice. The Westport's Posse, which is the S1. So it's the self version of that. I feminized it, pollinated a different clone, same plant, Westport's Posse. It came out different than the Westport's grape juice, which I didn't really expect because a lot of times you sell things, you get pretty much spot on. But what I got is the relatives, which I think is awesome because I now know where the gas comes from, like definitively in that. Because I ran out 20 myself. I ran out 500 with testers. So I was able to get pretty good like morphologies and profiles and ratios with that. So there's one that has like a tucked leaf morphology. So if your leaves are out like this, the fingers of the blades are just kind of tucked like this. And that came out all gas, like single note, nothing else, all gas. And that came out at like a 2 to 3 out of 10 in the Westport's Posse. Another one that came out like 2 to 1. It's got like a vanilla creamy, like graham cracker crust and frosting type profile to it. So again, it's smooth. It has that creaminess, but there isn't like grape to it. More vanilla.
Weird.
And then there is one that is like 1 out of 10 was like the Westport grape juice. So there's a few different phenos. Yeah, there's a few different phenos. Sorry to be so long-winded on that answer.
No, I'm super fascinated on recessive traits. I grew up with my best friend, and they were 3 brothers. And it always was weird to me. The oldest brother was a goddamn clone of the dad. The middle brother was a clone of the mom. And the youngest brother was a 50-50 hybrid of both. And I'd always look at that. And the minute I started growing plants, I went, recessive genes. I get it. They're expressing.
Yes. Yeah, that's that's a fun thing. That's what I like about making crosses is you really get to see which parent it came from. Because I always say grow your plants for at least a couple years before breeding with them, so you're familiar with them. You've put them through like good times, you put them through bad times. You know what the yields will look like. You know what that plant wants to do in different conditions. So when you mix the two, you're able to see that. You're like, oh, you're like mom, or like, oh, you're like dad, or yeah, you're the perfect
I just
hybrid.
can't
So
help
that's
but
a really fun
this is
thing.
dating advice. You're just giving good dating
Uh-oh.
advice now.
Oh, shoot.
You got to work with them before you breed. You got to work with them for months, if not years. You got to get several pats in there before you breed with them.
Nobody wants to spend years working on an 8. So make sure that you got a 10 before you breed. Yes.
Fawn Tucky wants to know about the effects. Does the posse
Absolutely.
does the effect mimic the grape juice, or do they go off into 3 different paths as well?
Yep. The effects are very similar. Like I go for it at the nighttime. It makes me a lot more just kind of like relaxed, chill, just kind of like enjoying things instead of feeling like zoomed or, rushed around. So usually things I go for in the evening, the all gas one, like if I really want to like, put it to myself, that's usually, I think it's jar 13 I have in there right now, jar number 13. That's the all gas pheno, and that's when I like want to just like, okay, let's get dumb and drool.
That's interesting. So I grew up very much like flavor guy. Weed kind of affects me. I'd say 95% of weed affects me very homogenously, to the point where I was almost dubious when people would be like, oh, it does this and it does that. Right. And then like 10 years ago, I smoked this bubble hash with my buddy, and instantaneously I just got paranoid. And I was like, hey, man, I'm not freaking out, but this hash makes me feel like I'm going to freak out. And I was like, holy shit. And every time I smoked it, I was like, so there you go. It took me 15 years of smoking, but I finally found an entourage effect that spun me out. And I go, oh, they're not lying. It really is. Like, it affects you crazy like that. So normally back in the day, I wouldn't even ask that question. Effects, get the fuck out of here. It gets I'm the reverse of Scotty. Scotty's like, it gets you high. It doesn't matter what it tastes like. I'm like, it tastes amazing. It doesn't matter how it gets you high.
Right. It's like everything pretty much at this point is going to give you a buzz. So like the taste and the experience is a big part of it for me. The effects, definitely. If you're going medicinally, that's going to be the most important thing. But sometimes you just kind of want to get baked. And like you said, though, there is so much hybridization. I don't like, if you put 10 strains in front of me, I may be able to like 2 hit me different, but 8 of them are probably going to hit me kind of like the same. But I do have stuff. Nice, Tom. Nice. Yeah, the Tux Leafs, man, it's an easy giveaway, and it's easy to see early on.
And I'll give a shout out to Chad Westport as a breeder. I can't tell you how many people I've interacted with. And when it comes to like things like spotting phenos, the mum's the word. Like, you never even hear people bring it up, let alone tell you the cheat codes. I'm like, oh, bro, here's the dead giveaway. Like, that's badass, Chad.
Thank you, man. That's something that I feel is very important, because it's also kind of the sign of like the videos too. It's like I test stuff before I give stuff to my testers, because again, like I really don't want to mess your garden up, and I don't want to mess the testers' gardens up either, even though they're willing to take a little bit more risk. So I test it myself, and then I send it to them, and then once I'm good, out to everybody. So yeah, it's important though. If a grower or if a breeder isn't able to tell you like what to expect or different phenos and actually have that be accurate, they might not be growing out their gear. They might not be testing it. They might not be looking at it like everybody should. And again, you put yourself on the line when you say, well, this is what you can expect. If people get completely different things, they'll be like, this guy's just full of S, But if you're able to like tell people what they're gonna kind of expect, and then that's actually what they get, and this has happened to me, which is why it's important to me. I'm like, well, I'm gonna try his gear again. I like the description of that one, and that's what I kind of want to try. And if they were honest and right the first time, why wouldn't they be the second? So yeah, it's important.
That is essentially the thesis
of the second Alex Hormozy book. I don't know if you're familiar with Alex Hormozy, the business and marketing guru. Well, you are now, Chad Westport. I'll say it in front of everybody. It's kind of usually our secret, usually behind the scenes sort of talk. But I know none of you humps will actually read Chad Westport. There's my dyslexia. Alex Hormozy. And if anybody in the chat comes back and says that you read Alex Hormozy because of this conversation, I will give you a free Grambo Grows shirt and hat. That's how much I believe in Alex Hormozy. You gotta read Hormozy. High C turned me on to it, and that's essentially the thesis of his second book, $100 Million Leads, where he talks about just like if you answer people's questions, if you give them a lot of answers that end up being true, that's the secret to business, is make a lot of promises that you keep, and then they will give you referrals, aka leads, word of mouth. Like, here's a book of how you generate leads, and they go, in a world of online marketing and retargeting, word of mouth, same as it ever was, same as it was 100 years ago.
And one thing that I learned, like extremely well at that company that I worked with is under promise, over deliver. Like, do it every time, and you will stoke people out. Always intend to like over deliver, but don't oversell. Like, that's, we see it get people in problems all the time. But again, if you can be consistent and you know what you're good at and you do that, just be that. And if anybody has a problem, freaking take care of it, man. Because again, how well you take care of somebody also kind of helps, do they come back? So yeah.
And it makes you good. Like Chat was saying, like you were saying, like it shows proof of work. And so it was one of those things where like it's the taking the High C will always tease me because I'm always like, High C, like why am I always like taking the hard way? I'll always be like, oh, I'll do it this way. And he goes, bro, life's a game and you choose the hard mode. Like that's the taste of a true artist, I'm like,
right.
I suppose that's a nice way of saying it. I'll take it.
That's how we learn. That's booty. Wow, I need to ash that.
So hold on,
Sorry.
I just lost
coughed in your ear
audio. I never forget.
Grambo can't hear me. Grambo is a silly fool. He likes wearing leotards and he dances like a monkey around the mirror.
All right.
You hear me now?
Can you hold down the fort for 1 second? I'll be right back, Chad.
Oh, I would love to hold down the fort. Yeah.
I don't know what you just said, but
oh yeah. We're talking now. We're going.
Then we'll start landing the ship. Sound good? All right, I'll be right back.
So, guys, Grambo grew. Now, I like Grambo. He's pretty freaking awesome and funny. I don't know if some of you actually have probably had the chance to meet him in person. He's a pretty accessible guy. I never had the chance to see him do his comedy, but he did come and do some comedy with me and a few other guys once. The Tokes and Jokes show was something I just did for fun. We got a bunch of like cannabis people together and we just told probably not nice jokes. We told jokes. It started off as a dad joke kind of thing. And me and dad jokes. I love a good dad joke. But when you bring Mr. Magpie around, I'm sure you guys know Mr. Magpie, things tend to get bad. And like, I thought this was a good dad joke. No, I'm not going to say it because this is Grambo's channel. I don't want to offend too many people, but Tokes and Jokes, I think, was the name of the show. It's my own channel. I haven't even looked at it forever. Tokes and Jokes, Jokes and Tokes. I don't want to look it up. Hey, he's back. Do you hear me?
I am. I'm supposed to be a professional, like audio guy, a professional person. I cannot fucking figure out what the. Is this going? Is this off?
That was a Hulk Hogan. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay,
I hear you.
So I have no audio. So I guess we're gonna have to land this plane. This is the weirdest engine ever had. Chad Westport. He's messing with me. I can tell. This is the face of a man that's messing with me. Well, seriously, thank you, Chad Westport. Even though I can't hear you now, this was an amazing thing. That the whole thing about filming that literally solves a big problem for my growing knowledge, and I'll be giving you a shout out once we get around to that Dude Grows episode. So everybody in chat obviously knows who Chad Westport is, but yeah, over the next few days, this will be seen by at least a couple thousand more people. So for people that don't know who you are, where can they find you?
Oh gosh, I'm glad I didn't hang up yet. I am on Instagram, chad.westport, and the website is up now, chadwestport.com. You can find some gear, you can find my writing, you can find links to different videos. That's all up there. And the YouTube channel, Chad Westport. So yeah, that's what I do. That's where I like to hang out. And
did I come back at the right time? I felt like that was the moment where if I heard you, I go, well, guys, that's where you can find Chad. I lip-rigged that he's definitely on Instagram, and you can check out his website, chadwestport.com. And yeah, let's talk more on Instagram about that grape juice. I want to be in the posse, bro.
You got it, bro.
Yeah, awesome.
I'll see you there.
How good is Chad Westport? That guy is awesome. What a member of the cannabis community. Really awesome dude, and I'm pleased to count him as a friend in my life. It's crazy. Yeah. It's one of those things. I got a couple of the older episodes. Like I think I've had Chad on twice before. This was the older one. I didn't remember a lot of it, so it's good to go back and see all of that and remember all of it. It's funny. I've been doing this show for like 7-8 months. I swear to God, I would have stopped doing it if you guys wouldn't have supported me. I can't tell you how many times that I've woken up on Saturday. I'll take a little nap after my kid goes home, and I'll go to bed, and I'm thinking, I gotta cancel the stream. There's no way I can do it. And then I'll wake up and I know that you guys actually care, and that blows my mind that people actually care about my dumb thoughts and life and stuff and everything. So I literally cannot tell you how much I appreciate it, which is why I'm sitting here while my little girl's asleep in the next room, recording this for you guys, putting together a 13-hour mega compilation. It's gonna make my laptop explode. Literally, it doesn't know what to think about it. It's like, dude, it's Christmas. Why you running me like it's fucking like this is what it is? So yeah, definitely check out Chad Westport, chadwestport.com. He's an artist, he's a breeder, he's an all-around awesome guy. You want to keep up with what he's got going on in the world. And yeah, I've been doing this for long enough that some of the episodes are starting to kind of bleed together and vanish. And you know what? One of the episodes that the algorithm didn't like, I don't know why it didn't like it, but it just kind of buried it. And that was Aquaponic Steve, man. That was PotentPonic Steve. I don't know why. I always want to call him Aquaponic Steve. I don't know if it's like Scuba Steve gets in my head, but it's PotentPonic Steve. And yeah, this guy, he grows aquaponically. That's why I confuse it. I want to call him Aquaponic Steve, but he is PotentPonic Steve. And yeah, the algorithm didn't like this one. And that was bullshit, because this is one of the best episodes, I think, of the entire series. This was while his lady was still pregnant, but he has since become father. So right now he's spending his first ever Christmas with his first Christmas with his baby. He's got lots of Christmas under his belt, but this is the first one ever with his baby. So if you follow PotentPonic Steve, tell him Happy Daddy Christmas. How weird would that be if you actually left comments? Do not write comments on his profile saying Happy Daddy Christmas. Although I like Happy Daddy Christmas. That's what I'm trying to have. So yeah, guys, like I said, this marathon's going on all day. I'm going to be popping in and out in between every single episode. I'm going to hang out with you guys for at least a few minutes, talk a little crap. I'm going to be hitting up some dabs right now. I'm smoking on some Threes Genetics, Jeremy. Ooh, JLS Monster on Instagram. Threes Genetics. He gave me some Colonel Chem. Ooh, doggy. Ooh, doggy. I don't even know what to tell you guys. It's, it's got those chem notes. It's got kind of a creme brulee sort of, I don't know, dark, I don't know what to say. I turn into Scotty Real. He always is like fronting that he knows what he hit. The skin of white grapes, he'll say. And I go, yeah, get the fuck out of here. So yeah, the Colonel Chem. Check out Threes Genetics. Jeremy, I believe he's coming up later in the marathon. We'll see. I did so many of these episodes, I just randomly click download on a whole bunch of episodes, and what I got is what I got. So yeah, I don't know what's coming up for you guys. It'll be interesting. Stay around and watch, see who all we got there. But yeah, coming up, PotentPonic Steve. I almost said Aquaponic Steve again. I don't know what my deal is. I just cannot say PotentPonic Steve. PotentPonic Steve. Happy Daddy Christmas. Love you guys. All right, I'll see you after a little bit. Enjoy this one.
There's 13 seeds. And those became the Chem 91. Ooh, I'm overheating. Oh, forgive me. Just those of you that know the story exactly, remind me in the chat. All right, guys. So he just popped in. Yeah, we'll see what Steve knows about it. But yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, put your virtual hands together. PotentPonic Steve's in the house. Yo, do we got audio on you? How's your audio? Do I have?
Oh, yeah, there we go. Sorry.
Muted. Oh, good. Fuck yeah. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. Sorry, I got wrapped up. I go from hanging out with my kid all day and like just being Johnny sober, and then I just chain smoke dabs as soon as like she's all safe and tucked in. I have a little babysitter action that mine's out in the middle area. So I literally am like in the middle of storytelling. It's like, oh shit, I literally had the link to you pasted and then forgot to click send. I like, it's like, where is Steve? He's like, hasn't been here. I look over and it's like, oh, I didn't click send. I'm that stoner.
What's up?
Hell yeah. So what you smoking on?
I have a little bit of local flower here from a friend of mine. I'm not quite sure what it is, and then a little bit of hash on top.
Nice. I find that that's like the peak of like stoner, like is where like you care so much about weed that you always know what everything is, but eventually it gets to the point where like I don't know what this is. Like I just have blank market, like there's no markings on this. I know it comes from Hot Rod. God help me if I know what it is.
Nice. Yeah,
Oh, yeah. And then I'll just throw out the chat if you guys got any questions for Steve. Just start putting them out now, and we'll go through and I'll post them up.
Cool. Haven't seen you since the other show. That was fun the other day on with Chad.
Oh yes, for those of you that probably didn't see it, I don't know how many people saw it. Steve and I share the love of marionetting ourselves on stage, puppeting, dancing monkey, stand-up comedian style. So he and I both went on, and I didn't know before that you dabbled in the dark arts. It was fun. How much do you actually like perform?
I used to do it a lot more when I was in Denver, but since traveling a lot, I haven't had a chance to. And then there was basically like comedy places in Thailand. So there is one about an hour or so from me where I live now, but I haven't quite gotten up there yet.
That's interesting. Yeah, I've been so I went on a date like a few days ago, and it didn't go, just crappy, fizzled out, no chemistry. And then like that was such like crappy. I didn't, I was already kicked in the pants. There was an open mic right next door at the Irish Rover. And so literally I just like walk out, went to my car, took a dab, walked back, signed up. I think I was 59th out of 61. Denver.
Yeah. There's a really good scene there on the Front Range for sure. There's a lot of places that
Colorado,
do
Denver's one of the top cities in American comedy, and that's literally thanks to just the Comedy Works. Shout out to Wendy Curtis, who owns the Comedy Works. She runs it like minor league baseball. So you start out, you call in a hotline every week and you put your name on a list. And then as the weeks go on, you get up. And so you get like a number attached to your name and you rise up the ranks. Like right now, I'm a C. A lot of my friends have moved up since becoming Bs. And like then once you become an A or an unpaid regular. So she runs it like minor league baseball. It's a fascinating little system here. But we're not talking about stand-up comedy. We're talking about ganja. I can already see like literally like 10 people have left since we were talking about stand-up. That's the kind of respect we get, Steve.
Right? People have no idea.
I love it. If people only knew. But one thing that goes hand in hand, funnily enough, stand-up comedy and weed, I was shocked at like how much like comedians, like they're all alcoholics, but they all, maybe it's just a Denver thing, but damn, like as a grower, everyone knew that Grambo just had like nug, I didn't worry about it. If someone needed a bowl, I always had it for them. And so, yeah, everyone hits me up for weed constantly.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun scene. I used to be a fun way to meet and make new friends back in the day.
Yes, all sorts of nice friends. God bless new friends is what I say. So yeah, no, I've been slowly transitioning into doing oh, Anthony asked if I ever checked out Dean Del Rey. Yeah, I don't. Just so for everyone, don't tell me to check out comedians. I pretty much know every single famous comedian out there. Dean Del Rey, yes, I've seen him perform several times. Awesome freaking comedian. Anyone that comes out of the Comedy Store is just forget about it. They're legit. So, but yeah, what's up with you over out in the West Coast now? You came back from Thailand. Like, what's your growth situation like?
At the moment, I just have a smaller grow where I'm at here in Tennessee, so we don't have quite some of the liberties that y'all have in other parts of the country currently, but we do have a hemp license and it allows us to do some THCA hemp and other hemp. So,
Wow.
we do it that way, which is nice. But
Can you
at the
touch
moment,
on
go ahead.
Well, I was curious about the THC hemp. That's like one of the more confusing topics in like cannabis news right now. Is everything going on with THCA? What's THC hemp? Expand.
Oh, I mean, it's total bullshit. I mean, it's just a way to like legally grow regular weed. But hey, it is what it is, right? It's what the work law allows for, and a lot of the bigger companies have all switched to THCA hemp. If you haven't noticed, for
I
the
have.
MSOs and stuff. So it's just a way to like get around bullshit rules that should have changed a long time ago. And there's a lot of states too that people don't talk about it, that have trigger laws, right? So a lot of states say that as soon as the federal government changes, that then they'll allow, like legalized regulated production in their states too, which will hopefully open up, at least some of the remaining states there. I'm
Yeah,
looking forward to that.
it's
And I think that,
crazy how there's like the map is like this like green blob that's moving in. There's just that little Bible belt that just refuses to acquiesce.
yeah, and I have a couple other projects. I have a bigger project going on in Oklahoma I'm working with, and a project in Wisconsin and a couple of other places. So we'll be bouncing around a little bit here in the next couple of months. But yeah, it's always fun to do that. I'm actually working on just locally for a neighbor, working on a pretty cool trout system as well as two old trout troughs for trout breeding, and we're hooking all
Wow.
that up to a bunch of grow beds and growing a whole bunch of veggies for the local community here. So that's pretty dope too sometimes.
That's awesome. A friend of mine is I don't know how well you know Tennessee, but he's from a place called Hickman County, some rural backwater area. He went back home, and this is one of the guys I hold in esteem. He's stoner elite. He knows good weed, and he comes back from Thanksgiving or Christmas or something. He's like, dude, dead straight. I smoked some of the best weed from this home grower out in the middle of nowhere. I didn't think that was possible. And I was like, dude, what do you think I do all day, every day? Like, my job is to help people, teach people how to grow the dank. So it's not surprising to me that, good old boys out in the country are growing some fire ganja.
Oh yeah, especially when I was doing a lot more projects in Oklahoma and when I was living there full time. Um, there was a McKernan County, and they have a McKernan County Gold, which is kind of like a really old school, really humid resistant, really giant plants that grow really well in southern Oklahoma. And I have quite a few of those seeds actually. I got from a pretty cool older gentleman from some buds that he had just flowered or seeded out that year. I guess it was 2 or 3 years ago now. But yeah, there's a lot of different parts of the country. Same thing too. When I was up in Rabun County, Georgia, working on a project, there's a lot of little pockets of the country that are like, have their own little local strains down, same as the North, California and all that people don't really talk about publicly or aren't really known a lot in the scene, but are little kind of like communities where they've been growing, for a long time, kind of less harassed. And it's always kind of cool to like see those different parts of the country.
And for good reason, right? You don't want to mess around out there in prohibition land too hard. It's funny for me personally. I was legacy grower. I had 299 bank accounts, back in the day. Like that's how we ran. Me and my ex were a front family for a big grow house, and I never told anybody, talked about it. Like it was omerta. We did not do nothing. And then as soon as that was over, I went from never speaking about it to being as loud. I mean, I'm pretty loud on the internet about growing. I defy there's not many louder than me. So I love the fact that places like Tennessee are, they're gearing up for we know what's going to happen. The dominoes are falling.
Yeah, I mean the feds are definitely going to change something here in the next month or two. I think that's pretty obvious with all the way the investment banking's going and all the other stuff seems to indicate that's what's up. So we'll see. They fucked everybody before, so.
It almost seems like it's baked into the system sometimes. But so, what are you growing in right now? Like, if you just got what do you got? Like a little 2x4, as you say? Is that what you?
Oh no, I just have a little outdoor patch. But we'll be growing some Thai
Oh,
stuff this year. And then I have a couple
sick.
of ones coming in from Mr. Green Gene Garden. He did some crosses with some of the Jamaican lines that I gave him, I guess 2 or 3 years ago. So I'm gonna grow some of those this year too. So always stoked
Nice.
to grow his gear. I've been working with him for a long time, probably 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, I haven't met him yet, but obviously his lore goes through the community.
Yeah, his cherry bomb
Yeah.
has been around a long time.
Nice. So you ever grow indoor much? You planning on growing indoor? You seem like you're going for those big plots nowadays, eh?
Yeah, I mean, if I had like a little breeding project or just wanted to grow something on the side, I would. But like I have access to multiple grows just doing consulting, so it's kind of like if I want to grow a bunch of something, I can just grow a bunch of something at one of the places I'm working with. So it's not a huge deal. I'm not,
Right.
when I come home, I don't want to take care of a bunch of plants, and if I do, I want to take care of like nepenthes or some carnivorous plants, not what I do at work all day. As much as I enjoy weed, it's
Right.
nice to have a break a little bit.
No, 100%. As much as like, because that's like with my Instagram, I'm sure you're the exact same way. People just send you their grows, plants, and dude, it's like, dude, it all starts to run together after a while. It's like I can't keep strains and plants and nugs and seeds. Like, do you see those seeds? Like, I don't know. I think so. So it gives me sympathy for you guys that have been, you've been in like you're coming up on almost 10 years, right? 7, 8 years probably. Like
The podcast
in the
is 8 years. The
Yeah,
podcast is
eight
8 years
years.
this year, and then the
Nice.
I've been in the legal industry now for 12 years. So
Well, and I just meant in the production world of the spreading the word on the out in the because doing the
oh
content production, it takes a lot. So 8 years, that's not to be sneezed at. That's a hell of an achievement.
yeah, we started I don't know 6 or 8 months after Dude Grows did way back in the day. It was like them, me, and Rasta Jeff, I think, were like the three podcasts way back in the day that I can. And there was Growers Roundtable, which got their YouTube channel shut down, which was a really good source of knowledge too back in the
Yeah, is
day.
that what happened to him? I was the biggest fan of the round table, and then it just disappeared one day. That was before I was YouTubing, so I didn't quite even understand. Like, I guess I was just like, oh,
Yeah,
I guess they quit.
they got hit in one of the first rounds when YouTube was like cracking down on weed content, and for a while it looked like they were going to try to get rid of it altogether, and then they eased off. But I mean, I think I'm one of the only people that didn't lose their YouTube channel at one point or another. I mean, even Dude Grows did, and like most of the people over
Yeah,
the years have lost their original channel for one reason or
and that was
another. So
my first month with Dude Grows is when it got deleted.
yeah,
So I
it's again,
covered.
it's
We got 90,000 subscribers. I'm like, all right, I can't wait to run this machine. And we've been deleted.
right.
And so they went 90,000 to zero. It was a bummer time.
Yeah, the
So,
definitely for sure. I remember I was one of their first in-person guests way back on like episode 37 or 38 or something like that. It was in a like an 8x4 grow tent at one of those. I
yep,
forget what the shop was.
is
That was a
at
lot of
Way to
fun back in
Grow.
the day. Way to
That
grow.
is
That's what it was.
the Fort Collins Way to Grow. Yeah, that was, that was such an awesome time. Like the fact that they let those guys, that just speaks to Brett and Scott's charisma that, hey, can we film our podcast inside your freaking store in a grow tent? But how dope. I just set up my own 5x5. I just got an AC Infinity 5x5. Shit, dude, I should really be podcasting from in there instead of like where I'm at right now in Grambo Studio B. As everyone on Instagram can see, it's just a mess of wires. I got like a little Instagram camera to try to tease the show, like so I'm live. They can't hear you, they can just hear me. It says, come to YouTube. It's the real show. So put in the comments if you're from Instagram. Did it work? I don't know. It worked on me one time. I saw a guy was live on Instagram and it said go to YouTube, and I went to YouTube. I was like, huh, it's a good move. Oh, Kitty. Who's Kitty?
Oh, this is my fiance's cat Zora. She's chill.
Zora. Shout out. Since I've been dating, I've noticed that there is a distinct hard line between the personalities of cat women and dog women. And I am a hardcore. I thought when I was coming in the game, I liked dog women. No, they're crazy. I like cat women. Cat women, they're what's up. So shout out to all you cat women out there.
Where it's really at is reptile women, man. We ask anyone who's ever worked in a pet shop, and reptile women are the crazy freaks. In the good kind of way.
See, I'm scared of reptiles, so they would just dog me freaking. My little girl's 4 and she like loves snakes and lizards and all this shit, and I just have to like pray to God that no one buys her one. I'll lose all my dad cred. Well, Tangy Man speaks the truth, but it's a sliding scale. I fell in love with this doctor. She was like brilliant and understood mathematics, and she smoked as good a weed as me. She would just take these giant fucking dabs, and I fell in love. I've been searching for my brilliant stoner girl ever since.
I've been working on I have a big master class I'm working on. It's like the 5-day person in class, and working with a farm that's in Oklahoma. And they also work with Langston University and Oklahoma University. So we'll be teaching there in May. So that's been taking up some of my time updating a lot of the stuff for the vegetable class and all that. So that's been fun. And then working on a bunch of other cool design projects for this tribe in Oklahoma that's doing a really big vegetable production and like multi-purpose. So they'll have a extra large aquaculture room that's providing field crop fertilization for a huge amount of cattle fields. So it'll be kind of like a pretty cool dual project. And then they're also, down the street, there's a cannabis grower I'm working with too, but they're good people over there working on a big project out there. So we're really looking forward to popping a bunch of, Thai genetics in Oklahoma and seeing how they do here in the heat. And
how do you suspect they'll do? That's curious.
So most of the time, Thai stuff does really good. Jamaican stuff does well, as long as it's not, triggers fast enough. You can't have something that's going to take forever to finish. You can, depending on where you are in Oklahoma, your first frost date can be anywhere from like September 15th to like November 15th, depending on where you're at. So you got to make sure that you're growing something that's going to finish in time.
Yeah, next year I'm in a crazy packed residential area of Denver right now, and I'm gonna get out to a little bit more of a breathable west side of Denver area. And definitely one of the things that I'm going to be tracking is like, can I throw some autos? Is there enough space in the backyard that I can just I've always wanted to grow outdoors, and guys like you've inspired me over the years. It's like you hear so much about the sun-grown stuff. It's like I would like to just experience. I have grown outdoors, but it was back in the ditchweed days as a kid. That don't count.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of like if you're in the lower part of the country where you can grow bigger plants a little, with an extra few weeks. It's nice to grow some of those bigger, larger plants that might be slightly less dense. But much more humid tolerant. They're not going to mold up on you the same kind of way that a lot of the newer genetics would, or some of the super indoor, ultra dense stuff that a lot of people are growing. Can be a little bit more problematic. I remember when Oklahoma when runts came out and everyone planted a whole bunch of runts and that shit just rotted because it's too humid there. You know, a lot of people were
Really?
dealing with issues with the bud density and having outdoor problems with runts big time. Just as one example. But Durban poison does anything Durban crossed kicks ass in the South.
Nate C, hear me out. Neem seed beard oil. You ever tried that, Steve?
I have not. No,
Yeah,
I've
I
heard of it
don't think
though.
so, Nate. I don't know.
No, I've seen that in Thailand. They put neem in everything.
Really? I remember the first time I ever used neem, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I tried to mix it with water. It was the biggest disaster. I'm spraying half neem, half water. I was such a freaking new. I remember that's why I have such respect for brand new growers that can get confused. I'll answer some pretty stupid questions because oh my god, I remember when I was new, the pressure was on me to go from growing 3 plants aeroponically at a friend's house to growing 180 top quality cannabis plants in Coco that had to finish, perfectly every single time. And whew, I made some dumb mistakes in the beginning.
Yeah, for sure. It can definitely be challenging until you've gotten a couple grows on your belt and kind of how to deal with some stuff. That's the fun part about you know doing consulting for vegetables and cannabis. Both you end up with a lot of different insects and different molds and just different shit you haven't seen before, so that you're like not afraid when you run into it in another grow later on. You're like, oh no, I've dealt with this before. I've dealt with something similar, and this is what works, and blah blah blah. So
That's literally it. It is just that's what attracted me to grow it, or not so much attracted to me, the money attracted me, but what kept me in it, loving it over the years and years was the puzzle aspect of it. You change an input, you pretty quickly get a result. It's you change this little thing, you're dialing in light cycles. How do you? For me, the big experimentation was drying. Back in the late '90s, early 2000s, or mid 2000s, even there was a lot of information on how to grow weed, and you could grow really good weed. It wasn't until the teens and late 2000 teens that everyone started talking about drying and curing as a topic that got as much respect. That none of my growing friends back in the day ever, they just would chop, dry it, 2 or 3 days, whatever. And we thought it was dank, but man, once I properly dried my first harvest, whoo, it sang.
nice. Yeah, no, that was definitely something that took me in. Being it, my first grow I grew in Philly got ripped off, so the plants were like a week out, and someone came and stole them. So I was pretty pissed off back when I was
Oh
a teenager.
man.
But it wasn't until my second time growing that I actually managed to smoke the shit, which really pissed me off. But it is what it is.
That's interesting. You know what I always found was an interesting correlation between stand up and high intensity growers is almost every stand up has the story of their first set went really good because if it went horrible, you probably just evolutionarily you'd weed out people that, so if you had your first set, you're more likely. I noticed a lot of people that are hardcore grow, they all had a good story as far as their first grow. So I think you're one of the first people that had a real nightmarish first story. So I'm glad, glad you stuck in, man. Jeez, that sucks.
Yeah, I mean it happens. It's like I don't know, you get ripped once in a while back in the day. So I wasn't growing it in a discreet enough spot, so that was my fault.
Right. Yeah, I definitely I'm not guilty of ripping people's plants, but definitely if, whether it was ditchweed or whatever, I would have, so I'm not hating on people that did it, but shame on you. Just go find someone.
I will also say too, though, having where I first started growing weed was in the pet trade. There's a lot of pet stores that have grow rooms or had grow rooms, or the money was flowing through the pet store back in the day.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
so
It's one of
it
the
was.
things that in the last year, I'm going to be as vague as I possibly can with this next story. I haven't said this on Jug Dealers. I haven't said this on Dude Grows. Only on my own channel would I dabble in. So I've been getting let into a lot of like, backroom conversations with a lot of high level individuals in this world. And one of the things that's shocked me the most is how much dispensaries have an A grow space and a B grow space that's illegal. And like they'll like cases will get like shipped to like places that's like, oh, this is like some like, pet store or like just something stupid. But it turns out it's actually a giant illegal grow that's owned by some of the biggest like ganja manufacturers in the world. So like literally like 500 lighters will have a 100 lighter, and then if a crop goes sideways over here, well, maybe this runs came from here, maybe this runs came from here, we don't know. How much shadiness is still going on. I like it. It reminds me, I'm clean, so I just like to, I like that people are out there keeping it raw.
Yeah, no, I mean, I used to do aquarium maintenance and we delivered more than just fish food, I'll put it that way.
That's so awesome. Yeah, so that, I mean, it sounds like you go OG. I didn't know really your whole story as far as like even before. So it sounds like you go fishes before weed, probably, right? Sounds like you're OG aquariums.
Yeah, but those are one and the same. Like, so for instance, like a lot of pet stores will give you, if you're working there as a retail person, at least mom and pops, anyways, back in the day would give you, okay, if you sold $5,000 or $6,000, they would give you 5% of that as like a bonus, and then 5% of what you sold past that. So you're not gonna like, it's not really, it's hard to do that if you're just selling fish, right? But if you're selling like light kits, and
Right.
1,000 watt lights for your reef tank, and the ventilation for those lights for your reef tank so the water doesn't get hot. It's a place that people could go back in the day, back before legalization, and buy grow lights without having to worry about the cops following them home from the hydro store. Right? Because
That's
the cops would sit in
hilarious.
front of the hydro store, but the cops ain't looking at the reef because they can see there's a display with one on a reef tank in the front of the shop, usually a big display tank that has 1,000 watt or 2,000 watt lights on it, so that they can like bullshit justify why they're selling all these fucking lights and fixtures and like, concentrated grow nutrients for your planted aquarium and all that shit, when they know damn well that it's for fucking weed. At least it used to be back in the day. So that was like how I used to make my extra bonuses and shit when I was working in the pet trade when I was a teenager.
I went on a
But one of the
date with
places,
this. Oh no, keep
one of the
going.
places straight up had a grow room underneath of it. So, and that's where I first got into it. And then I met a gentleman who worked for the post office, and I'll leave his name blank because I don't know if he still works for the post office. But when I was working in the Army post office, I used to be a contractor in the Army post office a long time ago, believe it or not. And yeah, so I ended up meeting him through there, and he taught me like how to grow. That was the first time I ever started growing like hundreds of plants at a time. And then there was another facility that we had access to that was an agricultural grow that I was like in a greenhouse complex that was just in the middle and had really good air ventilation. And we were growing, in a greenhouse style on the East Coast way back in the day. And then had a chance to go work out in Colorado in 2010 and went out there to grow weed with some friends, and then ended up working for a company in Boulder there for a bit. And then the floods happened. I don't know if you remember I don't know if you're out in Colorado for the floods that fucking destroyed everything up in Boulder area. But the floods could cut Longmont into like 3 islands, which was insane because it's
Wow.
6,000 feet up, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
So
that's
that
the
was like,
last thing I'd expect.
yeah, it would take you like 2.5 hours to get from Longmont to Boulder, to give you an idea of like how bad the roads were
What year was
after
that?
2011, 2012, whenever that was.
Yeah,
And then
wow. I got here just after.
started working the aquaponics source, doing the research and development on that, where we had a whole research lab, which was super cool. We had 3 separate systems that we could test side by side stuff in at the shop, and then we had a whole greenhouse that was 50 by 30 by 18. And we had that set up with like a bunch of different grow setups and like a bunch of different methods for planting and a bunch of like a couple smaller side systems to fuck with the chemistry so we could figure out how to dial it in. And it took us 4 or 5 rounds to to get it dialed in. And after that, we kind of settled on using dual root zone with the soil layer. So having a shallow soil layer, so you can have your mycorrhizal fungi and all your soil bacteria and stuff to stimulate that plant's immune system to get those terpenes, right? So you can kind of double stack the terpene levels with the aquatic microbes and the terrestrial microbes, triggering those genes that, you know, activate the terpene production. So once we settled on that, we were growing banging tomatoes and peppers that were spicier than like anything that we had in any of our controls, and cannabis that was finally, you know, on par with all of our controls or better. So then after that, we put that together and started promoting that and educating people on that way back in, I think the first class was in 2013 and 2014 that we started teaching people about that and what we were doing. And then the first facility opened in 2013 or 14, around the same time. It was a couple months after we started teaching. I forget what the date was. First opened in Colorado there for a bit, so that was really cool to kind of see. And now there's huge facilities. There's all over. There's even one up in Canada doing salmon, like large scale salmon production as well now with their cannabis. So it's really cool. And set up a big one in Thailand last year, and did a bunch of had a really giant one that we were working on in Zimbabwe before the virus broke out, and I had to decide if I wanted to ride it out over there or not, because they were going to stop flights from Southern Africa. So I decided to come back and not stay there. So that was fun. But
fuck, world traveler, man. Holy shit. I fucking it's so funny being born in Midwest United States. All my friends look at me like I'm like crazy. Like, you moved to Denver. What an adventurer. It's like, dude, I meet people every day. Like, between you and Adam Dunn and folks like that, it's just like, y'all have lived everywhere. It's intimidating.
it's fun.
You've had to
kind
find
of just have to figure out
the amount of
how to
times you.
source your. The hardest part is like, okay, I have like a template spreadsheet that's like, okay, here's my like bio controls I need, and here's the like fungal controls or seed plugs or whatever, the different shit I need to like run a grow. And then I can like go through and find all that shit either at a local market or like online or whatever. But this way it like streamlines that whole process of like, hey, we have to figure out all of our supplies now, because that's like the hardest part of getting there. And just figuring out what your local bugs are and like trying to map that out as best you can.
I can't even
If
imagine.
anyone ever is growing in Thailand, check out there's a really awesome insect museum in Chiang Mai that has a whole section of all the different pest insects that plague the country, which is super cool.
Wow. Is there like a documentation of that somewhere?
Yeah, they have a whole. It's really cool. They have displays of the like taxidermied insects, so you can be like, "Here's all the ones that attack this crop. Here's the ones that attack this crop," and then you can like just see them, so you know what the fuck they look like.
Is it online somewhere? Can people go check that out?
Oh, I don't know. It might be. It's in Chiang Mai. It's a insect museum. It may or may not be online. I'd have to check it out. I think I posted pictures from it on my Instagram.
Yeah, check out Steve's Instagram. Definitely. He's doing all sorts of crazy stuff, which you'd never think from a guy that's like, oh, I'm doing this. People might look at you like you're like an old, like timey, like, oh, I like the old timey stuff. Meanwhile, this motherfucker's making AI cannabis apps and all sorts of like. Steve might be one of the most futuristic back in the day sort of characters I've ever met. You're a unique character. What made you want to get into the AI space?
The AI thing was just kind of trying to. So I started originally the Open Nutrient Project to kind of basically make KNF and natural farming practices a lot better for nutrient production, right? So because when I went to Africa and Zimbabwe, farmers were spending like 80-90% of their income on fucking Syngenta. Syngenta was like the only supplier of nutrients in the entire fucking country, and I have pictures of it and everything at the hardware stores and stuff. But the government gives out seeds and all. You can get like an allotment of seeds. Thailand's like this too, where you can get an allotment of seeds and bacteria and microbes and pest control, like beneficial fungi and stuff like that, like Bavaria bassiana kind of stuff from the government. And like depending on the size of your property, you can get, and then the people there, you can get so many packets for free, and they come in like little pre-made kind of like lunchbox kind of things with little baggies in them. Anyways, so I realized that like if they had tons and tons of land and lots of different types of plants there, right? So if you could just figure out the FPJs and the jadams and the like different liquid preparations, you could fertilize these whole farms using just like the brush that's there. They have the biomass and the nutrients already there. They just have to be converted, and then they wouldn't have to buy all this shit. So I was working with a couple of guys there in Harare on a couple of different projects to grow different types of things and got it kind of dialed in. So they've been teaching that over there, and it's all translated into Shona, which is really cool. Shona is an interesting language. It's like pretty pronounceable, and if you look the British when they took over Zimbabwe for a while, they kicked them out. They phonetically it's all English letters, so like you can read it and like fumble it close enough because that's the way that they did the pronunciation for it, using English letters to try and make the phonetic sounds. So it's like one of the easier to learn African languages because you can like learn to read it pretty quickly because it uses the English alphabet for the
Wow.
so it's just like it was one of the easier but weirder languages I've ever had to learn at least a little bit of. But the word for weed there is mbanji, which is a pretty cool word to say. Yeah.
That is a fucking cool word.
But so anyways, so with that in mind, there was a
Mbunji.
guy in Vietnam. His name is Quan Con Pham. He's on episode 251, I think, of my podcast. Growing with Fishes. If you haven't checked it out, check it out. It's on all platforms and YouTube, and I'm working on getting all the episodes up on Rumble and a couple of other places now. I'm trying to get less on just YouTube so that because YouTube is just getting ridiculous.
One nice thing, Rumble will integrate so you can, if you upload to YouTube, you can automatically, it siphons off. Like I have Dude Grows, so every time I upload to YouTube, it just automatically uploads to Rumble and at least cuts down one of your uploads,
Yeah, it was broken for a while. Hopefully they fixed it recently. Because I thought it was doing that to mine for a while and it stopped working. But
I'm a YouTube man. Even Spotify, like we do Spotify. Fuck, I can't figure out Spotify. Nuggy asks how my garden's looking. For everyone that's been curious about mine, the emergency, I got a cuts of emergency from JR Token, and oh my god, they are so freaking frosty that I have fan leaves that like the whole petiole and the entire fan leaf is covered in trikes. It's ridiculous. So I'm having Hot Rod's head stash wash it. It's done 420 week, if you can believe that. I'm going to trim on like the 16th, and then it'll be all washed and pressed by 420. So shout out to Hot Rod. Thanks, brother. I'm excited. This is going to be my first harvest that I've ever washed the whole thing. I've never been so ballsy.
Nice. That's cool. Yeah, we have a nice stainless steel set here for that. Pretty large, like 30 gallon, something like that, 20, 30 gallons. They're nice.
What is concentrate culture like in all those other places like Thailand and stuff? Have they caught up to what we're doing in the West, or is it lagging behind with the classical hashes?
So Thailand, at least in the shops, above counter, like hash is illegal. So you can't like walk around and talk about it, or like, you got to be at least a little bit mindful of it because it's considered like a refined drug still over there. But they do have like a rosin scene, and they do have like you can get hash. You can get charas too once in a while. Like 2 or 3 times I was able to get a hold of some like proper charas, which is really nice. It's one of my favorite things to smoke. Or if you're in Jamaica, they call it gum. It's like a hand live hash. Yeah.
Shawnee Mac asks if I'm going to enter in the cup. I'm not, because as of right now, there's no concentrate categories. So I'll have no flower to enter. Although this emergency, man, it's so good that I probably would, although it's not going to yield very much. It's a Hot Rod said it's like a 3 or 4% squisher or washer rather. Yeah. Are you going to be in for the cup, Steve?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and make it. I gotta double check 1 or 2 things when I'm planning on being there. So
yeah, I had heard we were talking about like what to do for the VIP night. Do we have stand up? Do we have music? And I don't think they trust me over there yet. Like literally some of my friends, like you know who like Stroop is and Sam Talent and all these guys. Like some of my friends are the biggest comedians in the world. Like literally, have you ever seen Zach Moss in Denver? Did you ever come across him when you were here?
Well, the name rings a bell, but I don't remember it in particular.
This absolute just crusher down at Comedy Works. He's got long, beautiful hair. He looks like Jesus, big old beard, just talks about smoking weed. He's so fucking funny. And I was gonna get him to headline for the cup, and I don't know. They don't I don't it's funny. Scott always goes to clubs and he tries to test them. Like he'll ask the comedians in Fort Collins, be like, do you know who Josh Grambo is? And so far, every single one has known me, and it feels good that like he'll be like, hey, I asked this guy Wes, and I go, Wes Williams, that's one of my closest friends. Tell him what's up. I saw this girl Georgia. It's like Georgia Comstock. Oh, that's Nick Dean's girlfriend. I love them. Like it's so yeah, no stand up at the DGC Cup. I don't think anyway. But anyway. TM, message them and let them know. You know, we can knock off 5 minutes.
I guess they have to worry about people getting offended too with all that shit. I'm trying to be.
Yeah. Well, see, for me, I've been doing it long enough that I have my like set, and then I have my clean set. You know, so if I needed to do 10 minutes clean, I have. And clean is a relative word. And I like.
Yeah, I don't have a family friendly set for sure.
I have a bit where I say the word pussy like 14 times in 3 minutes. You know, I don't know. Let's talk about, I gotta say, how do you talk about eating pussy without saying pussy? Like one of people's favorite jokes is if you don't eat a woman's pussy, you're an asshole. And if you eat a woman's asshole, you're a pussy.
Yeah, I remember the first time I invited like my coworkers and stuff from where I was working at in Colorado there. One of my coworkers was like super evangelical and all that, and I was like, okay, well, I'll just like make sure my set's gonna like not totally piss off the guy I have to work with every day, right? So I like removed a couple jokes that I was gonna say. So the guy before me's closer was about like Jesus getting fucked to death by a horse, and it was like, well, all the hard work I did just went out the window. It was really funny.
I had a set in Fort Collins, like way back in the day, and I was nervous that I was too blue, as they say. And then, yeah, the host of the show goes up and has some like, you know, fornicating corpses joke, and I was like, I'll be fine. So gross. Comedians. You know, one of my favorite stories about comedy and weed is I was smoking a bowl outside of an open mic, and it tasted really good. It tasted like some like old school Tangy. And I was like, oh, I like that. That's like some vintage genetics. Like, where'd you get that? And as a comic, I'm very like, you know, competitive and jealous. And so for sure, I think I'm the best guitar player comedian in Denver. I can play the guitar the best, and I'm definitely the best grower comedian for sure. There's no way. I smoked this. He goes, yeah, a comedian in Boulder grew it. And I was like, what? So cut to like 6 months later, I'm in Boulder doing a show and we're smoking weed outside. And I go, what do you motherfuckers grew this? Who was it? And this guy's like, it was me. And I was like, I know who you are. Your name's Matt, right? And he's like, yeah. I was like, I've heard of you through growing. And he was kind of hurt that I didn't know who he was as a stand-up, but I did know who he was as a grower.
That's funny.
Yeah, so make sure you grow the dank. It can be your calling card. I knew who he was, you know. Hey, what up, man? I know you. Good weed.
Yeah, that's a good. At least you're known for something dank, right? Either way.
As Jaron likes to say, I like his way he always puts it. He's like, my weed is my business card, you know. So I make sure that it sings.
So the guy I was talking about from Vietnam, he was doing a bunch of experiments with doing plant ferments, using liquid IMO and fermenting plant material, and then testing the parts per million of those. So he started mapping that out, and then there's another gentleman named Nigel Palmer who also maps out the parts per million for Korean natural farming inputs, slightly customized. But you can go to his website and he has a bunch of those posts posted publicly. So we started mapping out those, and then combining them, using training an AI on that, along with thousands and thousands of plants with their known nutrient values, so that it kind of simplifies it. So you don't have to like sift through all the plant species based on the ones that are near you. You can just ask the damn thing, what you need help with, and it'll give you a custom nutrient formulation based on plants in your local area. And you can pick invasive or
And
regular.
it works. I live in a weird place where I found like a male black widow, and I was like, oh shit, like fucking, I gotta keep my eye out for weird bugs. And so then I saw a weird bug one time. I didn't know what the hell it was. I couldn't figure it out. So I downloaded some brand new bug AI identification app. Dude, sure shit. It fucking found exactly what it was. And it was just some benign nothing bug I didn't need to worry about. So I was like, man, like it works very well with bugs. There's no reason that it can't work on everything cannabis. It knows every single vein, every single little cell of the leaf. The more HD the picture, the more like it's gonna know everything. I don't know. It's gonna make growing not easier to grow, but easier to no more like dead ends and hurdles and like what the hell is this? Asking 1,000 people. It'll knock out a lot of the bullshit.
One of my favorite apps for figuring out what the hell the insects are that are attacking the local crops is iNaturalist. iNaturalist is the shit, and it's basically used worldwide now. So that's a really good resource if people haven't used that before. You can look up any insect or plant or fungus or mushroom or whatever it is that you're looking around for in the forest. That pretty much knows everything.
Interesting. So I have a question that's been rattling around in my head, and it's one of those like stupid questions that I feel stupid even like letting it in my head. But then I made the decision. I was like, you know what? Like I imagine because there's a lot of stupid people, and maybe I'll be surprised. Like so, I'm a boring cocoa grower, right? Like even right now, I'm as boring as a human can be. I'm using Scott's Grow Dots, so like literally, like I'm doing nothing. So I just got my 5x5 sent up, and so I've grown grow dots for a couple runs. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna run some new millennials since I'm working with the Jug Dealers guys in 5.8, and I'm gonna start running the whole new mill line for this next thing. And I'm gonna hand water and cocoa and everything, just kind of go back to my roots. As far as like all of your natural farming techniques, like is there anything that translates to cocoa? Is there anything that I should be considering? Like, is there any bleed over in that Venn diagram between like, boring cocoa growing and this high speed K and F stuff you do? Is there any middle ground? Is there anything I can do to my cocoa to spice it up?
Yeah, I mean, you could use all those same methods. It's going to give you liquid plant foods that are just plant-based instead of, from those salts blends. So,
Just more
that's the only difference.
bioavailable as it goes in, not needing
Yeah,
as much microbes to chew your food before it goes in.
yeah, and it's something else too. It's going to be like a slow time, a little bit of a time release as well. It's not going to be like an instant like a salt would be. It's going to be, you know, 50-60% of it with a little bit of, or 60-80% of it, depending on what it is, with a little bit, the next week or two after that. So it's a little bit more available at that higher level. But also
Because I've
too,
been, I've
again, you're
been
looking at different forms of the microbes or nutrients as well that are much more plant available. Like nitrates instead of ammonia, for instance. The plants will really uptake the nitrates a little bit more, but they do have to use more molybdenum to convert it back. So you do have to mine like molybdenum a little bit more with aquatic-based hydro or soil, or cocoa would be almost kind of like a hydro type setup. So you'd want to make sure you add a little extra molybdenum with like sodium molybdenate or something like that to be on the safe side. Or from a plant-based one, like stinging nettle is a really good one. That's a really good puller of trace minerals. It usually has trace measurable amounts of molybdenum in it, for instance.
That's cool. Yeah, there's not a lot of like trace and micro products out there. Like, and anyone that's a real head knows that micronutrition, that's where a lot of that flavor hides.
Well, you can actually get them. I work with True Aquaponics. We have a whole salt line. If people are just looking for that are fish safe, that are all tested for heavy metals as well, that are not going to test you hot if you do that. So you can check that out over there. We do have a micronutrient blend just for soil and or hydro and aquaponics over there.
Nice. So yeah, I want to start doing some more like weird stuff, but because I want to make sure that I stay in my comfort zone, I'm not I'm still sticking in cocoa, but I want to start, cocoa is such a a well-known thing, but hanging out with Scott over all these years, it just made me realize that like actually like there's a lot of like room to grow inside the cocoa. So anytime I get a chance to talk with someone like you, that's, you know, you're definitely not in my boring ecosystem of just like, oh, here's just some can of cocoa and some A and B, you know, it's like, what can we do to make cocoa better? Because I really believe in it as like everyone likes to love their plants to death, you know, so that overwatering problem and all that sort of, and then the anti-hydrophobia of like peat and stuff. Like I did a question on Instagram where I asked people like for like their thoughts on cocoa, tips and tricks on cocoa. It's kind of amazed how many people that grow in soil had my opinion. Like as a cocoa grower, I'm scared to grow in soil. Seems hard. Seems like I'll screw it up. I couldn't believe how many soil growers like, cocoa seems hard. That
Yeah, I
blew my
mean,
mind.
I've definitely traditionally had more problems with cocoa in general, with cocoa-based systems than I had with soil-based systems, and I just attribute that to
Really?
the microbe diversity. Like they have less fungi growing on because the cocoa is like it's a little bit harder for them to get established. So you have
Okay.
like less fungal metabolites to trigger those genes in the plant to be fungal defensive, right? So it's not it's not turning on those genes as hard and for its powdery mildew or its botrytis or fusarium genes that to help resist, for ones that are natural resistance. That's why I like living soil the best, or aquaponics, which is basically both. But
Wow.
Yeah, but that's kind of the way I look at it. But if you're something to add to cocoa, I would just say liquid IMO. If you could get your liquid IMO on there and get some microbial diversity that's gonna survive and thrive on there, it's gonna help you like solve that problem. So
Liquid
that's what I would
IMO,
recommend.
huh? Here,
Yeah.
let me Google that because that's I haven't heard of that, and I've been looking for. You're the first person I keep. Everyone is just like, oh, just use recharge. It's like, yeah, I'm aware of recharge. What besides recharge can I use?
Well,
Liquid
you can use
IMO.
recharge. So they're going to provide different microbial communities, so they'll be complementary. Actually, there's no overlap in terms of species, really.
Well, and I'm not saying not to, but people telling me to use recharge is like telling a chicken to lay eggs. It's like I'm
Oh
well
yeah.
aware of it. I'm literally when I come home from work each day, my pants are have recharge dust. You know, I could wring my laundry out and get probably enough to feed a 5 gallon every day. My computer is so full of fucking recharge. My GPU has recharge on it. I'm well aware of recharge.
Nice and sticky
So
and black.
yeah, it looks like gunpowder. People always like think it's gunpowder or something.
It does look like gunpowder.
Yeah, well, he filled shotgun shells with it back in the day. The fucking nutter.
Forgot about that. Any of the issue
Yeah,
with like mailing them or an airport or something? I remember having a whole ordeal with this.
hilarious. Yeah, God bless. One of the downsides of like nowadays can be considered the high C era of Scotty, where he has like a manager. You know, the good side of that is like he's very on top of it, and Real Growers is doing better than it ever has. The downside of it, we're not likely to get claw machines or shotgun shells anytime soon. You know, spending 10 grand on parodies probably isn't on the front of his ideas right now.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could find a picture of it. Did I
Joseph,
notice?
build my own mix. If you're referring to like nutrients, I'm out of my game. I'm a jug dealer. Buy new millennium. If you want jugs, you know where to get them. If you want other stuff, go watch the
Hey,
whatever.
Grambo's jugs.
You know, I'm pretty out of shape, bro. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Oh
I'm so
man, I
fat
can't
right
seem to
now.
find a picture of those. I remember him having those gun shells though. I can't
Yeah.
find a picture.
They probably stripped it down. So yeah, funnily enough, when I Google it, one of the first things that comes up is how to do liquid IMO with Chris Trump. What an unfortunate name. We had Chris Trump on the panel show one day, and I was joking. I was like, can I make the title say like Trump appears on Dude Grow Show? Like, come on, let's do it.
Right? Trump. Chris Trump. Let's do it like
Ah,
James
Chris
Bond
Trump.
style intro.
So yeah, so if you
No,
guys are
Chris is a good
curious
friend
on
of mine.
that, Yeah, check out because it's got 122,000 views. So a lot of homies have already seen it. Looks like a good video. I am bookmarking it and I'm gonna watch it a little bit later.
Yep. Basically, you just want to cook rice till it's about 85% cooked. Get a nice kind of open weave basket. I find baskets work better than boxes. Some people find boxes work better than baskets, but I think baskets are easier personally. So you put your rice after you drain it, after it's most of the way cooked, you put it in your basket. You put a screen on top, and then you put it out into the forest with a little rain cover on it so it doesn't get rain on the rice. And then in an area that doesn't get disturbed or has like a more established forested area of your property, and you're going to grow those native fungi and other forest floor microbes on that rice. So you can also look around in your leaf litter and find some stuff that clearly has mycelium on it, like um, leaves or sticks or whatever. Take a couple of those, toss them in, or even put them on top of the green. The spores will drop down onto the rice, and then you can get your nice clean batch of healthy forest microbes that you can then cut 50% with sugar. So you weigh it out and say if it weighs 500 grams, you're going to weigh 500 grams of sugar and mix it together. Now it's shelf stable, so that's good for like 3 or 4 years. And then you can either
So it
brew
just
that up.
lives off of the sugar. Wow.
So the sugar causes osmotic pressure to crash. So like the sugar like locks out the oxygen, so the microbes kind of go into this like spore state where they're like in
Oh, it's a
suspended animation.
dormancy.
Yeah. So
Wow.
then you can scoop it out and then brew it up in a brew tank, or you can take it and mix it with like a carbohydrate and some soil and IMO3, and then take it to an IMO4. There's a couple steps. Check out Chris Trump's thing. It'll take me forever to explain and whatever, but he has the exact steps on all there. If you want to do it yourself all the way to 4, and then you can take that and then brew that into a liquid form and use that.
Nice.
It takes a couple days to make, but it's totally worth it. I have a different version that saved my ass when I was in Zimbabwe and Thailand, where we take, say I'm going to make a kilogram of that rice. Instead of using a kilogram of rice, I'm going to use 700 grams of rice to 300 grams of insect frass or insect parts or local insects. You can make a water trap really easy. Put a light bulb right above a bucket of water, and the insects will collect in there pretty quickly. It's a great way to like collect fish feed or bait. Even if you want to go fishing the next day, you can leave that out the night before and have a bunch of free bait for fishing. It's just like
See, as I hear you talk, right off the bat, like as far as stand-up comedy goes, like if I just can't my comedy like advice brain is just back here. I was like, motherfucker. Like if I was in an open mic and we are smoking a bowl right now, I would just stop you and go, motherfucker, this is what you need to be talking about on stage. How the fuck you know how to have bait? Oh, if you need bait when you're in time. I remember the time I was in the amount of things that you just aren't thinking of that are insane and hilarious. I mean, dude, just as you're talking, I'm like, I'm coming up with a million like Thailand jokes in my head just thinking about it. Holy shit. You making me realize I gotta travel. Scott was goating me into going to Costa Rica with him in a little bit, and I have a kid and a bunch of stuff going on. I wasn't sure I had the time, but god damn it, you're making me feel like I should go. I've never been. I gotta get out of America for a little bit.
So you cook your 300 grams of insect parts and then your 700 grams of rice together until the rice is about 85% full. And what it does is it gets all those enzymes and bug juice and shit into the rice, and then you put that out for 5 days and collect the fungi that feed on the insects. So now you're getting stuff that likes to feed on insect exoskeletons, the fungi, and you're getting the instant chitinase because that fungi is breaking it down. So you're getting both the parasite, the fungal parasite against insects, and you're getting the increased SAR response on the plant to defend itself more against insects because chitinase triggers those genes in the plant to produce more resistance to insects and compounds that help fight them. So you apply that to the plants, and that will nuke the crap out of things like grasshoppers, leaf hoppers, thrips, like a lot of the stuff that can be pretty tricky to treat. That's really been it saved my ass in Zimbabwe because when COVID happened, the borders shut and you couldn't buy anything. And they have like paraquat and shit at the hardware store. Like I can't use any of that. I'm gonna smoke it, right? We can't use any of shit. So we were bringing in like proper biocontrols from South Africa, because you can get all that shit from South Africa or Kenya and Africa and get the same shit you get in the States for Bavaria Bastiana and, you know, other or semi-organic kind of practices. So we started using that against the grasshoppers because we're fucking up our plants really bad. And as soon as we started using that, within 2 weeks, like you could find maybe a dozen grasshoppers in the field that flew in within a day or two, but all the rest of them would get covered in this white fungi that were like cotton like was rolled around them or something, and they were just getting infected by the fungi that we collected in the forest, and it just nuked the shit out of them. But I've used that against blister beetles, which fuck up livestock in Colorado and Oklahoma. We've used it against Japanese beetles. We've used it against thrips and leafhoppers. It's a really good make your own biocontrol, and you can drink the stuff. Like whenever I teach it the workshop style, you can drink it, and it works awesome.
Nice. Yeah, I was just I forgot. You know, it's funny, like I run everybody else's like streams and content, and I'm Johnny like on the spot with stuff. And then as I'm looking at mine, I was like, it's like, oh, I don't even remember how to like run this shit. It was like, oh, I just clicked the button and then the liquid IMO came up. I forgot. It's so funny at the bakery. I don't know. I'm just as high as I am now, but I don't know. I feel more professional. Holy shit. So yeah, we've talked for about an hour, Steve. So can I introduce you to a good friend of mine? This is as a special individual just popped in. So through the Jug Dealer crew, I get to meet a former NFL player, awesome freaking grower, first round draft pick. He's a new friend in my life, and I'm always excited to introduce. So PotentPonic Steve, meet Eugene Green Monroe, man.
Hey,
Steve, what's good? Grambo, thanks for having me. What's up, man? How's it going?
Yeah, thanks for. It's going good, man. You came right at the hour mark. I didn't know if it was too long. Usually around an hour, people start dropping off, so it's good to bring in some new blood and hang out. So one of the things I definitely wanted to ask you was about this catfish cross that just came in.
It's re-vegging not too far away from me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
are you
yeah.
mobile?
So
Do you
we
have ability to
still
show stuff?
I don't, but before we're done, I'll hop off, switch to my phone, and then I'll give you a peek at it. But yeah, it's got, you know, some real stems coming out of those buds now, so it's starting to do its thing. Some of the got some 3-leaf sets starting too, some rigid leaves going on, so it's coming on strong, and it's only been a month. It's been a quick re-veg.
Nice.
Yeah.
For people that didn't see my video on the 5 strains video for 2024, oh my man drinking that Royal Crown. So if you didn't see the Jug Dealers we were talking about it, or my video, like Gabe got this crazy catfish cross strain that no one really even knew what it was called or where it was from, and it was one of the most unique genetic specimens that a lot of respected growers had ever came across. So it was
It's
fallen upon
foul.
you.
It's
You flowered
nasty.
it. It was so rank. Apparently, you found out of even the rankest, you found the rank. So he started re-vegging it to try to make sure that the progeny was not lost to history.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't clip any cuts off of it. I just sent it in flour, but it was too good. You know, it looked good. It was smelling just offensive. You know, like there's the funk that you like, and then there's the funk that makes you turn your head like, wait a minute, like what is this? And that's everybody's reaction when they get a little whiff of it. So yeah, I think it's special. If anything, I'm hoping we can get some of that stank to come out of it when we breed it. So yeah, I'm just glad this re-veg is going well. It's my first re-veg too. So, you know, I haven't successfully done this, but this one's going pretty well.
Nice.
Yeah.
What's something have you ever grown with any sort of like, are you usually a jug sort of guy? Have you ever grown any natural farming sort of stuff?
Yeah, I've grown a lot of ways. I've built living soil. It's still my favorite way to grow, although I nail my cocoa gardens a bit tighter. Um, but I'm still learning the soil game. But yeah, I've grown cocoa, rock wool, deep water culture, which I fried that garden, but I tried it. Yeah,
the
it wasn't my best.
DWC.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it was a bad move. But some people have success with it. I just didn't. But I was a super rookie grower at the time too. But I
Have you
prefer
ever?
Coco.
I can't imagine. Have you ever done DWC, Steve?
Oh yeah, we have a lot of aquaponic cannabis facilities. They convert from lettuce facilities, so they already have the infrastructure built. So they just change the
Oh,
crop on it, and you
yeah.
just
No shit. What am I asking? Once again, like
yeah.
that's a hop, skip, and a jump for you. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I consider you like as just an organic, like so far away from all these high speed things, but it's even the organic and the salt stuff. It's all interlaced, right?
Oh yeah, and same thing too. Like I've done a lot of hydro grows consulting or soil, regular drip line or whatever. It's one half dozen on the other. If you can do the living soil and the aquaponics and the hydro, it's not that much different than it's just
This is
nutrients and
interesting.
dialing it in.
Grambo, very interesting because you asked Steve a question in this round, and I was on the phone with Bo and Gabe, just trying to understand
That's
when
the
you
crew
build.
from 5'8". Bo is the head jug dealer over there.
Yeah, so I've definitely used the new mill additives in my soil, like the Ruby, um, and so I was just asking, like, how do they think the soil will respond to using jugs? Because I know I've read some things just on how you can disturb the microbial activity if use certain forms of nitrogen in the soil. So I actually had a successful garden using it, but I didn't test the soil's microbial activity to see whether or not it diminished. But since we had Steve here, and you seem perfect to have info on this, just understanding whether or not the typical like forms of nitrogen in these jugs, uh, whether or not it's okay to use them in your soil, if and when you would, if it is okay, like in what scenario, right? If you have a deficiency, maybe a bottle helps correct that issue quicker, but then are you depleting, all this great bacteria or microbiology you've built? How does that work?
So it just depends on what levels, right? So a lot of times what they're referring to is people just hitting it really hard with bloom booster, which is usually monopotassium phosphate, and the high phosphate levels just fries the shit out of your fungi. Like your mycorrhizae and stuff will just get obliterated by the high phosphate is
Yeah.
one of the big issues. But like for instance, with most of the aquaponics facilities I'm working with now, we're dosing some levels of salts. We're dosing them really low levels, but we're just adjusting what the microbes are not providing, right? So we're dosing maybe 3 parts per million or 5 parts per million or 7 parts per million in a dose. We're not doing huge doses hardly ever because the microbes are providing 85-90% of the nutrients. Same thing with living soil, right? Like if you just baby living soil a little bit, you can boost those yields a little bit more and kind of grow synganic, where you're growing organically with microbes, but you're just kind of boosting that availability and keeping them working at maximum capacity. But just a matter of not overdoing it and not getting too heavy-handed with it. But if you dosed it really heavily, then yeah, I mean, it's probably going to have a reduced microbial amount. If you cut that 50-50 with some regular soil, hit it with some microbes, like an IMO or even a recharge or some of the other soil conditioner microbial blends, it'll be ready to go pretty quickly. I don't think it's as bad as what they say. I know, Dr. Lane Ingham always talked pretty heavily about phosphorus killing microbes, and I just haven't seen that under the microscope. As long as you're not completely overdosing it, I think if you're blasting it with bloom booster, yeah, you're definitely nuking it. But if you're dosing it like quarter, half dose, or even 3/4 dose of what a lot of these nutrients are, they're not dosing super high amounts. There's a really good guy. It's like Brian or Brain 420 or Brain 420 something on Instagram. He has a really cool a dosing chart table, and has all the nutrient ppms per dose for all of the different major commercial nutrients that are in one place. And if you look at the actual mineral ppms, a lot of them aren't that high in an individual dose. It's just, you have to make sure those plants are large enough to be blowing through those nutrients and they're not just building up in the soil. I think that's where, hey, if you're running drain to waste with cocoa, you're not getting a lot of residuals staying in that cocoa. You know what I mean? It's mostly getting flushed out, so you don't have to worry about it quite as much. But it's not there too. So if it burns through it, it's going to instantly show a deficiency because it doesn't have it available to it. So that's where
if you're adding salts to your soil, are you then concerned with like backing up and building up that salt content if you're not also like getting any runoff in that soil, right? So you don't want to wash out your biology, but you don't want to back up your salts.
Yeah. So again, it just matters of if the soil is pretty high in those nutrients, then the plant's going to be happy, and you're not going to have to feed it as heavily, right? If you can get that nice combo of the microbials, for instance, if you look at the recommended parts per million you need to grow aquaponic cannabis or lettuce or anything else, a lot of those levels are much lower. We're running around 28 to 35 parts per million phosphorus, running 50 to 75 parts per million potassium, maybe a little bit higher in some strains that really want to be heavier fed. Whereas in hydroponics, for instance, for potassium, you're going to run around 200 to 300 parts per million to get the same yield results. So if you have those microbes, they're making it instantly bioavailable. You don't have to run the same super high parts per million, so that you have more of a buffer range before it's a problem with the living soil.
God damn, this man dropping science.
Yeah. You're muted there, bud.
Oh no, I was just saying, just a thank you to Steve, man. I saw you were in here. That question's been burning on my mind. Again, Grambo, I asked Bo about it, and I experimented with it too, right? So I'm asking a question, but I'm also just like taking a couple pots and trying this out. So yeah, I just appreciate you sharing that knowledge, man. It's been fun to learn about you and your history and just how active you are in the industry. This has been dope. Appreciate
For
it.
those that don't know, Gene is one of the he is in this community. Like, people haven't found out about him yet. That's why I'm so stoked to get you on here. The more I can spread you and Gabe specifically, like no one gives you guys enough love yet. And I'm on the personal mission to change that, because goddamn. So I appreciate you being here. What do you use for microbes? Like, you're out there growing in that cocoa, fearing about your microbes. What are you using for microbes? How
You
do you like
mentioned
to
one of them.
inoculate?
I do use recharge in terms of inoculating. Typically, drop my clone into the cocoa with the granular myco. I like that. And sometimes I'll also run the wettable mycos just in like the last of my tank and feed it out. But I do like to throw the recharge in there. There was a point where I was also using compost teas weekly in my cocoa to help maintain and establish that biology. But yeah, just as of late, it's been the mycos, the recharge, and fish shit that I've been enjoying using as well.
That product has really come to life in the last year and a half. Like, it's been around forever. Man, people have really taken a shine to it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you think
no,
about that, Steve? That's Steve's ecosystem. Is that a good product? Like I
Yeah,
always
so
think of you. Every time I see that bottle, I literally think of you. So it's funny that he brings it up.
there's a really cool study the Aquaponics Association put out back in, I forget, 2019, 2017, 18, whatever, about the microbial biodiversity of aquaponic systems, where they were talking about how uh, when they did this assay and they DNA sequenced all the different systems across 40 or 50 commercial systems, and then they compared a bunch of organic soil systems, the biodiversity in the aquaponic systems on average is 168% more diverse in terms of total species for mineralization of plant essential nutrients. So it makes total sense that bottling up the fish waste in a liquid form, that's, they've figured out how to stabilize in some way. I haven't quite talked to them about that, but they've been on my show way back in when they first started 6 or 7 years
Oh,
ago.
wow.
But the guy's really cool. The head dude over there is really nice. I met him a couple times. But having that kind of diversity that's going to then go into your soil. And remember, about 68% of those microbes are going to live just fine in your soil too. So you're just adding biodiversity that's missing from your system. Same reason why adding like soil microbes works really good in aquaponics, for the same reason. There's just different microbes that aren't fitting. You don't have the total soil food web, or you might be missing a piece, or maybe now instead of there being one microbe chain that's chelating phosphorus, now there's 2 or 3 because you've diversified the number of species. So you can get faster mineral availability by just diversifying your microbes in whatever form that you're comfortable with, be it store-bought or whatever.
So I just recently learned the idea, like the way that I had always thought that microbes were interacting it with, that they were eating like the nutrients and then they were like shitting out in some manner. And by the way, how dare you be wearing a Philadelphia Flyers shirt on the stream? I just noticed that. I don't know if I have a Devils thing around here somewhere, but I'll spike it up there. But that, not that they're eating and shitting out, but they're eating, and then because their life cycle is so fast, they're dying, and their DNA and RNA are the things that are like fueling it. Like, am I close on that? Like, what's your knowledge or take on it?
So there's a couple of things going on. So you have to remember that like there's almost like, I would prefer to explain this like a stock exchange, right? So the plant's trading sugar, which is like money, for commodities, which is like calcium or whatever, magnesium and phosphorus and whatever, and then also like other compounds that it needs for like other processes the plant needs for its immune system or its nutrient transport or whatever else. So that by having more different sellers on the available to the roots, the plants now can like get more resources with that same sugar currency. So
Okay,
that's kind of like
it's a
I think the easiest way to
damn good
understand
metaphor.
it.
Wow, nice.
Maybe I answered your question right.
I'm gonna have to let's take a second to dwell on that. The more buyers it has, the more chance it has to get the commodities it needs.
Well, what's really cool too, I don't know if you've ever learned about the albino redwood trees. So the albino redwood
I mean, are you
trees
telling me
are
all I
not.
do is think about the albino redwood trees, bro?
Well, it's a good example of this, like with the nutrient symbiosis with the plants. So, and there's other trees that do this too with albinos, mostly pine trees, but cypress trees too, like the giant redwoods. So they have they'll take and put all the heavy metals in the albino plants, because the albino plants don't have photosynthesis, and because they're albino, they can store more heavy metals that would otherwise be toxic to the nearby trees. So they'll feed them from their own stores of energy to keep them alive, like almost like a parasite, keeping them alive, and then pumping them full of heavy metals, which is really crazy. So if you ever like test it, the tissue from it, it's a really interesting thing to check out. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, they're kind of like a heavy metal dumping ground for the surrounding trees. They like serve a purpose in the forest. It's like pretty wild, but it all happens because of like the microbial chains in the soil, like transferring the nutrients to like keep them alive, and then also like store all the metal in them.
That's trippy.
Yeah, it's like really wild.
Yeah, man. Plant that. It's funny how little I know about nature. If it wasn't for cannabis plants, I wouldn't know anything about nature. And now the more that I learn about it, the more I'd walk right past that, and I think it's some white bush. I don't know what is it, fucking, something, or maybe it's just dried out or something. But
cannabis definitely sparks your interest in plant life in general. It's fun to learn about. I think I have equal fun gardening vegetables now that I do gardening cannabis.
What do you garden as far as vegetables right now, Gene?
Oh man, it's I'm a little late to get started here for the season, but it's about that time. But we've got a garden full of squashes and different leafy greens and a few variety of tomatoes. I've got a few fruit trees going, and blueberries and strawberries and peppers and potatoes and asparagus. We got a bunch of stuff going.
I've always wanted to grow fruit. Is there anything you guys recommend? Is there a way you can grow fruit like indoors or in Colorado? Like I know so little about growing, but I've always wanted to grow fruit I could eat something. And I don't really eat vegetables, so I wouldn't want to grow a rutabaga or something.
There's a couple of different dwarf citrus varieties that you can grow, and I've grown avocados in greenhouses there in Colorado, and peach trees, and we were growing a nona, which is what the fuck is the English one for that? Custard apple or sweet apple, sugar apple, something like
Oh
that
wow.
in English. But it's a nona in Spanish, la noina in Thai, and sweet sop in Jamaican. It's like the best fruit ever. It looks like a hand grenade.
That's what
But yeah, if you're
because
gonna
I
grow,
started regularing Jamaica for a while there with my ex, and man, the amount of weird fruits that I've never even encountered my whole life. It's right there. It's a few hundred miles off the coast. How have I never heard of these? You know, freaking
that
ackee and all these weird
I was
vegetables and
just
things like that. You know.
I was just gonna say, did anyone explain to you the aki and the whole like
Yeah,
danger with
yeah.
it?
One of my favorite experiences in Jamaica, I was on mushroom tea. And like, if you ask a waitress in America, like, I'd like no pickles, she'll just go, yes, no pickles. And I asked this waitress in Jamaica, I was like, can I get that with no ackee? And she goes, why? And I was like, because I don't like it. I'm a pussy American. Is that a good reason?
Aki's awesome, man. It tastes like eggs. It's the shit. I love aki in
Yeah,
the morning.
I have the worst diet on earth. I'm dying. As you look at me, I'm dying.
We need to have a talk, my friend.
Yes, we do. I need a good woman in my life. I need some woman to help me. Like I've just been single for too long, dude. I literally spend like if I told you guys how much of my income I spend on Uber Eats, you guys would strangle me. It's pathetic. Yeah.
Grambo, I'm gonna jump and then jump back on a different device so you can see the re-veg.
Yeah, man. Cool. That'd be a good way we can wrap up real quick. So yeah,
Be right
do
back.
it. I will see you. Fuck yeah. Well, what else, Steve? Anything else that we should talk about before we wrap up? Because this has been, I'm glad he got to come in because I don't even have a good enough grow acumen to question you, right? So I was glad that Gene had a couple good nitrogen questions. Yeah, all right. So I guess he's jumping off too. So we're going solo. So chat, what else should we talk about? Oh, there we go. We got him back. There's Steve.
Nothing there. The internet cut out or something. I'm sorry.
Oh, what a weird time for the internet cut out. I was like, maybe he thought we were just ending.
No, I was just, you were talking about vegetables. I was gonna, I'll throw this on. So my fiance has been cataloging all of our seeds. But we have like 2/3 of Baker Creek's seed catalog, and like between the two of us, and like I have a ton of competition vegetables and like gigantic vegetables and stuff. Um, yeah, so we're doing a pretty big garden out here this year. Super stoked to have like a bunch of weird ass vegetables that I've been collecting for a while that I haven't been in one place long enough to actually grow for a bit. So that'll be pretty sweet.
Yeah, man. Frog Slayer wasn't here for a little bit. Grow's going really, really good. So I was like when I first started with the Dude Grow show, I was just fresh off of a divorce. So like for the first time in 12 years, I wasn't growing. And so for like the introduction to the whole world of the DGC out there, like they got to know me as not growing. So it's like, dude, I've been growing. Like that's how I found the Dude Grow show. Is because I fucking was a grower, you know. So anytime anyone brings up my grow, I like to. It's going great. It's going great. It's actually going great. Thank you. Thank you for asking. I'll be showing lots of pictures. That was actually how the whole Grambo Grows thing, like the channel and everything. You know how it started, funnily enough, is that I didn't want to get my Instagram deleted, just my regular Josh Grambo comedy Instagram. And so I was posting bud pictures and they sent me a notification that I was no longer viewable outside of anyone subscribes to me. Like you have to follow me. It won't push my reels or anything out to new viewers. And I was like, oh shit, well, there's the first ding to getting deleted. So I created a Grambo Grows Instagram, and then I got like 500 followers in like a week. And I was like, oh shit, like I should take this more seriously. And then I started a channel and 150 subscribers before I had posted a video. And I was like, all right, like the people have spoken. I have to fucking take this seriously. So my whole journey started because I know I'm going to get deleted on Instagram.
Yeah, I don't know. I never really like got all wrapped up in the Instagram. I think I don't know anything that is touched by the Zuck. I try not to get too invested in because I mean, cannabis posting on Facebook is just as bad. Like if you have a cannabis anything, you have to have like 3 to 5 accounts because one of them is going to be on a 30-day ban on a given basis. Sometimes half of them or more just for posting like basic business shit. So it's stupid.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand because we're in the back end of the industry. We like just intuitively understand it. For a lot of people that don't get, like when you see things that like, I know like Loving in Her Eyes has like Loving in Her Eyes 3.0 as her thing. Well, that's because that's the third account that she's had. And so YouTube has been actually pretty nice, even though Steve and I were talking about a lot of accounts have been deleted over the years. Surprisingly, not a ton have. Only the big guys that kind of push the envelope in certain ways. But Instagram, dude, it's a fucking, they just take a flamethrower, man. Speaking of paraquat, Instagram is fucking paraquat.
That's why I like threads. Oh yeah, I want Twitter with all the censorship of Facebook. That sounds like something I want to do. No, I'm not wasting time on that shit. Fuck that. That's
Dude,
like
threads.
no. Like thank God at least there's
No.
one platform that doesn't censor the shit out of everything now. Like thank fuck
True.
like yeah, people can hate on Musk for whatever they want to hate on him for, but without him we wouldn't have known about the government trying to control all the stuff at the back end and not talk about it and all this. Like he's at least in that one particular case with the censorship shit, that was like up there with Snowden.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's pretty much freaking crazy, dude. It was it's been the last freaking like, essentially as like a back end content creator guy, I look back at like things like Cambridge Analytica and all of like that sort of stuff that went down with the data mining and collection. And I remember at the time I was just like, dude, that's so crazy. I'm glad they found that out. Then I get into like the marketing and creation game and I'm like, I wish I had those analytics. That would have been sweet. I'll cookie the fuck out of you. No, I really will. It'll be a THC cookie.
It's funny just on the analytics stuff. Like my top videos, like how and when to top your plant, and then like my decarbing videos. And it's like I've had interviews. I had like up until Heavy Days interviewed him. I think the only video interview with like Gypsy Nirvana, who was like a big dude back in the day, and a bunch of other like a couple of different ones with people that have since passed on, and a bunch of other like really hard to get interviews. It took me forever hunting down the original Mr. Green. You remember Mr. Green in the early 2000s? I hunted him down and got him on the show after he kind of went dark. That took me 5 years to find, right? That's not the one that gets it. A 3-minute video I made on a whim on how to top a fucking plant is the thing that like drives the most traffic to my channel. Like it's the silliest shit how you can make like that's one thing I would say if you're getting into the game of media content for cannabis. Break each little thing you're doing in the garden down into a short little video, and one of them will strike well. It's stupid, it's weird, but that seems to be the way that the algorithm works.
Oh, and not just the algorithm, but the people. I really believe that like I watch even the hardcore people that are in this chat right now. Any of the fucking 150 people that are in the chat here have been popping in and out. Like they're all hardcore, but I guarantee all you bastards, you're more likely to click on a how to grow in Coco video than a interview with fucking Swami, or some like crazy thing. Like, yeah, like it's amazing the amount of effort that we'll put into certain things that get no love, and then you just fart out something and then people love. Like for example, Dude Grows has a video with 500,000 views. It was filmed at the DGC Cup in 240p. It is like the worst video. I see edited it just because he had footage on his phone. I didn't even edit it. He just edited it for like a lark, and we threw it up on the channel. 500,000 views, and everyone is like, dude, what the fuck? This video looks like shit. We're like, yeah, we film things in 4K and they have 1,000 views. Who knows what's going on? I don't know what's going on. Fuck it, man.
The other bit is with
Go
YouTube,
forward.
it suppresses you if they can't run ads on it. Then they just like it's really hard to like grow your channel and grow. Like we just hit 15,000 subs, but it's taken a long time, and you know I think we're 15,500 now or whatever. But it's
Yeah.
slow just because the algorithm will not fucking suggest your shit for your regular content. So it's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, no, that's why it's so important to subscribe to all your favorite cannabis creators, because you don't get notified. Like the way that the algorithm works is they call what your homepage when you open it up in the back end, we call that browse, the browse feature. And so the browse feature, opposed to like up next or you know, any of the other sort of like jargon they use to describe it, you don't have to subscribe. If YouTube knows that you like the content, they'll just throw it in the browse feature, and it's almost like you do subscribe. But if you got into the gating situation that they put there, you get subscriber gated, and so we don't show up in your browse feature. And even if you're subscribed, we probably don't show up in your browse feature, even if you do. Some people say they ring the bell and they still don't get notified. That's what it's like to create cannabis content. But when the dust settles, this is a thing we say at the bakery all the time. Right now, it's dusty and it's fisticuffs and it's bloody and it's ugly and we're getting kicked in the teeth and no respect. But when the dust settles, we want to make sure we're all still here at the top of our game, so that way we can ascend to our rightful place of like reputable people not getting shadow banned. You know how easy it would be to be us if we weren't shadow banned, Steve? It'd be so easy.
Oh yeah, no, I mean based on my metrics per like views per month or whatever, like I should have, if you compare it to like a video game channel or something else that's not censored in Oblivion, I would have had way more. And it's frustrating. Anyone that's had a cannabis channel, sorry about the dog just being annoying. Hopefully you
No,
can't hear
there.
it on
In
the.
fact, we can't even hear it. That's how good the noise canceling is these days.
Oh, for real? Okay, I've been like
Yeah.
freaking out about it. Um,
No,
all right.
I literally have headphones on. I have not heard one dog. That's crazy.
Okay. Well, it's not. It's a pretty polite dog. So it's just being annoying. Um, so making sure that you have a podcast in an audio format only, because those formats don't censor you. I get about 20 times the plays in the first 30 days on audio only compared to like my YouTube channel. Like YouTube will get 600 to 1,500 views within the first 30 2 weeks usually on a video, and then I'll get like anywhere from 20 to 30,000 plays per month on the audio. So it's like really frustrating, like total across platforms. So it's like really a way that isn't being censored as heavily as YouTube is, or Instagram. And if you're looking to get your message out and have people that can find you, make sure you're tagging your shit right. But that's the way to kind of get around that issue.
Yeah, that would actually, now that you just made me realize, like that would be, I'm very YouTube centric because I've spent so much time figuring out the YouTube algorithmic discovery thing. Is that it's like, I finally figured it out. I know how it works. I can like, I can get my message out there. So I don't focus on the other ones. My advice actually would be, everyone's like, oh, go to Rumble, go to this. I'm like, go to Spotify. Spotify is very, very cannabis friendly. They don't censor nothing. They send it out there. Like, it doesn't matter. Spotify doesn't deal in clickbait. Doesn't matter what we title it. People always message me that like, oh, you forgot to title the Spotify thing. I actually didn't. Sometimes I just title them the Dude Grow Show 1643 to see what happens. And you know what happens? They get the same views as this is why you need this in your garden now, that Scott will come up with, his infomercial titles he likes to create, and they get the same. Whereas YouTube, the infomercial video titles do way better than just titling it the Dude Grows Show. So go to Spotify. It's more fair, and they're actually cannabis friendly.
Yeah. And there's, you can, once you have your RSS feed set up, you can pretty much spend like a Saturday and it's rainy or whatever, and just plug it into a couple, 150, 200 websites, and it'll disseminate it out to like the whole fucking planet.
Another reason Spotify's awesome. Spotify for podcasters, formerly Anchor, is RSS like aggregator. So you just plug your RSS in, and it's a podcatcher, and it sends it out to everybody. It's pretty dope.
There you go.
Hell yeah. Well, I don't know if Eugene got lost on the way to the garden, but yeah, we're running up on almost 2 hours. 10:22. You ever have that thing where every time you look at the clock, it's like a number that has significance to you? You ever do that? Like, do you live in that? I feel like stoners live in a weird numbers.
No, I'm a big fan of mushrooms. So I don't know. We usually like to have clock faces that are just like exposed to the room, you know. You don't have to like turn on a screen
uh,
or something to see it, so I don't have to look at the clock.
I don't blame you. Yeah, I need more analog things in my life. Dude always tells me on the show I need more like house plants. He's like, you need life around you, Grambo. Like, yeah, he's right. I bought a water fountain. I have a nice water fountain by my bed, and it trickles, and I have a little. It's like my Zen routine. Each day I have to, give it a little drink. I wake up, I give it a drink. I go open my tent. I have a little Zen morning routine now,
I
and
used to
then my
have a
night
four.
routine is what's that?
I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna make a joke about how my night routine is to fucking just die of all I do is just smoke dabs and eat fried Twinkies.
I used to have a 4x2 grow bed in my bathroom when I lived in this one house that had a huge bathroom because it was like the easiest to climate control room in the whole fucking place. So I just put a
That's
4x2 grow bed
hilarious.
with a tank underneath of it, and I had the timer set to like 6:30 in the morning for the light. So I would like wake up at 6:15 and like wander into the bathroom in the dark and get in the shower, and then like the sun would come up and I'd come out, and like the plants would be growing, and it was awesome. We had an orchid growing on the wall. It was dope. But I'd veg my plants out there, and then once they got to
An
the right
orchid on
size
the
and
wall.
bushes, kick them over to the greenhouse over at the other spot and flower them over there. But it was a way to like veg them and have a convenient room that had an exhaust fan on it already.
Crazy. Yeah, dude, I gotta invest in that. Do you recommend anything for indoor plants? I don't have much light. I'm in the downstairs area. I got like window wells and stuff. Like, what would grow with
Um,
ambient light?
Pothos would work fine. Pothos doesn't give a
Yeah.
shit. That's probably your best bet.
All right.
Pothos or
Well,
an air plant.
I'll have to look back on this and fucking because I'm looking to pull the trigger. I just don't want it to die. I'll feel bad.
If you're gonna put a light up though, and you're in that kind of space, even if it's a smaller grow light, get into Penthes, get a nice pitcher plant. Those are dope. Those
Yeah.
are my favorite to grow.
Is it
Uh,
called a picture plant?
Pitcher plant, like a pitcher, like a beer pitcher.
Uh-huh. Oh, a pitcher plant.
Yeah, or like a baseball pitcher. There's
Uh-huh.
about 2 hours from where I'm at. There's like the guy that breeds the most crazy ones in North America. I keep meaning to go over there and film with him. Yeah, those are dope. Those are great. And there's so many
All
different
right.
kinds. If you
Well, I
really
will
want to get
check it out because I
red,
gotta I
red,
gotta grow something besides the dank.
red fern exotics is the best one, honestly. I think he's got some super dope red leaf exotics. Red leaf exotics. I'm sorry. He's the
Red
guy in
leaf
Tennessee. That's
exotics. All
yeah.
right.
He's got
I
really
might
cool
check
ones
it
from
out.
Houston.
I need something. I need more life. I need to be more grounded. I always say my joke for me is that I'm a brain in a jar with a dick. Like that's what I am. All I do is think and think about fucking, that's all. Just the only physicality I do is that. I literally have like below I have Tinder open on my phone as we're sitting here talking. That's the kind of man I am, Steve. I'm a goddamn degenerate. But because I matched with someone and then she was a scam Asian, like
Yeah,
squiggly. Dang Fong. I matched with Dang Fong.
think
I
fun.
like it.
Sounds Filipino.
Uh yeah, she's I believe Thailand. 8,000
Oh,
she's 8,300 miles away currently.
there you go. It's Songkran. It's like the best holiday. It's like today is Songkran, the beginning of Songkran. It's like a giant balloon water gun fight. So like the whole village, like even 85-year-old people are out there with like fucking water guns, throwing water balloons at people, dumping buckets of water on people. Like you're on your motorbike and
What?
you get hit, like going to, yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's like the best holiday ever. And it's like February 14th or 12th, or sorry, April like 12th or 14th, all the way to like 420. It's like, yeah, Suncron's the shit.
Wow. I
And in the
gotta
village,
say,
if you
I
want like a super
never.
cool new alcohol to make at home, there's an alcohol they make for Suncron called Sato, and you can get all the ingredients. If it's like sticky rice whiskey or wine that you can make, it's the shit.
Oh man, interesting. I'm gonna see. This is why I need to travel more. How cool is the world, dude? They like
If you're gonna go to
the whole.
Thailand, go for Suncron. It's the shit.
Wow. Well, you heard it here first, Graham fan. I have GramFam. That even sounds like a Tyler. My name's GramFam. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna tell people when if I go across, because I've had some offers from some Thai like DGC people, like they're like, dude, come hang out anytime. And so I plan on going. I just I'm so busy. I do the goddamn live shit. That goddamn Monday live with Dude Gross, man. It's just got me tied to a ball and chain. I can't leave. Even Scott will leave. He'll be like, I'm going to Costa Rica. And I was like, I still have to produce the show. Sons of bitch. But I'm gonna get out of it. So some crumb, how the fuck you say it? I'm coming.
Suncron.
Songkron. Nice. Fuck yeah. Well, we've given Eugene about as much time as I can stand. So I think we'll wrap it up for people that because right now everyone in the chat, they all know who you are, but this will get another couple thousand views over the next day. So shout it out. Where can people find you, brother?
Sure, you guys can find me at PotentPonics on SoundCloud, YouTube, iTunes, Spotify, Rumble, all the things. You can find me on Growing with Fishes podcast on Thursdays. You can find me on Dat Smoke Show, DAT Smoke Show, which is a show with a bunch of other growers on Wednesdays. If you're interested in taking the upcoming Aquaponics class, you can check that out at aquaponicmasterclass.com. And if you want to check out the AI project we were talking about earlier, you can find us on Copyleft Cultivars on Patreon to get access to that. We have some cool stuff we're working on the new release, but it now accounts for fish and amphibian toxicity for all the plants. And if there's a plant in the same genus that is known to cause problems, it'll warn you as well, so you can make educated decisions on that. But there's over 800 plants now that are documented in it. It took me a while.
Well, you people need this app. I mean, I never thought I'd hear. It's like, oh, it also accounts for like if you're using certain methods in the animal populations that may or not be poisonous within it. It accounts for that. It's like, what? And Scott always likes to say, there's some movie. I don't know what he's quoting, whether it's Chinatown or something. He goes, "It's over, Johnny." And I don't know what he means, but I do know what he means. It's like, oh, it's over, Johnny. It's over.
PotentPonic Steve, man, how good was that? What a crazy story. He goes from Thailand to Tennessee, and Tennessee might be even crazier down there. What a crazy little hippie commie. I don't think he's still down in Tennessee. I think he's moved again since I remembered. But yeah, awesome freaking dude. Awesome fucking story. Awesome life, man. I like my life. I love my life. I'll never turn my life down for anybody else. But man, he's an adventurer. Ooh, some of that Colonel Chem from Jeremy. Ooh, dropped a little bit. Three's genetics going down. If you like Chem, the Colonel Chem, it's not a bad choice. See, that was PotentPonic Steve. Guy's a legend. He's got an awesome podcast himself, the Growing with Fishes podcast. Check that out. Aquaponics is definitely one of those things. It's not for beginners, but as I mature in life and mature in this game, I definitely want to try it someday. Although I'm not a big fan of fish. I don't really eat much fish. I think you eat the fish once they get too big for your little pond, for your aquaponic little farm. You normally eat. I suppose I can give them away. send them to a farm upstate. I don't know what you do. But I do a lot of things that I don't know what I'm doing. You know, I got into this game, you know, Dude Grows picked me up after I was doing comedy. You know, I'm Grambo Edits. I do all sorts of weird stuff. I'm a musician. I'm an animator. I am a cannabis producer. I'm a grower. I'm a whatever, poker player, I've been on a quest to make money sitting on my ass pretty much my whole life. So that'll take you in some weird places. One of the weird places that it's taken me is our next guest is getting married here in Denver right before the DGC Cup. DGC Cup tickets are on sale, DGCCup.com. Get your tickets. They're going to go fast this year. The hype is real, man. We've been putting out the Cup videos. The Cup video, we put out on Dude Grows, the Cup video from 2023 has 650,000 views. Crazy. YouTube will censor all of our videos that we put up. I see uploaded in 240p. It's literally shot on a potato damn near, and it gets almost 1 million views. Crazy. But the Cut video from last year is coming up on 80,000. So I take a lot of pride in editing that. All the guys were very nervous that the footage that we got was not very interesting, and I got in my editing, clickety clack clack clack, and I made it pretty awesome. And so as the DGC Cup approaches this time, I am becoming an ordained minister, and I am going to marry my next guest and his wife. I'm not going to marry them. I'm going to guide them into the matrimony, as it were, yes. And if you don't already know the story, that man is Cortez the Conqueror. Cortez the Conqueror and Mrs. Cortez, the soon-to-be Mrs. Cortez, are coming to Denver, and I'm going to become an ordained minister, and I'm going to oversee the ceremony. We're going to do it at the International Church of Cannabis. Hopefully, we're going to get the after party over at the So High Cafe, Adam Dunn's restaurant, and I want to treat Cortez to the ultimate cannabis grower's wedding. How sweet would that be? From Chicago, come to Denver, married in the International Church of Cannabis, after party at Adam Dunn's. Come on. If anybody deserves it, it's this guy. You know who I call him. I call him the Autoflower King of Chicago. He was also the star guest of my Night Owl video, which guys know I was very proud of, working with Jug Dealers and Dude Grows. Sometimes I have some far out ideas, and not a lot of them will get picked up for various reasons. And so I had this idea about this, what I call the Yannick Kilcher style video. You Google, look up YouTube Yannick Kilcher if you're curious about AI scientists and YouTube. It's a very niche sort of thing, but one of you are out there, I'm sure. Leave in the comments. Do you know who Yannick Kilcher is? And if you don't, go check him out. And I was like, what if I made a cannabis style Yannick Kilcher video? What would that look like? And what that looked like was my Night Owl Seeds video. And it got 100,000 views and is still crushing. And Cortez, he loves the numbers. So he was very happy about it. So I was very happy to get to share that moment with him. So guys, I'm going to send it off over to the Autoflower King of Chicago, my man, Cortez, the motherfucking Conqueror.
What are y'all smoking on? What are you guys smoking on? One of the many flexes that I threw on from the stash guys. Like, what are you smoking on? And I was like, I actually am smoking on some live resin from the guy who invented live resin. This is from Kind Bill through the Jug Dealer 5.8 plan. He invented live resin. It's a Florida product. Ew, who would have known? Who would have thought that such an awesome thing would come out of Florida? But a lot of good weed stuff comes out of Florida. It's actually pretty crazy. You know, the two guys I work for, not for nothing, come out of Florida. Brett and Scotty, they met in the down into Florida, and that's where my comedy career kind of started. The first ever long road trip I ever began started, and that's what I talked about with PJ. Oh, Cody smoking on some. You smoking on that vanilla fizz from Night Owl? That's pretty sick. So speaking of Night Owl, the last time I talked to him was because Cortez the Conqueror tagged this motherfucker in his he responded, and he gave us a little bit of love. I told him, I was like, look at this, my man's got the grow hat on. For you guys that don't know,
yes,
I don't
sir,
push the grow
yes,
hats
sir.
that much, but if you see Cortez the Conqueror sporting, and I think if I notice, I've been hanging out with Taking Tops so much. Do I see a Monkey Spunk shirt on as well?
Yes, you do. How's my audio, by the way?
It's not you're coming. You're teeny bit echoey, but you're not feedbacking. Which the last couple weeks we've been having some feedback, so I'm happy to have
All
you,
right,
buddy.
awesome.
You look
Yeah, I had
good.
to go with some backup headphones, so it's kind of a little bit of a
All
pivot
good,
here.
man. All good.
Hey,
When we're talking
speaking
about the Autoflower King. Yeah, what you oh shit.
Speaking of Daz, I want to give Daz a big shout out. He actually just sent me like a whole fucking arsenal.
Wow. Yeah, he has probably Plague Run Nutrients, like makers of Green Sensation. They probably have the best merch of any cannabis company. But I'd say after that, it's Night Owl, man. He has those Funko Pops, he has the stickers, magnets, pins, and his stickers are cool. His stickers are like the owl dressed up like a Ghostbuster, dressed up like a Ninja Turtle. Like he's got so much cool stuff.
I just got a sticker from him that's like a holographic thing. Like it's almost got like you remember those things from when you were a kid? Like if you move it, it kind of moves because it's like slotted, like textured.
Oh, it's like the like double-sided holographic, like
yeah. So if you
it back
move
and forth.
it, yeah.
And then I always used it to play like 80s DJ.
Oh yeah, rub like a comb or something on there just to be obnoxious.
Pick up the bass. Bass. I'm dropping it. I'm dropping it, Cortez. Come on.
So what you smoking on there,
man?
Grambo?
Like I said, so I have some of this live resin from Kind Bill. It's Gary Payton, grown by Jug Dealers Gabe. Who knows?
Dirty.
This is just pick, like Cortez. Do you want 70,000 views or do you not want 70,000 views, buddy?
Well, here's like 170 grams of autoflower.
Oh wow! What is it?
I'd rather not give this person any clout.
Well, what is? Can you not even say what strain?
No, it's lemon cherry gelato.
All right, lemon cherry gelato. Is it? Is it Larry? Lemon cherry gelato.
Yeah. One of them didn't pop. One of them was and one of them was pretty nice. It was frosty, but then that one ended up seeding out.
That's no good.
Some people just don't want to take the time to reverse photo period back to auto.
He reversed it 3 times. I don't know what you do. Sometimes you gotta self, bro.
Hell yeah. But some breeders just put more work into their photo lines. I mean, I guess it's business decision. You can't really hold it against them. But
you had one time you sent me some autoflower cannabis, and it's one of my favorite unintentional jokes ever. So like people in chat, like the old school photo containers, like you drop a roll of film in, they're black tubes with a little gray container. Right. And it's like, that's what we always used to put weed in. That was just like how we did it. Like all the M&M cases, M&M mini cases, photo cases. Yeah. And I got some auto bud from Cortez in a photo case. And it just is the funniest unintentional joke I'd ever seen. I was like, this motherfucker sent me some auto in a photo. What the hell's going on here?
I actually remember what that was too. It was from Sweet. It was the Dark Devil auto. It was like super purple, little bit of like a licorice taste.
All right, yeah. So hey, we can start right off the bat since I got a nice compliment on my beard and I do look pretty sharp if I do say so myself. Sicko's got a question for you. Grow dots and autos. You're officially in the Real Growers family. You're over there in that space with the dots and the charge. Are you using the dots for the autos? How do they do? What's up auto dots?
That's actually one of the best options, and if anybody was interested in trying it out there, you can go on the Real Growers website and use coupon code Cortez at checkout, or go to www.realgrowers.com/Cortez.
Damn, I don't even have a recharge code. I don't know how you're up there fucking schmoozing the bakery boss, aren't you?
I can actually call Scotty boss now. Yeah, that was actually within the past like week or two that just came through for me. That was pretty huge.
Well, congratulations. That's awesome. And here's the thing. I'll say the same thing about AC Infinity as I will about the real growers. No matter what problems people have with them, they're real people doing the real stuff, and it's hard to not sound like a whore. Like grow dots work, dude.
Yeah.
Like I remember I grew the emergency that I'm like, dude, I could have won hash competitions with this for sure. This emergency was the shout out to Hot Rod's Head Stash. He pressed this shit. It was fire. And it was grown 100% veg to fucking bloom with $8 a grow dots, maybe not $5, $4 a grow dots, preposterously cheap, preposterously effective. So I'm not sponsored by Real Growers in any freaking way. But yeah, if you're not the DGC, if you're not over on that Real DGC tip, fuck it. Use Cortez at checkout. How much? What do you get off that?
Cortez, pretty easy. That's 10% off, and any order over $50, if it's within the continental United States, it comes with free shipping. So,
oh shit! So yeah, use it, man. Use it. Sign up to be a Real DGC and get 30% off of recharge. But if you don't want to go that way, then
if you don't get the Patreon, it's just another option. You know what I mean? Exactly. Like the other thing I say too, if somebody's like unsure about like the grow dots, maybe just get something small. Like you can literally buy as small a package is for 1 5-gallon container, and it's like already pre-measured and all that good stuff. So it's kind of like if you been thinking about using the grow dots, if you've been thinking about using the recharge, just start off small. Like you can see how it works.
Now I understand why Scott tapped you to be on his grow dots team. Okay.
Well, I've been using
more than he does.
No, well, see, here's the thing though, right? Here's the thing where I can say all this with a clean conscience. Every company that I have some type of sponsorship or some type of working relationship with, we'll say, is all stuff that I used to buy and spend my own money on before sponsorships, before agreements, before anything. This, like with grow dots, my first bag of grow dots I bought off of Amazon, and hey, guess what? It worked. So I'm not pushing anything that I don't use personally,
the question,
and that B,
before we get too far away, how do they work with the autoflowers? Like, have you used them with the autos? Can we get a grow report? You say they work better?
Oh yeah, I would say that's actually probably your best bet with autoflowers is the grow dots.
Is it just
because for one,
it prevents people from overfiddling?
Overfiddling. I mean, I really believe in like the KISS principle, like keep it simple, stupid. With autoflowers, especially in the first 21 to 30 days, like you really don't want to tinker too much. You kind of want to let things take their course. And with the grow dots, it's just the perfect release of the nutrient. Somebody was actually asking me in the DM because they were like, I'm really thinking about trying it for the first time, but they were kind of skeptical just because they couldn't really wrap their mind around like the concept of them. So the analogy I actually made for the grow dot was an everlasting gobstopper. You see what I mean? Because it's the time release. So, if you got a gobstopper, you're just getting those layers of flavors as it kind of like melts down. It's the same thing with the grow dots, and they're releasing the perfect amount of nutrients at that point of the cycle. Another huge benefit, I'm sorry to cut you off, but another huge benefit to the grow dots, no more kale mag. I don't own kale mag as a supplement. I don't got it on the side. The grow dots literally have all the kale mag that you need for your entire cycle.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, that's enough plug for Scotty. Jesus Christ. The whole end of it. But one thing with grow dots, they do not come with silica. So if you are a guy, if you're a grower that likes to use silica, I recommend some silicium from 5A distribution, jugdealers.net. No, get the fuck out of here. So
that's Cortez, what I use. I use silicium.
Good. Cheap use. How did you decide to pick the cherry gelato? Did you just get it from the crew, or because this is one thing that I've been thinking about? Like I have a big stash of auto flower. I got a bunch of ethos, I got a bunch of 420 fast buzz, I got a bunch of night owl, and then as I go through, my first thought was like, well, I want to grow the strain that's like the dank. I want to grow like whatever GMO thing they have, but strain dependent. Everybody smoke and chat. How strain dependent is autos? Do you just kind of like grip and go, or do you have like a list of like sativa leaners or indica leaners, or like is it kind of just test and see? Is there any sort of database on how to choose strains to grow?
So, no. I would say this though, one of the biggest things about autoflowers is actually knowing what breeders to stay away from. A lot of people, when they're new growers, they get caught up in strain names rather than doing the research on like breeders and all that kind of stuff. Like they'll just go on like Seedsman or Seeds Here Now, and they're like, I did this like 4 or 5 years ago. You go off of nostalgia. So it's like, oh, the White Widow, oh, the Blue Dream, oh, the Sour Diesel, and it's usually something that gives you like a really fond memory from like, for me, it's like early 2000s. So it's like, oh man, I was getting this shit in high school. I want it again. But then you go through like ILGM, or you go through like Grower's Choice, or like anything else that's been third-partied and white labeled from some like basement somewhere in the Netherlands or somewhere in like Eastern Europe. And it's, oh my God. So long story short, you really want to stick to American breeders, and then it's kind of like trial and error, because some of the stuff that you had, like some of the stuff that I have success with, you won't have success with. So it's like really finding breeders whose work kind of like lines up with your grow style. So for like me personally, it's Fast Buds, it's Night Owl, it's Sweet Seeds. I pretty much got like my go-tos, and it's really the stuff that like I have the most success with. And one of the things I look for in auto breeders is consistency. So if you got a 5-pack, if you got a 10-pack, like realistically with a good breeder, you're going to see maybe 2 or 3 phenos. Autos by nature, you are going to get some wonky ruderalis, because like that is going to pop up. Like we'll just kind of keep it simple. So let's say you pop like a 5-pack. 1 or 2 of them is not going to germinate. 1 of them is going to do something weird. 1 of them is going to be maybe good, maybe kind of and then you'll have the 1 unicorn out of the pack. So with something like that, it really is a numbers game. And then like my advice is always to pop more than what you need. So that way you kind of have the mechanism in place to where you can cull. Because I mean, you'll see if something's not keeping up, if something's like this big and everything else is like 8 to 12 inches tall, and you still got this like little 2-inch dinky thing. Like don't give that thing the benefit of the doubt. Just use your fingers, rip it out.
How dare you talk about my sex life like that?
They said it's like a button on a fur coat.
My man. Oh, holy crap. Hell yeah, dude. Because I've been thinking about doing it. I teased it as you were coming on. I don't know if you could hear me as I was talking about. But one of the things that for me in our conversation about the Night Owl and the Night Owl video that I had made was your bumper crop thing. I've been spreading this across the nation. The idea of being able to take things and just put them in there. So, but before I get off on that tangent, I took a dab and I go off on a tangent. I wanted to dig in more on what you said there. It was that what's going to work for you might not necessarily work for someone else. Well, that's interesting. What are the factors that would dictate something like that? Like what? Like so for me being like I'm using New Millennium and Coco right now, and like what would be different about that? Like, is it environment, nutrients? Obviously all of it's going to play in there, but what strikes you as specifically to autos? Because it's definitely, I'm curious about, you're the auto flower king of Chicago. People that are too young to remember, I believe it was Tommy Boy, Dan Aykroyd in that is the fucking Zelensky, the auto parts king. He's the auto parts king of Chicago. And so you're Cortez, the auto flower king of Chicago. Cortez, the auto flower king. You know, it even comes with a jingle. So,
you know, everybody's saying that too. It spread through the internet like wildfire.
What's that?
What?
The Autoflower
Cortez, the Autoflower King. And then I try to be like kind of like fake. I try to be like
it's got to be the.
So I'm like, yeah, the Autoflower King, but according to
Autoflower King of Chicago. He's from Chicago. He's got the goddamn team behind him. What up, Joe? Yes. So yeah. Well, before I step on you with a bunch of Chicago accents, what's what would dictate the Bears? What would dictate a successful what's the inputs that make the biggest difference? Are we talking nutrients, environment? What do you think makes the biggest difference?
Those all play a factor, but like what I was saying, I don't know. I guess it's a little different from the question you're asking. Like there's certain breeders that like I'll kill with, and then like other people will like tell me, and it's not even like shade. Like, you know, I'll put up some fast bud stuff and I always have good luck with them. But then some people will be like, oh, like the fast buds, they never work out for me, but I really like the night owl or some, you know what I mean? So I couldn't really give you, like, I couldn't really quantify it. Like, I don't know if it's somebody's environment, if it's somebody's watering practices, if it's this or it's that. But it's just something that I guess anecdotally I've noticed, like some people do better with certain genetics. So it's kind of like, I don't know. Once you kind of got like a handle on a breeder, you can usually repeat the success with that person.
I like it. No, that's 100% right. It's like Captain Obvious says, Dika, you know, that just sums it all up.
Oh yeah.
That was an era. So
talk for people on your bumper crop point. So this was a bumper crop.
Nice. And so what's your tent setup when you do that? You're running autos and photos simultaneously, or do you have two tents going?
Well, that's kind of the funny thing. This harvest, I went out to the cup, was gone for 5 days and 3 hours, but who's counting, right? So I come back, I got the cat in like the kennel thing. My wife, she's coming, but I just kind of like scurry up the stairs to go check out my plants. And to my chagrin, my Evo 8 had fallen on top of an entire tent of clones that was ready to be flipped. Now, I wanted to clone everything, but I knew I didn't have time to take the clones before I left. So I just kind of let it jungle out on 18 and 6. I was going to take the clones when I came back, cut everything down, maybe allow like 7 to 10 days for it to heal and flip to flower. Not the case. The light literally snapped every stem, every branch. So I ended up with like 40 something cuts out of that tent. Now that's my tent. And then I have a closet set up that's basically like my veg. I can stage things in there. I can get clones going. That way they're not in flower yet. I'm still respecting my local plant count, but I can kind of get things going ahead of time. It just so happens that those 2 lemon cherry gelatos, dumb fucking luck, right, were the only plants that the light didn't fall on.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so now, right now, it's literally the matter of to have weed or to not have weed. That is the question.
That's hilarious. Yeah, dude, that's fate. If you watch the stream, people know I fucking wept last. Man, I don't know. I'm just looking at it. I've been saying this phrase recently, tabula rasa. It's Latin. It means like fresh
Viva la
start, clean
raza.
slate. I know, tabula rasa. You know, that's the white boy version. Although it's Latin. What skin color were Latin people? I don't know.
It almost sounds like Viva la raza.
I know. It sounds like.
Shout out to the neighborhood. Yeah.
Oh yeah, shout out to my neighborhood. That's for goddamn sure. My neighbors were lighting fireworks last night. Who the fuck knows why?
I just heard fireworks maybe 10 minutes before I came on, but I'm not quite sure if they were fireworks or gunshots. I can usually decide.
You know, in Chicago, 'tis the season. Summertime is the murder time.
Well, a fireworks got more of a bang, and then a gunshot's usually got more of a report behind it, especially if you're at a certain distance. So it's rather than a bang, it's a ta-da, ta-da.
See, Chicago folk they're gunshot connoisseurs. No, that one had more of a twang to it. This one,
Well, you know you're from Chicago when you hear gunshots and you don't run right away. You freeze up for a second so you can kind of like geolocate where it's coming from, so you can. Oh, yeah. Sign of a true Chicagoan.
Yeah, I lived out there for a year, like not Chicago proper, but Evanston, just out that little suburb. And yeah, I got my little taste of going into the city quite often. And I live in Denver. Yeah, enough said. You guys got billboards out there, son. Here's what you want to know about Chicago. It's just the billboard capital of America. You got so many crazy lawyers. Like you'll be driving down the highway, there. There'll be a guy dressed as Tarzan, and it'll be like, "I'm the jungle lawyer. Call me now for your car accident."
We got billboards for everything. Like they got dispensary billboards, they've got gentlemen's club billboards. The mayor of Dalton used a billboard with taxpayer money for her re-election campaign. I think she's in a little bit of trouble right now.
Well, this is the home of Rob Blagojevich, you know. We always quote Rob Blagojevich in the
with Blagojevich, you know this. When Blagojevich checked into the feds, like when he got his number, I doubt they put that guy in general population. But when he checked into the joint, when he checked into the Fed joint, we had 3 Illinois governors in federal prison at the same time, concurrently. So what's that?
You know, it's like Heisenturf says, "The city is beautiful." It is though. It is. I've been listening to some more Kanye recently. He's always shouting.
Streets gotta eat.
Yeah. I'm an old white guy. I'm just discovering like, oh, this fellow was good. I'm gonna touch the sky, Cortez. I am gonna touch the sky.
I just might with some of this rosin over here.
Yeah, what do you smoke? Oh, you got the no, that's the live resin from Tropicana.
Yes, it is. This is the Sticky Lemons number 3.
I got a handful.
I also got maybe about 2 dabs left of this Mondo.
That's the Mando. I got some Chem 4. What do we got here? I got the sauce. It's just called the sauce. I don't know.
I haven't tried that one.
I also got some garlic cocktail.
You got any of these? Which one is this?
You know who has
those?
You know who has those is my shout out to my Aunt Bev in Des Moines, Iowa. When I brought 3 of those to Iowa with me, and I feel great.
Shout out Aunt Deb.
Aunt Bev. Aunt Bev.
Oh, I said Deb. Oh, okay.
Me and Scotty both have an Aunt Bev. It's another one of those weird coincidences. Aunt Bev is like a weird thing. And so she was like curious. They're getting the medical rollout in Iowa. I actually saw a dispensary when I was in Des Moines. I was like, oh my God. They sell like boof 3% weed. So it's not it's not like
I just drove through the entire state of Iowa twice, and it didn't look too promising. From what is that, Route 55 or 80? What is it? I-80. Yeah.
I-80. Yes. That goes.
It's like there were these like truck stops that were really like actually gambling parlors, and there was like 12 fucking people in there, and they were like going out to the cars, going back inside. They all looked to be Mexican Americans.
Yes,
They
using that.
most of
using
them
your
look
aim,
most
aim
of
material.
them looked wired for sound, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. There was about 12 of them.
All right, well, that's a good segue that we can get back onto autoflowers, because the main thing I just crossed my mind as we're sitting there smoking for a sec. It's like I wonder how many people don't even really understand as they're listening to this autoflowers. We kind of just jumped into it. You want to give a breakdown on like light cycle, like light schedule sort of thing? Like what makes autoflower special, Cortez? We should have started at the beginning, but for those of you that made it half an hour in and don't know what autoflowers is, like we'll just say example, like how do you run, even if not for beginners, how do you run your light setup? What do you like?
18 and 6 whole time.
Just straight
I
up.
mean, yeah, straight up 18 and 6. It depends on where I'm starting stuff off. Seedling, I might do 24 hours of light, but it depends on what part of the assembly line that I'm germinating in at that moment. But I don't know. I mean, perpetual is the best way to go. Maybe get yourself like a little 2x2x4. You can get like 100-watt light, 100. I got 130-watt light in mine, but the thing never really gets turned up past like 2, 3. You know what I mean?
How many?
It's just kind of
low.
Well, it all depends. I mean, I germinated seeds in there, but I also got like genetic preservation going on, because it's just like I call it a nursery. So I got clones in there, stuff I'm keeping around, just kind of cook it like low and slow, so you're not really getting like the vertical growth. But if I am germinating autoflowers, I'm not staying in the solo cup past maybe like 3 to 5 days after it breaks from the soil. So that really doesn't need that much light. And then I'm going to a 1 gallon or I'm going to final container. But honestly, I do my best autoflower work with 2 transplants. Like, I'm not going to argue with anybody. Just scroll my Instagram. I don't know. I do my best autoflower work with 2 transplants.
Hey, this is the thing. This is why you the main thing that makes you the autoflower king of Chicago is your willingness to F things up, try new stuff. That's what makes everybody great. You know what I always love that the Dude Grow Show coined as far as like their cannabis motto is we're just learning in public, man. It's like we're not turbo experts on these things. It's just we're talking about it as we do them.
I think I've messed up enough to where I pretty much have like my SOPs in place, we'll call it. Like, I've messed up enough to where I just basically have like that system. And that's kind of what I was saying at the beginning, is really whatever you have the most success with, whatever you have the best success rate with. Like, I don't know. I have people that will ask me like off the wall questions sometimes, like, hey, Cortez, sorry to bother you, but I was really wondering, I saw this video and I thought maybe I would try it. And it's like some type of advice that a content creator gave, to where it's like, well, if you germinate these seeds, but you're standing on your left foot and you hop up and down 3 times. I mean, there's times where, and it happens to the best of us, but as content creators, sometimes we kind of like jump the shark. So we'll kind of like make videos on stuff that's not really relevant, or it's some type of like fringe tactic to kind of like force content. Like, oh, I got to do 2 videos this week. Oh, I got to do 3 videos this week. And you just kind of make something that's just kind of like far-fetched, and then like people run with it, and then it's like a new thing, and oh yeah, I tried that. I don't know.
It took me a while to
It's
realize
the new
people like this is like how people learn, and like
Right.
it's high stakes. We gotta bring that heat.
I mean, it's kind of like the new age of the forum. It's like that telephone game within the community. I mean, if this was like 15, 20 years ago, there was still people like peeing on their plants and stuff. I mean, you got guys over there like
Cortez, there's still people out there
peeing on the
peeing.
plant. I
They're
know,
still
like,
out there peeing on the plants.
you know
Just
who
use
you
more
are.
use more recharge, right?
Yeah.
Like Cortez.
Recharge, not urea. Recharge, not urea, folks.
Ooh, there's a new bumper sticker for Scotty. So one of the things that I got the most comments about on the video you and I did about the night owl thing, like most people were like softening to the idea, like, okay, autos have like caught up and they're like danking everything. And then they always would put, but you're still killing yourself with power. People are really hung up on the 12-hour cycle versus the 16-hour cycle.
Well,
That
see,
extra
that's
4
the
hours a day.
thing. Like, if it's
Do
your
you, in
bench, though,
Chicago,
right?
do you pay a lot? Well, all right, because if you're mixing photos and autos,
You
you're not
don't
paying
want to
anything.
know you don't want to know what my energy bill is. But here's the thing, like, okay, if you have a proper veg setup, and when I say that, I mean like maybe a 3x3, a 4x4, a 2x4, that's a dedicated veg, your light's on 18 and 6 anyways. If you got a 4x4, like, there's no way you can't sneak 2 auto flowers in there with your clones that you're staging.
How often do you do that? Do you grow photos but then bumper in autos, or do you grow exclusively autos like right now?
Yeah, like, or even this, check this out, right? Let's say you have a clone run going, right? And maybe, let's say you're going 70 days. Let's say 30 or 40 days before you harvest, you get autoflowers going. So that's going to give you, it's going to take, we won't even count the first week for germination, but you could give yourself like a 3 or 4 week head start on some autos, right? If you got that in another area where it's vegging, you finish off your clones and you pull the autos in the tent right behind the photos. Let's say you give yourself 30, 40 days, you got another harvest within 40 days. So that's just one thing. Like, you could kind of like ping pong back and forth, but it's almost like baseball where you're stealing bases. So it's like you're getting this going while this is going, so you can seamlessly transition a little bit more, get to harvest a little bit faster. That's where the bumper crops coming in.
I feel like the bumper crop is the gateway sentence into growing autos. Just try it. Throw them in there, man. Even if like they just got that one little cola, just how does that work? If you don't
have you seen some of like the newer reels I've just put out in kind of like the past week? I've kind of been unrolling. Best to get the galvanized because those don't rust as easy as the uncoated steel. Get multiple uses out of them. You just wash them off.
Interesting. Hell yeah. No, those are the little tips. I always told people, like, one of the things that definitely fucking, what up, Scotty? Scotty should have been here earlier for Cortez's Grow Dots commercial that he gave for 17 minutes.
It wasn't that long. Come on, Grandma.
No, we were talking about how they are amazing for auto.
That's all about the coupon code, man. Got to try to save some people money. You know what I mean?
Code Cortez, get that 10% off there. So
free shipping over $50.
Yeah, that's because I had like a few things that I wanted to ask about was environmental control, nutrient control, and the dots to make sure that you don't over love them. And one of the things that I have been really like harping on with people is like there's one of these concepts of we always call like over loving the plants, like essentially over watering them and everything.
Yeah.
And so like if you are over watering, more watering is not the solution. You know what the solution can be though? Is foliar feeding. I'm a huge foliar guy these days.
Foliar.
Like that's why I got on the silicium train. You know, like
You actually made me think of something. Not to cut you off, but with the dots, sometimes with autos too, you don't want to let your soil get too dry, because since they're time released, if there is a smaller amount of water in the dirt, it can actually burn it because it's like a more concentrated burst when the time release goes on.
That's why. See, Cortez is good, Scotty. He forces you into a real growers thing. That's why you want to use the real buckets too, so that way you keep that nice moisture level. God damn, Cortez. He needs to get you on salary, not just on this thing. You're good, buddy.
If it works, it works. Even though I'm not the biggest Coco fan, this was actually before any of the Dude Grows fame or notoriety. It was actually my first post that I got read on the Dude Grow show. The first one that I got put on YouTube was from my DIY real buckets that I made, but the ones I made had a 2 foot long PVC pipe. So I could fill the res from the 2 foot long section of PVC. But then I grew in that. I also grew in, it's kind of funny, we're calling it the OG real buckets, because I had the yellow buckets.
That's the ones I got.
Was like a couple lineages ago. I saw Spaceman. He got ones that are kind of like a little bit more chic.
Yeah, I gotta say it was pretty cool watching that whole thing go down behind the scenes. I got to watch it go from a guy like a mad scientist sitting in his workshop with 5-gallon buckets cutting the rim off. Like, I got an idea, you know, and then it's like next thing you know, it's like here's Real Buckets 2.0. It's like, holy shit, you went from like tinkering in your freaking garage to like a fucking finalized futuristic product, like fast, man. I've been saying I'm real lucky in life. I got a lot of great mentors out there. So
I've definitely learned a lot from Scotty.
Yeah, he's the I can't even express to you like the amount of like literally the reason I do jujitsu is because like Scott finally convinced me. The reason I'm in therapy is because High C recommended a book that changed my life, and I was like, all right. Then I found the guy that wrote the book and like pay him.
I was saying like
money.
With the autos that I like using the garden staples, but when the limbs outgrow the edges of my pot, the garden staples aren't really effective anymore. So I'll take the garden staple out, but then I'll replace it with a 4-foot bamboo stick. And I'll use like the bendy garden wire that's got like the latex coating on it. But that was definitely from like my early days of like when I first got turned on to Dude Grows, probably like 4 or 5 years ago now. And just hearing Scotty talk about like, oh no, you don't use the scrog, you got to use the bamboo, but you got to be careful. Don't poke your eye out.
Is that your Scotty Real impression there?
Yeah, a little bit. But when you see the bamboo, like when you see my reels that I put up on Instagram where I'm using like the bamboo for the autos and everything, like that definitely came from stuff that I learned from Scotty on the show. And it's stuff that is just part of my regimen now that I use in my grow.
There's like weird beeping going off. I don't have anything in my house that beeps.
I don't hear it.
Yeah, no, it's like, what on earth?
Are you freaking out, man?
I just like fucking, you know, it's I got a little too much of that Gary Payton, man.
The snozberries really taste like snozberries.
Hell yeah! So, have you done much hash work with autos? Like, I don't know that I've ever smoked any auto flower like live resin or anything. What's you
it's just as good.
Or blasted anything? Yeah.
Pressed it, dab press.
Yeah.
It presses. I would say you probably get about the same return rate on autos. Autos might actually be ideal for, I don't really know how it works, but I know there's some people that just grow to blast oil. And you could probably do that in like 40, 50 days with autos if you were just running to blast it.
Drew, that's my favorite line of that movie, and that's how it opens. You boys like Mexico.
Mr. Gallicanus.
I see. So Mr. Ganix from Home Grow the Community, I have dyslexia. And for some reason, when I read Mr. Ganix, I see Mr. Gallicanus. I don't know why. Every time I go to say Mr. Ganix, I just say Mr. Gallicanus. So if I ever say Mr. Gallicanus, you know I'm talking about the Home Grow the Community fam.
That's kind of like, have you ever seen those like word puzzles where it's like kind of gibberish, but it tells you to like read it fast, but like the human brain, it makes sense? Do you know what I'm talking about?
You know, it just blew my mind this week is that I didn't realize the New Millennium logo, like of New Millennium, it can be read backwards and forwards and upside down and forwards. It's like no matter how you hold it,
I think that's called a palindrome.
So a palindrome means rearranging. An anagram means recontextualizing. This is a panagram. It's like, I don't know if that's even the right nomenclature for it, but it's an anagram and a palindrome.
In the Queen's English.
Combined. Right, mate, the old tween. I love the one of the things I've been thinking about with like the metric system. You even said it earlier. Here's how fucked up we are in America with the metric system. We will, as growers,
we go by freedom units or nothing.
We don't even go by freedom units. We combine it. Notice that you said milliliters per gallon.
Yeah,
that's how weird we are. That's using the metric system and the imperial. A gallon is standard. So like instead of milliliter per liter, which would make sense, we go milliliter per gallon, which doesn't. Why don't we use penny?
I got 5 gallon buckets that have like gallon markers on them. So I just go like 1 gallon, 2 gallon, 3, for whatever I'm doing. And then I got the shot.
I was an oxymoron back in the day.
And then I got the shot glass that's got the milliliter measures on it. So 1 gallon of this, and then I'm filling my shot glass.
That could be like a meme. Shout out! I'm gonna put the back call out to Dale's Dankness out there. It's like growers use their shot glasses for solutions. Growers never use their shot glasses for clang, and it's always like, it's a measuring shot glass.
Yeah, it's got like the little markers. It's got a couple different. I think it's got ounces on there too. It's got a couple different units of measurement.
Hells yeah. So it always goes fast as we get smoking on this. So we're coming up on the I can see the runway out in the distance out there. So as we start to land this plane, what should people know about autos, Cortez? Like, what's the thing? Like people that are still skeptical, people that like have purchased them. Like for me, I have some night owl seeds up there, and I'm gonna pop them. I know how to pop seeds. I know how to get them all germinated, and I get them in my solo cup. So I'm going to say definitely once you got them in your solo cup, use the Cortez the Conqueror 3-cup solo technique. That's great. Chop that middle one all the way down, unwrap it. Get yourself some Velcro.
That way you're not taking up space with pots of seeds that aren't going to germinate.
So those are 2 huge tips right there. I love that. What should people know after that? Like I have the seeds. I'm pretty comfortable that I can get them popped and everything. After they're popped, that's when things start changing. As we wrap up, what should people know? Give them a final thought, some tips, whatever you think's important.
Like try to leave them alone. Try to leave them alone for like a month. Give them 30 days to just kind of do their own thing. Maybe do some defoliation here or there, but it's literally like maybe picking like 2 or 3 leaves, maybe 1 or 2. You know what I mean? But just let it grow. Let it keep going until you see signs of pistils. Then wait about another week after you see the pistils come in a little bit stronger, because it's flowering already, and then you can go in and do a little bit more of your defoliation. Then you can do a little bit more of your training because flowering has already commenced.
So there's a huge tip. Are we burying
Yeah.
the lead? Should I pull out my
So
board?
if you do
Cortez
any stress to your autos, make it be about 7 days into flower. About maybe 10, you know what I mean? Maybe like 2 weeks into like solid pounds. You can do a little bit of stress and you don't got to worry about ending up with the Charlie Brown Christmas tree.
What? That's a good one. I'm glad I wrapped up with that, because here's something I didn't even really know. I thought I kind of looked at it just like one thing. It was fragile throughout the whole course of it, but once you get some pom-poms,
No. Yeah.
hold her down and fuck her if she wants it. Make sure
because even if you are a little too rough, the plant is a little bit more acclimated at that point. So
you can be too rough. You just got to make sure she wants it. You got to make sure of that. It's got to
be consensual. It's got to be consensual.
I'm a grower. I'm not a shower, Cortez. I'm a grower, not a shower. Like a scared farmer. I'm a grower, not a shower. Fuck yeah. Well, you as you are great with the promo, everyone in this chat for sure already knows how to find Cortez the Conqueror. But over the next few days, this might get a couple thousand views, and some people might not know where to find you. So if they missed it earlier, Cortez, where can people find you?
Well, the first thing I actually want to plug is the new podcast series with Canna, Alicia, and this tenant for camping. So if anything, you guys really should check out the new YouTube channel, Sunday Sesh. Alicia, I see you right there. If you could drop the Sunday Sesh link in the live chat there so everybody can check it out. We got some huge guests. We got huge guests lined up, like some of the people you wouldn't believe that we got agreed to come on. So September is going to be a huge month. You guys definitely want to subscribe now and hit the bell notification. But it's going to be a weekly podcast that comes on Sundays at 3 Central, 4 Eastern.
Nice.
Next guest coming live this next Sunday coming up is going to be Chubbs of Fast Buds Notoriety. So we're going to get into the autoflowers on there too. But see, this is like a late night show, so I can let my hair down a little bit. These dabs are definitely kissing my ass right now. Hopefully I'll be a little bit more coherent over there.
How awesome is Cortez? You gotta love that guy. Just a wholesome cannabis character. You know, he's from Chicago, but we can't hold that against him, can we? I don't think so. Awesome freaking dude. I can't wait till June. I gotta get ordained soon. It's gonna be one of those crazy things. I don't know how I get myself into these weird situations. You know, I just get going. Shout out to our boy Turpicana Kyle, man. Turpicana Kyle. You know who made my Christmas this year? I got 2 amazing gifts. I got this awesome set of wireless mics, so I can hook up to my cell phone. Scotty, the mic I'm talking to you right now. Scotty Real, thank you, brother. What an awesome gift. You can't beat production equipment as a gift. You know, when would I buy wireless mics for my cell phone? I just would make it work and try to fix it in post, baby. Fix it in post. But Scotty also gave me this. He bought some Tropicana boxes and he gave me some dabs from the actual line. But humble brag, check your weed privilege. This was my gift from Tropicana Kyle. Look at this, an ounce of sour diesel live resin, man. Oof, we are going to get ripped this Christmas. You know, if you wonder how this whole marathon thing came about, like, what, you get all ripped and come up with this idea? Yeah, I did. That's exactly what happened. 28 grams of sour diesel live resin. Trace the genetics back to the old country. You know how it is. So, Turpicana Kyle, much love, man. This is some of your finest work ever. And I love that guy. He's one of my oldest friends. He came in Incredibles Edibles here in Colorado. Started extracts since they started doing Incredibles extracts. And so they brought our buddy Telly in. You guys know Telly from the Jug Dealers episode if you're fans of the Over There, the hash making episode. And I met Kyle the same day as I met Telly. We were at the Tim Martin's John Doe Radio, and I met him in 2015. So he's one of my oldest homies in the game, and it's always cool when you meet people like early in your existence, and then 10 years later you come back, it's like, oh, you're still crushing it? It's like, what up, G? So yeah, thank you. I'm getting way too high. You can see how the terpenes kind of separate. I got to get that stirred. Maybe we'll take a dab right now. And I'll introduce Canadian fam. Canadian fam, man. If you know me, you know I'm Grambo, and you know the kids used to call me Gramboni because I drove the Zamboni. That's real life. So, I drove the Zamboni for 7 years at my local ice rink in Des Moines, Iowa, Metro Ice Sports Facility. And it was my last job before moving to Colorado and then getting in the cannabis game, which I hated. I hated working at a dispensary. It was the worst. I did not care for it. I don't suppose I have to tell you guys why exactly. Corporate cannabis, no freaking fun. All right. And so I got my buddy on from Canada. This is Mr. Gannix. He is an awesome content creator up in Canada. Him and C Bunny are holding down the fort up there. I made a mess. We're just hanging. I can cough. That's content, right? I can sweat like a maniac. Ooh, sour diesel. Terpicana Kyle. Oh boy, that was a big one. So Mr. Gannix, awesome freaking dude. He is Gramborg. If you guys aren't familiar with how I do my community, YouTube approved me for memberships, and so I call my group the Gramborg, the board. We are one. And so he's the most famous member of my rogues gallery of the Gramborg. So shout out to him. He is a member. If you want to become a member too, right by that subscribe button, click join. It's $4 a month, $5 a month, whatever it is, and lots of cool content coming in 2025. You always remember your first. And the first 100 that I get, you guys are going in the elite crew. So I got about 20, 25 of you right now. Shout out to every single one of you. And Mr. Gannix is one of the newest members of the Gramborg. So shout out to him. And let's kick it over there. And let's talk to my bald brother from OO Canada, Mr. Gannix.
Dave. All right. I'm getting a dab, so I can't highlight your comment yet there. Where'd you go, Dave? Maybe I do, baby. Maybe I do. Guys, that's right, C Bunny. I don't want ugly guys. I just want to dance. You guys know who Joey Valence and Bray is? Awesome hip hop musicians. If you guys like EDM, hip hop sort of stuff, check out Joey Valence and Bray. They got a great song. I don't want to talk. I just want to dance. Whew. What do we got there? No baby hits. Come on. I don't know if you're referring to the meme. Someone in the DGC made a meme. It's a baby with a beard, and it says, "When Grambo wants a dab." How dare you, memes? So yeah, tonight we got Mr. Gannix from the Homegrow the Community podcast. He's a awesome Canadian homie up there. He's he triggers my dyslexia. One of the things about my dyslexia thing, one of the things that makes me funny in stand up is my brain like makes weird connections that don't really make sense, but they kind of make sense. And so he like triggers my freaking dyslexia where his name's Mr. Gannix. Yet when I read it, any of you guys that ever watched Super Troopers know they're after the trucker, and his fake name is Mr. Gallicanuckus. And so I just see that Mr. GA, and my brain just finishes the rest, Mr. Gallicanuckus. So my guest tonight is Mr. Gallicanuckus from the Homegrow the Community podcast. So you guys definitely want to check that out. Speaking of wanting to do stuff, I forgot to set up the battery station for my little mobile rig here. So I should probably plug in all the technology, so yeah, what are you guys smoking on out there? I saw someone smoking that Moonbow. I would love to get a Grambo cross, like a Grambo, a Moonbow times Grambo. If anyone's breeders out there, I'm just saying you can't spell Grambo without GMO. I would love a Grambo strain. It would be the height of my existence to have a Grambo strain. I can't even tell you guys. So any breeders, spread the word out there. And if you do make a Grambo strain, I will make sure first of all, it better be good. I better like it. It better be a GMO, an OG, GMO, OG. All the letters are there. Grambo OG, Grambo OG. That'd be sick. What a mailman. Shout out to the Grow Dots, man. I'm using the new Millennium line right now. I'm loving it. Speaking of that, we are giving the Silicium giveaway is going on. So if you guys don't follow me on Instagram, I am giving away 7 of the Silicium minis out there. 7 days of Silicium. So if you guys don't follow me on Instagram, make sure you go over there and follow me. I give away the first one on Monday. And check the YouTube community tab because I'll be posting over there a picture and you guys comment on there. If you don't have Instagram, actually found out I'm shadow banned. I don't know what it would call it, just ban, like half ban. They tell you only your followers can see you. So I'm applying to get my status back. Maybe I can grow my Instagram. Really helps me out in comedy, helps me out with dating, all the things. Just makes me seem more of a realistic person. So here I'm going to send over this the StreamYard invite to Mr. Gallicanuckus. So Mr. Gallicanuckus, you have been summoned to the theater. Yeah, we're all always shadow banned, but check this out, C Bunny. So if you go into Instagram and then you go to your profile, click the little bottom button, and then you click the 3 little hamburger thing up at the very, very top, and it'll either say settings and privacy, or you'll already be in settings and privacy, and you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see a thing that says account status. And then in account status, you click that, and there'll be several different things. I'll show them to camera here, even just because I know there's a lot of cannabis community members out there that, and so I was actually surprised to find, I go to my Instagram, and you see that little hamburger menu there at the thing, the 3 lines. That's in the tech world, they call that the hamburger menu. So I go to settings and privacy, and then I scroll all the way to the bottom, and then there is account status. So I click on account status. You'll see that there's 1 orange. I got a bunch of green. I got 1 orange. And when I click on my orange thing there, so you can see that my account is not allowed to be shown by new followers, but it shows the post that got me there. And funnily enough, it's only 2. It's only 2 posts. It's me with a half ounce of live resin, and then one me just smoking this fat ass joint. And so, yeah, if you guys are thinking you're shadow banned on Instagram, you might not be properly shadow banned. You might actually be in this weird gray area, this twilight zone in there. So yeah, go check your account status, click the hamburger menu, go down there. I was surprised. I've been posting some bullshit on here. I found it's only 2 posts that are against it. Fuck it. So I cleaned out the text, I hit appeal, and yeah, if I lose the appeal, I'll just delete the 2 posts. I'd love to get my account out there. So try that, C Bunny. I don't know. Maybe we can get unshadow banned. Maybe we're not as shadow banned as we thought. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but check it out. So without any more ado, I hate when people say that. What is ado? Does anyone even know? I'm going to ask AI. What is ado? I like ado. So without any further ado, this dude is yeah. I hope he doesn't get upset. I call him Mr. Galcanut because he's the character's a very handsome man, the character. So yeah, everybody, let's welcome in. Yeah, thank you, C Bunny, and hopefully I can talk to you. I've been on the Homegrow the Community podcast 2 times, and she wasn't there either time, so I think she kind of hates me. So the fact that she's here instead, maybe she doesn't hate me. I don't know. I think everyone hates me. So C Bunny, next time I'm on Homegrow the Community, I hope you're there. So the guy who is there with the adorable little Quafachu there. There he is, Mr. Gallicanocus, Mr. Gannix, with all due respect.
You just gave me a breakthrough here listening to you.
Yeah.
You're not the only person that says my name wrong. There's a whole wide variety of people here in the cannabis community that think I'm Mr. Gannicus. I don't know why, but
it's gotta be that, right?
Maybe there's some dyslexia going on. I'm not sure.
I mean,
thank you for that. You cleared some things up for me.
I work with a guy in the bakery that reads kind of funny like I do, and a guy at 5'8". So maybe there is a percentage of stoner that can't read the word Gannix.
I guess so. And to me, it's super easy. It's like short form for organics.
Right.
But with a K instead of a
leads
C,
me
right?
into the question of, like, I guess we kind of half answered it there, is why are you Mr. Gannix? Are you a fully organic guy?
Most of the time I am. Right now I don't have any indoor plants going, and I was using Green Planet, the hoarding line. So technically, no, I'm not fully organic, but usually I am. Usually I use Gaia Green Pro Mix. So
nice.
But yeah, I was 420 organics actually. This was it back when I first started. And
see, something about that. See, that triggers. I would assume that's something for Oregon or something. Like, I don't know why that's 420. Maybe there's a guy I know named 420 or Organics or something.
No, maybe. But as you were talking about being shadow banned and all this is my 6th Instagram account.
Oh,
so I went with I went with Mr. Gannix because I literally ran out of ways to spell 420 organics. Like, I was spelling the word 420 at this point.
Wow, so, that's hilarious. So that's Instagram banning is what led you. Well, it worked.
It did work. And some people
holding the samurai sword.
Yeah, there was a few people that call me Gannix already, just kind of like as a short form, and it just kind of went into that. So
interesting. So you are you said no indoor plants. I guess that insinuates that there's outdoor plants.
There is outdoor plants, yes. I got 6 autos. They're grease gun, and they are from Low Gravity Genetics. They're just little baby ones. I just said, why not throw some seeds out there, see what happens. Sure. And I got some slurry cane outside, and I have another one from Low Gravity Genetics, which is purple ghost candy. So
purple ghost candy.
Yeah, I think that originated from Seedsman, and I think he took it into his own line. So yeah.
Have you grown outdoors extensively, or is this kind of a new thing?
I started growing outdoors actually like 6 years ago. That's where I kind of got my start. So I've grown outdoors every year since I think 2018. And it's always just kind of like, that's kind of like my hobby. I took the indoor more serious, but the outdoor was kind of like, let's just see how big I can get them. Let's just see what happens, Like, here, I can never finish them properly because of where I live. It's really wet in the fall, lots of rain, super humid all the time. So there's bud rot and powdery mildew and all that fun stuff. So 9 times out of 10, I'm chopping them early, or I'm throwing most of it away.
A nightmare. That's a nightmare. Is there any tips for, like, because I know with like autos, they're just that one atypical bud all the way up. Like, that's got to be a nightmare for botrytis and stuff. Is there, you got any secret
that happened
tips for
so that? This is my 2nd time growing outdoor autos ever. I'm not an auto guy, but I figured last year I'll do autos outside. They'll finish faster. I'll get somewhat of a harvest. And last year, I think it was either the end of July or August, my auto flower was almost done, and that was the very first plant that I had last year that got bud rot. Even though it was so early in the summer, it was still filled up, but it was like a football, just one bud. And it wasn't good. I ended up throwing probably 3/4 of that plant in the garbage.
Can you still hear me? I seem to be frozen up on my camera here.
I can hear you, but you are frozen for me.
All right. Yeah, that's weird. Well, at least I look very serious and like I'm listening.
You look like you're right into it for sure.
So why do you is it heat reasons? Is that why you don't grow in the
inside
right now, or yeah?
I actually just cut them down. So
Oh,
this is the first time that I've grown with synthetic nutrients in quite a long time. And they're not as forgiving as organic nutrients, like dry amendments. They're definitely not as forgiving. You can overfeed them and then wake up in the morning and your plants are almost dead. And that's pretty much what I did. So I had one that didn't make it completely. It just fried it. Like it was dried up. It was shriveled. It was just brown, nasty. So I tossed that one out. And the other ones kind of bounced back. And they were starting to look okay. I use the AC Infinity watering bases. And I was just doing top watering at this point, using the bases to catch the runoff. And so basically I did a flush for like a week or two. And they were looking great. Everything was looking good. And it just happened to be right when I flipped the flower. And there was nice little buds on there. And everything was on the up and up. And then all of a sudden it just took a turn again. So I don't know if there was like some residual nutrients left in the soil or what happened. But they just went right back into that toxicity again. And I ended up just chopping them. So...
Yeah, it's so funny. So I did a poll a while ago talking about like different synthetic questions versus organic question. And it was so interesting to see the same answer come out of both camps. I'd see like synthetic growers and they'd be like, I don't mess with organic, seems scary. So I'm a synthetic grower and I related to that comment. I go, yeah.
Right.
And then, so I was very shocked to see the organic growers. I don't know about synthetic. It seems scary. I was like, what?
I started that way.
You're
So
rock. So you want rock to dissolve at the right time frame, so that way it releases out. I literally walked in my grow yesterday. I'm teaching my roommate to grow. I literally walk in. I look down. I go, get the Royal Rush from Playground as a 800. I like literally turn the car. I go, get the Royal Rush. You know, it's like recharge and Royal Rush to the wind.
Yeah. Well. Synthetics are great if you know how to use them properly. And me being out of them for so long, one thing I definitely learned is I am not cut out for them. I went to organic nutrients for one reason and one reason only. Because synthetic nutrients did not work for my schedule. With work, with everything like that, it just didn't work for me. I didn't want to spend all this time mixing nutrients and watering nutrients every single time. I just wanted to go water my plants and be done with it. And feed every couple weeks, 2-3 weeks kind of thing. You do a top dress and then you just water. Every now and then I'll do a tea, you know. But over time, I've made it more complicated, almost like I'm feeding synthetic nutrients again. I'm now doing liquid organic nutrients and I'm doing this, I'm doing that. So it's not any less complicated. I'm just more accustomed to it now, I guess.
Right. And well, that highlights an interesting point, is that we think about it like a hard line, right? Synthetic, organic. When you start bringing up liquid organics, all of a sudden it's like, ooh, this is a squirrely line we've created here in this little red blue thing of like, you know, which color is organic, red or blue?
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to. Don't answer. Smart move.
I'm not going to.
Hell yeah.
Stand right out of that one.
As far as like the indoor growing, what's like your secret? What's your secret weapon? I always will tell people. I used to read Guitar World magazine, and they'd always ask people, "What's your secret weapon?" And most people would bring up like, I like strings or something. I'll never forget Dimebag Darrell was like, "I drink Pedialyte because you get hungover and you can make it to the show."
Gotta
like,
rejuvenate yourself. Oh yeah.
And so just, it doesn't have to be anything specific, but like, what would you say is your secret weapon? It could be mental, physical, a product. What's your secret weapon indoors?
My secret weapon.
Ooh.
It's a good question. I'm not sure. I use hydrozyme. I mean, that's kind of like it's a weapon, but I don't know if it's much of a secret anymore.
But maybe you're just a fan.
No, definitely. I am a fan for sure, but
When you held out your arm right there, I thought you were about to show a
I got a hydrozyme tattoo. No. No, I don't know. Like I use the Gaia Green. I do the top dressing, stuff like that. I like to do teas. I use like a fish emulsion, like it's the Alaskan fish fertilizer. I like to add that to like a worm casting tea. I'll add that in there with molasses, stuff like that, and bubble it. I'll do like a mycelium tea and flour to where I'll create like a mycelium layer over soil and worm casting and oats and stuff like that. And then once it's gone into that, like that, mycelium looks like that white kind of fluffy layer. Once it goes into there, I'll add that into a bucket of water and I'll bubble that for 48 to 72 hours, depending. And that's a good tea for flour. So I like to use that in my flour. Yeah, and I like to just train for like a nice even canopy. I don't use scrog nets or anything, but if you look in my tents, usually it looks like there's a scrog net. So
really. And what do you do to achieve that?
I use multiple different ways, I guess. I top sometimes, depending on the plant. I look at my whole tent like it's one plant. So I don't train the same way every single time. Like one plant, I might top it, but the other 3 plants or 4 plants or whatever I have in there, they might not need to be topped. I might just kind of like lightly bend them over just to kind of even off that canopy. So, but I use bud clips. I use the training wire. I'll bend. Sometimes I'll just snap them over if I have to, So I use all kinds of different ways.
Just silica. Do you ever amend sort of do you yeah, because I don't know much about organic. Like what's the availability of like things like silica, because that's a nightmare in synthetic growing. Silica's a bitch.
Yeah.
You got to really like mind your P's and Q's. Are there things that don't play nice in those sort of situations? Do you get lockout because things interfere, or am I just coming from a synthetic point of view?
Not that I've really experienced. I'm sure there is. Like there's a million ways to grow synthetically and there's a million ways to grow organically. So I mean, I haven't touched on all of them for sure. So I imagine there probably is some things that don't play nice, but me personally haven't experienced it.
Yeah, if I was going to ask myself like the sort of questions I was going to ask you, like things like what do you do, what do you like to do, what are you good at, you immediately it's like, oh, I like this organics thing. I would go into, I've almost taken on like the dude Brett from Dude Grows mentality of just like trying weird things. I'm in a weird place now. I was growing with grow dots. Now I'm doing the 14 bottles with freaking the whole new millennium and playground line and everything. So like I keep talking about how, I'm trying everything. You know what was not slated on my calendar to try? Was anything organic. So maybe I have to step up. Maybe I'll have to nut up and actually. So if I were going to start as just a brand new, like I know how to grow, obviously, but this is a completely different beast. Like where would you start as a new home grower? So I have a 2x4 tent and a 5x5. What should can you do a 2x4? Like, am I overthinking
Sure you can.
it?
Absolutely, you can do a 2x4. I normally grow in 3 to 5 gallon pots, so I don't get anything crazy inside. Outdoors is a lot different, obviously, but indoors 3 to 5 gallon pots. I use Pro Mix and worm castings, and I mix all my dry amendments into my soil to start off with. So Gaia Green, whatever kind you like, you'll obviously you would do some research, reach out to people, find out what's out there, and I would find one grower that grows that way that you're interested in, and I would follow exactly what they do. So when I first started, my one grower was Mr. Canuck. So I followed basically everything that he did. So simple, very, very, very simple. Add your amendments, add your worm castings, and water it, and watch them grow.
What
Very, very
advice
simple.
does he have for getting to 1 million subscribers? Does he dole out that advice?
That's a great question, you know. And
As a
if he ever
content,
answers that, I would love to know for sure, because
he comes up in our meetings, like, because at the bakery we have proper meetings and stuff with the high C and the crew and everything, and he'll get brought up like, how does he do it? And I just go, I don't know, man. Some people just, I don't know. I think we always make jokes that, like, YouTube Susan, he's got like information.
His video editing skills. His video editing skills, I mean, they're definitely up there. So I mean,
well, he'll it's more in reference to the age gating. He gets a pat. He can go to garden tours and stuff. It's like, if we show a bud, we get pulled down.
Yep. Wow. Oh, and he's on his channel making hash and doing this and doing, like, just When we do a live over on Homegrow, within like 10 minutes.
So for everybody that's in chat right now knows you guys, but for the people that watch later that don't, how do they watch more Mr. Organics and Mama Kush and C Bunny?
You come over to YouTube and we are Homegrow the Community, and over on Instagram we are Homegrow the Community Official, and then we have C Bunny Grow, and then there's Mama Kush 420. And then obviously Pop Kush 420, he's our man behind the scenes.
Yeah,
and then myself,
we can't forget about the producer.
Definitely not.
Yeah,
we couldn't do it without him, but he is good.
I say anyone that thinks that I have producer skills, I always keep my eye out there, and I see the guys that are sharp. Shout out to Untrained Astronaut, and double shout out to Papa Kush, the man that I heard he did a face reveal not too long ago.
He did. He did.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
you got to be careful with that.
You got to come see that. That was, well, what happened was Mama Kush had said if we get to 100 viewers on that live, that she was going to jump off the dock. But if we got to 150 that day, she was going to belly flop off the dock. So we made it to the 100. She did the jump off the dock, and he had to go outside the video with the laptop because our back room was full, so he couldn't open up another camera at that time, and so he went outside with his laptop and videotaped the whole thing, and his face got on the camera. I don't think he meant to originally, but it happened. So
well, fortunately for him, Papa is sexy. So yeah, for all you guys don't know that meme, that's hilarious. Did that start? Was that before me? I remember I was on with you guys, and you guys put the thing as Grambo is sexy, and then did that start then, or does this go back? It
started that night. Now there's a logo. There's a Papa is sexy logo and everything. Shout out to El Canasur for making that for us, by the way.
Oh yeah, shout out to Canasur. I'm honored to be a part of the lineage of that. That really does.
Yep.
I almost sound like I'm joking, but it really is. Like, it's fun.
It started.
I'll rib the guys on Dude Grows, because the bag, like, Grambo, how the fuck do you like know all these people? And I go, I'm a man of the people, boys. I'm out there. Like,
you're all
I'm
over
in
the place.
moment. I say, yeah, I never say no. If anytime you guys want me back, you just let me know, man.
Well, especially Friday. You even come hang out at the campfire too. Yeah, on Friday nights.
Oh yeah,
Grow Me Gardens. And we finished the night off with.
You can be a guest, like, unlike a lot of these elitist podcasts that don't let anyone on but other cannabis creators. You guys actually let the Gromies on, show your actual garden. That's so cool, you guys.
Well, so our Wednesday nights. So every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do interviews. So we bring those people on. We bring the canna creators on. We bring the elite on, I guess, as you want to call it. And then our Friday nights it's all about the Gromies. We want to see gardens. We want to know how you guys grow. We want to know everything that you guys are doing. So Friday nights is all about you guys. We bring people on, and people can show their grow and talk about how they're doing it. And we meet some really, really, really cool people every Friday night.
So yeah. Yeah, you guys have inspired me. I've so one of the reasons that I started doing the Grambo Grows things, well, the reason I started the channel was to prove certain arguments in certain meetings with certain clients that had certain disagreements about how certain algorithms work. I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
my second video got 70,000 views, and I literally I don't give a shit that I got 70,000 views. The only thing I
Yeah.
care about, I go, so who the fuck knows what they're, So look,
Yep.
that's why I started the channel, but why I started the stream is because I put my kiddo to bed and I just sit there. I would sit there like depressed, like alone. I can't really,
Now what
party
do I
it up
do?
or have friends over. She's sleeping. She's 5. I keep it quiet.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I could go into the micro studio and hang out. And so I always do that on Thursday as well. And so I'm thinking about maybe doing a second stream. So you
Nice.
guys from the homegrown community, you guys have to come hang out on a Thursday one of these days. I don't know when I'm going to
Absolutely.
start. I'm
Yep.
just kind of rough thinking about it, but
Yeah, definitely. We'd all be interested in that for sure.
awesome.
You get to know the whole crew. Well, I mean, you know the whole crew, but
I'm talking to you, Sea Bunny. I got. She told me that I can come back on anytime, so I'll be there.
Yeah, you're always welcome on, man.
It's interesting. So like talking about, I don't know how far I interrupted you. Did I? What do you got there? What's this contraption? We gotta explain to the people what's happening here.
This is like it's like a Yeti. It's a tumbler.
Okay.
So you can buy these lids at Polar Blast. So I think polarblast.com. So it's a lid that fits right on your Yeti tumbler, whatever, 20 ounce. And it's got the spot for the bowl. It's got a silicone bong piece. And then it's got stainless steel downstem. So the only thing that's breakable on this is the bowl. That's it.
Damn.
So everything else is
any cup that is that circumference or near is essentially a piece.
Yeah, so you can buy this lid off polarblast.com or .net or whatever it is. I'll have to look it up after. I'll let you know. But I think they're like $25 or something for the lid. And then you can just put it on any 20-ounce tumbler that you want. So my dad actually, he puts the logos on them and everything. So I got the 420 Organics one, the little
nice.
And then I got the old one here. So this one was a bong at one time. Now it's all stainless steel, so it's super easy to clean. And then a little graffiti guy on the back, and then
I would just go ahead and warn everybody, when you remove the top, don't forget that that's not your beverage and drink bong water.
Yeah, don't drink it. Don't drink it. I got 3. I got a home grow one somewhere.
Did you ever grow up with anyone that drank like turbo dirty bong water? Like, you ever seen that? Nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I remember back in the day being the guy that was like, "Hey, drink the bong water. I dare you. You'll get high off it."
Yeah, my friend's brother swore. You were that guy. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Not the guy that drank it. The guy that was like, "Hey, man, you should drink this. It'll be good."
I see. Good.
I mean, I have gotten a mouthful of bong water before. That's never fun.
Oh yeah.
I think we've all done that.
I get this thing will spit up in me every now and then, like I won't cup the balls right, and then I'll just get a mouthful.
Right. You don't want that.
I don't know why I get age restricted all the time.
Oh, I heard the beginning of the show. I wonder why.
Yeah, no. Literally, I'll tell stories of, like I always will joke that like on Dude Grows, Scott will say, I'm Scotty times 2. I go, I'm Grambo divided by 4. Like, yeah. I gotta chill out. So I'm a nut over. This is like my place where I can do all the jokes that.
Actually, we just had the dude on. We just had dude on last Wednesday.
That's right. I totally forgot to bring that up. That was amazing.
And I think he told us that there was a Grambo joke reel or something like that. A Grambo joke reel that's not allowed to be out. Of edits, of ones that you guys have edited out.
There is a couple. There's less than they probably fear there are. But yeah, sometimes there's just moments like there's this one. So right in the height of all like the weirdness on gender norms in the pronouns and everything, he opened an episode where he's like, "What's up, guys and gals? Welcome to Let's start over." And like so like little moments like that where it's just like these like hilarious, like that'll never be repeated, where like he says guys and gals all the time, but for this one day in particular he was just like, I don't know,
Can't do it. Yeah.
I love how people watch the show. Dude's Power back
he felt
on.
a certain type of way that day and it just didn't work.
Yeah, so go watch the dude over there. It's rare that you can get a dude sighting outside of Dude Grows. Must be some sort of weird Canadian handshake thing.
That's the second time we had him on,
but
actually. We've had him on twice now, so.
Oh,
So, yeah.
Canada.
Oh, Canada, I know. Yeah, it was funny. He kept saying, you know, up there, up here, and he's like, wait a minute, you guys are all in Canada. I'm like, yeah, we are. He goes, nice.
Yeah, I have this weird thing with Canadians, dude. Like my whole life has been like affected by Canadians in some manner or another. And I worked at an ice rink driving Zamboni for years, and so we were like the halfway
a super
point
Canadian
between,
job.
Yeah, Texas and Toronto. We were the halfway point between those. And so, yeah, I just meet all these cool Canadians. I would, kids would leave their toques at the rink, so I would steal.
You even said it right. You even said it right.
Got a toque. That's what I'm saying. I'm half Canadian over here, bro.
Usually when I'm talking to somebody from the U.S. and I say toque, they're like, it's not a toque, it's a beanie.
A beanie.
I'm like, well, to me there's a difference. A toque has the ball on the end and you fold it up. A beanie is
key. Yeah.
Just the cap. You know what I mean?
No, I look good in a toque, man. I sport them out in Denver winters, and there isn't a day some girl will tug on it. But
you guys get winters like we do. You guys have winter just like we do. So,
so because we're so high up, the pavement and the ground is hot. So it really, unless we get a dense snowfall, they don't even plow here because it melts off so fast. So if we do get a bad snowfall, we just get our dick kicked into the dirt. It's brutal.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have winters proper, but I come from Iowa, which is just south of Minnesota, which is Canada Junior,
right
up there.
Minnesota. Yeah,
Minnesota. So Iowa has proper winters like you guys do, but Colorado, we're pretty lucky because of all the altitude and solar radiation here.
Even here nowadays, like our winter is not what I remembered as a kid. Like we can't even take our kids tobogganing most times anymore because the snow's gone. It shows up, we get a big snowfall, and then within 2 or 3 days it's gone. Or there just isn't enough, you know. So
skating the rivers and stuff. I'd always watch it.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time as a kid.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it nowadays.
Come on, Cannasewer. You know damn well what a toque is, you son of a bitch. Is that how you spell it? I don't think. Is it Tuku? I don't know.
No. I don't even think I know how to spell it properly, but that's not it. I know that's not it. Good try.
Hilarious. Hell yeah.
And
so
I just explained what a toque was. Al, if you were listening, I just proves right there you weren't listening.
He's just trolling. Don't worry about these dumb Americans. They don't understand us Canadians.
That's right. Oh shit.
Hell yeah, dude. So you just brought down. So do you like cycle then? So no that's interesting. So you probably perpetual harvest, like perpetual growing probably isn't just as easy as like transplanting and throwing them in the next tent, eh?
I used to.
Notice how, what really proves I'm Canadian is that I dropped A's. Like that was not me mocking you. That I say A out in the world and I use it.
And it's funny, I noticed it, but it didn't sound weird to me.
Because I use it real.
It came out so naturally that it didn't sound
I wanted to make sure you knew I wasn't mocking you. I actually use it.
So I used to do a perpetual grow. So where I used to live, I used to have 4 tents. I had 2 3x3s, a 5x5, and I had 2 propagation tents. They were like 2x2x3, I think. And I used to have 2 of them stacked. So that was all seedlings and clones. And my 3x3s were my veg tents. And then once they were done, they would go into my 5x5. And then I would, chop everything down in my 5x5. But where I'm at now, I don't have the room to do that. So I have a 3x3 upstairs, a 3x3 downstairs. Both of them have nothing in them at the moment, but they will soon. And I have the backyard, so I don't really do the perpetual thing anymore, unfortunately.
What will set the next grow? What will get those tents filled? Like, what's the impetus that pushes you into it? Do you have to wait for things to break down? So are you like mixing things and waiting? How does your reset work?
So normally what I would do is I would chop everything down. I use the same tents to dry in. So I would dry in the same tent that I just grew in. Once they were dry, trim everything up, obviously put it in grow bags or jars, whatever I'm using. And then I would do the reset. I would clean everything. I break the steamer out. I steam everything. I bleach everything. I make sure everything's sterile. And when I'm using organics, I definitely reuse my soil over and over and over again. It's not no-till. I'll empty it out. I'll remix it up. I'll put it back in for another round. But because I had such a problem this time, they never finished. So I chopped everything down. And so after having the problem, I was kind of not discouraged, but I was just kind of like, fuck it, you know what? I'm just going to take a minute. I got the outdoor plants right now. So I'll get everything cleaned up. I have some fast buds I'm going to run next, some autos. I'm going to do an auto run, which isn't really my thing. So I don't know why I'm doing an auto run next after not getting a harvest, but I am. And downstairs in the tent that I have down in the basement, I'm going to do some reverse genetics. So we'll see what happens with those.
And
those are
I assume
photos.
that's a brand, not some weird new thing, right? Like, you heard of reverse?
No, genetics? It's not a triploid or anything like that. It's a brand.
Nice. That's awesome. Because you never know. I hang out with like Jaron and Gabe and the Jug Dealer. They'll drop some shit like the most recent thing they've been dropping on is like plant food isn't food, light is food, and it's just like, why is no one else talking about this? Why is it take? I love one of my favorite thing about the Jug Dealers. So I was everyone's worst bud tender in Denver because people are like, I haven't smoked sativa, and I'd be like, do you even know what that means? There's no such thing as a sativa molecule. Do you even know what you're asking about? Here's the thing: terpenes and flavonoids and cannabinoids got, and it's like, just give me the fucking haze, man. I just want to.
Yeah. Well, that was the same. Like I was never a bud tender, but I was in a dispensary one time, and I don't typically go to dispensaries, and this is probably one of the reasons why I don't go. It's because I'm standing there and I'm looking at all the choices and stuff like that, and I don't like to buy weed in dispensaries, but I must have been out or something. And somebody came in and they were like, I want your highest THC that I can get. The highest THC that you have. And I was like, is that really what you want? Are you sure that's what you're looking for? And it was like this big biker guy, and he said, shut up, kid. Like, fuck off. I'm like, okay, I'll shut up. But you don't want to know, I won't tell you. But yeah, it was funny.
I love that finally the industry is catching up with that. Like everyone, like I was preaching this because I was a weed nerd going back to the OG days, but finally 15 goddamn years later, 10 years later, however long it's been since, damn, time flies. Bud tendon. We legalized in 2012 in Colorado. I moved here right after. I was like the 500th person.
So that was legalized in 2012 for medical?
Rec. That's when rec.
Oh, passed. For recreational. Wow.
Yeah.
You guys were ahead for sure.
Yeah,
we were 2018
Colorado and
for rec.
But Canada probably implemented it a bit more smartly than. First of all, the U.S. is just a fucking nightmare patchwork of insanity. But even in Colorado, like because you guys get what, 4 plants, right, per person?
Yeah, so you're allowed to grow 4 plants per household.
Right. So we get 6 per person, 12 per household. Other than that, our laws are inferior to yours. in every
Well,
way, but we get that extra.
So we can do
plant count.
4 plants. We can do 4 plants and only 4 plants. That's in any stage. So you can't have 4 veg, 4 flower, 4 seedlings. It's 4 plants, period. But we are allowed to carry 30 grams. So I can go anywhere I want with 30 grams in my pocket. Not that I really do.
Why 30? Why 30?
I'm not sure.
We get an ounce. We get an ounce here.
Which is basically 30. So I don't know why they wouldn't just say an ounce, but
just because Canada's is generous, bro.
To give us the extra couple grams. Yeah. I don't know why either.
They're Mounties, not counties.
That's true. That's very true.
No,
yeah, and there's 2 places.
I think it was Mama that was saying on the Home Grow the Community podcast, like, we're bad at math. Fuck, we're bad at plant counts. We're bad at math. We're just bad at math. Don't worry about it. Plant counts.
Well, her thing is we're not allowed to do math on our show.
Yes.
We're not allowed. I'm the math guy on our show. I wouldn't say I'm great at it, but I'm the math guy for sure. Papa's probably smarter at math than me, but I'm usually one of the ones that's on screen. So I'm usually the math guy, but I'm not allowed.
You guys are generally fairly European in Canada as far as linguistics and spelling and everything. They call it maths. Math is plural in the UK, in Europe. They have the maths. So I just happen to be noticing. I've been watching a lot of egghead documentaries this weekend, and it's so weird. It's like multiple. They call the period a full stop. So if you were to say like end your sentence, like they call the period a full stop. I don't know. Europe's weird. But you guys have the metric system, so I'm jealous.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody does. I think you guys are the only ones that don't, right?
There's 3 countries on Earth, and they're like third world countries, and then the United States.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You guys are so close to us. You think that we would just do the same thing.
I think I might have told the story to Mama Kush, but I'll repeat it because it's one of my favorite little stories. When the first scientists that came up with the metric system, they finalized the kilograms, and they fabricated like several dozen kilograms and sent them to presidents and secretaries of state all across different countries. Well, Thomas Jefferson was our Secretary of State at that time. He was very interested in implementing the metric system. Well, the ship that was carrying our kilogram crashed and it sank to the bottom of the ocean. So by the time another one got dispatched and sent over, Thomas Jefferson's time had gone away, and some asshole that knew nothing about it got it, and he just set it on his desk. Bonk. And then so was the history
and that was it.
Of our metric system. One freaking asshole for centuries. That's such a bummer. And I was talking with a friend of mine. I thought I was going to teach my kid the metric system, right? Like I'm going to figure out about what a meter is. And then she's like 5. It's like, I'll be like, how many meters? Like that's a 1 meter. She goes, how much is that in feet? I go, it's just about 3.
But I mean, like I don't use meters. You know what I mean? Like everything I do is in feet. Most of the time I use pounds.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean,
so maybe
we use Celsius. You guys use Fahrenheit. I mean, I think it's kind of like, I don't know. When people speak multiple languges, and they kind of like mash them together to make their own language. Like you'll have a friend that speaks, I don't know, French or something like that.
We call,
and then when you go to their house
in America, Spanglish. Right. We have Spanglish here. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Exactly that. I think that's what we do with it. It's kind of like a good mix between the two.
So. I got to pause here to shout out to the guy who made the Grambo Grows theme song, Cannabis Vibe. Thank you, buddy. Lucky number 11. 20 is the magic number to where I can pay a friend a fair wage to come edit it. So
yes, we went from, let's get Grambo to 20. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. And no pressure. Literally, this ain't a fucking pledge drive. I don't care. I
get Grambo to 20.
I make 6 pieces of cannabis content every single week. I can live.
It's pretty good.
But
I don't do that.
Want more Grambo Grows. If the people want me to put a 7th piece of content out, because yeah, we got Dude Grows. So the new Dude Grows channel, just so I can shout out to everyone, because we get a lot of lookalike channels. It's a DGC Grow Talk is the Dude Grows new shorts channel. So you'll see DGC Grow Talk will be out every Monday and Friday. So check for that, guys. So yeah, I got DGC Grow Talk Monday, Jug Dealers Tuesday, Dude Grows Wednesday, nothing on Thursday, nothing on Friday.
Well, you're gonna have one on Thursday. You're gonna have one on Thursday soon, though.
That's the last day I don't have anything. And so yeah, I have the Dude Grows shorts on Friday, Dude Grows show on Saturday, my stream on Sunday. It's ridiculous. So I can't make. And if anyone saw my Night Owl video, they're very high production. I don't just sit talking cam style in front of a camera and just edit it. I go different places, put on different costumes, outfits, a whole bunch of CGI, animation, a whole bunch of shenanigans. And so it's I need help if you want more of that stuff. So
nice. Yeah. So there you have it, folks. Get GRAMBO to 20.
So I cut you off at the last bit. You're resetting, and so how does that process look like? Do you pop seeds and then transplant them in? Like, what's your starting seed sort of thing look like?
So before, what I would do is I would put all my seeds in like a cup, let them soak, and then I would put them right into the forever home from there. No paper towel, none of that shit. I did that when I first started. It worked for me until it didn't work, and then I just started doing the whole from water to forever home. Now I use the can. I'll put my seeds in the can. It's a little contraption, and it's got 8 compartments in there, so you can cut out, like, say you're going to grow 8 different strains. You don't need 8 different cups anymore, or 8 different paper towels. Canna, and then can with a K. So CANNAKAN.
Okay.
So I use that to pop my seeds, and that will do your soak and your germination all in one. And then I go straight from there to a solo cup now. Yeah, see the round one down on the bottom?
Yeah.
It's got the CK on the cover. That's the can.
Okay. Oh shit!
Yeah.
The StreamYard. There we go.
Oh, nope.
No.
Nope.
Yeah, okay.
So it was the round one, and it just says CK on the top on the lid. It was in that picture that you first had up there. It was just down in the bottom right corner.
I accidentally didn't share my screen anymore. There we go.
Yeah. So in that picture that you have up there right now, see the bottom right-hand corner? Yep.
Okay,
right.
Yes.
So there's 8 compartments in there, and you can put a different strain in each one. And they're numbered, and they give you a little whiteboard type thing that you write on it with a dry erase marker. And you can write down when you start, the day, the time, the strain, whether it's male, female, regular, femme, whatever, auto, anything, any information that you need, you can put it on there. And you put it onto a heat mat, and you fill it up with water. It'll do your soak, and then after you might get like a little tail. You drain out most of the water. You leave a little bit in the bottom, just so that the seeds aren't in the water anymore. But there's a little white pad on the bottom that'll stay wet, kind of like a paper towel. And then they'll germinate, and then that's when you get your tap roots come out. So you put it on a little heat mat. So he says it's the wow factor: the water, oxygen, and warmth. So you get all of that going on in this little canister, and then I'll take them from there and then plant them.
Interesting. The wow. I just wrote that down. Water, oxygen, warmth. Wow. Oh wow. All right.
Yeah.
How do you pop seeds? Cool concept. Oh, wow. Yeah, I like that. I love little sayings, like literally. So I have my phone, and then anytime you're typing or along on your phone, and I'll do this with Dude Grows or Jug Dealers, I go to take a note or a time code, and I feel like everyone in the room and even people on stream now think I'm like texting and taking my eyes off. I ordered a magnetic an LCD writing board on Amazon not about an hour ago to avoid these systems. This comes up so much. Like I wanted to write, oh wow, the wow system. Oh wow.
No, it like when you think about it, it makes sense, right? Like you want your water, you need oxygen, and you need the warmth, especially for a seed or a seedling. All of those things are important.
Well, especially because everyone expects the first two. They always forget the third, the new newbies. You just, when you have a heating mat or something that gets you all nice and fogging up that thing, getting all the condensation all over the walls, that's it. They're like hot rodded. It goes from taking a week and a half to 2 days, 3 days, you know?
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too. So when you dump the water out of it and you just leave that little bit at the bottom, when you take the lid off of it, after that's been sitting on the heat mat for a little while, the whole lid is just covered in condensation. Like that humidity is just built up in there. It's perfect. It's like the perfect greenhouse environment for your seeds.
Exactly.
And then they have these little bud, I think he calls them bud huggers. Something like that. They're the tweezers. Anyways, you can pick the seeds up, but they're like rounded on the inside of them, so you never have to touch the seeds. So they hug this, or sorry, not bud huggers, seed huggers. So they hug the seeds. They're just like, you just pick them up and you don't have to worry about them. You don't touch the tap roots, nothing. Plant them and you're good to go. But I put them in solo cups and then let them go from there now, where I never really did that before. So
I was waiting for someone who's the
butt huggers,
nut huggers, butt huggers.
Nope, seed huggers.
Somebody, the seed huggers. So then going in, it's like you got your soil, it's all mixed up. Like, is the immediate surroundings of it just not hot at all? Like, how does that because I guess I've always focused on like the late game stages of organic. I'm like, oh, these things have to break down. I never really thought of like the beginning stages of organic. Like how does it respond to this? Like as the taproot goes down, like immediately my synthetic growers like, this all seems scary and hard.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, you're right. So it is going to take a little bit of time to break down. So I will mix everything up before I put the seed in there, like the day of kind of thing, and then I'll plant my seed. But it's going to take a week or two for everything to kind of break down to be soluble. So it's going to give that seedling a little bit of time to kind of get established, to build a little bit of a root system before those nutrients actually become available. So by the time that seedling is big enough, the nutrients will be ready. So a week or two in, you know, your little seedling is no longer a little seedling anymore. It's about, you know, it's a plant with 2, 3, 4 nodes on there, and you're ready to go.
So cool.
So about every 3 weeks, I'll retop
it. Hearing it put like that, it just seems like art. It's just like, you guys are artists, goddamn.
But it's so different than when I hear you guys doing synthetics. Like, I'm using the same nutrients right now as Mama Kush used and Sea Bunny used. And Sea Bunny is the only one out of us that did an amazing job with it. So I can tell you right now, it's not the nutrients' fault that I messed up. It's my own fault, you know. And Mama Kush is another organic grower, so she's having similar problems as I am. They're different problems, but they're similar problems, if that makes sense. Like, she's having problems that you would only have if you were growing synthetically and did it wrong. Not because it's synthetic, but it's because we did it wrong. So, and Bunny, she's always grown with synthetic, so she's killing it. She's kicking our ass. So.
I don't know why plugging in my computer makes my camera freeze, but it unthawed after a little bit. But yeah. So yeah, going into that. So yeah. So where do you go from there? So that's fascinating. It grows into it, and then it's just water from there. Like
basically,
I don't know. Obviously,
pretty much, yeah. Like all
amendments and stuff on there.
So there is times where kind of like real life gets in the way, and I don't re-amend fast enough. So I may go into like a little bit of a deficiency or something like that. Again, my own fault because I didn't do it at the right time. There is certain things that I can give it that'll give it that like immediate boost. Like if I'm lacking nitrogen or something, I can give it that fish emulsion that I was talking about earlier. It's Alaskan fish fertilizer, I think it's called, or Alaska fish fertilizer. And it's just like a nice straight shot of nitrogen that's readily available right now. And it's organic. So I can give that to my plants and not have to worry too much. And then I can re-amend and get everything back going again. So, yeah.
Nice.
It's all done in a timely
Great.
manner. You just have to stay on your own kind of schedule and just, it's like anything else. You just watch your plants. You listen to your plants. They talk to you. They tell you what they need.
Right. And that's where we come. That's where, as you're talking, I guess I see the artistry on the other side, because like, if you're constantly like, I have to walk in and spot like, okay, well, it's nitrogen. So like, is it lockout or is it nutrients or is it this? And so I go and I'm looking, it's like, well, no chlorosis in the vein. So like, no, probably no lockout. So yeah, let's get some nitrogen on there. It's like playing doctor in a way, but because I've been doing it for so long,
You just kind of know nowadays.
I can just turn on a dime. I don't like it. I'm turning. Whatever I just did, I effed it up. I'm turning. Whereas organically, it's like I'm locked in. It's just like, Jesus, take the wheel.
You are. I mean, you are locked in, but I mean, at the same time, there is things that you can do in between. Like I said, like I'll do my top dress, even if it's late, you know, then I'll add like that fish emulsion with a tea or something like that, and that'll give it a little bit of a boost. Maybe buy me a little bit of time, and it'll also help kind of break down the nutrients that I just put into the soil, because it's kind of like a microbe tea almost, right? So you're adding microbes into your soil to help kind of break everything down a little bit faster. So
Interesting. Have you ever played with the New Millennium product, Winter Frost?
I haven't, no.
So what it is it's a plant senescer. So when you put it on, it sends out all the hormone or enzymes, hormones, whatever it is that tells it like, hey man, it's winter, shut it down. And so it's one of those things that for Canadian growers that have a hard time getting outdoor crops to finish correctly. So I recommend. I don't know if the guys ship to Canada. If you were in the United States, I'm sending you a bottle of Winter Frost right now. I don't know if they can ship to Canada, but we'll figure out a way to get you some Winter Frost. That stuff. They call
because that's
their joke is it's the gateway jug. It's the
well, that sounds like that would be perfect for like exactly what you just said for my plants outdoors. Like you hit it with this, and maybe you can kind of get it to speeds up the process a little bit. Does it? Is that what it does?
Yeah. So,
like the end?
It just tells it that it's done. It stops uptaking nutrients and starts feeding upon itself, just yellowing out. And then it's also like a finisher as far as like they try to get their whole thing is phenotypic expression. They want plants to like really express. And so that's like one of their secret weapons. And
but it helps it express like itself. Basically, it doesn't add anything to it. It just helps bring out the natural traits of that plant.
Yeah, and one of the other uses that we've been using it for in Colorado is like pulling plants, because you want to pull plants a little bit earlier for concentrates and to get different kind of terpene profiles out of them, but you still want them to finish. So if you start wintering a plant at like week 6 indoors, it'll finish proper in 7 weeks, 6.5, instead of like having it stretch all the way. And people are using all sorts of it's like a renaissance right now. We're going from bro science to science, and it's fascinating watching where the two intersect and where they don't.
I'm definitely interested in that, especially for like the outdoor stuff.
I was using the grow dots that Scotty Real has with Real Growers, and it's one of these products. I told Scott 100% honestly, I was like, here's your hardest problem with grow dots, is that they actually work and no one's going to believe you, because you got this one part granular that you just give water to, like, and if you use his Real bucket system, they're like the bottom feeding, you don't even do that. It's like, dude, you're like, I know Scott. I trust Scott. And until my first crop finished, I literally walked in. I was like, dude, they actually work. It's crazy. So I believe that's the future.
Well, and
It's
Brett was
some version of that.
talking last week, or earlier in the week. He was like, when he first came out with this, I was so skeptical because it's a one-part system that works. And he's like, I was so skeptical about the whole thing. And then I tried it, and my mind, my mind was blown. I just couldn't believe that this one-part system actually worked, and it worked really, really well. So that's funny that you say that.
Preposterously, it's cheap as balls too. It's crazy. So
Yeah.
I told Scott after my first grow, I was like, dude, you're gonna be rich. I don't know, you got the best grow dots, the buckets, and the recharge, dude. Little old ladies are gonna be growing the dank first try. It's stupid.
Yeah, and super easy.
I'm not sponsored. I work for Dude Grows, not real growers. Get out of here, Scott. Oh yeah. So yeah, no, I wish I'll have to ask the guys. I don't know what, because I know shipping outside of the continental is, or the contiguous North America is not in their cars. I don't know if we can ship to Canada. If we can ship to Canada, I'm gonna make sure you guys get some winter frost, and if we don't, I'll still figure out how to.
I know sometimes when I do get things to Canada that aren't necessarily supposed to be. Like nutrient wise, we're talking nutrients here. I know sometimes, I think that they normally put it down as it's like a gift or something like that, and then they don't say what it actually is. But I've had a couple, like Hygrozyme, for instance. They just sent me their new IPM. They're a Canadian company, but this product is not for sale in Canada yet because we suck at getting good stuff here. So they're not available in Canada yet for their IPM, but yet I have some.
Hell yeah.
So
yeah, for them it's always the shipping. Like they got their warehouse guys, and it's literally X Games in the back of New Millennium's warehouse. It's like they have skateboard ramps and shit. So these dudes are just like zipping around. If you start throwing curveballs like Canada at them, they fall off and break bones.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's there's a few things like that. There. I think there was another product too that's not sold here, and I got a whole bunch of it, and he just put it down as like it's a gift.
Nice. Well, then we'll have to figure that out, because I know that's one of the problems. Speaking of recharge, literally, I get a lot of questions like, "How do we get recharge in Australia? How do we get that?" It's like, dude, you probably just don't. Is a lot of the answers. You import it from a friend. You got a homie that can buy it.
And I think you can. I don't think you can get the grow dots and stuff here.
No, there was recharge.ca was like the way, and now that website's defunct. So don't go there. It's like Mafia.
Dude was saying that you could get it at one point, but you can't now.
Yeah,
so
that's the whole thing. Yeah, and it's because of the microbes thing. That's one of the New Millennium problems, is that a lot of their lines have these like bio fucking things and yada yada. I on my Instagram I put myself as a junior jug dealer because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Those Jaron and Gabe and all the guys, they know that line inside and out.
Yeah.
And then people go, Grandpa, what mill should I fully or silica at? And I go, I just a little bit.
I don't know.
I just do a little bit.
About this much, just jump a little in and see what happens.
2 mils per gallon. It was funny filming. We were filming with Jaron here this week for the jugdealers.net website for all their sales stuff and explaining all what the nutrients do. And we had to film one version for milliliters per gallon and one for milliliters per liter. And I found it so funny. It's like, we're doing milliliters per gallon. What are we doing over here in the United States? Why are we using 1/2 metric and the other half standard? What are we doing? Milliliters per gallon.
Well, then that's no different than us too. I mean, we do the milliliters per liter. We do the milliliters per gallon. We still do that,
All right. See, that's the Canadian in you coming out, where you're just like, oh, everything's fine. We do
everything's
okay.
You're not
morons.
We apologize for everything.
Nah, we're morons. God damn it! I take credit for it. I'm one of them. It's crazy, yeah. So one of the things. So you've never really grown synthetically. That just blows my mind. You've been growing.
I have. I did start synthetically. I started with advanced nutrients.
Yeah, tell us about that. When did you start growing? What's your history? Are you Canadian born as well? Can we start there? What's your
Absolutely.
history,
I
Mr.
am.
Mechanics?
I am
Okay.
Canadian born. I'm
Canadian born.
41 years old, born in Canada, Ontario, my whole life. And
Nice. 83?
yeah, 82.
I'm January 83.
Ooh, I'm October 82.
All right. And Jaren is December 82. So we're all
So we're all
so
pretty
you
close.
understand the horror of being the first millennial. We're millennials.
Yes.
Did you
Yes.
think
So yeah, we were kind of
like
the end of an era and then the beginning of a new one. We're right on that line.
I thought I was Gen X my whole life until about like 5 years ago.
Who's
Comedian Eliza Schlesinger put out a special called Elder Millennial. And she's like, I was born in 83. I'm a millennial. And I was like, wait, what? And I type it in. I was like, oh, I'm not Generation X. I'm a millennial, bro.
Yeah, we were right at the end of one and the beginning of a new one. I mean, maybe we could just create our own. Maybe we don't have to be a millennial. Maybe we don't have to be a Gen X. Maybe we can be something else.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. We're Gen Y. It goes Gen X, millennial, Gen Z. Well, we're technically.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, my kid is Generation Alpha.
How old's your kid?
Hilarious. 5.
I got 2.
Yeah.
One's 24 and one's 12.
Damn.
Yeah.
Late. Yeah, I started late. I was 38 by the time, or whatever, 37. How old am I? 41 minus 5. How much is that? That's how old I was.
36.
My kid was conceived the night before a Christina Aguilera concert. Yeah.
No. At least it wasn't the day of the concert.
Well, yeah. It might have been too. No, I know. I know I can track the load. I know the exact one. I'll never forget. I went, uh-oh.
Oh, that's the one. That's the one that did it.
That's the one. You never forget. So yeah, so Canadian born. What province?
Province, yes. Ontario. So I'm 2 hours west of Toronto.
Okay. And if Americans knew where that was, that would mean something. Here's the thing about these shows that blows my mind. I go through the analytics. I think so American centric. This is an overwhelming number. Only 70% of the audience actually is American. The rest is mostly UK, Canada, Germany, New Zealand. So we got a good constituent of people that actually would probably know Canadian geography, because we don't even know.
Well, it's funny because I can tell a lot of people like where I'm actually from, like where I live, and everybody just goes, "So is that near Toronto?"
Right.
So now I just say I'm 2 hours west of Toronto because most people have heard of Toronto before.
Yes, I got my taste of that when I went, because in America, we at least know the states. So if you're like, oh, I'm from Kentucky, we know where that is. And so I got used to, I'm from Iowa originally. And I tell people I'm from Iowa. They get confused with Idaho sometimes, but they knew what Iowa was. And the first time I went to Jamaica, I was talking with all these international people. They're like, where are you from? And I go, Iowa. And they go, is that a country? I go, it's a state in America. They go, where's that? And by the end of the week, people go, where are you from? I go, Chicago.
See, I automatically just think of Slipknot when you say that. That's all. That's the first thing that I hear when you say that. That's it. Nothing else.
We watched them. One of the reasons I have such a kind of drive to do comedy and music and this stuff and all that is those guys watching them. I was freshman to their senior. They're about 5 years older than me, and I watched a bunch of knuckleheads wearing costumes in a dive bar the size of my freaking my bedroom.
Yeah,
all of them all packed up on there, and we literally look at this and go, "This is never.
This ain't gonna happen." Yeah.
And now look at watch them become arguably the biggest metal band. It had a real impact on me, and I just say, go fuck yourself. You can't. Well, let me tell you about a bunch of corn chuckers from Des Moines, Iowa, who took it real seriously and made it. Don't tell me Yeah, yeah. Don't make me get on my corn stack and preach. I'm the
Corey
children.
Taylor, man. I'm gonna say he's one of the big voices of my generation, of our generation.
He's the guy, man. Yeah,
Like it doesn't even have to be what I was just gonna say. It doesn't even have to be Slipknot. It can be Stone Sour. It can be his own acoustic shit that he does. Like he's just a great musician. He's a great singer. All of it. So
you
hear him doing covers and stuff that it doesn't even make sense that it's the same guy in Slipknot. It just doesn't.
Yeah, he's got range.
He also, I think he's his house. He's a 5-octave singer, I believe.
Oh, interesting.
Which is like that. pretty tough to do. So
yeah, those guys legit are amazing. We always called them clit snot because we were thrash metal kids. We're like, lame new metal crap, But yeah, it's so awesome to watch those guys go down. So you guys, up there in Ontario, started with the you said Botanicare or
Advanced Nutrients.
Advanced. I should always remember. You remember the show Weeds?
Yep.
So Advanced was like the product placement on that show, and there'd always be these moments. I'd always burst out. My girlfriend would always think I was weird because I'd burst out laughing because be like, "We're out of advanced nutrients. We need to go to the grocery store right now and buy more advanced nutrients." And she's standing in front of an advanced nutrients feed.
Well, and it's funny when that show first came out, I didn't grow yet, so I didn't catch that until after I was already growing, and I had gone back and rewatched it again. And I was like, God damn, look at that. They're using the same nutrients as me.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, and that was part of the reason why I switched to organics, was because I was like, man, I can't do this 14 bottle shit. Like, what am I doing with my life? I'm spending all night watering my plants because I got to mix all of these nutrients. I feel like I'm a scientist. I need a lab coat. I need some goggles, It's just like, man, it's a lot. It worked. Don't get me wrong. Like,
I always talk.
My plants
I
were
go
nice.
with glugs. I just go, you mix your res and you go glug glug. It's a 2 glugger. That bottle, she's a 2 glugger. This one, give her 3.
See, glug. I'm terrified to do it that way with synthetic nutrients, especially after what I just did. Like,
right.
I just fried all my plants because I decided I was going to flip them. And I was going to give them a little bit of veg and a little bit of bloom. And I was going to mix them. But what I was supposed to do was give them like half strength veg, half strength bloom. But instead I gave them full strength of both and mixed it and then fed my plants. And I woke up the next day and they were dead, basically.
Damn.
So
that's crazy. Yeah, I've never had that experience. I've always been able to. I don't know if it's because I've used a lot of recharge. Not that recharge that level of buffer, but yeah, my struggle was always pH. I'd always get lockout, so I'd always have to deal with. And I hated the pH dance. A little bit up, shit, too far. A little bit down, too far.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Just add. If 4 times the recharge doesn't work, then nothing's going to.
Yeah, I know exactly. And I'm one of those
working with them. I use so much recharge when I started working with them. I was like, dude, you don't know how many months it's going to take just for us to be even. I've spent so much money, bro. But we're even now. We're even.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, see, I'm one of those people too that grows organic, but still pHs. Okay. That's one of those. That's one of those kind of like big arguments that everybody has. Like when you grow organic,
you pH your water. The water that you give it. Interesting.
Yeah. And so a lot of people don't do that.
You're trying to preserve your microbes in that scenario by pHing it.
I think I just drove it into my head so much when I first started that I've always just kept doing it. And so many people say, when you grow organically, you don't need to pH your water. Your microbes and everything in your soil will balance everything out for you. So you don't have to actually do that. Well, I mean, me being me, and I like to overcomplicate everything and do more than I need to do, I pH all my water. So I've had this conversation with a lot of people, and they're like, man, you're just wasting all your time. You don't have to do that anymore. You know what? You're probably right. A lot of people have proved it. So I can't argue that they're right, you know, but I still do it and it doesn't hurt anything. So
Just like the WoW system, I'm a collector of sayings and little things that break it down. And whenever someone brings up this sort of conversation or argument or disagreement, I always will say, I'm reminded of the Chinese proverb that says, there is no way to greatness. Greatness is the way.
there you go. It kind of reminds me of Yoda.
Yoda, that hack. He stole everything he knows from the Dowdy Ching. Hell yeah. So what else? What else is going on in your world right now? We're coming up about the 90 minutes mark. It's about where I start wrapping it up. What else is going on in the Mr. Ganix world? You're doing a lot of content creation. You're a pretty good editor, if you don't mind me saying. You understand the fundamentals of taking things that are pre-made, not pre-made, stitching them all together and making something brand new. That's the arts of the modern. Whenever I see
that's been a struggle though. Like I didn't start that way. That's something that I've kind of picked up along the way, I guess. By no means do I think I'm an editor at all, but I do have fun doing it, and it is.
People, the tools will stand out very loudly. That's like you just pressed the one button on the thing on the effect, and like that's their whole thing. So at least when I see people chaining different thoughts together, it's like some thought went into that, you know.
Yeah, no, I spend way too much time making my reels, like making a 30-second to 60-second video. I spend way too much time on them, but I mean, it is what it is. Most of the stuff I do is all plant related. None of it's really.
There's certain podcasts that have 20 member staffs out there, bro. So whenever you're beating your head up against the wall, just remember, like, that's how long it takes to make these things. Other people just outsource the living bejesus out of it. And because we're in the cannabis sector, you know, dude always likes to talk about his neighbor up there in BC is also a YouTuber, and he's in like the automotive and like mountain racing sort of stuff. And he's just always jealous of how easy it is. He just puts up a video, no restrictions, no shadow ban. He just gets pushed out. YouTube's just like sending him out.
10,000 views day one, no problem.
Yeah. Oh, forget about it. The 100,000 subscribers your first 6 months, you know. Yeah, the whole thing. So, now is not the time to get down, my friend. We are in it to win it right now. I've been in this game for a long time, and Dude Grows has been in it for even goddamn longer. 10 years.
10 years they've been doing this. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Homegrow has been doing their thing for about 3 now. So we just we just came to YouTube in December. So that we're kind of like calling that our start, if that makes sense.
Let's wrap up with talking about that. You got your two, once again, a very unique situation that you almost never find in the cannabis sphere. 2 female co-hosts. I don't think there's any other content creators that's just one lack of sausage party. You guys are running a regular old party.
Absolutely.
So how did you guys find each other? You're all spread out a little bit there across Canada. Did you know each other in real life, or you find each other online?
We all met on Instagram, actually. So I met Mama Kush basically 3 years ago when I started on Instagram. I basically met Mama Kush almost right away, and then I met Sea Bunny about 2 years ago, and Homegrow had already started by this time, and Sea Bunny came in, I'm going to say about November of last year. So she's the newest member, but we all just click, you know. I don't know. It's just, we all just kind of met and we were all just like friends right away. So it felt right. It's nice to have both perspectives on the show, if that makes sense, male and female, you know. Sometimes they think differently than we do, and most of the time they're smarter than we are. So, you know, we'll give them that. But yeah, no, it's good to. I think it's good to have both perspectives for sure. It makes when we do our growing gardens, it makes the male people that come on our show comfortable. It makes the females feel comfortable. Nobody feels out of place. It's a nice, comfortable environment. So.
Yeah, no, they're awesome. Especially I haven't got to interact with Sea Bunny very much because she hates me, and every time I'm on your guys' show, she just disappears and leaves. And no big deal, no big deal, Sea Bunny.
No big
I'll win you over eventually, Sea Bunny. I'll win you. But Mama Kush, I got to hang out with her here on the thing, and 1 minute in, after everyone got over the fact that she had skeleton holding her boobs, once everyone got over that, once the immaturity of chat died down, is literally talking to any other grower.
Eyes up here, Grambo. Eyes
See,
up.
I'm looking at chat. God damn it! See, I'm unlike these Philistines. I'm a player. God damn it! I ain't here on the internet getting creepy. Look at this beard. You think creepy guys fucking? Like, come on, I'm out here. I'm out here living. I know you're looking sharp.
Absolutely. I got a nice trim up today.
Yeah, you looking sharp, man. I got a beard guy. That's like my entrance into. But
I'm bald too.
Oh.
Absolutely.
See,
but you can tell I wear a hat all the time. It's like a headlight.
Yeah, you got a little paleness. Yeah, I go. My ex-wife, the first time that we met, I had a hat on, and she told me, she's like, I fantasized, like, what's his hair look like? And he took off the hat, and I was like,
didn't have any.
And like she had a moment, and obviously we ended up getting married. It wasn't a problem, but I never forgot where she went. So I made sure anytime I have a new introduction, if I do a new podcast, a new thing, a date, new friends, an event, I go bald. Yep. I just lead with it.
Put it all out there. Yep, absolutely.
Put it out there. If you can't grow it, you might as well show it.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
That's
right.
This
is awesome, Mr. Ganix. So pretty much every single person here in the chat, they all know who you are and you guys, what you're doing up there in Canada. But a few thousand people will see this over the next few days, if not weeks. So for those people that don't know you, where can they find you?
You can find me on Instagram, Mr.Ganix. You got to put the dot in there. It won't come up. Homegrow the Community Official on Instagram. Sea Bunny Grow on Instagram. Mama Kush 420 on Instagram. And on YouTube, we are Homegrow the Community. And Spotify, there's HGTC Podcast. And if you want, there's also merch as well. So down in our description on our Homegrow the Community on YouTube and Instagram, there's the link to our merch stores. You can buy shirts, toques, all kinds of good stuff in there.
Nice.
So yeah, there's our links to our Spotify there. There's the hgtc.creator-spring.com. That's our merch store. And then everybody else's link is in there as well. So
nice.
Yeah.
Well, then that's a great marching order. So all you guys got to do is go over their YouTube channel, subscribe, and then pop open their about, and you get every single link you're going to need. So
everything you need.
Well, Mr. Ganix, thank you so much, my man. I appreciate you coming on. This was that flew by.
It did fly by, man. Thanks for having me on. It was fun. It's good times.
Yeah. We will meet again, man. One of these Fridays. Yes. I hope to come on, and I'm coming for you, Sea Bunny.
This Friday.
Oh yeah. All right, buddy. Well, thank you so much. And
all right, thanks, man.
See you again soon.
It's good to see you, man.
Thank you,
Peace. Peace out, chat.
All right. Go follow that, man. Go follow that podcast. It's so awesome what they're doing up there. And you get that international perspective. America, we're so American centric. I forget that even other places exist. So I forget, chat. Half of you are probably not even from here. That's so awesome. So yeah, follow all that. And just like that, you can grab a Grambo Grow shirt in the same thing. I have a merch section in my channel. So if you guys want to grab something, or if you want to hit that join button and become part of the Gramborg like Cannabis Vibe did. And just like my man, Big Van Graham, and my man, Crazy Days, thank you guys so much. It means so much that you guys would want to become members. I by no means expect that, but if you want more Grambo Grows, that is the best way to do it. And yeah, thank you guys so much. Follow me on Instagram. The Silicium giveaway. I'm going to give away the first bottle goes away tomorrow. And just so you guys know, little inside baseball. The 5.8 guys really liked the love that the silicium giveaway on my page was going to do, so they upped the game. So instead of me giving away 7 of the little bottles of silicium because I'm broke little Grambo, I can't afford the big stuff. If you guys follow the Jug Dealers guys and you follow New Millennium Nutrients, we're the wise. Make sure you guys are going to be in the first people to hear this. They're going to be giving away Winter Frost, Ruby Fulbic, and the Carbonaria, their carbo product, the true trilogy, the line, like the top of the line, like literally their line of nutrients. This is the top of the line. So if you don't follow at Jug Dealers and New Millennium Nutrients, follow those accounts because we're giving away 7 days of the trilogy. The trilogy is going out, 21 bottles. That's how epic Cannabis 5. You took the words right out of my mouth. That's how epic the 5.8 guys. Shout out to the 5.8 crew. Jaron, Gabe, Lee, Bo, Mike, Sammy, Gas, Trev, Dave. Shout out to you guys.
Shout out to Mr. Gannix. How awesome is that guy? I want to get up to Canada. You guys know I produce the Dude Grow Show over there, and if you don't, you need to be following the Dude Grow Show. They are the mothership of this game. They've been in it for 10 years, holding it down. Coming up on the 10-year anniversary officially. We're going to have to figure out some sort of celebration for that. But you know, our glorious host, the Dude, lives up there in BC, British Columbia. So I've been wanting to go up to Canada for a while. So one of these days I'm going to get up there to the Great White North and hang out. So, yes, Mr. Gannix, shout out to him. Go check out him and C Bunny's new stuff. If we mentioned some of his old stuff, it's, you get what you get in these episodes. Things change, handles change, crews change. So make sure you go follow them, C Bunny and Mr. Gannix. Great folk over there. It's one of those things. People come, people go. My next guest on the show, he was he had to go, unfortunately. Our buddy Hot Rod's Head Stash, one of the guy that actually pressed my emergency that I grew. I got the JR token cut of, or not the JR token cut, but the who was the emergency? I have to figure out remember who the original cut keeper of the emergency was, but I got it from JR Token, grew it out in my real buckets with grow dots. It was so freaking fire. I said, I didn't just have sugar leaves, I had sugar fan leaves. That emergency is the real deal. And I took my whole harvest for the first time ever. I chopped the whole thing down and I made rosin out of it. I froze it and I had Hot Rod press it, and holy crap, it came out fire. It was amazing. It was so freaking good. I really wish I had some of that. I'll just have to live with this. It used to be an ounce. It used to be completely full. It's getting way less than an ounce now. So I got my less than an ounce of live resin. But damn, I could go for some of that emergency. And so yeah, Hot Rod, not a producer, not a content creator to speak of. So you can tell by his camera angle, he went a little nut cam on this episode, but it was an amazing episode. I wanted to make a standalone episode out of this and edit it and cut it up and make a short form, like 10-minute episode out of it, because it's so good. He literally gives you his game plan. This man made me the best rosin on earth, and he literally just sat here for an hour teaching every single person step by step how to do exactly what he did. And that means from making the rosin all the way up to actually making your homemade carts. He would make cartridges and he would sell them. He'd fill the carts himself and he'd sell them out there, and it was fire. It competed with any of the bomb ass shit I get from Green Dot or Dab Logic out here or Laser Cat. And he teaches you at the end of this episode how to do that. So if you're interested in that, I would definitely stick around to the end. But Hot Rod, he had kids on the way. He's got family. He had 2 daughters, and I think he had a son on the way. And so he had to head back to Florida. But he finished 5th in the DGC Cup. So that DGC Cup video that I mentioned in the last little segment, he's number 5. Scotty's joke. He's going back to Florida, man. A little something we call THCA. Oh! I don't know why Scotty turned into Andrew Dice Clay during the cup, but some things happen. So yeah, before my cell phone dies and I get too high on this fucking live resin to keep going, guys, Hot Rod's Head Stash.
The spaceship is in. Oh yeah, the spaceship is here, baby. So it is time, and I have to say before I even get started, so some of you guys are hardcore DGC, you know, the all of the homies and the cast and crew. Dude, I have to give the most special shout out ever. Holy shit, to Frosty McNuggets, dude. I mean, with no bullshit, I'm a GMO guy, right? This fucking, you know, you can never tell over the camera. That doesn't tell you nothing. But oh my god, dude, he grew and then had processed the best goddamn GMO live resin I've ever smoked. It's addicting me. I have probably taken, probably doesn't help why I'm so tired today. I've probably taken a dozen dabs of this today just because I can't get enough of it. So you fire this bitch up and it turns red and it's time to get going. So let's give that going here. Yeah. Oh shit, looks like it didn't, must not have cleaned out the nail well enough last time. Oh, it's green. Time to dunk. So this is some Frosty McNuggets GMO going down. I've been waiting for this dab for 20 minutes. Love it. Oh yes. A shout out to the Dr. Dabber Boost Evo. Ooh. Oh, I'm loving it. Nice. That's actually not tonight. Today is going to be a very rosin positive show. I love rosin. I love resin. I love rosin. But one of the causes that I'm going to take up in the next little bit is talking about this rosin resin debate, the washing versus blasting, the grease versus the sand. I have a bad feeling about all of this. You're not supposed to select plants just based on certain things like these vanity things, like how well they wash, yada, yada, yada. But we will not talk about that. I'll save uh, that for probably if I can get telescopic. My buddy Telly, formerly of Incredibles, awesome guy. If you follow me on Instagram, he was the guy that took the 5 foot rig, or what was it? He took a 5 foot rig dab, you know, out of a rig bong, and then it's got a nitrous like evacuation thing. So you click the button, it's like when it just evacuates the whole tube right into your mouth. It's preposterous. He took one of those and he didn't know that you weren't supposed to set the nitrous thing all the way up, so it just like blew his whole doors off. It was hilarious. And shout out to the first person in the GramFam chat who I actually know, Sicko. Hung out with Sicko last night in real life. I hung out with him. Awesome freaking guy. I hung out with Sicko and Mrs. Sicko. They were amazing humans, and none of us had lighters. It was just a nightmare. What kind of 420? None of us had lighters. We were all at the hangar. One of the BS things that happened is like it's been like 80 for the last month, like every single day. And then on Fort 19, boom, blizzard. Make plans and watch God laugh, man. So we got hit with a blizzard on like Thursday night going into Friday. And so it was essentially like, yeah, full on winter. It was like 30 some degrees, snow, ice. It was all chaos. So instead of having a giant 420 party up in Fort Collins, we went to the hangar, and Warehouse Kyle was nice enough to forklift us a little area out, clean it all out so we could all get in there. And yeah, it was pretty sick. Yes. What's up, everybody? Let's see here. Who we got? We got Daniel. What up, brother? Boog. I appreciate you. You're so nice. Shawnee Mac. Yes, and Hot Rod will be around very, very soon. We got the man, the myth, the legend, El Connoisseur, Captain Obvious, Howdor, my man Curly Leaf, Joseph, Tangy Man, Papa. Man, shout out to you guys. D Man. Love it. Love seeing you guys. So cool to hang out. So yeah, it was pretty much double A. Sir Hunt, what up? And Joseph, always remind you, hit that like button. One of the things, because everyone's so good in this cannabis space, this goes for Dude Grows, Jug Dealers, me, all your favorite content creators. You know, the likes and everything. You guys are like really good about it. Like I get a readout. I have this software, this special software that like tracks all of like YouTube's going ons, and it'll give you like a little ranking, you know, of like what the different things. It's like poor, moderate, good, great, and then Dude Grows, everyone, we all get excellent. Like you guys are like the ranking of the fans of the cannabis content. Like the software doesn't even know how to track it. You guys are so freaking awesome. So the likes and the comments are awesome, but what you really can do to help your cannabis creators is share it on social media, share it on Facebook, share it on Reddit, Discord. Those are the things that really help, because if we can escape the usual just velocity of who the videos show us to, that really helps. You get that new audience, and it brings in new people, new growers, new homies, new information. You know, I hung out with Jeremy from Three's Genetics here this last week, and I was just about to press some rosin, and he's dropping all these facts on me about like, oh, you shouldn't trim it like this, you shouldn't trim it like that. Well, shit, no one told me that, and I'm just learning. Had I not met Jeremy, I wouldn't have known some stuff. So the more Jeremys we can get in the community, the better. So yeah, like I always say, smoke that like button, but if you can, roll this video up and pass it to a friend. I love it. So yeah, I'm gonna get this link sent over to Hot Rod. So what are you guys smoking on? I just said I'm smoking on some live resin that I actually I propositioned the man. Frosty McNuggets gave me this, like, he just handed it to me and I smelled it. You guys know I roll with Jaron. Jaron has this GMO cut that just is the firest, and he gets it processed by the best processors ever. And so I always smoke this fire GMO. The minute Frosty handed it to me, I smelled it and I looked him right in the eyes and I was like, dude, holy shit. So he was nice enough. I was like, I propositioned him. I was like, can you sell me some of this? Come on, baby. I need some of this GMO. And at the end of the night, he was nice enough. He just came and just like bloop and just dropped a glob into my, got him butted that emergency, sicko. So yeah, I'm smoking on this GMO. It's so insane. And yeah, just a quick recap. So it was a crazy week. It's 420. Obviously this is my whole life. So even talking to girls, like I'm always on the dating apps, Tinder and Hinge and everything. And girls were like, "Oh, what are you doing?" And I was like, "Believe it or not, I know this sounds weird, but 420 is my busy time." It gets, in the cannabis world. So it started out early with the dude coming in from Canada. Brett came in from Canada and he was hanging out, and it was so crazy. One of the things that might surprise, so I keep rubbing my nose, these dabs, man, this GMO, these big fat dabs, they just make my run nose, my run nose. See, there's that. If you don't believe me, now that I have my own content and you hear me speak at length, oh, you'll see the dyslexia will come out all the time. But man, this GMO gets me like dripping. It's crazy. So dude came in. It was super awesome. Got to hang out with him. Grambo first bud. Yeah, that's a good one. Someone commented the other day that he wrote, I liked Grambo 3 where you rescued Afghani Kush. I was like, ooh, that's a good one. What? Brian, you share with 10 friends. Now that's legit. Like, thank you so much. Cause like, as you guys know, that's one of the things that I'm always bitching about age gating. It's not that the age gate, literally there's a button where you click that says no one under 21, please. So it has nothing to do with age gating. What it actually is subscriber gating. And so that's a great reason to subscribe to all your favorite content creators. And if they're not age gated, then you can share them. All YouTube, we take it for granted. All YouTube videos are shareable, but not the cannabis content creators. If it gets buried, it's just gone. So dude came in, super awesome. He is as cool as you think he is. Literally, like there's only one person that when my phone rings, I don't get like just horrible anxiety. Every bad thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life, it started with a phone call. Ring. Hello? Oh, end of my life? Awesome. Click, fuck that. So when dude calls, I'm always like, whew, I can talk to dude. So seeing him in real life, that was awesome. Little known fact that people might be surprised about. This was the 4th time I've ever met the dude. I met him at the DGC Cup way back in the day, met him at the Cowboy Cup, met him at the DGC Cup last year, and one time during, I think 420 or something. So yeah, fourth or fifth time. I've only hung out with him a few times, but you know, he's my brother from another mother up there in Canada holding it down. So it was so cool to have him in. We had a giant 420 spectacular. You know, we had, God, we did, it's all blending together. So we got he came in, we were smoking all day. We are having a big party on Friday. And then, so I left there at, God, I guess like 7 o'clock is when everything stopped. We were just smoking from like 10 a.m. until like 7 p.m. Then I had a date. Date. I don't know if you can classify it as a date. It's a friend of mine who I hang out with, and she's very, very nice. And we hang out from time to time. So that was very exhausting. And then it starts snowing. It's just blizzarding. And I forgot that Adam Dunn was doing a 24-hour stream. He was streaming from Friday 420 to Saturday 420, 420 to 420, a 24-hour stream. It was brutal. I'm a night owl. I'm up all night. I love talking cannabis. So I'd forgot that I was really, really high on edibles, and I messaged him. I was like, yo, dude, I want to do like the 11 o'clock to 3 a.m. shift. And he's like, dude, yeah, come in. That'd be awesome. So I kind of forgot that. I opened up my phone after leaving this girl's house, and the first thing there is like, oh, it's done streaming. Oh my God, I forgot. So I ended up heading over there at about 10 p.m. That's over at the So High barbecue, whatever they call it over there. How funny is that? We have a place called Highland in East Denver or in West Denver. And then so he has his building in South Highland, aka So High Studios, but Adam. That, I mean, it's just hilarious. So I go over there 10 o'clock and hang out for a little bit, and go over next door after streaming and talking weed and everything, and got the best barbecue. Adam is a vegan. Yeah, he does his podcast out of one of the best barbecue places ever. If you guys watch Adam Dunn show, you ever hear Vinny out in the background, dude, for real, Vinny's one of the best goddamn cooks ever. Shout out to Vinny. I hope this gets back to you. Best food, best barbecue I might have ever eaten. I'm not being facetious. Like, I don't really go for a lot of barbecue stuff. He gave us these burn ends, and I'm gonna try Vinny. Oh my God, it's so fucking good. So I go in there, and then Church of Cannabis is getting out. So they had a bunch of 420 comedy and different shenanigans going on all week. So Church of Cannabis got out on Friday. And so my buddy, my roommate, Church of Cannabis Nate, came and hung out. So any of you guys that are watching the Adam Dunn stream, you got to hang out with Church of Cannabis Nate for a few hours. So I ended up being there from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. I stayed until 4:20 a.m. because everyone, Dave, their co-host, he dipped out. Frickin' Telly dipped out. Tops dipped out. Everyone dipped out. So I felt obligated. I'll hang out with you. And I was having a blast. Katie was there, one of the co-hosts of the Adam Dunn show. I love flirting. I'm a giant flirt. So you put me in the same room as cannabis girls, I just start talking. I just want to make them laugh. That's my whole. I'm a comedian. I'm a hooah for the laughter. And oh my God, the amount of dabs that we're taking. It was so cool. Like, this is like one of those check your weed privilege moments. But literally, Adam opens up his jar. He sees I got my little Dr. Dabber there, and I'm trying to decide which dab I'm gonna take. And he's like, "Yo, man, you want one of my dabs?" And he's just got like a tackle box full of like baby food jars full of dab. And I just see one that's all full of this badass live resin, and it just says bubble gum. And I was like, dude, I would fucking be honored to grab your jar of bubble gum. If you guys don't know Adam's story, he invented bubble gum. He's the breeder behind bubble gum. And so seeing that there and being like, yeah, dude, it would be an honor to hit your bubble gum. Take it out, take a dab, cough my fucking ass off for like 10 goddamn minutes. It was so freaking cool. That dude's awesome. He's just sitting chomping mushrooms all night. He's like peer pressuring me to eat them. I was like, dude, it's 3 a.m. I got 4:20 tomorrow. I got to be up in freaking Fort Collins. So yeah, got that going, and then got the Saturday show out, and then headed up to the bakery, or the hangar, not the bakery, the hangar where Recharge is made. Pretty freaking awesome. And I got to hang out with is he in the chat? I just saw Yeah, the Joseph posted there. And so I walk in, and who's the first person I see? But Tanazi. Oh, Tanazi, what's up, bro? Tanazi's my favorite guy ever. I always joke that the apocalypse is coming, and in case the apocalypse comes, Tanazi, he's the kind of guy you want to keep close to you. He's what I call a real man. You want if the apocalypse comes, we're gonna need some real men escorting us around. So, yeah, I got the show posted, went and hung out, got to meet Sicko, Jerry, awesome freaking guys, all of the people that came out. It's just such an amazing time. I'm so stoned and tired right now that I don't even know what the hell to say about what all happened. I felt like there's just so much to have said, but then like I don't know. I got nothing to say. So just sent the invitation over to Hot Rod. So yo, Danish. It's got that B-dub, George. It was awesome. It was just very chill. We didn't know that we were gonna be stuck in there. So let's see. Some of that bubble gum. Stoned and tired. If you're not stoned and tired, I don't think you celebrated 420 quite hard enough. And so, yeah, the interesting thing is, just there's so much shenanigans this week. I didn't know what to. I'll see you later, Miss K. Thanks for hanging out with the late night smoke. And so, yeah, so I finished my run of emergency this last week. Funnily enough, 420 week was when it came down. And the interesting thing about all the snow is I get a text from Hot Rod's head stash, who had just pressed all of Scotty's rosin up in the bakery a couple weeks ago. And he goes, "Hey, bro, great washing weather." Because as you know, you want things to be cold. So he messaged me and he's like, "Hey, bro, great washing weather." And literally, I dropped everything. I had been winter frosting those hose for about a week, even though he told me I should, and he's like, I don't know, but I'm a junior jug dealer. I don't know. I gotta fucking dump this shit on there, see what happens, because there's a lot of green. But see, one of the things I was interested in is like, I'll have to ask him. I intuited this. My plants were barely flushed at all. There's like no yellow in it. But then I was thinking, well, maybe I don't give a shit. Like I'm not going to keep the plant material. So what do I care if it's yellowed out or not? Maybe it matters. Maybe it doesn't. So I dropped it off and at Hot Rod's place, and we drove together up to the party and hung out all night. So I think that catches everybody up to where we are now. So just right about now he popped in. So let's get him in here and talk some rosin, the man I hung out with all the time, and one of the men that might be able to challenge me for loving his kids. I don't think you love your kids as much as I do. And I don't really like challenge people, but I suspect that a lot of dads don't love their kids as much as I do. Oh, I got this. Hot Rod loves his fucking kids as much as I do.
Yeah.
Is a fucking proud father. So respect, buddy. And that makes me feel comfortable because I dropped you off all my lady babies. That you're going to father them into rosin heaven.
They're already in the freeze dryer right behind me, already washed, done. I've got about an hour and a half until I'm going to check them and see if the rosin's ready and can start pressing hopefully tonight. That's the plan.
That's so crazy. That's why it's so perfect. I got up, I put my kid to bed, and then like all the shenanigans this week, I literally was like, oh fuck, I forgot. Like I need a guest for the stream. I was like, oh shit, all right, what a perfect timing to like literally have my hash over your shoulder. That's sick.
For sure.
Fuck yeah. So yeah, you right off the bat, I fucked something up right off the bat. So he messaged me. He's like, "Yo, pop that shit off the stem next time." Because I just gave him a bunch of just rats of all my, I just took individual stems, tops that I take off and trim them down, and I didn't even think about that. I'm still learning,
Yeah, it was no big deal. So it was frozen, so I just had to pop it all and buck it all down and everything. So, I had to unfortunately touch all the buds and grab it and try and get it all off there and stuff. So might have affected it just a little bit. So next time it'll definitely be helpful not to. But we still, like I said, we still got a tray in there. So we got some good hash going. You're going to be happy.
Yeah, that was the thing that I wasn't worried about. I'm one of these like bougie fuckers that like, my motto my whole life has been like, you got to waste it to taste it. you know, like that's just been what I fuck it, man, and pull it up. So when it's like this amazing strain, it's like, well, it doesn't wash well. Well, it's like, well, I don't know anyone who can blast it, and I want concentrates. And if anything was revealed by this 420, concentrates in the elite, not that we want to call all the people up there the elites, but of the very, very, if you came all the way up in the snow to the hangar for 420, you're a hardcore stoner. And amongst these hardcore stoners, I was amazed at how much concentrates dominated. It was pretty much only Jerry, old sicko there, smoking smoking weed over in the corner looking for a lighter.
Yeah, there was, I think, 3 or 4 joints I saw get passed around the entire day. That was about it.
And then you were over there with fucking me and ICANN and fucking One-Eyed Cat. We had a dab station going on. Hot Rod had the frickin' the double the you had 2 Blazer big shot torches that you were double heating. That was awesome.
Ripping it, man, getting it done so that way we can get dab passed around quick for everybody.
Yeah, let me see if I can find some of that, because I have so many accounts that I like start like losing track of like who I'm posting and where. I got Josh Grambo Grows, Jug Dealers. I don't run Dude Grows, that's Cat, but I'm, for all you guys that don't know, I'm New Millennium. So if you don't know, if you ever are chatting with someone at the New Millennium page, hey, that's me. I'm New Millennium. Shout out to me.
Your Josh Grambo Instagram had a good little clip you posted on there on your story.
Was that the one that I'm looking for? All right, I'll find that one. Yeah. Okay, let me pause it and we'll get it shared over here, because it's one of those like, I'm not a Star Wars nerd, but what's that double-sided like lightsaber or some shit? So yeah, this was hilarious.
Double dipping, man. What do you think? I think I finished it off. Nah.
Yeah, I was literally like, because now One-Eyed Cat came all the way in from Maine to hang out, and so he's like the official Dude Grows social media guy. So I literally sat on my happy ass the whole time. I was like, dude, Cat's here to work. Like, this is the one time I'm not the guy working. So it's pretty cool. But then I got to do a little bit of live stream, and that was fun. We ended up having a couple thousand people that watched that little me walking around with a phone like a jerk. So yeah. Nate C. Yeah. Matt is the coolest guy. Matt is the real deal. He is freaking awesome. Go support those ICANN organics. Takes a lot of balls to step up and make a product like that. So win, lose, or draw, I'm proud of the kid.
For sure.
Fuck yeah, man. So what else? So what else should we know, man? You are positioning yourself, between being like hands-on in the grow, doing everything from seed to harvest, essentially seed to smoke, not even seed to harvest, S to S. You're in the position, and because we are in our ecosystem of being out in this media world, like you're positioning yourself as like the next fucking Pedro's grow room, man. You were the guy when I thought of like who's the, and then you had that list. I remember you were sharing like, it's like, oh, this strain washes at this strain washes this, like that shit, like giant those are things Monsanto wants to know, homie. So like, where should we start? Like,
appreciate you saying like I'm like Pedro. So I just want to say, man, like big shout out to homie. He's got a whole bunch of knowledge and everything. So like look up to him and everything. He's got a lot of helpful podcasting out there. But just want to start with the rosin, bro. Like, who doesn't want to smoke something clean? Like, and it's just a way more clean product. Like, I understand everybody likes to smoke flower. It's more convenient. You can either buy like a $5 bong or $2 pack of papers and just light it up and go. But if you can actually take the time and either have a buddy who's got the stuff to like process it and refine it, like he's saying, you got to waste it to taste it. You got to get rid of a bunch of fucking flower material, and then you get just a little bit of jar of dabs. But damn, that product is so nice in the end, man. It's kind of why he was saying the whole bakery was switched over to dabs and everything. It's just such a beautiful product and everything. So anything you want to know about rosin, I'm more than happy to give any expertise I have.
Yeah. I mean, it goes back to what Jaron always says, right? Like at the end of the day, we're oil farmers. Like, you know, you
Exactly.
guys can
Trichome farmers.
farm your biomass all you want, but at the end of the day, the only medicine inside this fucker is inside those glands. So we want those to be the best. I was actually having not an argument, but a fun-loving debate about UV. You know, because when
Okay.
you Dutch Lighting Innovations, DLI has a double-ended UV additive that's a B and C, all three
Huh.
C,
Oh, shit.
all three UVs. You can't work under it. It can only
No.
run in 4-hour stints, and then you can have a guy come in and like do stuff. It's a real pain in the ass, but it's making some reports, early anecdotal reports, are that terpenes in cannabinoids are increased by like 10, 12, 15% increase.
Yeah.
But through that, because the plant's putting so much production into oil, the actual biomass is less. And then this guy was like, he's like, yeah, but you're not getting any weight. And I was like, I don't want that weight. That weight all goes in the trash. I gave my weight to Hot Rod, and he took that weight and he threw it in the garbage.
Not for sure, but let's just say you can hit 2 pounds out of a 5x5, right? And you're going to hit 6% on that hash. I don't want to then grow something that's, you know, I'm going to hit 1 pound and 2%. I'm not going to, or like, you know, or opposite numbers, 1 pound, but like a higher percentage. I'm sorry, because you were saying like with the trichome farmer thing. So if the math doesn't really balance out and everything, you still got to have some sort of biomass. Is basically what I'm trying to say. To have something to fucking put in there and wash. So if you're not growing a bunch of biomass, you're not gonna have a whole bunch of stuff to wash. So you got to find that happy medium, in my opinion, of something that's not just like, bro, this thing like throws down 4 pounds of light, like it's got these fucking golf ball size. Like nobody needs that, because nobody wants to try and wash something like a huge cola like that. That's ridiculous. I'm gonna spend 20 minutes chopping that one branch up. So it's definitely finding a happy medium between finding plants that produce the perfect size buds, but so much frost. Like you definitely need that frost. Like you're saying, we're trichome farmers, but that happy medium, you definitely need some biomass in there too. You got to wash the biomass.
Right. You know, answer to Brad. It's about the UV. You run it with it on. It's a lighting additive, just like a full Vic or a bloom booster or something. It's just an additive. It has no I think it's like 150 watts or something like that. And it's just, yeah, it's crazy. It's really for commercial stuff right now. It's that, but oof, man. So it's definitely, I'm gonna have a lot to say. I was just, before I sent the link to you, Hot Rod, I was talking about how like I'm gonna have a lot to say about this rosin. I have found myself in a position where like I'm in this rosin crew over here,
Right.
and I'm in this
Right.
live resin crew over here with like the Jug Dealers crew and Kind Bill and Telly and all those
Right.
guys. And so like, you know, I'm bi as far as that shit. I love rosin. I love whatever's dank, you know. So it's interesting to me, all this washing versus blasting things that going on. And I really think that we're gonna have to solve this blasting problem, right? Because a guy like you can decide, I'm going to become a heady rosin producer, right? Like you can just decide one night that you could do that. You couldn't have done like, I think I'll start blasting BHO, you know. No, that's not how it works. You can't just become a high level. There's too many moving parts, too much cost investment, too much safety protocol. You just can't do it. So we're in this bind where we're going to start selecting plants for only washing, and we're going to lose the emergencies of the world and all these great plants I love. So someone got to fix something.
For sure. I definitely think that we've already done that with different selections in our life. Like we had the Eagle 20 era and all that shit, right? So we didn't have to make selections based off of pest resistance and powdery mildew resistance, but we just sprayed that shit down. So we made selections based off of that. And
that's
now
true.
we're
That's a good point.
Now we're using like horticultural oils like lemon and thyme and bullshit ass oils. Like they're band-aids, let's be real. Like those aren't the greatest things to use if you have a real problem. So now we're trying to select plants that have way more resistance and way more strength and everything that just fight off these issues. So what you're saying is it's just a whole different era, basically. I feel like, you know, just gonna have
Although
to.
I agree with you, I would say that's like we didn't know. Like back then, this was back rooms where they decide, the handful of people that decided that we're going to go for like disease resistance. No one knew, and no one cared. Now we do, And it's like, all right, like, you know, but also I'm not disagreeing. This is my main thing. I fucking love rosin. I love it, love it, love it. But when Frosty McNuggets hands me this live resin GMO last night, dude, that blew my doors off. That's what I'm dabbing right now. I like,
So that's what
you know,
I don't have anything wrong with live resin. It's
yeah,
an
yeah, right.
amazing product. Like I know
You know
here
what
in
I'm finding?
Colorado.
All people in the industry, we're agnostic on it, but then the fans take it like it's a sport. Like, fuck live resin, it's fucking dirty hydrocarbons, it's gonna kill you.
But that's
And
because
then
I think a lot of people were still in the black market until very recently, like, and all of the stuff available, because let's be honest, a lot of people were buying the cheaper products. So you're buying a 10, 20, $30 gram at the most. And that is going to be your shitty CRC live resin. It's going to be it just tastes like sulfur. It tastes like nasty bullshit. And that's just what kind of burnt everybody out on the live resin market, in my opinion. So when everybody just gets thrown all this garbage in their face, and then they get thrown rosin. Yes, it was 3 times the price, but they're like, damn, I can actually taste this. It tastes good. So they were like getting shown the worst example of live resin, and then getting shown the best example of rosin. So it wasn't a very fair exam, like a fair thing to examine and compare against each other. But if you like go to the dispensary, I know Oleo, they were one of my favorite companies, and they have fire live rosin. And even today, they still have fire live rosin or live resin. I'm sorry, not live rosin. But
Oleo, you're on my watch list. I don't know about you anymore.
okay,
Oleo.
I haven't gone to the dispensary in a year and a half.
No, I
years,
understand
so.
they used to be that, but I'm just gonna
Yeah.
just anyone that's like walking in. I've got my eye on you, Oleo. Catch up.
I just
Green Dot. Shout out to Green Dot.
Okay, where Green Dot is pretty fire, and their live batter resin is super fire. Like it can get passed off for rosin. It's just a battered whipped up consistency. So there's nothing wrong with
I
that.
have
But
some of their rosin sitting somewhere, but
I miss those little orange sugary crystals that actually tasted terpy. They weren't CRC blasted bullshit. They were terpy and delicious. Like those were the live resin days that I missed when they first started coming around.
Yeah, but that's why it's like a old man yells at cloud about live resin. You know, it's like, what's the solution? Like, you know, like for example, like the guy that I had met that like I only know like a few guys that weren't like C1D1 licensed. You know, they still pull some BHO by themselves, and then you ask them like, how the fuck did you make this all by yourself? He goes, oh, I was a fucking chemist for 30 years and I worked in these labs and I do all this shit. And he goes, wow, well, there's why it is. Your average bear, you know, I get it. There's not a solution. Like I can't, here I am like Johnny BHO, yet I gave you my my weed to make rosin because there's not a solution. And all of the hardcore, and if people do have the C1D1 and the certificates, you better not get them out of bed for less than a few pounds. You know, they're not going to blast a pound for you. That's not even worth their time to get all the equipment and bullshit all together. So, yeah, you either save up your harvest for a year so you can get it blasted, or you hit up Hot Rod and get your rosin made.
I remember back in the day blasting that shit through turkey blasters, glass tubes, and everything out on trays. And my cousin had a vacuum chamber in his house, and allegedly, it's all alleged, you know, right? But
your brother top bod.
Oh man, that shit was so sketchy going back, and then all of a sudden you're like, your neighbor's house blows up because they were making this stuff, and it's like, was it a meth house? No, he was making hash. It's just like
the funniest thing about the explosions from BHO, to me anyway, was that they don't sound like kaboom. They sound like boop, boop, and then your house explodes. Like they're very high pitched.
Luckily, I never had to experience that part. Everything went good my entire life, man. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
No, I learned right off the bat. My first week in Colorado, that exact the Blazer Big Shot torch you have.
Yeah.
The reason I'm so goddamn familiar with that is because the first week that I lived here, you might remember, like back in the day when dabs were first coming out, we were all using creme brulee torches, and you would just screw a torch onto the can, right? Well, my first week here, a friend of mine, it blew up in his hand, and his hand was like a skeleton. And so he had his whole shit wrapped up, and he's just like, learn from me. And so I was broke as fuck, but I went and got me a Blazer Big Shot. Shout out to Blazer. Anybody, you're still using those creme torches, stop.
I mean, if the broke way to do it, I think, would be the big $10 propane tank things from Walmart with the little Burns-O-Matic
It's
thing you
actually
can
better,
screw on.
safer. It's safer. Go with
Yeah.
the $10. What is that? Freaking like, I can't even remember. Matte gas, I think.
No, not the MAF. They have the propane. The MAF burns too hot. You'll literally melt your banger if you use the MAF gas. So just grab the little
Yeah.
green tank that's used to screw into like the grills and the Coleman grills and everything. And for a normal person, one of those little propane tanks, I mean, it's kind of annoying. Like the whole thing is that big. But shit, that little propane tank is gonna last you a year for heating up your banger.
See, now Anthony's got me realize this is where, like, after 8 or 10 years of doing the show, this is where dude has all his coupon codes, because I'm about to get a Blazer Big Shot, and this is where dude would be like, I should hit up Blazer Big Shot, coupon code dude.
So I'm gonna make a little shout out right here. There's basically a knockoff version of a Blazer Big Shot on Amazon, and it shoots out 2 flames. It's the exact same as the bigger Blaze Shot. It's called a Super Torch, but it just has 2 nozzles, so you can heat up. It burns through fucking gas so fucking fast. So if you don't want to use a can of butane every 2 days, maybe don't buy this one. But it's only $20 instead of spending $80 on the Blazer, so it's pretty nice. I like it.
Yeah, fair enough. As long as you just don't, anything that isn't just the can torch on the can is a step
No,
up as far as
definitely
I'm
not.
concerned.
Yeah, this
But-
one's literally just a knockoff Big Shot. It's the exact same trigger, the exact same lighter, and everything. It's nice.
So yeah, so for anybody that is like experimenting around, like that was a great tip about the Big Shot. Like that's one of the things, like for me, like Scott like told me a piece of advice that a lawyer once told him. He's just like, man, is this a problem I can throw money at? And if you can, just do it,
Right.
And so like I could like figure it out. I have all the knowledge at my disposal. Scott has a freaking freeze dryer, and my other buddy's got a press. I could do it, but I don't want to, man. So for all the
Right.
people that aren't as fortunate as me, not checking my weed privilege here, like what are the steps, like, if you were just wanting to press like, an ounce of out of your tent or something, is there anything anyone can do to, like, I know the freeze drying's pretty equipped, but can you freeze it in just your freezer and get something? Like,
So if you're doing
what can someone do?
Yeah, if you're doing just an ounce, it's going to be a lot fucking easier because the freeze dryer basically takes a few days to a week long, several week process, depending on how much hash you have, of drying it and getting the humidity out of your hash. And I'm knocking yours out in like 10, 12 hours because of how much there was. So there's no chance of mold building up or pathogens or anything like getting in your hash and making your hash nasty and stuff. But if you're only doing an ounce or something, you could do it in probably a 5-gallon bucket. A lot of these companies have 5-gallon wash bags and stuff. So you can wash it in one of those buckets and bags. And then if you look up online, it's called air dry tech. A lot of people use pizza boxes, but just use some sort of cardboard box. And then a lot of people just say they forget to mention the parchment paper. You need parchment paper between the hash and the cardboard. Don't just put your hash on the cardboard, guys. Like
I've heard this cardboard tech 1,000 times. I've never heard parchment paper.
Yeah, exactly. Because like it's kind of common sense, but it's just like this is your first time doing
So
it.
the
So you
reason
don't have
is
the common
not
sense.
to like soak it out; it's to absorb humidity of the atmospheric inside.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, because otherwise your hash is going to be stuck to that cardboard, and it's just going to be stuck there forever, and you're going to like be crying and be very upset. So yeah, if you're only doing an ounce, you could definitely.
Thank you, Egon.
Yeah, you could definitely put it on something like that, and then in your fridge. And then I know some people, there's like devices that are dehumidifiers inside your fridge, but if you're doing a small amount like that, you should be good. Jay Meister was talking to the DGC about a coffee can tech, putting it inside your fridge like that. So if you're washing a small amount, I wouldn't be too worried about not using a freeze dryer. It's when you're washing several hundreds of grams or thousands of grams of hash, like
really,
that's a big investment right there in hash. Like it's worth it to have a freeze dryer at that point.
Interesting. No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that the freeze dryer was only for. So what does it do? Let's get it out there. Let's fix my ignorance. What the hell is the freeze dryer even doing? Why do you want to freeze it and dry it?
So right now, all I'm doing is freeze drying the bubble hash. So I'm not like some people think I'm like trying to freeze the buds because like the fresh frozen. That's what your regular freezer's for. So I'm taking the fresh frozen buds and that's going into a deep freezer
So what I
or your
gave
regular
you
freezer.
was the fresh frozen. You wash it,
Correct.
then the freeze drying happens. Okay.
Correct. So yep. So we're going to put that in a regular freezer. We're going to wash it. And we're just going to get the bubble hash. And it's going to look like some, not really banana pudding, but imagine like a sandy banana pudding. It's really weird looking. That's the best way I
Yum.
can describe it, like a sandy banana pudding. So we're going to take that and I'm going to put it back in my freezer and do a pre-freeze on it, basically. And while I'm doing that, you're going to get the machine going, the freeze dryer, and it's going to be cooling the whole shelves down to a negative temperature, whatever you have it set on. I did my cooling at negative 20, so it cooled the entire chambers and the shelves to negative 20. Freeze the hash, load the hash in there, and then what the machine is doing, it's going to keep the outer shell at that cold temperature. But then I had your hash at 35 degrees, so it was keeping the hash at 35, so that way it can, excuse me, when it's under vacuum, it lowers the boiling point of the water, so that way the water is able to evaporate out at 35. And so that's what it's doing. It's sucking and creating everything. This whole chamber is now pulled into a vacuum. We're at 154 MT, which is the pressure inside of there, and we're at 36 degrees.
Atmospheres? Is that what that measure is?
Yes, it's the atmospheric pressure. I know when it's at atmosphere, it says like 2,500 plus. So we're at 150 right now. So we're like way down there.
Interesting.
So yeah, so it pulls the vacuum and then it keeps it at whatever temperature you want. So that way it's basically boiling out the water, but the hash isn't degrading or anything because it's still at a super cold temperature. So that's basically what I was doing, is keeping it cold and extracting the water out of the hash. So like I was saying, it was like a pudding consistency when I put it in. When I take it out, it's going to be like a beach sand. So all that moisture is gone. It's just super sandy.
No, interesting. How much, like, so after you wash it, like, how do you strain it? Like, it comes out of the bags, it looks like banana pudding.
Yep.
And so what is it that is it just the water that's holding the glands together, like kind of the hydrophobic hydrostatic attraction sort of thing?
Yeah, basically how when you fill up your a glass of water, everybody knows the surface tension of everything. The surface tension is holding all of it together at that cold temperature and stuff. So it spreads out in the tray and everything, but it still humps up a little tiny bit, you know?
So the vacuum creates space that then the water can then
just pull it
maybe
right
not
out.
Evaporate, but we'll call it evaporate into the.
Yeah, it basically does evaporate because all around the outside of this ring, the water does basically pull out and gets frozen. So if you're washing or freeze drying like fruits and candies and stuff like that with a bunch of moisture content, that ice ring gets super thick and it'll actually freeze the tray in place because the ice ring gets so thick.
It's like old school, like refrigerators, like, fuck, I gotta defrost. Yeah, because I guess that is a thing. That cuticle membrane is something that not a lot of people think of, but that's like the whole thing in hash, right? Like, I guess that's it. I wonder. I'm gonna have to do more research on that membrane. I don't know a ton about it other than just looking at it. Were you there when we were looking at that electrostatic shit, or was that no, that was Adam Dunn's show?
No.
So Adam Dunn was showing me there's this thing that they're doing called this electrostatic tech, right? And so they wash off all of the trichomes, and then the stalk and the head are attached, right? And so this is a thing, it waterfalls down like rain, all of the heads, and then all of the trichomes all to put, and all the heads go to the right and all the stalks go to the left because you don't want the stalk. It's crazy how like they're getting it so freaking like dialed in. I don't want to know how expensive one of those machines is. It's probably at least 50 grand or something, you know, but as things do, they tend to, some smart Korean will figure out how to make one for $50, you know. Crazy.
Yeah,
no, keep going.
I was gonna say I want to get one of those Low Temp Industries just came out with a mini osprey, so it washes up to like 10,000 fresh frozen grams. A pound of weed is basically, if you equivalent to 2,000 to 2,500 grams. So that machine will basically wash like 2 to 2.5 lights worth of material. So even for a home grower, that's a good machine for a home grower. It's not a professional machine or anything, but it's made professionally. It's all stainless steel. It's got nice electronics and everything in it. It's unfortunately like a $6,000 machine. But like I said, you're not out there stirring for 2 or 3 hours anymore. You walk over, press a button, and it has the automatic settings, and it has the machine that dumps out everything for you, and it filters it all for you, and it takes all the work and everything out for you. So I've been definitely looking at one of those, and I know Scotty was looking at Low Temp and getting him as a sponsor on the podcast and shit. So definitely wanted to shout out Low Temp and their shit. They have nice products, and anything if you need, we're talking about getting in the hash. He's more than willing to talk to you guys. He sells everything from freeze, like the presses over here, to the freeze dryers. He's got the cool bots with air conditioners and everything to make your whole room cold and keep you cool. So they're a one-stop shop over there. So I just had to give them a little shout out.
Hell yeah. No, that's one of the things I always tell this story, right? So like when I first started like working out, like, you know, like I'm very, very new to all that. I didn't know anything about anything. Protein powder, all of it, like literally brand new. So I was like, oh, I'll buy some protein powder. I'll go on Amazon, type it in. There's 10,000 things. I don't know what the fuck I'm buying. So what did I end up doing? I bought Joe Rogan's protein powder from Onnit. Now, do I know I'm probably getting overcharged? I do know I'm probably getting overcharged. But what I also know is that it's legit. I just know I can buy it and trust it. And like, you know, maybe in a couple of years or 6 months when I do my homework, oh, I'll feel stupid. Oh, I should have bought Muscle Milk. It's 99 cents. You're charging blah, 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 you know. But at the time, you know, it just comes down to like, hey, that's why the DGC pros list that dude always has, you know, that thing is invaluable. You just like, oh, I don't fucking care, man. Who HLG, great, I can trust them. You know, fucking Low Temp, great, I can trust them. Great, the guy who I trust them. Perfect. That's all I need to know. I don't want to know. Literally, the Nikes that I was wearing the other day, like literally at 5'8", Mike at 5'8" always just razzes me. He's like, dude, you wear a blazer and nice pants and you put those fucking shoes on your feet. Like, what are you doing? He got to me eventually. And I just, whatever. All right, Mike, what should I buy? He literally like takes out my phone and he's like, buy these. And I go, great, click, buy, done. I don't care, you know? So shout out Low Temp. If Hot Rod supports you, I support you.
That's nice. That's funny.
So yeah, as it's so it's in there, it's under vacuum, it's drying, you've put it out, the pudding soup. Where are we at now?
All right, so like I said, we got all that sandy stuff. We're out of the freeze dryer at that point. It did its thing for 10 hours. We put the pudding soup in there, it did its thing. We're pulling out all that sandy stuff. Like I said, we're staying cold. We're going to load up those bags in the 20-gram puck, and then we're going to take it to the press. There are multiple routes you can go at this point. If you're trying to go for yield or you're trying to go for quality. I understand it's rosin and we're already at quality, but do you want to take it the extra step and be bougie, or do you want to have the most amount of
I have some rosin that I bought in Vegas that it's a souvenir. I'll never take one more hit of it ever. Rosin don't mean quality, I'll tell you that.
No, I feel you. But most people were using 25 micron size bags when we're putting our bubble. So I'm going to load up the 20 grams of the sandy material inside a 25 micron bag. Now, that's middle of the road, okay? So there's, I think, a 32 or a 35, 37, something like that, which will give you more yield, but a lower quality. Then there's also a 15 micron bag, which is going to give you a higher quality but a lower yield. So I just shot right in the middle. I figured, you know, it gives me a nice balance of the quality and the yield. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take all of our sand, load it up into these bags. I use a higher micron, a 90 micron, and I double bag it. And the reason I'm doing that is because if you actually feel the texture of the bags, it's just like your sheets. If you buy a higher thread count sheet, it's flippier. It feels better, right? And if you buy a lower thread count sheet, i.e. the 90 micron, where it's got bigger gaps, less threads, it's rougher. It doesn't feel as good. It's scratchier. So the 90 micron you want on the outside and it's like a blowout protection as well. But it's also used, like I said, it's scratching and rougher, so it grabs the parchment paper. You don't have a chance of it slipping out of your press as much. So if you were to use 225s, you're going to get the same yield as using 225s as you would a 25 and a 90. But the 25, you're going to have a way higher chance of a bag just shooting out on you if you try and go a little too fast or you don't have it put in there aligned perfectly. the 90s are going to grip and kind of give you a better traction on your bags. So we're going to double bag them. We're going to put them in the clear tech, like I said. It's going to go from that beautiful light sandy color, and we're going to get the bags will honestly turn like kind of blacky and everything as they're inside the parchment paper and they're greasing up. So all those trichomes are basically smashing together, the air's coming out and it's greasing. So as all that air's out, I will then take them into the press and press it. And then here's the second step where you can again go yield or quality, is where you adjust your temperature on your press. If you go a lower temperature on your press and a lower time on your press, you're going to have a higher quality. But if you bump your temperature up from, let's say, 160, because that's going to be like the lowest you could probably go with fresh frozen and get a nice squeeze still, bump it up to 175, 180, it's going to be a little bit warmer. You're probably going to cook off a little bit of your terps, but you're going to get a better yield. It's going to bust those heads a little bit faster, and it's going to get a better squish. So there's multiple routes where you can take it if you're going quality or yields. So I like to, again, I'm kind of in the middle. It's where I like to go with most things because this is my second time doing the emergency. I did it once for Scotty and now once for you. So I'm not honestly dialing it in right now. If I had multiple batches of it, I could do a batch at 160, a batch at 170, a batch at 180, and see which one does what. But since we're only doing one batch of the strain right now, I figured to shoot for the middle of the road. That's kind of what everybody, I think, would do with their own personal stuff. If you're going to go buy your own personal products, you're not going to go to the high end or to the low end. You're probably going to go into the middle of the road. So that's what I'm kind of shooting for with everything until I start dialing it in.
Mailman was wondering too, does that help with blowouts too? Is that an added benefit, or what do you ever struggle with blowouts or?
So the second bag does help with blowouts, but honestly, if you blow out your first bag, you're probably going to blow out your second bag. So I honestly have blown out once or twice, and that was the last time I was doing my red run squash. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I was already like 9 bags of pressing in, and I was tired as shit. I'm like, it's the last bag, and I'm just squeezing it, and I just was like one crank too much, and I felt it go. And I was like, no! I was like, quickly undid it, and I was like, I guess that jar is mine now.
That's hilarious.
So it does
Does it make a
happen,
mess?
but
Is it just a giant mess too?
it depends. So if it blows out the front, it can hit you and it can really burn you and everything. So as this is a good, I'm glad you,
rosin bukkake.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because there are people who have gotten really burned from this shit. So don't stand directly in front of your press because people have gotten burns on their faces and everything as it just like a blowout all over your fucking face. It's 180-degree oil. It's not water you can just quickly wipe off. It's fucking oil stuck to you, burning your skin. So
this has got to be a first that a bukkake joke might save lives. we're changing history here, Hot Rod.
For real, man. But yeah, so just don't stand in front of your press. We do directional folds with the parchment paper, so the back of it and the sides are all covered, and it's forcing all the rosin as you're pressing it out the front. So you can stand to the side, so if you do get a blowout, it doesn't squirt all over you, and it doesn't make too big of a mess as long as you're not unfortunate and it shoots out the front, which I've never had. I've only seen in like videos that like a warning, the low temp and shit put out, but it basically just mixes into your hash. So all of a sudden you have a beautiful golden shower coming down, because they were like golden showers. And then all of a sudden it's just poopy. It's just a dark streak in the middle of your hash. And you're like, oh man, I know exactly what that is. So you just, yeah, that's now yours to smoke. That is now the personals.
Right. That's hilarious. All right. So keep going. Where are we at now? The fucking,
all right, so
we've bagged it up. We got the 2 different microns in there, and now it's time.
All right, so my press is warmed up to 170. I am going to use a little timer, and I'm going to start it, and I am going to, if you have the fancier press, it'll tell you the PSI rating you're at and everything. So you'll want to just go to where it's bouncing between 0 and 100, so the plates are touching the hash equally. And you'll want to sit there for about 30, 45 seconds. And they call that stamping. So you're getting your bag to evenly squish out. So if you're not using a pre-press, like I don't have a pre-press right now, you're using the press itself to kind of even the bag out as right before I start pressing all the way. And then it's also getting the middle part of the hash up to temperature. So that way when I actually start squeezing it, I don't have to keep it on the plate as long under pressure. Because if I start squeezing with a lot of pressure and it's cold, I'm going to just blow out one of the sides. So the side that gets hot fastest is just going to start a big issue. So you want to start slow, 30, 45 seconds, we're going to stamp it. And then you'll feel it. You'll get the technique of just, you'll know it's rushing it. You can feel there's too much tension on it. And then when it's going nice and smooth, because you're just like pulling the oil out. So on my little hand pump, I'm just going nice and smooth until I can just keep feeling it. I'll wait a little bit. And then as soon as I see my flow start to slow down, I'll come back down there and I'll just go another little hand pump or two. I'll watch the flow pick up, wait till it slows down. And then I set my timer to about 2 minutes at that point, 2.5 minutes. And I'll give it a nice little crank all the way down at that point, because at that point, everything's all the way tight. So you can give it all the pressure you want to give it at that point. And then watch my flow. As soon as my flow starts to really slow down, I'm going to stop if the flow is done or 4 minutes happens. I don't want to keep the rosin or like the puck of hash on the plate for that fucking long. Like 4 minutes is already a long time under that much heat. Now, the hash that we're actually consuming is dripping out the front as soon as it's like coming out of the bag. So the hash isn't staying under temperature for 4 minutes, but the bag is. So but the second press is going to be super degraded and everything else like that. It's going to be degraded for staying under like heat for such an extended a period of time. But basically, we're going to take our parchment paper, and I'm making my life easy. I fold it in a directional way, like I was saying earlier, that all the rosin just flows
So when you say
straight into it.
directional, like this and then over.
So I'll fold the parchment paper in half, so that way it slides all the way into the back, and then both sides over, so that way it can only come out the front, and that gives it like just a little duck bill, basically, for the hash patty. And then I have like this other piece that I have that I will magnetize onto the press plate, and that one I just shape into a funnel. So that way, like, it squirts out the duckbill onto the funnel, and then the funnel guides it into a little jar. So that way, I'm not like, I'll still have to scoop some of it off of the funnel and everything, but it's all just ramping downwards away from the heat into a jar as fast as I possibly can. So we don't, like I said, like I was saying earlier, heat and time under vacuum, that's the things that are going to affect our terps. So I want to get our terps away from that fucking heat source as fast as possible and cool down. So once we got it pressed, we have our fresh press. So I am going to take that, and it depends on what step you want to do. If you want to keep it as fresh press, which is more of a shattery consistency, which I personally fucking hate because it's just harder to work with. And if you have like a Puffco hot knife or one of those ceramic tip dab tools, it shatters those dab tools because they're just so at like a cold temperature that fresh press is so hard that ceramic's fucked. So
Really?
most people will cold cure it. Now, cold cure was room temperature as long as your house was like 74 or lower, 72 or lower. You typically want to probably stay in the 60s if you could, but I know a lot of us keep our house at 72, 69, somewhere in that range. So you can definitely leave it on just your counter at that point. Give it enough time to where you see that fresh press go from a golden clear shatter consistency to a tan white batter, but it'll turn into a tan white batter, and the terpenes, you literally see a liquid layer form on the top of the batter. And then once you see that, then you can give it a nice whip back in, and then you'll have that batter consistency that everybody is more used to seeing in the dispensaries and everything like that. That's just what 90% of the hash on the market is cold cure hash and battered. So you can either just let it sit out like that, depending on the quantity, for a couple of days to a couple of weeks, if it's a big jar, small jar, or you can use an ultrasonic cleaner. That causes the cavitation inside of the hash to happen rapidly, but you want to keep it cold so you obviously don't degrade your terpenes still. You know, keep it like 70, 72 degrees still. But you can turn that fresh press product into a cold cure looking consistency within an hour, or not. I don't know if my machine's fucked up. Low Temp Industry said on their Instagram you can do it within an hour. So I went on Amazon and bought a machine, and it took my machine like 20 hours to do it. So I was just like, huh. But I was still 20 hours of running a machine versus like 2 or 3 weeks sitting there. I had a product, I washed on Friday and I had a sellable product on Monday. That would have normally taken me like 3 weeks, 4 weeks to have all of these things happen. So I definitely like throwing it in the ultrasonic cleaner if you're in a rush or you're in a hurry. So that's definitely the last step, is figuring out what curing process you want to do with your hash. There's also like the diamond text. Everybody likes diamonds in sauce, but you have to use a little bit of heat to do that. You can put it on like a seedling heat mat, or you can put it into an oven for a minute and then let it crash out. But I just honestly am not a big fan of adding heat to my rosin, so I just stick to the cold cures.
Fuck, I just I literally, there's like this GMO that I'm loving that I only had a little bit of. I just like flicked a bunch of it out. And like, no, God damn it.
That sucks.
It's funny, like I'll have like 15 different hashes, but really there's only 2 or 3 that really get like in the rotation. Like right now, actually, funnily enough, I've been going back and forth. It's a split between whatever Scott was nice enough to purchase me a gram the last time I was there. But because I wasn't the one that purchased it, I have no fucking clue what it is. And it's a completely solid black container.
That's my jar.
That is your jar.
That's the Grape Kush Icy. That was my most recent harvest. That was a pheno hunt of Dulce de Frieza, which is Dulce de Uva across the straw guava, 1 plant of ice cream cake, and 1 plant of Cushmans. And the Cushmans I actually got from Jeremy, JLS Monster. He was getting rid of his mom, and I was talking to him about it, and he was like, "You've never grown Cushmans before?" I was like, "No." And he's like, "Everyone needs to grow this shit at least once in their life." But he's like, "Here's mom," and I was just like, "Shit, hell yeah, thanks, dude." So I just threw it into the tank and flowered it out, and it was a pretty cool plant. I'm gonna be honest, I like the ice cream cake more. It's got better bud structure. It's got like a better bud to leaf ratio, less to trim on. It washed better for hash. I think the ice cream cake washes above 6 to 6.5 to 7% if you're a fucking G. The Christmas is like 5.5%. So there's a pretty big difference there. And then
speaking of the GMO, Smokey says it takes forever. That's where the winter frost comes in, Smokey. Come on.
Right. That GMO is forever, but it's a nice hash if you can take it all the way there. You got the patience.
So the last conversation you and I had before we shifted to talking about tonight's stream was whether I wanted it fresh pressed or cold cured, correct?
Correct.
And so I just went with like for real, like I swear to God, like just the way that I'm praising this Frosty Nuggets fucking shit, Frosty McNuggets, like, oh dude, this is the fucking truth. Your fucking emergency that I know the emergency isn't optimal for pressing, but dude, I walked in the bakery and literally Scott had to, he didn't say it, but just, I get my eye around. I'm pretty sure he he was like scooshing the jar away from me. Like, come on, buddy. That's my whole goddamn harvest. You're going a little liberal with it. Cause I was chain smoking that shit, dude. Cause the dab rig is behind Scott. So you can't it's hard to take dabs without him noticing while you creep behind him like awkwardly. Don't mind me, And so, man, that fucking jar, it was so good. You gave him his food grade container.
Yeah.
I was dabbing the fuck out of the food grade. Fuck that. That shit was good.
He did the same thing too. I was just like, can. It's not.
I didn't find.
It's just
I didn't find any. There was no food grade in that. The food grade. Fuck that. That was just good hash.
It's just a little bit dirtier. So like, my test when I take a dab is how many Q-tips does it take? And if I'm using a 1 Q-tip and it's just both sides, like, I'm happy with that. I don't want the first side's going to be a little dirty, right? That's picking up the residual wet oil. The second side's going to pick up like the shit on the sides of the banger, and that should be pretty fucking clean. That second one. If I'm having to grab a second or even a third Q-tip, that hash is way too dirty, or that concentrate's way too dirty for me to smoke. Like I'm sitting there scrubbing just
Really?
contaminants or trichome heads that may have like blown out and gotten into it somehow, or there's just some sort of contaminants inside that hash that's so dirty and impurities that I just don't want to smoke on. So that's always my test. Like, take it down. How many Q tips does it fucking take
So
to
when
clean it?
you
So
open those bags post press, like do you ever
yeah.
futz around with what's in there? So I imagine it's heads, right? It's just like empty cartons
So
of oil.
yeah, so if you take one of those pressed bags and hold it up to a light, it looks like a window. Everything gets moved to the outsides and you have a nice hollow center window. What a lot of people are doing is basically just soaking that in alcohol and then letting that evaporate and mixing it with sugar, making like some sort of can of sugar, or mixing it with coconut oil, making some sort of edible or everything, because it's already so degraded. We've already pressed it probably twice now because we're going to have the this main stuff and then your food grade, which is also going to have like your second press mixed into it. You can keep your second press separately, but depends on how much yield you have. Sometimes I'll just mix those together. Like, since this is such a small amount, I'll probably put the second press mixed in with your food grade. That way you got like just 2 jars instead of fucking 4 little tiny ass jars. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I'm high. I forgot where we were talking about.
Well, just we were talking about we got on to the subject that led us to the next subject, just to get back on the interstate, was that because that hash that Scott had, you asked me, I don't know. Like, here's the funny thing about learning is that you don't know at one point. So like right now I'm an idiot of hash, and now after all of this, I'll know a whole bunch, you know. So I just went, I was like, whoa, whatever makes Scott's, because I liked that. So now that we're here, I can actually dig in. Like I don't know, Hot Rod, what should I do? I feel bad because now you're saying it's way easier to cold cure it. So like I just want whatever tastes the best. You know what do you think?
So I like cold cure, like I was saying, because it's easier to work with. If you open a jar, it smells a little bit better because honestly, that means it's off gassing. So it's not keeping the terpenes as preserved. Like the fresh press, when you crack a jar, it doesn't stink as much as everything else does, but that's kind of keeping everything preserved in there. But if you're leaving the fresh press out on the counter and it's going through the process, like not in your fridge, and you leave it on the counter and it's going through the process of curing up, it's going to oxidize off just like uh, a cold cure will. So as you being the consumer, you can basically stay at fresh press and you can go multiple directions. You can smoke fresh press, or you can take a little bit of it and cold cure it yourself. You can put it under heat and make a diamond and sauce yourself. But once you go cold cure, you can't go back to fresh press. So it's basically up to you at that point. Like, you're saying you're a newbie, I would honestly take it as fresh press and experiment with it. It's fun, bro. Take half of your jar, put it in the fridge, keep it as fresh press. And then when you take it out, set it out on your counter at your room temperature. That way you don't get condensation built up, and you'll want it to like come up to room temperature before you open the lid. But then, take a couple dabs out of there and put it back in the fridge real quick. Don't let it sit out for an hour or two. Have like your little session for 10, 20 minutes and then put your hash back in the fridge. So that way it stays fresh pressed. But then have another jar where you leave it out on your counter, and then after like 4 or 5 days, whip it up and you're like, shit, I got cold cure too. And so that way you can play with it. You got a jar of it. You don't have 2 grams of it. You didn't go to the dispensary. So I would say keep it as fresh press and play with it. Have fun. See what you like.
And that's what I shall do. That's awesome. Yeah, that'll be interesting. I will. I always do just through curing, because I've always been like a curing Nazi my whole life. So I always have like a B jar that like I take a bunch of nugs that it's still curing, but then when I want to dip into it, so that way I don't open the jar. So I'll probably do the same thing. I will have. I'll have some fresh cured that I keep in a smaller jar in the fridge that I dip into, and just leave the other stuff. So that way, once the cold cure catches up, then I can start A/B testing it. That'll be
for
fun.
sure.
content.
I'm honestly
as
at
they
2%.
call
So
it.
if I disappear for you, my phone died.
No. So that's about it. Then yeah, because this has flown by. Like I was exhausted. I was literally like thinking like maybe 45 minutes, and then we're gonna get the fuck out of here. But goddamn, we're coming up on the hour 20 already.
Almost,
So I'll just
yeah.
ask you the final questions that that chat was interested in is Keith. Like any
Yep.
what can you do with it? People have mounds of this shit. For me, a guy like me, it's I give it to friends. I don't fucking want it. What can you do with it? What's
So
the
like
best
you were
at-home
saying,
tech?
look up that static tech. So instead of doing that crazy machine you were talking about that separates the stock from the heads, people are just basically doing a static tech and removing all the impurities. So you're left with just a higher quality keef. And then basically you can smoke that in a way more comfortable fashion. You know, it's not as shitty tasting, let's be real. And then you could press it if you wanted to, but I noticed a lot of people are doing a static tech on it and throw that in the middle of your joints or stuff like that. So that's what I would do with my keef. And it's pretty simple. It's just like a CD case. You just want like a piece of plastic, and you're getting like the static electricity, and then running over it, and you'll see all the contaminants stick to the CD case, and it'll leave all your heads.
Oh, interesting. That's freaking crazy. Yes. Key. All right. So then the last thing that I'll ask you is so you probably don't have any personal experience with, but at least chat has asked about it, and I know there's a lot of people asking about it. You probably already know flour. Preston
Yep.
flour. Is there anything you can do to make it not taste? Should you freeze it? Should you cure it? Should you what can you do with flour at home if you had a press?
Multiple things. I'm at 1% now. Strain dependent. So I know some things are going to definitely taste a lot better than others. Your funkier, GMO, cushier things, you're going to get that terp profile to transfer over better than like your fruitier things, because that's just going to get lost in the weed flavor. If you're pressing flour, it's always going to have that flour rosin taste. I don't care what you say, it's always going to have that flour rosin taste. You can still get the terps that come from your strain to come through it, but it's always going to have that taste. I would just say try and go as low as you can on the temperature. Don't go for yield at this point, or don't go for quality at this point. It's already like not the best quality product. Just go for the lower temperature. Try and get the best flavor you can, not the biggest yield. I know that just made no sense. I realized what I just said. I'm sorry, but fucking turn down the temperature. Go for like the best yield or the best quality you can out of there, because it's already like subpar. Like, let's make it the best we can.
Fuck yeah. Awesome, man. Well, I think we literally slid in. As a girl I dated one time put it, she's like, you're the type of guy that's like Indiana Jones. You like to slide under the door and then grab your hat and pull it on right before it slams. And I think we did that today. 1%.
Shout out to Hot Rod. What an awesome freaking guy. Him, Mrs. Hot Rod, all the kids. Miss you guys. Next time you all are in Colorado, let's get the kiddos together. It's an amazing time. Miss you guys on Christmas time. Hope they're down there in Florida having an amazing Christmas time. It's damn near Florida up here in Colorado. It was 60 yesterday. It snowed once here. It'll snow in May in Colorado. So, it'll snow in June out here. So I can't get cocky. It's like, oh, it's having snow. We're gonna get off when we're not. So we're having a little bit of a Florida Christmas down here. I got my Mario star up there. Couldn't figure out how to top the tree. And then my baby girl had her little Mario star. I was like, cacao, let's put that bitch up on there. And so, yeah, shout out to Hot Rod. Amazing episode. Make some rosin, man. We can't make BHO. That's why I'm just kind of so stoked about having my little BHO container here, is because you can't make it. So when you get awesome homegrown weed like Tropicana Kyle makes, and then jars you up some fresh BHO, that's a thing to behold. You can make your own rosin, and it is just as good, if not better, than any BHO. Don't tell Gabe I said that. Gabe is the team BHO. He'll smoke some good rosin. I bought good rosin from the man, for Christ's sakes. So, yeah, Hot Rod's Head Stash. Like I said, I downloaded these episodes pretty randomly. I just kind of went through. I don't put people's names in the things. You know how I do it. I just title it, send it out, and it's out to its own world. And so I just downloaded random episodes. And yeah, guess who's back? Cortez. Cortez is back. I don't know how he got back. I don't know if this is the first episode, the second episode. I think he's been on 3 or 4 times now. He's going to be my first guest of of 2025, the first Sunday of January. I got Cortez the Conqueror scheduled, so I suppose that's apropos. I'm gonna fucking oversee his wedding with his wife. You know, it's the least I can do is put him in twice in the Christmas stream. Call me. Hell yeah. Metal, call me. Fuck yeah. I'm getting pretty high. You guys can tell this is no joke. Shout out to my Dr. Dabber. You know what I want for Christmas? You to sponsor me, Dr. Dabber. Hit me up. Let's get an affiliate code. I wanna be in the Dr. Dabber business. Or maybe I'm just so high that I don't know what's going on. So yeah, we're doubling up. Cortez is back. I've said everything I have to say about Cortez. He's the man. He was in the Night Owl video. He's coming to Denver. I'm overseeing his wedding. He's the Autoflower King of Chicago. Guys, Cortez the Conqueror.
Nothing but good vibes up in here. Grambo Grows. What is up, stoners and growers and GramFam and GramBorg and everybody out there watching? It's good to see you guys. You know, I always look forward to Sundays, man. It's been a crazy week. I'm so stoked to be back with you guys. I am smoking on a whole bunch of stuff. We'll get to that in a little bit. Put what you're smoking on in the chat. Let's see who we got here. We got Cannabis Vibe. He's the man who makes that awesome theme song. Nothing but good vibes up in here. Grambo Grows. He's smoking some of that Globfather, which is great because his birthday was yesterday. Shout out to the Globfather taking tops. He's my man. I guess his name's Shane. Fuck that. Shane, like Cortez the Conqueror. Is Cortez's name? Fuck if I know. Is Grambo my name? Probably. Is Scotty Real his name? For sure. Is the dude legally named the dude? Yes, in Canada. That's why he moved there. Welcome to Grambo Grows. Disclosing all of the stuff. What up, Sicko? Sicko, you made me self-conscious. You were talking. I've gone 2 weeks without getting my beard done, and so I literally went and put I put in some beard cream and gave it a nice comb before, because yeah, dude, it was out of control. But before I get too far in the show, I wanted to just talk about. I want to start opening with a quick grow tip. You know, one of the things I've been getting a lot of questions, because I work with the Dude Grows, I work with Jug Dealers, and here I am overdoing my own thing. So I get a lot of grow questions from all different directions. And one of the number one topics that I think always is in question is watering. And so I want to bring up watering, what you should be doing with watering, and you should not be watering. Stop watering. It's ridiculous. No, don't stop watering. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of problems come from watering. So what I'm doing is I'm on a mission to start foliar. I'm getting this foliar message out there. I slept on foliar feeding for a long, long time. And what it really was the silicium from the Jug Dealers. That monoorthic silicic acid is foliarable. Normal silica is too big. It's like these big what is it? I can't even remember off the top of my head the old school stuff, but it's too big. And so that that's why it's that monosilic acid, is that it's thin enough. It's that monomer opposed to being a polymer. And so it can actually absorb. So that got me going on the foliar. And damn, so if you're growing in soil, hands down, you're probably overwatering too much because you want to feed. And what a great thing. You cannot overwater, but you can still feed. You know, you put a little surfactant, a little soap, something to break up the surface tension, coat that leaf, get all your nutrients in there. Also with cocoa, we're not worried about overwatering in cocoa, but what we are worried about is sometimes giving it a little bit of that dry back. If you're a hardcore grower in the modern age, you're probably playing around with dry back here and there. And so the foliar feeding allows you to keep feeding while getting that soil exactly where you want it. And so, I hated putting silica into my res. That's why I originally, no matter what I did, dude, maybe I'm an idiot. I've been growing 15 years. No matter what I did, I put in the silica. I let it mix thoroughly. I used good nutrients. I mixed them well. Nothing I did, I would always get a little bit of fallout no matter what I did. So I just started cutting silica out and saying, F it. I limped through pretty well. But once I started foliaring the silica, boom, it changed my whole life. And the other thing that it does is makes IPM just a little bit easier, because while you're in there foliaring the stuff, why don't you throw a little something like the Lost Coast Plant Therapy? Go get some Lost Coast Plant Therapy. They have free samples on their website of the little thing. And if you want to buy something, use coupon code DUDE. at checkout. Get yourself a little hookup there. Not sponsored. That's all Dude Grow stuff. I'm just trying to hook you guys up for sure. And so, yeah, that's my little spiel about. I want to open the show strong instead of gabbing about me for a little bit, because I know everyone. I got to talk about me at least a little bit and keep guys updated on the week, guys. It's been a crazy, crazy week. First of all, I got to go hang out with the girlfriend this weekend. We went and I met her she's the Kansas cutie. She lives out of town. I met her at the DGC Cup. Her and her brother came in and hung out, and I met her there, and totally growers love for reals. And so we went and met at the Colorado border. We met it's 2 hours for her, 2 hours for me, and we met at the neutral point. And on the way back home, my car broke down, and it's just like DOA. It's done. It's over. So I was like, oh man, how could this week get any crazier? And then Scotty is out of town. Scotty Real is out of town, and he's down in Costa Rica. And somehow his phone, or not his phone, his laptop and his camera got stolen. So we were going to film the Dude Grows show with him. You guys watch Dude Grows show, he'll bring his laptop and his camera, and I do my magic on the back end, and we make Dude Grow show happen no matter where all of us are in the world, but not when homie's laptop and camera gets stolen. So if you follow Scotty, give him some love on social media. Go over to therealgrowlab.com. And if you guys don't know, Scotty's got just like the real DGC .com that we have, he's got a realgrowlab.com. So go over to Real Grow Lab, hit him up on social media, give him some love. He's still got a phone, I think, so he can see it somehow, but yeah, crazy. So my car broke down. We got Scotty down there, but on the good side, it was Dude's birthday this last weekend, taking Tom's birthday this last weekend. So shout out to them. I've been been getting really high today, man, because my car's broke down. I've been smoking on one of the things, when you get into this game, I notice all of my heady friends, they if you go to a dispensary, things are always packaged and everything. But when you get into that really, really heady stuff, all of a sudden you just get these unmarked black jars everywhere. And so I got some JLS Monster on deck. I got some Rainbow Kernel #2. I got that second pheno, son. Banner likes the #4. I'm a #2 man. So shout out to JLS Monster. Who all we got in here? We got Mr. Phillips. We got Sean. We got Sleeps with Sativa. My man, I see you everywhere, homie. Annie 20, I see you everywhere. Craig, what you doing? Thomas Cooley, I see you everywhere. John, Brian, the vibe. Weedsconsin, Graham Borg, member. You know what? Speaking of that, my dabs are all hot, and I'm just going to turn it off. I was going to take a dab. I'm going to turn it off. We got to take a second. Here, and we got to shout out to the Graham Borg, son. Who do we got here? We got Fontucky Can't Afford Ya. We got L420 DGC. This man showed up to the DGC Cup wearing a Grambo Grows shirt. Grambo Grows shirt available at GRAMBO.shop for all your Grambo shopping needs. We got LDGC 420. We got Perry Gerhardt. We got Chonky Nugs. We got Mark Jr. We got Alabama Man. What else we got? We got Bare Metal, Witches of Coos, Crazy Days, Weedsconsin. Shout out to you there, buddy. Banjo 420, Jimmy Anderson, my vice president. We got Hey, we got our newest member, second to newest member, Standing Fox. I see you out there in the chat, buddy. We got Jill Sorbello, and our newest member, City Gone Country. Shout out to City Gone Country. I love that guy. So he's real DGC over there, realdgc.com. Now he's GramFam. I don't ask that you support me. If you want to click that join button, there's going to be a little bit more action coming. I've been a little bit lazy with all of my stuff. Oh, Cannabis Vibe. What are you doing? You've already contributed so much, buddy. I appreciate you. So welcome, rejoining the channel, Cannabis Vibe, my man. Been a while since I've done a crew shout out. This is the Graham Borg. I bought GRAMBO.org, and I'm going to make a website that's so when I got GRAMBO.org, it kind of says Gramborg, and I was like, oh, the Borg, that's like some Star Trek stuff. Jimmy says welcome, Vibe, but Vibe's not new. Vibe is rejoining, my man. I appreciate you, Thomas Cooley. Smoke that like button if you're having a good time, and if you really want to support cannabis creators, what I always say is share this video with a grower, share it on social media, share it on Reddit, share it on Twitter. Take this video, roll it up, and pass it to a friend. You know what I'm saying, homies. So thank you, Cannabis Vibe, for becoming a member. If you guys want to become Gramborg, you just go onto my page right next to the subscribe thing. It says join. Click join. Lots of crazy stuff. I have a lot of crazy friends. I'm in the middle. My car's broken down. My phone is not working. My phone was delivered while I was in Kansas, and frickin', oh man, what a boog. And so it's just been like crazy, crazy, crazy times. And so now all the chaos that's going on, I'm moving. So me here at the Gram Board, me and Church of Cannabis Nate, we've been living together for 3 years, but now my daughter is just getting older, and my ex is moving to a new part of Colorado. And so I just got to move to a more advantageous location. And so this is the end of the last couple months as the year comes to a close here at the Boner Lodge. So I'll be moving to a new apartment, broadcasting from the new studio, wherever that may be. And so life is just chaotic right now, very, very chaotic. So I haven't been able to do, I work for the Dude Grows. They get, all of my attention. Jug Dealers gets all of my attention. And then my stuff comes a distant third. So thank you guys, all you Gram Board members. Thank you. Most of the names I just listed there have all been, I opened this 3 months ago, and almost every single name on there has been a member for 3 months. So I appreciate you guys. I see you guys, and good content is coming. I swear to God, Grambo needs a Grambo. None of this money has even came out. I need to pay somebody to help me, and YouTube won't give me the money. So you guys have been giving me money, the few $5 and everything y'all sending in with the Gram Board. That it's stuck, but it's mounting up. So once I do get it out, once my tax BS clears, then I'm going to bring, what do we got? Does DGC have a join? Yeah. No, because we wanted to YouTube everything. So our buddy, I think Grow Underneath the Stairs, got his Patreon deleted a few months ago. And Patreon was super, super cool. They were letting all sorts of shit go. So so it was decided that that's where the real DGC.com came in. And so instead of worrying about YouTube to always be their overlord and worrying about Patreon deleting them, they have decided to start pushing people. You can still become a Patreon member over with the Dude Grows, but they're trying to push everyone to real DGC to make sure that it can't get taken away. You guys remember Dude Grows channel got deleted. It was 2 years ago, almost to the day. It was October 2022. Our channel got deleted. And so it was, they had almost 100,000 subs and they got deleted. Yo, welcome the newest member to the Gram Board, Craig Do. What it do, Craig? What up, Craig? Hell yeah. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you guys. Welcome to the Gram Board. It's going to be an adventure. Once I get, the place I want to move is over in the neighborhood. I used to always do stand-up comedy. Stand-up comedians are broke. They give their lives to the art. Go support live comedy, buy a t-shirt, tip them, do whatever you need to do. Stand-up comedians give their life to it, and they make zero freaking money. So I'm going to pay some talented comedian to come work with me. I'll teach you all the stuff about YouTube. I'll pay you whatever the Gram Board supports us with. That's all going to the next guy, and it'll be pretty freaking awesome. Yeah, Weeds Constant here. Remember, that was a dark day, man. Imagine having 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, working 9 years to get up there, and then just one day it's just gone. Why? Because they had a link to Seeds, a website that sold seeds in the description, and they deleted them. So stupid. So I've been yakking. I was trying to fill up a little time so our guest tonight could go finish up some chores. It's late in the Midwest. It's getting late. This is the late night smoke. I called it that because I usually sometimes some West Coast guests, so that way that it's a little bit earlier for them. But this man's in that central time zone. So rather than me going on like Grambo Wonka. Yo, Biz, thank you, buddy. Every single one of this, like I said, it piles up, and it's going to go to whoever the next. Scotty Real said it best. He goes, Grambo needs a Grambo. You couldn't have said it better myself, man. Couldn't have said it better myself. So this guy is very instrumental in my channel. He was in my. I've only made 3 videos. I stream every single Sunday, as you guys knows, but I've only made 3 actual videos. And video 1 was just a a blind monkey humping a football. You know, it was no good. Episode 2, I was like, let me take this seriously. And yeah, got 80,000 views and climbing. The Night Owl Autoflower video, it's for sure going to crack 100,000. Thank you, Gramborg, for that. You know why it almost cracked 100,000? Because it's got the most shares of any video I've ever done. Sharing is caring. Support cannabis content. They shadow ban us, you know, and no one sees it. But if you guys share it and your other people click that link and watch it, YouTube sees that and they go, hey, we can't bury this. The people have spoken. So roll this video up, pass it to a friend. You guys, my stand-up comedy brain is kicking it. Guys, your next comedian. I was always a host. I hosted a lot of shows. He's my guest is Cortez the Conqueror, man. He's got his own show. Conversations with Cortez, I believe, is the phrasing of that. And it's before this show every Sunday. So go check him out over there. My man.
Hey, what's going on, Grandpa? How you doing?
CTK. Does anyone call you CTK? I want to get that popularized. Oh, we got CTK.
No, not really an acronym. Sometimes people say like Cortez or Cortez TK for short.
My man. Yeah, acronym.
Hell
You said
yeah.
it right. You know, when it says like a word, that's called an initialism. If an acronym spells a word, that's an initialism. And if it's just a random assortment of letters, that's that. I'm gonna take a dab. How you doing, man? What you smoking on, Cortez?
I'm pretty good. Yeah, I was kind of like in a crunch. I had some stuff to do, but I went to the laundromat and I had no idea it was going to take that long. So I'm like running up 3 flights of stairs, sweating profusely, checking in the camera. I'm like, yeah, I need a paper towel for all this. Ran up here glistening to be on time for you, buddy.
Last week you done caught yourself on fire.
Oh yeah, actually, that was this Grove bag.
Cortez
right here.
lit that bag on fire on camera.
Yeah, well, I was doing a dab. I was doing some of that
As you do.
tops. What is it? The lemons, sticky lemons number 3. I do my dab
number 2.
I got this new torch.
Which one of us is gone? I can't tell. Let me know in chat. Am I talking or is Cortez talking? If he's frozen, we'll keep this potty going. What do we got? Yeah, dude. Shout out to Jug Dealers. 1 year, man. 1 year.
I think I lagged out there for a little bit. Sorry about that, Grandpa.
Yeah, all good, baby. All good.
There we go. I'm back.
After dealing with the internet situation with you and Scotty.
Oh, I know. And you know what? I haven't had an internet problem again until I just jumped in this stream. What do you got running on the back end there, Grandpa?
I got this good stuff, man. Denver actually has Google Fiber, like the strongest internet on earth. I don't have it because it's not over here, but yeah, Haldor, I got Matt from Strange Show's email. I might email him if anyone knows. If you guys know anybody or you want to badger anybody, like hook me up with them. I'm always looking for a good guest for these things. So I was on Cortez's show like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and before recording, he produces it all himself and everything, and like his internet dropped and everything was crazy. He's pouring sweat and his internet just would not work, and we're on there with his co-host Cannalisa. Also shout out to Cannalisa, she's had a birthday this weekend as well. And so it was we're sitting there and he's freaking out. He's got no internet. He keeps dropping. So he has to like get on some like Verizon 5G thing, and he ends up like paying $10 right then and there so he can freaking go live. So I know this man is stressing over there dealing with his internet.
Yeah, I don't know. At least it's not me doing like all the back end stuff this time. So it's a little bit less. Plus, like, you know what I mean? With Scotty, it was kind of like that much more pressure. If it was like somebody else, I might have been like, okay. But it was like, you know what I mean? That much more pressure trying to get the exclusive with the bakery boss. trying to get the big
I'm
Scotty
telling
interview.
you, man,
You know,
we had Shane from Micro on, and Shane's crushing it on the internet. He's got this
Yeah.
amazing company that's crushing it, and Scott's audio broke, just straight up
Oh.
broke, like unsalvageable, and so like. And then dude Brett is like, Grandma, Scott's a little fucked on my end, and I'm like, sounds good on my end, must be the connection. No, I made a new rule. If someone says something's effed, I have to take them
Yeah.
seriously. So I had to go through by hand and literally edit out every single thing Scott said to salvage the episode. Like,
No.
so if he made a point, instead of going, so Cortez, thanks for being here. What I wanted to ask you today is, like, when you go into your garden, it just starts off, when you go in your garden, like I cut out every non like thing ever. Was kind of funny about that is a bunch of people commented how like Scott didn't interrupt once during this show. It's like, well, it's because I cut him out. And then the episode also got 80,000 views, like our highest Dude Grows episode ever. So just know, Cortez, that I get a lot of shine for, like, Scotty always say, Grambo never F's up. Yeah, he just is nice enough to not point out when I royally
Right.
You know,
well, that was kind of the thing
is...
too about the Scotty episode, was that we ended up like cranking it out, but then when I played it back, I really didn't think that my audio was going to be salvageable.
Cranking it out.
So I really I was like, shit, I just went through all that and this is just going to get like shelved. This is never going to see the light of day because it sounds like a dog turd. But I reached out to you. You hit me back a little while later, but I had already like done the research and kind of like figured it out.
I was proud of you. Cortez asked me for like advice on how to fix things, and he essentially, I would have taken 3 steps and he took 2 of them. Like, and God, you don't need to learn, like, you don't know how to use Adobe Audition, and God help you. You know, it's a whole thing. I had to take an audio engineering class just to figure it out.
I did use Adobe, but I used the Adobe Podcast AI. So it kind of like corrects the voice automatic. Like you got some control once it like rendered the whole thing.
It's like,
because
so
it was
for
like
example,
a scale of 1 to 10.
What we're doing right here, right now, it streams out a lot, like Zoom, FaceTime, StreamYard. A lot of the Discord has these great noise reduction things. So if you get a lot of echo and stuff, and so they essentially, Adobe just took like the Discord noise cancellation. Well, you can't get that. That's not a thing you can get. And so included in your Adobe subscription comes a thing called Adobe Podcast and Audio Fixer. And so essentially takes that noise suppression that all those other companies have and gives it to the public to use. It's kind of a secret.
I got kind of lucky. They had like a 30-day free trial. So I fixed that episode and just canceled the free trial.
Nice. My man. Yeah, dude,
I had to remove the audio from the video, correct it through like the AI audio engineering software, and then put it back to the video, but like time everything up so it didn't look like an old Bruce Lee movie. Like,
yeah, it doesn't come out right either. Like, every single time. It's sometimes it's 2 frames. I had to play with sometimes it a little 3 frames. Sometimes it's 5 frames. Why? What's Adobe? Someone at Adobe call me, because it's effed. It's effed in the A. So what were you smoking on there? I saw you take a little toke.
Yeah, so I had Chad Westport on earlier. One of my favorite.
Oh, he grows some weed.
Yeah, he grows some dang. But for Chad, I don't know. I felt like pressure to like be on my game. So I actually had this like GG4. I had this GG4 cross of some autoflower that, you know, whatever. But I kind of saved the weaker weed for him, which I'm about out of on my rolling tray. But since I got this bag that I set on fire, this is the Cherry Paloma. But yeah, when the fight, so my fucking torch, I got this new one that's like pretty heavy duty, but it'll like still, not my first mishap with that torch either. So if you don't make sure that it's like all the way off, it won't be a visible flame, but it will burn the fuck out of everything. So I caught this bag on fire. Like, I kind of, from my peripheral, I'm trying to do the show. Oh yeah, haha, Cortez the Conqueror. I see smoke. I'm like, okay, maybe it's something, you know, sometimes you cache something in the ashtray, gives off like a little poof or whatever. But dude, I look over and like 6 to 8 inches off the top of a fucking Grove bag, I see this fireball. I'm like, oh, what do? Grab it. I put it out with my hand. Now, the only downside to that, I actually did, I don't know if you could still see it or not. I had 2nd-degree burns on my hand because when I just kind of like snatched it, I just like grabbed the fire. That burning plastic from the Grove bag like melted and was stuck to my hand.
No, that's burning like multiple things burning and touching your skin. Like some of the worst burns I've had of recent memory is like I used to always smoke a nectar collector, and sometimes it would cool up in
that's
there,
what I got.
and it would rip
Oil
out and
drop
red
out.
hot
Have you
oil.
ever had it go on your chest? It'll peel
Oh, of
skin
course.
off instantly because
Of
I like
course.
doing my damn
I've had it
hot.
on everywhere, dude. Yeah, and then it cools, and there's no good way to get it off.
Might have
of you.
one.
Yeah.
Oh
so
yeah,
that's
dude.
why I
You
got
just gotta
my-
eat it. You just gotta find some place to go in your mind and internalize that shit. Just
Strong men don't cry. No.
yeah.
You mentioned
Well, that was kind of the
wildflowers,
thing
man.
with the
yeah.
burning bag because it was like, okay, for one, I don't want like a 3-alarm fucking fire in my apartment now, and 2, I don't really want to stop the show. So how can I just make it stop? The show must go on.
Yeah.
It's dedication right there, Grandpa.
Your judgment goes out the window. I told Cortez, like, funnily enough, like this is like Cortez actually is like he's out there watching and enjoying the community, man. Like I was like, yeah, I got pooped on during a show one time, and he was like,
I remember that show. I remember that show.
Fucking, I think it was Ricky Bobby. I think when he was a puppy. Fucking, we were doing the live stream. If you guys remember the live Monday show. So
what do they say, Grambo? It's better to be pissed off than pissed on.
That's goddamn right. That's a I don't know where the original but that's a
I think it was Confucius.
Could be
Might
Confucius.
have been Confucius. We'll go with
but yeah,
that.
you mentioned
sounds legit.
autoflowers earlier, and obviously you're the autoflower king of Chicago. And
yes, sir.
I actually saw some cherry paloma. I didn't see it in real life. I saw some seeds of it for sale somewhere, some cherry paloma autoflowers. And so I immediately thought of you. I was like, I should just
So
get
who vetted this?
Oh,
What
I
are
think
the
they just
parents?
It's just
Is this
probably
from
something
somewhere in the
spelled-
Netherlands?
You know what? Now that you said that, now that you've given me this tone, I realize like,
Labeled
oh, maybe I
garbage.
should. I just look
Well,
at these
I don't
things.
know.
The world is
talking
chaos,
shit,
Cortez.
but like I got questions. Like whenever I
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
something, because that's how companies like ILGM rip people off. They go with like popular strain names, like, oh, this is fucking Bruce Banner, this is Blue Dream, this is Chemdog, and it can have no trace of that in the parents because it's kind of like knockoff cologne. You know what I mean? Like some knockoff colognes are better than others, but at the same time, it's like this isn't necessarily this strain. It's like with an asterisk, so it is. This is our representation of this strain, and good luck which pheno you get.
Yeah, and then as you know, they make the fake terpenes in the flavors of strains, so you can get like bottled Gorilla Glue terpenes, and sure, it has the essence of Gorilla Glue, but that ain't what that ain't what we're looking for.
Yeah,
so yeah,
no.
it's a bizarre world
It's
between
not it.
AI and spray packs and chaos. It's just I don't know, man. The idea, it's like I just
Dogs
I'm
and
trying to
cats
drop-
living together, mass hysteria.
Mass hysteria. My man. I always would do that on stage. It goes to the traveler. He'll come and check one of the pre-chosen forums. During the reification of the Voldrani, the traveler came as a large and moving torque. Then, during the third reconciliation of the last of McKettrick supplicants, they chose a new forum for him, that of a giant slore. Many subs and Zools knew what it was to be roasted in the depths of the slore that day, I can tell you.
All hail King Zeus. He has spoken.
Yes, that's the that's the Louis Tully speech from Ghostbusters. That was my favorite.
Hey,
I've seen
I'm
Ghostbusters
kind of
a
proud
couple
of myself.
hundred times.
I got
Yeah,
a
man,
legit
you got-
micro now.
You are
Been
mic'd
stepping it
up.
up a little bit lately.
You still have no good internet. I find it hilarious that right when I go to a shot of you, you're like,
Oh, Jesus. Well, see, here's the thing. Okay, so just for the record, one, this only happens when I work with Grambo. Not every time, but sometimes. I don't know. Maybe it's like his NSA
it is.
handlers. We got extra fucking bandwidth. Who
It
knows?
is, dude. Yeah, no, I have a technological like void. The fact that you say that just validates me. It's like, dude, I've been saying this. Like, fucking, I don't know like what the deal with me is, but like ever since I became professional, I just have like so much technological problems. It's like a bizarre
Start
thing.
fucking with Grambo. All of a sudden, I'm
I've
talking
become
to
a
my mom. The
ninja.
phone
This
starts
is-
clicking. It's like
So the
late
other day,
90s,
like
early 2000s.
I use
like,
a stream deck
why
to
are you guys
control all the
listening?
shows. Yeah. Oh my God. I use a stream deck to control the show. And then the stream deck went down. And
Oh,
so,
I
but
wanna
we're
get
in the
one of
middle of with
those.
a guest. So I go into OBS and I hotkey
Yeah.
the all of the numbers to match with my thing, all, and no one would have
Doing the little
known that I did
shortcuts.
that. But I did that, and like MacGyver, no one would have saw that. But so that's an interesting conversational thread right there. Genetics. I always will say, just because like I know James Bean and everything, like Seeds Here Now is the only place that I will personally vouch for of where you can get legit genetics. Like unless the breeder themselves hands me something, I'm fairly skeptical most of the times. And so you bringing up me seeing this Paloma
Seedsman's usually pretty good too.
Seedsman's, yeah. This is we should get like
Seedsman, North Atlantic Seed Bank. There's a few good ones out there.
I bet you into some Discord channels, there's probably some lists of some good ones there.
Sometimes it comes down to like availability too, because it's like this is what I want, but which bank has it?
Yes, like I want Lemon G, and go fuck yourself if you want. You're like, that's just like I mentioned this on Dude Grow Show this last week. It's like I was like, yeah, I'm looking for that Lemon G, and Dude was like, oh, Grambo, you said it on the show, you're gonna have it for sure. And I was like, someone thinks they have Lemon G, I'm sure, and they'll give it to me, and I will not be happy about, because the Lemon G is like my white whale. It is the most putrid lemon.
I just found mine.
What'd you find? What's your white whale?
Okay, so dude, I'm like a kid in a candy shop right now, and I've been looking for like 5 or 6 years. People have been trying to tell me it's not around anymore. I know it has been. People are just fucking stingy, but I finally tracked down the what is it? The Santa Cruz? I might Santa Rosa, the Blue Dream cut from back in the day.
Oh, I remember you talking about that. Yeah.
I've been putting it out there for years. I'm like, here's my wallet. Take what you want. Just give me my wallet back, and let's figure this out.
What do you like about it?
Dude, it's like nostalgia. Like, I don't know if you can relate. I made a lot of money off Blue Dream in the early 2000s too. But that's not even the thing. But it's like, how, I don't know, the closest nostalgia I could compare to would be like music. You know what I mean? Like maybe you're driving, you got the radio on, and all of a sudden, whatever it is for you, just for 100%. Purposes, we'll say like Hotel California or something. Maybe the first time you heard Hotel California, you were somewhere in Southern California. So when it comes across the radio, like you can remember what you were doing, you can remember what you were wearing.
A couple months ago, someone
it's almost like a astro projection. You know what I mean? Like it almost takes you back in time.
It's the sense of smell, dude. Someone gave me some weed.
Like, do you ever think about your grandma and all of a sudden, like in the room, you'll catch like a whiff of Liz Claiborne?
Not that specifically, but yes, I get what you're saying on that.
My grandma was kind of a bruja. She might still be with me a little bit in spirit, but it's people that come from like other countries, from like the mountains. We're Catholic, but we also kind of got like our own little things.
First boobs, like that's interesting. Boobs saw, boobs touched. That's
Yeah.
that's a different thing.
Titties and beer. You ever heard that Rodney Carrington song?
Oh yeah, Rodney
Yeah.
Carrington's the man. Yeah, he's hilarious.
Speaking of
That's-
country songs, you sound like you got a country song going on, Grambo.
How so?
You're saying your car broke down.
No, dude.
Yeah.
So
Seems like
yeah,
you're
no, I
going
have
through
a
whole thing.
hernia and my operation got canceled.
I
have
might have a hernia, but I'm still trying to write it off as an ingrown hair like a man until I require medical attention.
Well, you would know.
That just popped up about
out.
two. I kind is, and I've been
They pop out.
nauseous.
Your guts
I'm
your
pretty
fat
sure.
and guts start welling up.
You want
in
to
a
see it?
pocket. Kind of.
Oh, dude, it's
Go to your OnlyFans.com. We'll save it for OnlyFans.
Yeah.
So no,
yeah.
I am the
Save some of
luckiest
the
dude
more
on earth.
exclusive
So
content.
I was talking with my therapist coach sort of fella, and he was like, I was like, dude, like I have everything. I set like a list of things after my divorce that I wanted, and like I did all of them. And with this new girlfriend I have, it was the last check mark. Like I had the exact girl that I wanted to meet, and I meet her, and it's great and everything. And then the minute I finished my checklist, my life went to shit. Injuries, a fucking breaking, nothing. I need a new place to live, a new car, and a new phone, all in the same like 2 weeks. It's just like, what's going on? I got a gum infection that won't fucking go away. I got bit by a spider that you can like still see. Like it was like a month ago, and it's still there. Like what?
You're
happened?
at that arc of the hero's journey, Grambo?
Dude. See, there you go, Cortez. And that's how I'm not kidding, dude. I'm not kidding. I tell myself that. I go, no one writes a story where everything worked out great and you just did it, you know? I was like, just because I was at my rock bottom and I crawled my way out doesn't mean that it's coming back. But here's the thing: if my coach asked me, he's like, what do you think it means? And I was like, if the universe is testing me, it's like, all right, you're happy. Here's all the, like the bullshit. Job from the Bible, fucking, here's a bunch of bullshit. Are you still happy? And I go,
one of God's most humble servants.
I'm happier than I've ever been. We were talking at the bakery. This is cheesy, right? And so a song came on the radio, and Kenny got all nostalgic. And he goes, oh no man, shit. 1994, 1995, whatever it was for Kenny. He was like, that was the best year of my life. That was the best time in life. And so then someone else was like, oh, I remember 2001. This happened. That was the best time. And someone else, and it got to me, and I go, now. Right now is the best time of my life, and I'm not bullshitting. My life sucked for my whole life, and then I got divorced, and my mom died, and I had a kid, and the world crumbled like for real. That's why all this shit this don't hurt me at all. I'm fine, and and so it came at me super hard.
We got the hardest part out of the way already.
The hardest part's out of the way, baby. And so,
well, what do they say, Grambo? It's greater later.
And later's now, my friend. Right now is the best time of my life. Yeah. And that's because of friends like you and all the freaking friends and fans and family I got in the chat right now. There's 120 people that want to sit. Like when I was doing comedy 2 years ago, I couldn't get 40 people to sit and listen to me talk. So now the fact that hundreds, if not thousands of you guys watch and join this, it really, 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 really means a lot. I fucking endlessly.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like sometimes when we're put into position, it's kind of like that's when we really get tested just by whatever you want to call it, whoever in the universe. But it's kind of like they want to see if we're like ready. If at the first sign of problems, are we going to crumble or are we going to rally? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is kind of like the test for it. Is it really like, is this really worth it? Is this what I want to do? Am I going to hit the ground running both feet 100 miles an hour? You know what I mean? But then it kind of gets to the point too, where it's like, okay, I've been doing this for this long. Do I want to keep doing this? Or, sometimes you kind of run into those like shit or get off the pot moments.
I have a philosophy on this, and I always tell people I literally live my life by this. I go, there's two kinds of obstacles. There's the obstacles that are a test, and and then there's obstacles that tell you should turn around. And so when you're going on your path and you got to look at a moment and it's like, is this a full U-turn moment? Like, do I turn my life around in a U-turn and go the other way? If the answer is no, then keep going. It's a test. But sometimes you gotta go, should I turn my whole life around in a U-turn? Yes, get off. I had a few of those moments, I have a mini U-turn I'm in right now. I don't struggle with drugs. I don't struggle with alcohol. I don't struggle with nothing these days. I'm able to pay
Found a
my
little
bills.
lady friend there.
If I got a lady friend, but it's food now. It's become my thing. This damn Uber Eats, Grubhub, DoorDash. I'm just like, I'm spending freaking,
Dude, you got a
hundreds.
girlfriend now, Grambo. You better start going to the grocery store.
She lives far away. I'm a rock and roll star, Cortez. I have girlfriends out of town.
Okay, I mean, can you get
it's
some
a
of them
funny
to come
story
over
about
and
how
make
we
you some
met.
eggs and bacon?
She would. Yeah. She's a good cook. She's also a mom. That's one of the things that attracted me to her, is that we both have 5-year-old daughters. And so it was like,
Oh,
it's
no
one of the
kidding.
things.
That's really cool.
Yeah. So like, there's some girls I dated that, they're not into the kids, or sometimes they're creepily into the kids because they haven't had kids. And they're like, I want to be your mommy. It's just like, get out of here, bitch. Yeah. It's
Or you find that one that wants to tell you all about, like, I don't know, it's like just drama, but it's like fake tough out of nowhere. Like when it's like, oh, I'm a mama bear. I would rock an orange jumpsuit for my kids. It's like, okay, have another beer, Becky. Go over there.
Oh my God. That's real talk. That's Chicago talk right there. Okay, no, I have to say,
that might have been a little too specific.
That was very specific. Guru that everyone knows from Dude Grow Show that I end up replacing, Sean Guru. He met his girlfriend and long-term partner at the Dude Grows Cup 2021. And so Scott was just like, Grambo, you're probably gonna meet a girl at the cup. And I go, Scott, it's a goddamn sausage fest at the cup. It's wives and girlfriends. There's no single women at the cup. There's maybe 3 single women at the cup, and one of them is the Kansas Cutie.
Hey, Grambo, I'm sorry to hijack here, but I kind of need you guys' help a little bit. I need you guys' help for something. So, okay, I'm definitely coming out to the cup. The date's already set, June 7th. Now,
announced it. I think I didn't know this.
Yeah, so it got announced at the winter ceremony last year. It was already arranged before it. Anyways, so
it was for sure either June 7th or 14th. Guaranteed.
It's June 7th. I promise you it's June 7th. Okay. But, for like me to get time off of work, I got to bid for my time in January. So like second week of January, I'll get the ball rolling so I can go in June. I've been engaged now for like a year or a year and a half. So I actually want to tie getting married into the cup, because I want to see if I can bend. So I'm going to have a lot of stuff. I'll probably be out in Colorado for like a full week. Do you know a good priest? I mean, I would settle for like a reverend or a deacon. They still got the right idea. But do you know a decent priest in the Fort Collins area? I prefer it was a Catholic ceremony.
I know the International Church of Cannabis, but I don't think you're going to find any priests there. I can get you married.
Are any of them ordained?
They're their own religion. They're called the Elevationists. Okay. So I can find you an Elevationist priest tomorrow. Tonight.
But do they got like the power through whatever county that is there to like make it official with the certificate and whatnot?
Yeah, all you gotta do, because the ceremony doesn't make it official. It's actually like the paperwork. So my wedding when I got married was March 20th, 2020. Well, COVID lockdown happened March 12th, 2020. So 8 days before my wedding, as if that wasn't an omen of things to come, it got canceled. God canceled my wedding twice. And so we ended up not getting married, but we signed the certificate. And so we were married on March 20th. It was just our photographer was our witness. And so, yeah. So, yeah.
No, was that one of the signs that was a U-turn, Grandpa?
Kind of, but she forced the U-turn on me. See, I lived differently before then. I was I didn't believe in the universe's guiding hands. So check this out. So this is the chapel of the Church of Cannabis. Let's skip to this.
Yeah, because I can't lie, Grambo. help a brother out here. She's been on my ass for, I don't know, it kicked up about like maybe a month ago, but I'm getting you met Mrs. Cortez over there at Scotty's house.
Yeah. I hung
I
out with
like
all the
I
cups.
honestly
you were running around
feel
getting high.
yeah, that sounds about right.
E-Dub says, Grambo, get online, become a rev, bro. I will become a reverend by next June.
Will you do it,
Cortez. I
Grambo?
promise you. I will do it.
I was actually Banner sent me something because I was kind of asking like certain people like, hey, do you know a good priest? And he's like, well, anybody could do it. And he sent me the link. I could send it to you. But yeah, I feel at this point, I feel like I've been married for like years already. But we're just engaged.
Yeah. No, this is the thing. Like when I say I was only married for like 2 years, but we were together for 10. I was in a committed hardcore relationship. Padre Grambo, as Sleeps with Sativa says.
I finally found a woman, and this is definitely how she got a ring out of me. She's an amazing cook. She's very caring. She's very compassionate. She has a lot of the things that I lack, to be quite frank. But at the same time, it's like anything in the world that I could possibly ask her to do, she's done it already. Like it was kind of funny. The reason this kind of like all went because this actually sparked out of your conversation when you were saying like how you had the list for like the girl and everything. So I had a list too. The only thing that was on my list that wasn't quite met, and actually in my wife's defense, the only woman that I ever knew that could do this was my grandmother. My grandmother could legit fold a fitted sheet. That takes talent.
Oh, that's hilarious. I always wondered why people, because on Tinder, you go, you see 1,000 girls, little about me things. And so I'm a pattern recognition machine. And why do so many girls talk about folding fitted sheets? What is the meaning of this? And so now I have context.
Have you ever tried?
No,
like to do it correctly?
Ball. I've never tried to fold a sheet, bro. I'm Grambo.
That's good stuff.
No, I'm helpless right now. That's why I say Scotty says Grambo needs a Grambo. I'm actually like my next goal in life. Like people be like, oh, I'm saving up for a car, which I am. I've been saving up for a car, and now's the time to get a new one.
I actually just got my car back like 3 weeks ago. So, my plane tickets got fucked up coming out to Colorado. So I ended up deciding to drive my own car. That went fine. Got an oil change at the Fort Collins Jiffy Lube before I even left Fort Collins, before I even left Colorado. Made it back fine. 2 weeks later, I'm driving to work and I'm literally getting off of the expressway and my transmission decides to go out. Now, see, I'd heard people talk shit about like Fords and whatnot before that, but I was just kind of thought it was an opinion until I found out what a CVT transmission was. And guess what? A 2016 Ford Escape has a CVT transmission.
All right. Yeah, that's above my pay grade. So I'm not going to.
So CVT just means that it's sealed. So put it like this, like sometimes, I got to check the dipstick for the transmission fluid. Maybe it needs to be like topped off. No, not with this one. Since it's a sealed unit, no dipstick. Even if you just got to add a little bit of oil to it, you need a whole new one. Just cost me $36.50.
What's it called?
CVT transmission. It's a sealed transmission.
Yeah,
Nissan Altima got them. Ford Escape got them. But yeah, I basically just bought another like cheap car and put it inside of my car as much as it cost me.
Yeah, it's never the.
I was doing that more money for like 4 months. That shit gets so expensive, dude.
Yeah, it's preposterous. If you hit it at the wrong time, you're just effed.
I know. It's like, how was this like $7, but now it's like 43 for one. Like, what?
Nah, I'll live. Like B-Dub said, I'm gonna drive a snowmobile. Fuck it.
Yeah.
So yeah, dude. So what's going on in the garden, man? You've been keeping up the grow. What's going on? Last I heard,
Hell yeah.
you're getting back on track after the cup disaster this last year. And so what's going on in the garden right now? What you growing?
So I actually had a decent takedown. When the light fell while I was at the cup, came back to just whole tent that I was ready to flip crushed, but ran autos just because I knew I could get to harvest the fastest with those. Also just did a whole bunch of clones from JR Token. You guys should check them out for the killer cuts. I had like 4 selections from him. All that got harvested. Right now in the tent, I think I'm like day 16. And it's actually kind of cool. I'm growing some stuff out for Heather from Fast Buds, but it's not autoflowers, even though it's Fast Buds. It is Fast Buds.
What's happening?
But they are legit photo femmes.
Photo femmes from Fast Buds. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how did you come across these? Like, what are they? Are they dropping these? Is this a thing they're going to release?
So they're out already.
Talk about dogs and cats, mass hysteria.
Yeah, mass hysteria.
Fast Bud photos.
So
what's happening? You changed.
They're out.
Fast Bud,
they've
changed.
They've been out for a little while. If you guys go to the website, they don't have.
So mailman
any
asked, not the quick finishers, because they have the quick finishers.
That's separate. So
full photos.
So let me break this down a little bit more. Fast Buds been auto flower for the longest time. For about maybe the past like 2 years, they got the fast flowering. Within like maybe, I don't know when they released exactly, but I'll say within like the past couple months, they released a legit photo feminized line, not fast flower, zero ruderalis, legit photo femmes.
That's crazy, because definitely a it's one of the things you and I have talked about many times on that popular video that you helped me make. It was all about autoflowers, and the thing that meeting you, I never cared one way or another. I didn't, I was good with what I was good with, and so I never tried autos just because why would I? But once I tried your auto stuff, and I was like, all right, autos are legit.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just kind of got. Well, here's the thing. So that's kind of like from a couple different angles. They used to suck. They used to suck real bad.
Yeah, they used to suck. But guess what? Regular weed used to suck.
Right. But people still get a bad taste in their mouth. And I would say kind of like what I was talking about earlier with some of like the breeding practices of some places in Europe. It's kind of like the American medical situation, because it's like profits over patients. So like with all that white labeling and shit and wonky pheno, like you'll get something that kind of looks good, but then it turns into like thistle once it dried. It's nothing. It harms. Just wheat cultivar in general. But it's like, oh, but the Meidler said Blue Dream. What the fuck? It's like, no.
Yeah, that's why I'll say, like, Seeds Here Now, not sponsored, or like what'd you say, Seedsman, not sponsored. Like, you gotta go legit, man, because this is
Atlantic, the whatever.
And so what do you do, right?
Night owls.
Like, if you get some genetics that you dispute, like, other than your taste buds and kind of like the morphology of the plant, what is there? Is there I remember Adam Dunn tested a bunch of OG. He called it the OG Gnome projects, and he actually fucking genetically tested the DNA sequence of weed. Is that what we're gonna have to do? Because you know what I wouldn't mind is, while all this commercial cannabis is raking in millions, I wouldn't mind some sort of regulation being passed on these fools where it's like, hey, you have to sequence this shit, and it has to be what you say it is, or you get fined. I would like that.
But dude, you never want to invite the government in that far. Like, honestly, like, government should have
Cortez. They
but
coming in.
so I'm
Son.
a libertarian. I'm a libertarian. I believe that the government should have no function outside of administrative. And when I say that, I mean like census taking, building bridges, all that kind of stuff. My personal opinion. But anytime you invite the government in a little bit, like, okay, prime example, let's look at like 9/11, right? World Trade Center,
Okay.
Maybe that's what you believe. Maybe you're like conspiracy theorist. That doesn't matter. The aftermath of 9/11, they came out with the Patriot Act. How many terrorists do you think they caught with like all that enhanced spying, listening to our phone calls, emails, text messages, everything? You know who got fucked over more than anybody else from the Patriot Act?
Just Americans.
Drug dealers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. So I've been learning about hacking and like cybersecurity, OPSEC as it's known, operational security, and it's very
little penetration testing.
Oh, you think I don't know about pen test? I'm impressed. I'm impressed. You know about pen testing, Cortez. Respect to you.
I'm surprised what I know about it, Grandpa.
I am very surprised about what you know, my friend. I
a little man in the middle attacking there.
Yeah, all right, a little denial of service. I'll
Yeah.
DDoS someone. Don't get me started. But while I've been looking this, it's been giving me the feels about like
guys. That's when you go to hotels and whatnot. Be weary of free Wi-Fi, even if it looks like the name of the establishment that you're at.
Oh, everywhere, dude. Yeah, no, it's we're in F.
Is that's why I say Starbucks Wi-Fi.
I was feeling good about legalization because it's like, dude, if I had to worry about OPSEC and an AI-driven Apple phone, Android, Google, Facebook, deep state, collab, and what a nightmare to be on the DL today. There's no DL. So all you guys in prohibition land, like, sleep easy at night because they already know about you. They just don't care enough to spend the money to get you.
Do you have a phone in your pocket?
Then they have it.
Like
everyone has the thing where it's like, dude, I was just talking about Louis C.K. bits and now YouTube's recommending me because dude, it's listening. It's not. This isn't speculation. It's listening. That's why when you say hello really Google, some of your phones just turned on.
But how many like millions of people, like tens of hundreds of millions of people are they listening to? So like you talking about like an ounce of weed that you sold to your buddy in 1997, like they could give a fuck less.
They could most places could give a fuck now. Like
right.
rural sheriff's offices and stuff, they don't have access to any of this technology.
Yeah.
So those are the people that are busting. They're trying to make a dime by like getting their buzzets rates and stuff.
There was something I remember like a couple years ago. There was a story of like people in certain cities, if it's like some like small property crime or like petty theft, the cops won't even come out.
Yeah, they said that in LA.
Yeah.
LA has
yeah,
that.
they were like they said that they weren't gonna like waste the gas money. The specific story that comes to mind, but I don't remember all the specifics.
No,
but yeah, like they don't care, dude.
People are in jail for pounds, they got a couple of pounds and now they're in fucking jail.
If you're not selling like crazy drugs, if you're not part of like the international arms bazaar, if you're not bringing back metric tons from the Yucatan Peninsula, like they really don't care.
Even if you are, just freaking pay your taxes. Let them take. Yeah. We were talking about that on the show. Like if you do something illegal, the IRS still expects you to pay taxes on it. Like it's a separate offense.
I think wasn't it just like a year or two ago with the I think it was what is it if you're like a private contractor at I-99? They there we go. They added a thing, but it was just a year or two ago to where it was like, do you wish to disclose any illicit funds? And like they don't ask for specifics, they just want like an approximate dollar amount.
That's so hilarious, dude. So What a great time to not have to worry about. So when I went with the Kansas Cutie, I had to drive 17 miles into Kansas, and I was puckered the
Ooh.
whole way. I hadn't been to an illegal state other than going home to Iowa, where I never really left the house and just kind of chilled, Other than Iowa, when I
Nebraska was a little hairy
home,
for me, but I steered clear of Kansas.
I don't drive. I fly everywhere, man. So this was the first time I had driven anywhere illegal, and God, it's like I don't want to
Were you
deal with it.
smoking? Were you smoking in
I
the
have my
car?
vape
Nice
pen.
little joint.
I've got some really good. I got the great vape pen from Green Dot. Everyone knows I always champion me and Rasta Jeff. So if me and Rasta Jeff say it's the best hash on
I
earth,
always get
damn
those
near,
ones from Tops. I always get those pens from Globfather.
Tops is great. I recommend Tops, but for some reason, so in the world of cannabis now, it's like, the term IP, intellectual property. These strains, like, so right here, like this lemon grinder stuff here, that's a proprietary strain from Green Dot. So that's not out in the, no one has a cut of that. I actually met a couple of the Green Dot guys at the DGC Cup, and I was like, should a cutting stick to your shoe of that lemon wreath? And they're like, you can't get the lemon wreath. You ain't getting the lemon
I
wreath.
actually just had a really interesting conversation here locally with
All right.
somebody that I don't know, sometimes our paths cross. I'll put it like that. But they're actually like licensed, they're in the genetics business. Sometimes I'll get cuts from them, like they're one of the few sources that like I'll take something into my, obviously still quarantining, but one of the few sources that I'll trust to take in clones from. And oh my God, I had like an hour-long conversation with this guy. He was telling me about how like I could get these certain cuts that we won't name, but it's something that's on the rec market. But I think it's in the rec market in like California and Nevada. And I could get them, but if I got them, I had to call them this certain name that isn't what they actually were.
Man.
But it was because of licensing reasons.
Yeah, I worked at a dispensary that there was.
Do you
some
know
issue.
though, like with some of the breeders, like the strains actually get leased to them for like the growing facilities for the dispos. So they could pay hundreds of thousands, they could pay millions. And it's like, okay, I just gave you $3 million. So this strain is mine for the next 42 months. You know what I mean?
The thing, I've
Not to say that what you just paid all that money for, somebody like myself might have.
I mean, this is the thing. It's all about convenience. It's all about convenience. There's a guy I heard talking in this business course that I took, and he was like, when you're broke, you think everybody's broke, right? But then you get rich and you realize it's like, why are all the nice Rolexes gone? Why the fuck can't I buy a yacht? Why am I on a list to buy my own airplane? Like, I got $100 million. Like, I'm trying to spend this money, and like, I can't get a yacht. Where's all these yachts? How come everyone buying up all the Ferraris? He's like, you can't get a Ferrari. They all sold. It's like, yeah, people got money, son. So someone's got money.
But then again, it's not what you know, or it's not the money that you got. It's who you know.
Who you know.
And then especially, if you got like decent connections with people, especially like I might have something that's like not as cool as that, but it's still pretty unique. Like, I don't know, most of my horse trading, I'm usually good for coming up with like a rare Tiki Madman cut just from some of like the access I got. But you would be surprised how that's like the arm twister for most stuff.
No, I wouldn't be, man. I remember we have a saying around the Dude Grows environment. We say, check your weed privilege, because not everyone gets to live. Because now, like for me, I actually have to double check my weed privilege. Like Scott and Dude and Banner, they like know a lot of people, but Gabe from Jug Dealers, he knows everybody. So if I need,
I was watching Dude
on
Grows
his
the
perk,
other day. I heard Scotty making fun of you a little bit. He's like, "Oh yeah, Grambo's been hanging out with Jaron too much lately."
because I was almost, I tell the Jug Dealers that I'm like, dude, now that because I've been working with them for a year, and I've learned so much about growing weed from hanging out with Jaron and Gabe and Lee and Bo and all the guys at 5'8". These guys are some weed humans. So between Dude Grows and Jug Dealers, man, I've been getting my education on them.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to 5'8" really quick too. And I actually want to bring up one point that you left off at the beginning, which I actually feel is one of the biggest benefits of the silicium is the improved drought resistance.
Yes. 100%, dude. It's legit.
Especially, I like to even mix a little bit of the silicium in while I'm in the clone dome when my like roots first start coming out of the rapid rooters. Because have you ever gotten like a little too dry in the rapid rooter, and that's usually the kiss of death? You'd be surprised. And I'll mix like a little recharge in too when I do like the silicium feedings.
Nice. So check this out. I have to. You just reminded me that I have to go full screen on this one. Hey, you guys! I put out the thing. Remember, like, was it last week or was it the week before? It must have been last week. I put out the jugdealers.net/samples out there. It'd be really cool if you guys went and it's like, I'd love if like they got like 100 people to go in there. You motherfuckers showed up in force. Thank you guys. They got 120 requests. When I walked in on Tuesday, they're like, Grambo, what the hell happened? We got the most sample requests we've ever gotten times 10 in a day. And I was just like, gosh, I don't know what it could be. You know what it is? It's the Grambo Grows family responding. So I gave you guys the call.
Yeah.
All of you guys that have already done it, there's a little time frame before you can order again. Give it time to settle down.
Silicium, great stuff. The Plagrant, Green Sensation, the Truth.
Green Sensation's amazing.
Winter Frost, forget about it.
And I'll show I'll bring it up here. Is the jugdealers.net. I built this myself. I built their website. So all the stuff that you see here, I built and wrote. And so jugdealers.net.
You did that, Grambo.
Yeah. I'm a Renaissance man, my friend. I do all the things, and they were very specific about how they wanted to look. As it says there, we do ask that you cover the shipping, but we got the rest. And you just go right here. Growers form pops out. It just asks you 12 questions. You put what you want in there, and they're super stoked. Not only were they not bummed that 100 people hit them up for samples, they were very, very happy. So they believe new mill in the cyatetics, the silicium. It's all real hardcore grower stuff. And so go try it for free. You guys heard it here first. I'd love to walk in on Tuesday and have them be like, another 100 people requested silicium. So foliar silicium, add the rhizome, because the rhizome goes in with the silicium. I actually have a bottle of it.
I use the silicium myself, but I don't do it foliar. I don't know. I've never tried that. But I'm kind of weird about like spraying stuff.
Well, I get, they are hella generic, but you do got to pay the shipping. That's the only thing. They'll give you hundreds of dollars worth of free stuff, but if it weighs 20 pounds, you're gonna have to pay the whatever that crap is.
You might be paying $100.
You could easily, but jugdealers.net/samples. Go try something. Go try the silicium. It's on them. If you want to try the whole line, ask for a pep pack. It weighs a lot, so the shipping is probably $100, but
that's the $100.
Yeah, you get like $400 worth of gear. So just go jugdealers.net/samples. It's the last time I mentioned it tonight. I don't get anything over that or other than the satisfaction of I'm helping an awesome crew. Like I'm at the offices, so like I do their podcasts, and they were like talking about like needing a website guy, and I was like taking it. I was like, I make websites. I was like, you need a website? They're like, yeah, could you? I was like, you need a shop too? Jugdealers.shop. I was like, I just made GRAMBO.shop. I'll make you a jugdealers.shop. I was like, I just did it for me. Let me do it for you. They're like, we need some t-shirts. I made their stickers. I make their logo. I do. If there is anything Jug Dealers related, I made it. I'll just throw that out there. I do everything. The only thing I didn't do is Cannabis Vibe made the theme song. Other than that, from the website to the production to the lighting, the editing, I do everything. But they write the shows. They do their own. I couldn't write for Jaron and Gabe. That would be impossible.
They are really cool guys. I think I've met most of the crew because I met Jer Velman, I met Gabe, and I met Lee here in
Yeah.
Chicago. Then I just
Oh,
got to
really?
meet Jaron. Yeah. Then I just got to meet
Okay.
Jaron for the first time at the Cup in person.
Nice. That's cool. You
Definitely
met
legit
Lee.
guys.
I'm going to Vegas. I'll be at MJ BizCon this year in full force with the 5/8 crew. So if anyone wants to come to Vegas in December, they're wild. They're the wild boys. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's cool. And yeah, Jair, he's the guy that started Gavita. He's the OG.
Dutch Lighting Innovations.
DLI, baby. Hell yeah, dude. So yeah, so you're growing the photos from the auto flower company. That's very fascinating. I would love to hear the story behind why they decided to go that route.
I think it was just a gradual progression. But you know what? At the same time, and this is really just my personal, this is Cortez's personal opinion. People start off with auto flowers, but then as we mature in our craft, then we find out about clones. And this, you know what I mean? Like I actually stopped growing autos for a little over a year, but this was a couple years ago now. And I just went clone only for a while, but it was kind of like auto flowers broke me. And I was just like sick of popping seeds, sick of like the occasional like little wonky ruderalis that'll pop out from the pack. So I was like, you know what, for a while, I just want to stick with guaranteed winners.
Well, I have to take a second to shout out their newest Gramborg member. Welcome, Hookster Gram. He's hardcore DGC. I see you everywhere, buddy.
DJ Khaled, another one.
Thank you so much. Yep, it's so nice. It's it's so awesome to be supported. And once again, all this money goes towards paying somebody to help me make content. When I move, I'm going to be in a way. That's how you get the pet pack. Go to jugdealers.net/samples, fill out that grower's form, and it asks you what you would like for samples and write the pet pack. They will send you an invoice back for the shipping. Once that invoice is paid, it gets shipped fast, dude. Like I'm always like hearing, like, got my shit. It's like, damn, dude. Like the boys, shout out to Dave and Trev in the back at 5/8. So when you go to 5/8's warehouse and you go in the back, they're riding skateboards and like filling orders.
Got Jaron on the little dirt bike.
Jared's on it. He's not kidding. This is real. It is business.
I was waiting for him to pop a wheelie.
Could you imagine one of the best run cannabis businesses ever, just run by your stoner homies, dude? It is just stoner. It is hilarious there. Everyone is legit cannabis people. I've learned more. Like even the guy that does accounting grows, you know, it's like, it's ridiculous. So when I hooked up with those guys, I was the new guy and I'm wearing a blazer. They're all looking at me like I'm a cop or something. I was like, hey man, I've been a grower for 15 years. I've been a smoker for 30 years. I've been a black market grower for most of my growing career. I've moved packs left, right, center, you know.
What was that scene in Half Baked when he went into the bodega?
So pretty much something like that. Yeah. Hilarious. Yeah, dude, it's real life. The coolest thing, I'm having to start saying, like, not just checking my weed privilege, but checking my weed friend privilege. I get to hang out with I was hanging out with a buddy of mine who's a comedian, and he like follows this stuff, and I posted a picture of me and Chad Westport. He's like, you know Chad Westport? And I was like, yeah, he's my friend. It's my friend Chad. I know him as Chad.
Chad was
my buddy more than Chad Westport. All the Chad Westport.
Chad was just on my show earlier today. Just came back from Mexico.
Like
he was down there fighting those hurricanes.
If someone was like, dude, you know Cortez the Conqueror? I'm like, yeah, it's my boy. Like, it's just like, this is what it is, man. We're all normal people. Like, that's the thing. People ask me about, like, oh, what's Scotty like? He's exactly like what you think he is. What's dude like? Exactly. What am I like? Exactly who you think I'm going to be when I show up. I'm going to be talking about pussy and dabs within 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so true.
But I'm going to become a reverend for Cortez's wedding. So I'm going to tell
Please, dude. I'm gonna tell Mrs. Cortez that you're in. She's gonna hold you to it.
Dude, I'll do it. So here's the thing. Me and the Kansas Cutie, we met at the Cup. So she'll for sure be at the Cup. So if you're interested in who my girlfriend is, come to the Cup, hang out, DGCcup.com. Tickets available.
I'm gonna be there.
June 7th. Yeah, I know you're gonna be there. I'm gonna be fucking
I still
Father,
got
the Son, and the fucking Holy Ghost OG.
It's almost, we're coming to the end of the year. It's almost Halloween, and then you know how it is. It's like Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. So it's like by the time you blink,
I prefer Croptober, please.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. But I gotta hit up Little Real again to see what's the deal with they weren't taking any vendor stuff the last time I asked. So I want to see, because I want to try to get a booth there this year. Try to do it real big.
Yeah, that's usually a dude, maybe Little Real involved with it. Don't ask me or Scotty. That's the number one rule about the Cup is don't ask me. I just work here, baby.
Yeah.
No, I love it. Shout out to Brett.
Well, he does one way or another. I'm definitely going to at least attend the Cup and definitely doing that Airbnb thing again this year. Drive out there. So
yeah, you got to. And the age of Airbnb,
spend a week out there. You know what I mean?
What is this? Church of the Voodoo Punani? I'll visit.
Oh, wow.
A friend of mine is a cult researcher. And so like she goes to like voodoo cults and like weird cults. I met her. She's a comedian. Lisa joins a cult is her name if you Google her. And
what was that one cult where they were like branding the chicks on their thighs with that like symbol?
You know which one I'm talking about?
The Grambo cult? How do you know about that? We haven't been busted yet.
Meanwhile, Grambo's really not joking. He goes to those parties. Like, have you guys seen Eyes Wide Shut, where they got like the one mask, and then there's somebody with like big horns. Somebody walks in with like tattered wings. He's kind of like something.
Once again, this is too
with Illuminati.
Like, I'll wear an orange jumpsuit for my kids. This is too specific, Cortez. What parties? Yeah. He's from Chicago, man. Don't flash your lights at him.
Well, sometimes you get a peek behind the curtain. You know what I mean?
But it's kind of like Jimmy, I don't know, Illuminati
Jimmy,
adjacent.
If both of you are serious, I'm in. I'm going to ask you off air if you're actually serious, Cortez. But I'd be honored. I'll fucking. That'd be
oh, dude, no, this is no shtick. I'm being so serious about this.
All right, I will do it. So you and Jimmy, I will marry. I will. Yeah, I say yes. Put a ring on it, baby.
You could get like a thing going, Grandma. Because think about it, like DGC Cup, it's basically like adult summer camp, right? Like, just imagine if. Well, for me, it is like, dude, I gotta schedule.
I'm saying it's kind of in the wood. It's on a farm. There's fucking goats and chickens running around.
Free range chickens running around. The people there are so awesome. But just imagine if that was like a service that you guys offered, like, hey, by the way, Grambo's ordained. So if you guys want to come, you know what I mean? Make it like, nowadays it's gotta kind of be non-denominational so you don't offend it, whatever. But no, if you were just there and you could marry people, like, you know what I mean? You'd be in there like Don Corleone on this day of my daughter's wedding.
If people understood my devotion to love, they wouldn't doubt that I'm very serious too. My whole thing is like this is the thing about when I got divorced. Like there's a saying about there's no bad divorces, man. Like people that are, it's like, I love you. Why are we getting divorced? I don't know. Like getting divorced saved my life. Honest to God. Like I was just in a weird, the way I look at it, the universe wanted my daughter. My daughter's going to be important, the little Grambina. And so the universe wanted her. And once it had her, it didn't care. It's like the marriage is irrelevant. Get out of here. We just wanted the kiddo. And so I just focus on my kiddo. And now I made this big declaration a few months ago on this show, on Dude Grow Show. I said, no more hoes. I'm getting out of the hose market. I deleted Tinder. I deleted Hinge. Single men of the world, listen to me. I'm going full screen on this one. Download Hinge and get laid. Hinge, baby. Tinder? No. Hinge.
Bumble.
No. delete it, burn it with fire. Don't ever download Bumble as a man, ever. Hinge, baby. I'm telling you. Kenny, nice guy Kenny. I told him about yeah. So I made a big stink. No more hoes. I'm getting off the hoe train. And I was devout single, just like going through life, like, and then freaking my girl just hits me. She hit me up, if you can believe. She sent me a really cute picture and she goes, "Do you remember me?" I was like, "You're goddamn right. The prettiest girl at the DGC Cup. Do I remember you?" Yeah, only slightly.
Damn,
Yeah.
Grandma's got some game over there. Look at you.
I'm handsome as fuck, Cortez. I'm king of the
You got that
balls.
beard thing going on.
Sicko Grows, man. Sicko Grows. Shout out to him. He literally comes over every Friday and trims me up, and he hasn't been here for 2 weeks. I'm turning into Grizzly Adams over here. But
Gotta get that lineup, huh?
Like, I can't even admit on camera how much I devote my life to like player thoughts and like existence. Like, I have a lifestyle I want to live, and I have the job I want to have, and I have the sex life I want to have, and I must have the things I want, Cortez, or else I'll move fucking. Like, people ask, like, how'd you get good at guitar? It's like, well, I just threw 10 hours a day, 7 days a week for 11 years at it. Then next thing you know, I'm good. How do you get good at growing weed? I just grow for 15 years nonstop, perpetually. Oh, all right. If you lose a harvest, you don't pay your rent. Yeah. All right. We better figure out IPM, especially once did you ever, like, this is like you could feel free to not admit. I don't know how far back you go. I used Eagle. I've been there.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I have used it, but it's probably been a decade since I used it. Got there with a little Eagle.
And that's what 2020. And you know what killed it was legalization, because once legalization came in and mandatory testing thresholds came in, all of a sudden you couldn't use Floramite, you couldn't use Eagle 20, like, it was gone. Like,
you couldn't use what is it? Termite killer for aphids?
Termite killer? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, they always make you stop using the stuff that actually works.
Yeah,
but now, no, guys, it's terrible shit to use. It is not for plants that you consume. It is for ornamentals, and that's stated on the label.
Yeah, dude, it's no bullshit. It turns into like cyanide gas when smoked.
Yeah, so it turns into it's like, just imagine if you were like smolting silver and you were like inhaling, like you were like doing like hot knives of like silver fumes. It'd be pretty fucked up.
Yeah, not good. I think you probably know.
Yeah, it's like some crackhead shit, dude. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, no. So that's the thing. Like, as we're talking, I'd say the theme of tonight, as we just kind of bullshit and talk about herb and life and living, is like real genetics.
Breaking up a little bit of this. This is the real JR Token Cherry Paloma that I grew out, that I happened to get from JR Token.
So there you go. So if you see Paloma out there, maybe it's the Paloma, right? Maybe it is the Paloma, but you know what? It's not. It's not the JR Token Pheno. We always say this word cut. I talked about this. JR was out at a farm of like 20,000 plants a couple weeks ago. So he wasn't able to make the show
with
Uncle
Jim.
So I did a solo show. It was my first ever solo show where I was way too high. I took edibles and dabs. I was like, fuck, my guest didn't show up. I'm too high for this shit. But what I talked about was how when you take a cut, you're not just preserving the genetics, you're preserving the phenotypic genetics.
Right.
Like, you're getting a pheno from this cut. So when you're getting clone only strains, you're getting the GG4, like, and then even within the GG4, that was the fourth pheno. So I was thinking of S1s on the Jug Dealers. We were talking about the difference between F1s and S1s recently, and how it's like the S1 is a self, so it's selfed on itself, whereas the F1 is the first familial generation of the plant. I was like, very, very interesting. So if you see an F or S, that's what it's indicating. Whereas if you see a BX, that's a back cross. And then if you see a number, that's usually the phenotype. So Gorilla Glue number 4, I'm smoking the Rainbow Kernel number 2, whereas Banner is smoking the Rainbow Kernel number 4. And so that's how that usually
But then
goes. So,
at the same time, like even if you do have like the exact same cuts, like so to use the cherry paloma, that's probably like the best example I can give right there. If you guys go to, because you know what I mean, like that cut has been spread so far and wide throughout the community. And when you go to the DGC Cup, everybody's got their paloma they grew. But when you go, like, especially for the people who like hear, oh, cherry paloma on like million podcasts, you know what I mean? But when you go and you smoke like different people's, it goes from everything from like a sour to like a gassy to like kind of more
sometimes
of
it
like
will be. I've seen almost red bud.
and they're
I've seen purple.
yeah. Oh, there's some that are super purple. I got mine pretty purple with the winter frost and dropping my temperatures at night to like 65 degrees.
Nice. What's the best? Who's the best paloma you ever smoked?
Well, probably from JR directly, I would say.
Okay.
JR's got the best JR. But at the same time, I'm just saying, like, that's where, like, even if you have the exact same phenotype, then genotype also plays because your plant's going to express itself differently for your grow environment, and it will also change the plant and it will change the flavor profile depending on your inputs.
Yes, Jaron. I always quote Jaron's. He says,
the people at the DGC Cup, you find a lot of people that don't know how to flush their weed properly, so you're still getting it all.
Yeah. Jaron always say that phenotype is genotype times environment. So depending on the genealogy of the seed or cut times your and not but your environment. Equals phenotype. So if you get,
because it's going to be different from Miami to Texas to somebody in New York,
and so
but like
hands
even
down,
the way your house is set up, you know,
unequivocally, I know who the best cherry paloma I've ever had was, and it was Sunny and Bectopia grown outdoor, and it was just like succulent. It was the sweetest, gassiest. It didn't even taste like paloma. It tasted gassy and sweet.
Right.
I love.
You know who I got to give a big paloma shout out to? You know, somebody that did it really well was Soup the Gardener. I got to give him a big shout out. That actually just
I grew his paloma nights. Remember the Beck video? Check it out, baby. Someone out there, one of you got that. One of you got that. Leave a comment if you got it. Check it out, baby. Yeah, no, the whole phenotypic expression thing. In fact, it's really been guiding my life, right? So Cortez, I'm not bullshitting. Until I started growing weed really seriously, I didn't realize I was alive. I remember one day I was high as fuck, and I literally had this thought: I'm alive like a plant. Like I give my plants these amazing inputs, and I give me really shitty inputs. I give my plants a really regimented schedule of like feeding and sleeping at specific times. I just fucking butt fuck my way through life. I was like, dude. And then so I started like giving myself a little bit better inputs, giving myself a little bit more regimented schedule. Now I'm having a whole nother thing about it. It's like where dudes like literally your environment, like you're in Chicago. I would die, big gray beard and big bags under my eyes if I lived in Chicago. I live in Denver, man. It's super chill here, and like the traffic's bad, but like I can deal with it. I know how to deal with it. You know, I couldn't live in LA, Chicago, New York, Houston. It fucking drive me nuts. I'm from Iowa, man. I can't fucking.
I would lose my mind out in a big city.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Plus, you can get away with so much more.
My girlfriend is from a town of like under 20,000 people. And I was like, well, I'm from Des Moines. It's a pretty small town. I looked it up. It's 700,000 people. And I was like, oh no, I thought I was from a small town. I guess I'm not from a small town. So I'm a city boy. You've been to Denver. Denver's a city. I always say if you average Des Moines and Chicago, you get Denver. So yeah. It's right in the middle. And it's weed like mecca. And I will fight anybody.
Or what's the one up in Minnesota?
The Twin Cities?
Minneapolis, I think.
And St. Paul.
But I don't know. Like I've always lived in Chicago for the most part. So it's like I go to other big cities, I'm kind of like disappointed. It's like, wait, but Chicago's so sprawling. But I go up to like, I remember the first time going up to Minnesota, first time going to like Milwaukee, and I'm like, wait, where's the rest of it? But in my head, I thought all big cities were supposed to be like to the scale of Chicago.
Yeah, right. No, dude, you live
It
in
was
like
my
the third
life
biggest
experience
city in
up to that point.
America. Isn't it
Yeah.
the third biggest city? LA, New York, Chicago?
Yeah, second or third. I'm not quite sure exactly. I've been to California twice. I've never been further east than Dayton, Ohio.
Really?
Yeah, never really been to the east, but I've been all over the south. I've spent a lot of time in the south, actually. And then I've been west.
So it is New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix. That's your top 5.
See, the nice thing about Chicago, even though we're a big city, we still have like decent sanitation. Like, I'm not trying to throw shots at anybody else, but like I hear that like some other big cities are like filthy and they got like trash piled up and rats because they don't come for the garbage.
I hate to break it to you about Chicago, Cortez, but that city's a fucking festering toilet. No, I'm just kidding. But what it is it's falling apart. No, like what you're saying about the sanitation is correct. But what I will say is that the infrastructure is fucking crumbling. I guess I lived in Evanston
dude.
for a
You
while.
gotta you gotta get like a new set of fucking tie rods or shocks from these potholes. Like every
all
two,
the
like, we should be
bridges
getting
are
siphon
crumbling.
shocks.
They just take like chain link fence and rivet it around bridges because there's falling rock because the bridges are crumbling. Every time I go to Chicago, I'm just like, they still haven't fixed, like Lower Wacker is the only place that gets any love because it was in Batman.
Yeah.
Everywhere else got nothing.
They did some shit recently because they had like a NASCAR thing to where they like raced the NASCARs around downtown. Then they went to Lakeshore Drive and came back around off of Lakeshore Drive. But they kind of had to because like, dude, there's potholes on Lakeshore Drive that if you're going faster than like 45, you will like your car will fall apart.
Yeah, Denver is like almost immaculate because all of our weed tax money is earmarked for roads and schools. So like they fixed the roads here. Like almost every road, like on the interstate, is perfect. Like most of the main drives are perfect.
It's like, how expensive Chicago is for everything. So like I might go to grab like a carton or two of cigarettes in Hammond, Indiana. That's like a 30-minute drive. And you can literally tell where the like Illinois, where Chicago ends and where Hammond starts, because it's like it's almost like two different seams, like our shitty roads, and then Indiana is like legit.
When we went to the Emerald Cup, so there's San Francisco and then there's Oakland, right? And so there's just like a bay, like San Francisco Bay, separates them. So there's a big long bridge, not the Golden Gate Bridge, but a different bridge that takes you across. And then but we didn't stay in Oakland and we didn't stay in San Francisco. There's actually an island called Alameda that we stayed on, and you could only get there through like underground tunnels. So you have to have a car to even get there. And the roads, it was like out of a Hollywood movie. It was like the best. Everything was scenic. People were walking their dogs. You went through that tunnel and it was like you just like teleported to like the 1800s, dude. Like it was like dirt roads.
Was it cobblestone?
Feral animals. No, not in a good way, not in a cute way. Like nothing works. Everything's dirty. There's feral animals everywhere. Everyone's there's Walking Dead level homeless people. There's just burnt out cars. They'd catch cars on fire and then make houses out of them. Alameda is awesome. Hell yeah.
Oh, big shout out. Chi-Town Hi-Fi. It's actually one of my buddies.
Oh, shout out to you, Chi-Town Hi-Fi. Yeah, we bought weed from a stand-up comedy fan in Chicago because we went to a dispensary there and we're like, you want how much for a half ounce? I was like, oh, fuck that. And my dude PJ called a fan. He was like, dude, I'm from Chicago. You need weed in Chicago. You hit me up. And we weren't going to hit him up. Then we went to 2 different dispensaries and we're like, dude, hit up your boy. And so we got some homegrown.
You'd be surprised, like the big name. Like I've met like A-list comedians, but you know when people go on tour and stuff, like you guys will, unlike most celebrities, like somebody that's been like idol of mine since like I was a kid, like Mike Tyson. You know how many times I've tried to reach out to Mike Tyson? Like that doesn't even get looked at. But it could be somebody like a comedian that's been like in movies. You've seen his Comedy Central special. Maybe he had like HBO Showtime special, whatever the fuck, right? But if he's coming through your city, chances are he'll respond in Instagram DM, like even if you're like Joe Schmo, because he's trying to sell tickets. He's trying to get the door. You know what I mean?
And,
so like somebody like myself.
They're fucking nuts, dude, and they're about that life. Like, you think we won't show up? I'll fucking show up, dude. Like, literally, like.
So somebody like me, I use that to my advantage because there's actually a pretty big comedy club in Schaumburg that has like all the top names. If there's somebody that I'm like thinking about seeing, the Chicago Improv in Schaumburg, Illinois.
The Schaumburg Improv.
Yeah. Schaumburg, yeah. But I'll hit people up and I'll be like, hey, I'm Cortez the Conqueror. I'm a local Chicago cannabis influencer. I was wondering, would you want to blah, blah, blah. And like 9 times, like there's been times where it's been like literally, dude, like not even 5 or 10 minutes, like, yes, please. My opening act, like edibles, you got 2 tickets. What time can you be here? Can you be here like 30 minutes before the door? Like I got to go there to like get it. Yeah. It's kind of cool though.
Yeah,
you know
dude.
what I mean?
Dude,
but you know, it's one of those things to where it's like a closed mouth doesn't get fed. Maybe a networking opportunity. You know, I mean, sometimes it doesn't hurt to like reach out because like what's the worst somebody can do? You've
been a really good boy for 90 minutes. So I'll go ahead and throw out there. Hey guys, if you do want to buy any recharge from our buddy Scotty Real, Cortez the Conqueror has an awesome coupon code. So you got to use coupon code Cortez at checkout and you get how much percent off of Grow Dot's Real Buckets?
10% if 10%. They 10%. And if you spend over $50, that includes free shipping. If you guys wanted to get more details, you can actually go to www.realgrowers.com/Cortez and that'll give you all the information right there.
Nice. Hell yeah. Because I know you are. I'm gonna hire you someday. I'm gonna marry you and your old lady, and then I'm gonna hire you. Like I have a bunch of
dude. You know she's gonna hold you to this now, right, Grandma?
I mean, I'm on air. Like a couple thousand people are gonna hear me say I'm for real. I'm not kidding. I would love to do, especially the DGC Cup. I'm gonna be feeling free. I'll have my lady there. You know how laid marrying you is gonna get me? It's gonna be ridiculous.
You can put on the snazzy little tuxedo.
Oh, I'm putting on the collar. I'm gonna get the white collar. The thing, like, what do we got here?
Don't get struck down by lightning, Grandpa.
You know. I'm like, do you? You know, I'm here. I'm halfway there, baby. Let's go. The rev.
This is gonna be great.
If
I do it too, I was thinking about this. Like, if I do it with a cup, like, there's definitely like people I can invite, so we can kind of turn my wedding into like a little makeshift cannabis event, a little exclusive VIP thing.
Well, you guys, Grambo at Dude Grows. If you want me to marry you, I can't take. I barely am taking Cortez seriously. Like I'm so blown away. It's like,
oh, dude, I'm so serious.
Someone would want me to do that. It's like, okay.
So Banner. This was like maybe 4 or 5 days ago. I got the information from Banner. I'm gonna forward it to you.
All right.
Banner's usually he's always a wealth of knowledge. Big shout out to Banner. Appreciate you, buddy.
Janice Vibe wants to know the best place to rent the DG Cup for 7. I honestly don't know. I mean, Airbnb. That's it, right?
Everybody usually. So here's the thing. If you guys want to go the Airbnb route, and sometimes that is more cost effective, the best thing to do is look how many people the house sleeps, and then you can get people to like go in money with you, so it makes it a little bit cheaper. But I think most people go to, what's that motel? Is it the Best Western Days Inn? It's one
No
of the
clue,
two,
dude.
but that's
I go to the bakery, and I've been to the hangar.
No, but that's
my knowledge of
usually
Workaholics.
the one that the DGC goes to. I want to say, if it's not a Days Inn, it's a Best Western. They try to charge me a $250 smoking fee, and like I thought it was just like the security deposit for the room. It's like a month later. I'm trying to figure out why it hasn't fallen off of my American Express. So I call, they try to give me some song and dance about how they had to bring an ozone machine generator into my fucking room. It's like, no, you guys are liars.
Did you have your like entry?
Well, I mean, I smell, if they smell anything, they smell like a little bit of a cigarette. Go fuck yourself. You're in like a $59 a night motel. Like, what do you want from me?
Brett, the dude, got banned from Airbnb. And the quoted reason was the smell of raw marijuana.
I may or may not have gotten the charge reversed by calling with like just complete Caucasian outrage. I don't even smoke. My mother was a smoker. I'm allergic to it. I can't believe that they would accuse me of something like this.
That's not how we talk. Get out here. Come on. I don't sound like that. No, that's how I sound.
That's how I sounded on the phone with American Express. It worked. Long story short, it worked. Cortez, 1 Days in, but whatever the fuck that motel is, 0.
Yeah, that'll be a thing as it grows closer. I'll have to put a little bug in everyone's ear that maybe we should put out an announcement for something like that, like where to stay. I think dude does.
We usually do that breakfast the day after the cup at that. I don't know what the name of it is, but they got the really good strawberry crepes, pancakes, waffles. Oh, they got a really good strawberry something. It's like strawberry cheesecake waffles.
Snooze, I believe it's called. We'll be at the Snooze after the cup. So we had like a dozen, I think.
Unofficial little hangout spot.
Yeah, it's the spot. I love the place that I'm trying to move to.
Like they're not too expensive, but it's really good food.
In Denver, we got to Snooze. We got Denver Biscuit Company down here, and it fucks Snooze up, dude. DBC, baby. I'm all about this. I'm moving next door to the place.
Or you can always go up into the mountains and get weird for a while, and then when you come back down, just kind of like cause some havoc at like a Waffle House or something. That's a move right there,
dude. That was you were with us, right, at the Waffle House that night.
With Jared Tolkien, Uncle Jim.
We rolled in.
Rasufo was there.
If you are a cannabis content fan, we rolled in there with all of your.
I think ICANN THC might have been there, maybe.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Everyone was there.
We were getting pretty rowdy too. Like, have you guys ever seen those YouTube videos? Like, did you see the one where the customer threw the chair at the girl, but she like waited, timed it, and like snatched it and like threw it back at the customer? She like did this matrix shit and she like reversed the fucking chair, the stool.
Oh my god, we were like that now. Come on.
Yeah, no, but side note, there are some pretty good Waffle House fights on the internet if you guys ever go down that rabbit hole.
Drew says Denver Biscuit Company sounds like a strip club. Well, I'd eat there too. I'm just saying.
Kind of sounds like a place that would have like chubby strippers.
Nah, biscuit.
You
know what a thwomp is?
This one, we're going over to biscuits. That'd be like one of those strip clubs where you go in and like one of the chicks like comes up and asks if you want to dance, but you can see like a visual like C-section scar. It's like, here's $5. Can you go away?
No,
Go now.
I lick it. I lick the C-section scar.
Oh Jesus!
Give it to me. I love hugging. Give it to Daddy. Daddy wants in. Well, we did it, Cortez. We were at an hour 44. I got so high I didn't even realize we blew right past. Yes, the
Hell yeah.
swamp from Mario. Ooh, that's how these strippers be landing on you. Ooh, you make that sound.
One of
All
them's
right,
got the
Cortez.
scarf, like that Irish guy. What was it from Sons of Anarchy? That's just.
Oh,
got
you want
the
to know how I
fucking-
got this? It's like the Joker.
Yeah.
Why so serious? You want to dance? Why so serious?
No, I think that's
You
like an
wanna dance?
Irish or a Scottish thing where they cut him in the mouth.
Yeah, it's called a Glasgow smile.
Yeah, there we go. Grambo with the assist.
I'm familiar. So we did it, Cortez. So everyone in the chat, they all know who Cortez the Conqueror is. But over the next week or so, 1,000 or 2 people will see this. And so where can they find you, buddy? Where conversations with Cortez mainly?
So you guys can find me if anybody wants to reach out. I'm the most active on my Instagram. I got my link tree in the bio as well for other like email inquiries and whatnot. But this YouTube thing actually really has been taking off for me lately. And one of the things I want to announce, so we always have the show where 3 p.m. Central on my channel, Cortez the Conqueror, but we have a really big Halloween show coming up. So Halloween, Thursday the 31st, we are going live at 9 p.m. Central, and we're doing a pretty big giveaway that night. So it's kind of like adult trick-or-treating if you guys want to come hang out with me and everything. But we're giving away over $500 in prizes. There's going to be 5 different prize packs. 2 of them are being given away with like automated kind of thing, the wheel or whatever. If you guys want to enter the 2 automated ones, go over to my Instagram. There's some rules behind that. For the other 3 prize packs, I'm going to be pulling people into the stream from the community, and we're going to have like some games, trivia, different stuff to where we're going to have 2 people compete against each other. Scotty threw in on this too, so we're going to be giving away the 24-ounce Grow Dot 8-ounce recharge bundle. That's full plant nutrition for 9 plants. And we also got Noah from Do You Right Genetics. He's throwing in some seeds, so he's throwing in 3 different seed packs. So we're going to have some goodies, we're going to have some newts, and we're going to have some genetics. Everything for the whole night. It's like over $500 worth of stuff. If you guys might as well try to get in on it. So doing a little bit of giving back to the community. Come trick-or-treating with your boy Cortez.
Oh, well, you know how you have you seen my Halloween costume?
Not yet.
The fire rises.
That is
You think
terrifying.
the dank is your ally? I was born in the dank, raised by it. By the time I saw brickweed, I was a man, and it was nothing but blinding. I'm telling you, Cortez, I'm coming for it. I've spent way too much money to become Bane. I got a good Bane impression. You think
pretty
that
legit,
cannabis
though.
is your ally? I was born in cannabis, raised by it. I didn't see alcohol until I was a man, and by then it was blinding. Blinding.
That actually is pretty good. It's kind of scary. Oh, and then next week,
You think the
I'm not going
condoms
to
are
be
your ally?
live.
I was raised fucking with condoms, molded by
I'm
them.
going to be at
It
the
works for
Goat
everything.
Cup next Sunday, but we're going to put out a pre-released with conversations with Cortez, with JR Token, and we actually are doing a whole cannabis as alternative medicine episode. If anybody
Well,
wants
good
to check
luck
that
in Shadow
out,
Band.
it's
Have fun.
coming up 3 p.m. this Sunday.
Ah, all right. Well, Mailman's going on a journey, so God bless you, sir, and fucking merry journeys. May Mescalitos in Central America, that there's a god of tripping, and his name is Mescalitos. So I refer to him as
Mescaline.
May Mescalitos guide you on your journey, my friend. Fuck
That
yeah.
kind of
All right,
reminds me of
Cortez.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Oh, goddamn right. That's going to be the cup this year. I'm going to be a reverend, dressed like a reverend on fucking DMT. Goddamn. Fucking goddamn bats, Cortez. Oh, man.
That's good stuff.
This is huge.
But yeah,
Well,
let's
you're gonna wanna be
talk.
at the DGC
Let's
Cup
talk
this
some more
year.
about that, Grambo.
You're going to want to be here. Yeah, I'm in, man. So just start planning.
I'm gonna hit you up in the DM.
All right. Slipping my DMs, baby.
Love that guy. Love that guy. He is hilarious. Remember the episode he was on Dude Grows and everyone thinks he was on the toilet? Some of you guys remember. I think he was on the toilet. He says he wasn't, but till this day, I do think he was doing a whole Dude Grows episode from the toilet. Is the only place he could get signal. I don't know what's going on. So, yeah. Cortez the Conqueror. Good luck finding him. He's shadow banned as all holy hell. He's got a Sunday show, Conversations with Cortez, Alicia. They're good people over there. So I didn't mention that in the first one, so I'm glad I got it in the second one. Go check out his content, Conversations with Cortez. Awesome freaking dude. But you noticed one thing if you watch my stream is that I always try to get people that have decent audio. It's tough. Sometimes people audio isn't all that good, but you definitely have to have video, right? You can't just show up on a YouTube live stream without video. How special would you have to be if I let you on my stream and you didn't have video? Well, you would be Duke Diamond. This guy is a legend. As far as I'm concerned, he's one of the funniest people in the cannabis sphere. I'm a professional comedian who took a hiatus to raise his daughter and make some cannabis content here over the last few years. And I ain't nearly as funny as my next guest, Duke Diamond. This guy is hilarious. When he gets to the rant about like, all right, you got russet mites. All right, bro, what you need is some CalMag. And dude, his CalMag bit, it is the funniest thing. I need to know the time code so I can clip it. So if you guys watch the original episode ever and you know, or just drop the time code in the episode here. If he gets to the in this marathon, when he gets to the russet mites, the CalMag bit, so goddamn funny. So yeah, Duke doesn't have a camera, but what he does have is a huge personality. It was one of the most popular episodes I've ever had. It did really, really great numbers. Everyone is super thrilled with it, and he drops some real knowledge, and he don't care. He doesn't have a filter, and he ain't trying to please nobody. So it got real. He said some real shit. It was fun. He dropped some real knowledge, and it's super cool to get to know a guy like that. I met him at the DGC Cup the last year. He won't be attending this upcoming year, but you should. June 7th, DGCcup.com. It's going to be a blast. I'm there. Banner's there. Dude's there. Scotty's there. Everyone's there. Everyone. Soup the Gardener, JR Token. You know, I think I heard legends, the Guru might be there this year. So yeah, definitely everyone's going to want to be at the DGC Cup this year, and come hang out with me. I'm going to try to not get too high, unlike this stream, which, you know, what are you going to do? I'm going to get a little baked over here. You know how that goes. I'm going to get my Power Star. I'm just going to grab this thing and just nom 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 and just hell yeah. So who do I got up next for you? We got Duke Diamond. It is a hilarious episode. I'm dressed like a hacker. I don't know why. It was chilly. That window behind me, it was a chilly day that day. Ironically, it's colder that day, as I recall, than it was here on Christmas Day, which is crazy. It's the middle of the night. It should be cold, but it ain't. It's very nice. I'm still kind of sweating from my last few dabs. So yeah, the man himself, Duke Diamond, guys, you're gonna like this one. Check it out.
Like I said, this guy was supposed to come last week, and he was so awesome to reschedule last minute, and he's here this week. So guys, put your virtual hands together for my boy, Mr. Duke Diamond. He doesn't have a camera, but you guys are gonna have to deal with it because Duke's a G. That's how we roll.
Yeah, you don't want to see my grill anyway.
I mean, you know, there's some freaks out there, baby. Chad Westport, by the way.
Oh yeah. Chad's definitely, yeah. He's got the good hair though, man. So like,
tell me about it. He's like, Chad Westport's like the anti-Grambo, you know?
Yeah, like the Bizarro Grambo, man. Like in that altered universe.
Grambozar.
Yeah, Grand Bazaar. Yeah, man. Thanks
So yeah,
for having me on the show and shit,
yeah,
man.
I
Just
was
want to
I was
shake
very
your
stoked
hand.
that
Shake your hand.
you get out of here. You were we got to actually meet at the Cup, and it was super super awesome. I picked up your number because that's how I roll. I'd be getting them
Yeah.
digits,
Yeah.
and so
Fine,
I knew
boy.
you were cool. We got to talk to you on the Dude Grows panel show not too long ago, and then obviously you were a cool dude in person. But I remember the first time that I saw a pack with the logo from Dominion, and this fucker has 6 Sember Tyrannus on his logo, and I was like, oh, I already like this guy. What's a,
Yeah.
like for anyone that doesn't know, what does 6 Sember Tyrannus mean? Let the chat know.
Well, in Latin, the literal translation is thus always to tyrants, or loosely translated, death to tyrants. So
Yes, yes, very
down
famously.
with pieces of shit. Yeah.
Yes, very famously, John Wilkes Booth screamed that after shooting Lincoln. But even though he was a
But
little bit of a nutter, but
before that, you had Caesar too. Fucking what was his name? Claudius or whatever. Dude that was
that's right.
cranking him.
See,
Yeah, he
I
helped
got
out
my
as well.
education. It's one of those things I felt like I knew, but I'd forgotten. I'm trying to like be more educated in my 40s. So
Oh
yes,
man, yeah.
Claudius.
Just watch the Reddit and the YouTube, and like you get like a 2025 education. You
That's
know what I'm saying?
2025. Yeah, you sprinkle in a little chat GPT on top of that. You got
Yeah,
yourself a
yeah, hell yeah,
2025
dude. It's badass.
education.
Everybody knows everything now, so it's fucking baller. I just get to walk around and
Uh,
be a dumbass. It's sweet.
I know, right? How blessed are we that we threw caution to the wind. I always say one of the things about me, like people, I hooked up with the Dude Grow show. A lot of people didn't know my background as a comedian. I started smoking weed when I was 12. I started selling it when I was like 14. I started growing it in my mid 20s. It's been one of those things that as I look back, I've reflected. I feel like a lot of my friends in this industry, like yourself, can say that the plant has saved me on so many occasions, dude. I owe so much to this plant. And then now that it's not like I'm not physically doing it, it's still like helping me pay the bills. Like that's got to be like you, right? Has the plant saved you? What's your history with cannabis in general, Duke?
About the same. You know, yeah, it's definitely paid some bills. It's definitely paid other people's bills. It's also been a medicine to people. Like, I mean, I've seen it. It's done about everything for me. And the only bad side effect was the illegality of it a long time ago, being locked up. But that ain't the plant's fault. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
yeah. But yeah, all good things, man. All good things.
So what made you want to get into like breeding? I know that like pretty much all of the hardcore cannabis people that I know, we all like fancy ourselves, everyone knows the derogatory term pollen chuckers, but how did you graduate from pollen chucking to like being one of the I'll go ahead and call you one of the top breeding companies in the world, my
Oh,
friend.
thank you, man. Thank you. You're too kind. Um, well, I mean, back then, so I got taken under the wings, cousins, and their dad, my uncle, and they had always, been making their own shit. Not out of any like, some long-term breeding plans or anything, but it was more of like a risk management type of deal. Because like to get any seeds from over there over here, you're kind of going out on the limb. You're taking a risk. So take uh take less risk. And also it wasn't cheap back then. You can pick up those 1980s seed catalogs, like you're talking like $100 and something for a pack back then. That's in 80s money, right? So
Right.
yeah, man. So yeah, fucking. So yeah, that's mostly it. But every time, I mean, you just can't help but notice, like mixing things together and kind of how it works. And I didn't really get like really deep into really trying to learn like what exactly is going on and how can I control this better and educate myself a little more. I wasn't until around like 98 getting into 99, reading some old forum shit and stuff. My buddy had a cool computer and the internet, so I was like, yeah, let me use your shit real quick. let me take a look.
That's what it was. Was it like IC Mag and that sort of stuff, or how roll it up?
Uh,
How far back you go? What was your preferred forum back
The
in the day?
Well, that first one that I was reading was BCGA, British Columbia Growers Association, and reading
Okay.
everything Vic High. And then that led me over to Overgrow, watching people that were like actually debating one another in a productive way, and a lot of
Right.
sharing of like good information and stuff. Yeah, it was pretty cool, but all good things come to an end. It was going to shit anyway, and then the Royal Mounted fucking Canadian Police raid the fucking Heaven Stairway, and Overgrow goes down, and then you got DEA jumping the fucking border, snatching Mark Emery up out of Canada, and like shit was getting real crazy real quick. Then a couple
Yeah.
other forums they popped up. Breed Bay was a real cool one. Dude out of the UK had started that one, and then there was another real low key one that was over here that I used to kick it on quite a bit. And then we had a MIRC chat too. That like what it's private, like invite only. So that was really fun.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are the days, man. BitTorrents, fucking all of the forums and everything. It was kind of a utopia. Like I always tell people, there was a time where the internet wasn't toxic. It was like a bunch of
Yeah.
assholes, but it
Yeah.
wasn't like toxic, like disgusting
Correct.
like it is now.
Yeah, it's got real bad. Like you remember back in the day, you'd be like, "What are you, the fucking internet police or something?" And it's like, well, now they literally have internet police. Like,
Right.
used to be a
Yeah,
joke.
there's a phrase. I'll send you a shirt once I finally make it. There's a phrase that used to be very popular back in our day that no one ever says anymore. And it's the phrase, mind your business.
Yeah,
What happened to that used to be anytime you opened your mouth, people would go, mind your business. And that's just what we
yeah.
say. No one says that. No one minds their business. I'm going to make shirts that just say, mind your business. And I'm
Dude,
just going to hand them out to anyone that wants them.
I'm still the asshole. It's like, yeah, I don't remember asking you what the fuck you thought about something. Like, like there was a time where you just, I don't know. I was just always been a quiet type, I guess. I give you an opinion, you ask me about it, but otherwise, like,
Right. So does breeding, because like having the knowledge of genetics that I do, just in my rudimentary understanding of manipulating the plant, has made me look at like families and humans just a little bit differently. Does
Mhm.
it, do you ever look at people and like just like
Oh
wonder
yeah.
about their genetics?
Oh yeah, quite a bit, man. If you notice enough fucking shit, like you can put some things together. I'll be like, oh hey, freak show, you're from West Virginia, ain't you? Yeah, I see you.
Well, so that's interest. That leads me into a question I actually had written down for you because I was kind of fascinated by this. I opened the show by kind of explaining to anyone that's new to breeding and or cannabis genetics is the F system, right? You'll hear these things F1, F2, F3, And
Affiliate.
so my basic understanding, right, is the lower the number F1, that's going to be your most genetic variability. It's going to be the most different phenotypic expressions. It's going to take you in all sorts of different places. And then the higher the F number, it's the more stable, correct?
Sort of, but no. So
Okay.
one, you have a true F1, and then you have what just people loosely say is a F1, right? So, and yeah, depending on what the combination of these, two things are, you're gonna have, some variation, right? You can get into like your Gregor Mendel's type shit, your Mendelian fucking ratios, and see like, you know, about this many out of this group are gonna go this way. Those ones are gonna go this way. These ones are gonna be a split of the middle, but lean a little this way, right on the money, or a little the other way, right? So F1. Then you take a brother and sister, or a sister and a sister, using reversals, whatnot. um, you can actually, let me not confuse it. We'll just stick to regulars. So
Okay.
F2 is where you're going to hit whole lot of variation. You're going to start to see everything broken down, like the full spectrum of the rainbow, all the colors, and you can find some really interesting shit in there. You repeat that process with the F2, that takes you to F3. And depending on your choices, in the F1 and then the F2, are going to dictate a lot in which you're going to see more stabilized in F3. Then when you do F3 going into F4, it actually starts to open up a little bit more again, right? And then when you go from F4 to F5, it brings it all back together once again, depending on your decision making up to that point. Now, what people don't like to discuss is what's called inbreeding depression. You can inbreed the fuck out of something to where it starts losing vigor and a lot of the things that were once desirable, right? So I always go by like you're kind of better off to leave it stable enough, like tight enough, right, and predictable enough than you are to keep trying to, punch it until it's like, yeah, it's all uniform as fuck, but it ain't as good as what we had in say F3 or F5, or F4,
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
and then
fascinating. So it's almost like an S curve sort of thing, where
yeah,
as you push
man.
it farther, it starts to go backwards a little bit.
Yeah. And some things inbreed depress a little bit quicker than others. Some things you can take it a long way. Some shit by the time you're hitting F4, it's already starting to really show. And then with feminizing, if you have a clone, whatever that is, and you have the same clone beside it, you're going to leave it a female, and then you're going to reverse this other one to be a pollen donor, and you're selfing it S1. That's the equivalent of an F2 as far as how variability goes. It's going to, a lot of people think when they get an S1, right, a feminize that clone, they think, oh, yeah, it's going to be all just like this clone. It's going to be a copy of it. And that's not the case. It actually opens up and varies a lot, like how a F2 generation would.
Fascinating. And so is that the official for S? Is it stands for self?
It probably stands for something else, but I'll roll with it.
Right.
I'm not writing any
Okay.
white papers or anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm a doer more than
That's why I fucks with you, Duke Diamond. I hang out with Jaron and Gabe from 5'8", the Jug Dealer crew, and they're just the same way. I watch Andrew Huberman a lot, and he's got this term he likes that he calls it anecdata opposed to anecdotal.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, it's anecdata. Jaron loves this term anecdata. He goes, yeah, your fucking white paper where you put it in a goddamn box all by itself and tortured it and gave it like one little variable. You're going to make a whole lot of statements that some other guy he's been working with the plant his whole life. His dad's been working with the plant his whole life. That goes a little ways.
It was funny because over the years, a lot of shit that, if you do something enough and you're noticing that, certain things are happening, and then you're like, okay, well, let's see if this is really the fact. And you have a couple control plants and, you got a couple that you're doing something different. You literally compare and contrast. Well, I mean, and that all data is, except dude was wearing a lab coat and had his PhD and was like, hey, I observed that too, except I'm going to type it in this paper for the school. Whereas I'm not going to keep any written record of it whatsoever because that's an indictment. But, I'll make a mental note of it and do it. And then, after 20 years, these studies are coming out and it was like, yeah, you're right on the money about that. Yeah. You're adding some sulfur to it. Yes. There are these, sulfur thiosulfate or, things like that, or the shit with humic acid. I was like, hey, everybody's humic acid and their fucking dicks off over here. Like you're herming out fucking plants with it. The shit ain't as good, with it long term like that. And they're like, oh no, that's bro science. Whatever, man. It's fucking go suck a dick. I'm gonna be doing me over here. Keep on humic acid and you shit the fucking death. And then it finally come out, the Israeli scientists, man, they put up the whole fucking huge fucking study on it. Yeah, adding humic acid, from this point in flower and continuing that shit on, your THC levels drop, your terpene levels drop. But if you're growing CBD or CBG, it starts to spike those cannabinoids up. But nonetheless, an observance, fucking just happened to notice that shit, cut it out, tried it out. It was like, this weed is always better. So no more.
Can I ask what week that is that you should be cutting it out in your opinion?
I don't
or the science's opinion.
Honestly, like no later than day 21. I wouldn't push it past day 21 for sure.
All right.
But then
And
again,
is
I'm
that
not a
for
Is
I
that for
remember half
Fulvix
of it
and
where he's like, all right,
Humix, Fulvix, same
mop
thing?
this shit up for me, scientist. I'm sorry, what'd you say? I was lagging.
All good.
I didn't hear what you said, man. I was making a half-baked joke about when he was like, yo, now mop this shit up, scientist. But,
No, yeah, no, I think you answered my question. Just cutting it out around week 3-ish of flower. Oh
yeah.
no, my next question was Fulvix and Humix, same thing. Like I know they're technically the exact same thing. They're just a
Yeah,
different
and one
level of it.
probably seems to be cut with the other anyway. So, yeah. So,
Right.
and the way I look at it is like, during the first 21 days, I'm looking to be taking advantage of any plant manipulation I can while it's stretching to get like any further shaping done that I want to do. And I'm looking to mitigate, nodiness and stretch, and I'm trying to get productive stretch. So I'm looking to hit a bud set during that time, right? So we know like phosphorus is really important with bud set. It doesn't need much of it, right? People overdo the phosphorus a lot too, right? But that humic, it's like it mobilizes phosphorus, makes it available. So what I was doing was adding like, you do a little back guano tea and a little bit of humic, and nail that shit like day 10 flower or something like that, right? When that, right when that stretching's really starting to get ready to take off. And then as it's stretching, it stayed a little tighter. I got a lot more buds, productively up the stem, higher yields, yada, yada, more weed, more money, more smoke. Makes sense.
Of course. I know. I was one of those phosphorus killers. I overdid phosphorus and calcium. I came from like the Harley Smith online school of just like, oh, fucking calcium, man. And I started
Yeah.
realizing as I was learning more about nutrient deficiencies and I started learning about nutrient toxicities. I always thought
Yeah.
I'd have different weird deficiencies. And I realized like, dude, I was getting calcium toxicity and
Yeah.
phosphorus toxicity like constantly, and I didn't
It's
even
weird
know it for
because
years.
that excess calcium, right? When you're getting into calcium toxicities, you're also, it looks like you have a phosphorus deficiency. So then people start trying to correct for that, and then they really throw shit out of whack. And then it's like everything all at once. This was going just right down the shitter, and all it
Yeah.
was just fucking, just too much calcium. The grocery store dude, fucking, he's gonna be like, yo, did you try hitting it with the CalMag? Or you got the heady dude, like, yo, spray some milk on that shit. You'll be fine. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Jesus.
yeah, you get horrible, horrible advice at the grocery stores, man. Not all of them. Sometimes you come up on a good dude, but a lot of times
Yeah,
it's
I would say that's a huge tip I can give to newer growers, just like for newer home growers, is that you're going to be obsessed with deficiencies, but get your ass a toxicity chart too, and
yeah,
just make sure you know what's going. And also the fact that things are mobile. It's one of the biggest things that I learned from hanging out with Jaron. It was he'd always talk about like how things are mobile. So like if a nutrient if it
yeah,
starts here and is going
correct.
up, well, that's probably nitrogen, and certain things are immobile, so they're gonna start
Yeah.
at the yada.
I tell you, like the dankest fucking deficiency toxicity chart ever fucking made was the what are them people? House and Garden. They made that shit. Like if you can find it
Nice.
online somewhere, that's a really good one to keep. They did a real nice job on that chart. Um,
Oh yeah.
so like most of like your viewers here, everybody's pretty much like newer grower getting into it and learning about growing, or do you tell jokes or both, or what's up?
Oh, all things. So that was the reason that I called it specifically the late night smoke. You know, all of me and my friends we all know a lot about the plant, and I like to talk like things about genetics, and you've been in the game, like things I will never dream to be able to. So I always like to steer it in that direction. But no, dude, like I
Oh,
talk
don't
about
worry,
fucking
man.
chasing
It
chasing
ain't no
pussy and
dream.
being silly.
It's a nightmare. Fucking well, yeah, because you said a grow tip for everybody. So here's one for the people who actually watch this thing, man.
All right.
Seasons, man. Seasons change, okay? I mean, you know, some places not as much, but for the most of the country here or out of the country, the seasons change. It starts getting cold, right? So a lot of people are gonna move into the fucking wintertime, right? And they'll be like, where are all these deficiencies coming from? I thought my soil was good. Okay, you're gonna be fine. But what you're gonna wanna do is you wanna get them plants off that cold ass fucking concrete floor. Okay? It's
Yeah.
just like in nature, when you start seeing senescence, you know, the leaves are starting to turn, dry up, and fall off, and everything's all done, right? you you know, what's really happening here? Well, the temperatures are getting cold. The microbial life is starting to slow down, right? That's what's going on outside. So inside, if you got your shit right on the floor, especially concrete floors, and dude, especially when the lights are off, that root zone is gonna get cold. Shit's gonna start slowing down. You're not gonna be uptaking water. You're gonna end up overwatering because you're watering the same that you were. So now you've overwatered, you waterlogged, and the microbial growth is like mad slowed down. Now your shit's starting to go yellow. And the first thing motherfucker want to do, hey, let me CalMag this shit. Then they CalMag it to fucking death. Then they lock out the fucking potassium. Then they try to fix that. And they go onto Reddit and some dick licker says, yo, you got russets. Why don't you hit it with the fucking CalMag? And they get in fucking argument with the dude with the what fucking crystal sun in his butthole being like, no, I'll spray the milk on it, dog. And dude, everybody's all fucked up like a soup sandwich. It's simple. The temperature changing outside, it's probably going to you're gonna have some chilly floors. Get them off the floor. Put in a heat mat or do something, and you can avoid all that shit later down the road. And then that way you can just look at Reddit and shit, and you can just meme on it and just laugh. It'd be comedy gold for you the rest of your days while you smoking some good weed. So just keep it simple and just think logically, and we're good. Yes, Chad. Some CalMag, bro. You CalMag them, dog. Buy some more. We got the gallons on sale,
dude. I've never purchased, and I don't, I'm not, I have nothing to gain here. I don't, whatever. I've never even purchased CalMag. It's always been one of the things that drove me fucking nuts. Is like, what? It's not a thing, y'all. What the fuck? Like, here I am. I just admitted I'm overdosing calcium.
But that's
so
the
of course
thing.
I don't need anymore.
That's another joke, man. The CalMag deficiency. Like, what is it? Is it Cal or Mag? CalMag is that's a product. That's not a deficiency. But like I said, man, the brilliance of the internet, man, dude, the internet wins every fucking day. They're better than casinos.
I mean, CalMag, that predates the internet even, dude. My homies, like Iowa homies from the OG, like the first time I ever saw a pot plant, he was just like, put fucking CalMag on it, dog. Till this day, I'll get texts from him. He's like, keep using that CalMag.
Bro,
Shut the fuck up.
bro, what do you know about going to the corner store when they throwing away old shit and being like, hey, let me get those Tums. You get them Tums and crush them up, dude. Calcium.
Yeah, I ain't trying to live that life. I just hit up I come from the era of fucking call up Nectar for the Gods and beg for a sample kit, That's I went with, because I was using all sort of that was the great thing about, like, now that, like, the weed is not like, the way that we pay the bills by producing pounds and everything. And I've learned more in the last like 3 years about growing than I learned in the first 12 years of growing, just because I was so worried about trying anything new. But that's
Once you
hilarious.
get to
Cold
hanging
weather, man.
around like jaded old fucks that don't want to do too much but still want dank ass weed, that's who you listen to, man. They're just like, yeah, that's the trick is, man, just have some gypsum on hand. So gypsum, aka calcium sulfate. So the cool thing about it, you need that sulfur through bloom anyway, and you kind of want to front load that a little bit, right? So it's there when it's ready. So use gypsum, like I use it in my soil mix and all too, but you can get out the blender and grind that shit up or whatnot, and get some water on it and stir it up, and it ain't all gonna break down, but still you can give it a little dose here and there. But calcium usually, You know, it's some of the plant needs a lot of it for sure, but people go overboard with that too. Everybody that's passionate about anything, especially when they're getting right into it, they never underdo shit ever, ever.
I look over in the chat and I see a smart fucking comment. I was like, oh, soulful for the terps. Hey, that's a good one. I'll throw that on. It's fucking Gabe from Jug Dealers. What up, Gabe? Gabe's in the
Yeah,
chat.
he
What up,
knows.
Gabe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my man there. Shout out to the Jug Dealers. Go get that jugdealers.shop. Hit up that Black Friday sale. I built their website for them, so I'm really just like team Jug Dealer. Like, go fucking make me money well spent.
Dude, they made me or they gave me stickers at one of the shows or whatever. I had the what was it, sex rock and fucking weed or something like that, and then a Jug Dealers, but somebody stole my stickers.
Sons of bitches.
Dude,
Well, I made the stickers too, so that's my. If there's anything Jug Dealers, I made it. Me, Gabe, and Jaron, we are the trio that everything. I make all the graphics, except for the music. Cannabis Vibe, the same guy that made my my theme song. What up, Ames? Yeah, so shout out to Gabe. Check out Jug Dealers. We got a good one coming. We got a questions episode on Tuesday, so we're answering a lot of your questions. And then my man, Bike Holly, is in the chat. All my favorite people are in the chat today, Duke. You're bringing out all the homies, man. Squad. For you guys that don't know about Bike Holly, stay tuned because you're going to get an education on him real soon.
Yeah, I had to take a flat of fucking CBD clones for that dude once.
Dude, that between Gabe and Bike, I think the two people in the chat right now, those two dudes, they know every single cannabis person that's ever existed ever. Like between Bike, I met Bike through John Doe Radio. If you remember Tim Martin, Duke, you remember John Doe Radio at all? Yeah, I got my start there before Dude Grows, before Jug Dealers. I was working just for a short time with Tim and Bike and doing a little on air stuff, and I got my start there. So I love those dudes.
I met him through P-Bud Mike and Dave Bonvillain because he knew. I think he was one of Greg's boys. Yeah, P-Bud. Like, hey man, what's up, bro?
I got to meet P-Bud a few months ago with Gabe, and I build up these people in my mind, like I met you at the cup and I was like, oh, he's like totally like I don't know why I pictured you like one of these hardworking Dicky sort of guys. You're fucking hilarious, dude. You're funnier than some of the comedians I know. I'll tell you that right off the bat. And so like P-Bud was one of those guys where I met him. I built him up as like some sort of like mastermind of cannabis, and he's just a dude.
Nah, he's a stoner that likes to play golf that wears the golf hat. You know what I'm saying? Just he's just it don't matter. You know, he's man. It's cool, bro.
That's hilarious. Yeah, the P-Bud episode was great. I'm a Chem 4 junkie. I love the 91. Like everyone asks what happened to the diesel, Duke. What happened to the diesel? Any opinions on what happened to the diesel?
Just like anything else that gets popular amongst pollen chuckers, and they do their S1s and this and that, and it floods it with a bunch of not the actual clone. And I think like the rule is like, what is it like? You got to wait 10 years before a tragedy's funny. Like you can tell a joke about it. I think it's like if you're 5 pollen chucks deep on it, you know what I mean? It becomes the real clone, and then it gets like a town or an area code put in front of it. You know, then it's legit, right? And then that leads on to confusion between clone hustlers and people, and then they hit that copium pipe mad hard, be like, it's definitely the clone. The dude's baby mama's pit bull's cousin's uncle on the hill fucking got this from the guy. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
So there's a lot of that with a lot of clones actually.
Yeah. See, that's Occam's razor right there, right? That's the most logical thing. I've heard everything, like even things I've bought into, things like, oh, a lot of this shit was grown on the East Coast, and so it's at sea level, and so like VPD, man, it's not going to grow at altitude.
Dude, I just agree.
These are the things you hear.
Hair ever in my backyard, just water fucking only, arid as shit. I mean, like 9,000 something feet, 15% humidity. Fucking just water only, dank as a motherfucker. Probably best jack I ever grew in my life. And didn't do shit.
Damn.
Just kept it wet. That's it.
That's fucking hilarious.
Are you
That's what I
familiar
love
with
about like
Dunning-Kruger effect?
with repeat again.
The Dunning-Kruger effect.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah.
Dunning-Kruger is the it's one of my
Yeah.
favorite things ever.
So if you combine
Confirmation
Dunning-Kruger,
bias.
yeah. So if you mix in Dunning-Kruger with the genetic thing and get that wrapped into like how to grow weed the best, bro, man, woo.
Gnome is bringing back the Chem 91 to his area. Shout out. I was looking for Chem 4 forever, and then P-Bud is like, I get you the Chem 4. And I literally had like a boner or like a cannabis boat, like literally like, you know, from reading High Times in high schools to be it like out, you know, out in the world where P-Bud's like, oh, I can get you Chem 4. And it's like, wow. We have a saying at Dude Grows. We say, check your weed privilege. When in public, check your weed privilege. Because wow, it's fun knowing cool people.
Yeah, it is. And like that's good though, because it's like you didn't have to get it from a dude who traded the dude who got it off of Craigslist with, you know what I mean, all that shit. You just get it.
Oh, I bought it from a dispensary here in Denver. It said right on it, Chem 4.
It was on the label. They hit it with the barcode. It said Chem 4.
Dude, the PM. Don't buy don't buy anything in dispensaries if you don't have to, but do not buy plants, clones, teens. It's
they be having them generational mildew too. It's like years old, like it's acclimated. It's on a first name basis with the employees. Like, hey, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark.
Yeah, I worked in a dispensary where they didn't understand why they couldn't wet like it just rolls off the side. What are we doing wrong? And it's like, well, because morning shift isn't watering, and then it fucks all of us.
Yeah, man. Fucking it's Pete's law. Fucking
for real, dude.
Don't let that shit dry out, man. It gets hydrophobic. You know, it's Pete's law.
Yeah, that's the whole reason I switched to Coco. I had to work a jobby type job, and then you know I'm having fucking all sorts of fucking die off and shit because I'm fucking locking out with Pete. And so I discovered Dude Grows. I found them. They're on. We just recorded episode 16, like 90 or some shit like that, 95.
Oh,
and I started listening to them on like around episode 12. I was one of the first ever DGC, and so I became a Scotty Real disciple pretty early and switched to Coco literally because that motherfucker told me to.
Yeah, he likes his Coco, man. Fucking burner.
Oh, he loves his Coco.
He digs his soul. I think he goes back and forth or something, but I think the last time I talked to him, he was trying to get some soil. I was like, "Yo, hit up, build a soil, just get it, save you back, man."
Yeah. Are you going to? Is their event it was this weekend, wasn't it? Was their event?
Weekend, but I got a rule, man. Like after Halloween, bro, it's hibernation season. I ain't trying to go nowhere, and especially like if it involves mountain passes, nah, you can miss me with that shit. Yeah. Like, yeah, I'll catch you when it thaws out.
They had good weather. Luckily for them, it's going to snow up there. Like it's probably snowing up there right now. Like it's going to snow in Denver in like a day or two. So
see, like me and snow, it's like let's say it's too dry, man. You want it to rain. Well, just go wash your car. Then it's going to rain, and right after it, the birds are going to shit on it. All right. These things, it's just how it is, right? If you want your
literally
rained out or snowed out, yeah, tell me to come along, man. Fucking
dude, I was hanging out with my girlfriend yesterday, and she was talking about like working service jobs, and she's like, anytime it's slow, we just made food for ourselves, and we get busy real quick.
Yeah, I just figured out your chat thing here is people talking and stuff. Fucking this is that. Anybody know what I mean when I say high school high? Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Your ears are ringing, where you're like, they fucking know, but then you remember you're in a state where it's legal and it just doesn't matter anymore, and you're like, God damn, I'm fucking high, mouth dry, eyes dry, blistered up. just trying to quench that thirst. Yeah, I know all too well.
That's why I moved to Colorado. I'm from Iowa, Des Moines originally. And 10 years ago, I just decided, I was like, dude, I'm going to get busted. Like, I'm going to get popped hardcore. Like, this is not
Dude,
going to.
y'all,
So I
y'all,
always
you
say
better,
I'm a cannabis refugee. I had to
bro,
escape my homeland to go to safe
dude.
grounds.
How bad is it? It's like different states got like different strains associated with it. How about you? Your state's got the Iowa ditchweed, bro. Like you can speak on that. Be like, yeah, that shit's real. It's like got osmocote or no, what was the shit? Paraquat. Yeah, paraquat treated ditchweed, man. Fucking
I
stacking
don't know. The
bodies.
Paraquat's a little before my time, but we definitely had the residuals of that. I've smoked that ditchweed, baby, for real. We
Yeah,
dried it and
dude.
smoked it. Come
We were
on.
gonna cross it with Mexican brown frown, fucking, and make the best CBGD something. I don't know. We were probably gonna just mix it with K2 and sell it to head shops, but it's whatever.
Yeah, I had to go to Kansas this weekend and fucking dude, just like I had to go 17 miles into Kansas and then back out, and I just felt unsafe. I felt like
Yeah,
Highlander, like I'm a Highlander, and this Colorado's my church, and you can't behead me in the church, bro. That's Highlander rules.
yeah, dude. We were just talking about Highlander, me and my buddies. And my buddies always got the joke. There should have been only one. You know,
In
like
the
this one,
context of what?
how many movies they made? They made one,
Oh,
and
oh
then they
yeah,
made
yeah, yeah.
yeah, one's
The
one's
second one
cool,
is
but it's goofy. You
the
know what I
first
mean?
one's cool. The second
Yeah, but
one's insane,
it's
and
fucking
anything
kind
after
of
that, come on.
it's kind of insane too. Because think about it, right? Let's paint the picture. And for people in the chat that don't know, go watch you fucking Highlander, just the original one. Got Sean Connery in it, and I forget old boy's name, but anyway, they're in Scotland. Old boy's got a fake Scottish accent, right? But Sean Connery's character, he's originally from motherfucking Egypt, all right? And I guess he
Mhm.
hailed from Spain or
Ramirez.
something. Yeah, Ramirez, yes, sir. All right, so we're just gonna go ahead and be like, all right, you definitely changed your name, okay? How are you the only Scotsman speaking Scottish proper? You know what I mean? And Duncan MacLeod here,
Mhm.
whatever his actor's name is, dude, it's garbage, man. It's garbage. Any
That would
Scots that
be
I know,
it's
Lambert, yeah,
Christopher Lambert.
yep,
Yes,
that's him.
Raiden from Mortal Kombat for all
That's
y'all
right. That's right.
millennials.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Fucking wild, man. And you got the damn warden from Shawshank Redemption hunting you down with a big broadsword.
Dude, that he is insane in that fucking
Mm-hmm.
movie. That
Mm-hmm.
character is so awesome. He's such a
Yeah.
fucking madman. It's great.
Yeah.
Watch Highlander. I believe
Yeah.
it's free on YouTube, so you can watch it after you watch Chad Westport. I told everyone that if they wanted more Duke after this, go back and watch your Chad Westport episodes. I enjoyed those.
Yeah. Yeah, Chad was gonna have me on, but he was like he didn't want any ADL lawsuits, so he was like, I better not have this dude on my show anymore.
Oh God, get out of here.
Kurgan.
We're
Yeah,
safe.
that was his name. Kurgan. Dude, the voice
Kurgan.
for
Of course, a guy who
that.
calls himself Grandpa is the one that do that. Come on.
Yeah, man.
Old school movie.
Yeah,
I love old school movies.
I do too,
You know what one of my
man.
favorite old school movies is? Big Trouble in Little China. I just
Yes,
watched that
sir.
the other
Jack
night.
Burton, bro. Yeah,
Jack
man.
Burton.
Yeah.
Scotty Reel always will tell me he was an usher. He worked at a movie theater while that film was in the theater. And he's like, Grambo, you know how many times I've heard Big Trouble in Little
Yeah.
China?
Yeah, dude. I love that movie, man. Fucking.
It's
We
so
were
good.
talking about Escape from LA and Escape from New York. Also good ones, you know.
Those are all of these are John Carpenter films for those of you that
Yeah.
are film nerds like myself.
And all Kurt Russell.
Yeah, it's funny how certain directors just like only work with certain guys. Like Martin Scorsese, like only works with fucking DiCaprio. It's
Yeah.
like certain people just work with certain people.
Yeah, they probably jive because you gotta figure a job like that. you're stuck with, you know what I mean? You got to be able to get along real good too. Probably then you never know. They might both smoke weed together. And some of these cats, they're hella friendly outside of work. They're like actual like friends and shit. So it makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah, for sure. Especially actors. The more, I always remember back when I listened to Rogan back in the day when he can't talk as frankly now as he used to back in the day. And he'd always just like openly talk about fucking actors are insane, dude. Let me tell you a story. I ran into so and so, yada,
Yeah.
yada, yada. Yeah. Actors,
Yeah,
fuck
man.
that.
Yeah, they
I
are.
would say like Trump was just on the fucking former president and one of the fucking current nominees was just on Rogan. And I was like, dude, you remember when he sold pocket pussies? Like that's
Yeah,
a journey.
straight
The
up.
man has been on a
Yeah.
journey.
Like, dude's the American dream. I remember he was on WWF fucking clotheslining Vince McMahon one time too.
Oh fuck it. Yeah, Trump. I mean, that's fucking
That
hilarious.
dude's
Yeah.
been
No,
all
but
over the
yeah, and
place.
now Joe Rogan is like our I would say it's like Idiocracy really nailed it. Like someone
Yeah.
someone said this not too long ago. It's like we get our news from comedians and we laugh at the news.
Yeah. Well, it's like that old psyop fucking shit. It was a dude who came in after Dulles or whatever, but they like, they were it's basically saying like, well, no,
And
the
is that
psyops
CIA or FBI? Which was that?
CIA.
CIA, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were saying that they'll know that everything's complete when everything is truth is regarded as a lie, and all the lies are
Yes.
regarded as truth.
Yuri Bezmenov. Everyone should watch that. You know who showed me that? It's Sean Guru, the guy that I replaced on Dude Grows. So for all you guys that love Guru, he showed me Yuri Benyamov. I was stoned talking with him, and I was telling him my theories. I'm like,
Yeah,
dude, do you think like the internet's doing this? And he goes, dude, don't you know Yuri Benyamov? And I was like,
you know what's
no. And he showed
funny?
me that, and I was like, oh dear God,
I
oh
always
dear
would talk
God.
about like trippy ass shit with that dude, but like it was fucked up because I would only see him once a year. He's supposed to be working and keeping track of shit, and I would just subtly sidetrack him with some fucked up shit. And his
Yeah.
old lady would go be like, "Oh, how are you doing? Like, we need to go. Like, you got to go do this." I'm like, "Oh yeah, you're supposed to be work. Oh fuck, I'm supposed to be working." Like,
the cup will do that. I said that
yeah,
I'm gonna hire because I'm always the guy that's supposed to film stuff. I'm gonna hire someone on my own dime to film stuff so I don't have to. I just want to walk around and be high and mingle, that's
you
all.
gotta. I don't know what you do, man. You gotta get hip to the porn star people's equipment. Because like a lot of the shit, you know what I'm saying, you gotta be hands free, right? You need to be able to
Mm-hmm.
enjoy
Oh,
yourself. It's the same. You know what I mean? You're trying to enjoy yourself hands free as well. So you get the glasses, with the little shit and everything, and just walk around. You got a GoPro here and there.
well, I'll see if Dude Grows will fucking. I'll see if that's in the budget. We're gonna need a few more fucking patrons over
Bro, they
there
be
before I
selling
get
that
to.
shit at Walmart now. They got like baskets, all this shit. It's like, bro, you can go to Dollar Tree get half of this shit. Single serving fucking porn star setup. Just
That's
fucking do it.
hilarious.
Yeah.
It's fucking true, dude. Technology is so fucking cheap. Like all the like my buddy fucks with the Raspberry Pis and shit. And
Yeah.
like I like YouTube has been recommending me hacking videos. Like YouTube always like it used to recommend me editing
How,
videos, and I learned
bro,
editing and
you
recommend
want to
me
know how
3D software.
you want to know how I know you've been watching too many Linux videos, bro? You got your hoodie on and you got the hood over your head right now. All you need is a Guy Fawkes mask and you in there. Pseudo
I
exec.
hate I hate dude. I hate how much you just nailed that. Like that's fucking.
I'm a
But this is
notice.
a unique look. So I forgot I have like bone conducting headphones, and I forgot
Yeah.
them up at the bakery in Fort Collins this last weekend, and so now I
Yeah.
feel like weird. Like
Yeah.
you're on GRAMBO K Grambo, or we're in the K hole from 11 to 7. Put your comments below. We got Duke Diamond is on the air. Duke. And so
And
I put up the hoodie to try to look cool.
make sure that this Wednesday you make our food drive down in downtown Denver. And you can get free Taylor Swift concert tickets. Make sure to mention Grambo Grows with your can of yams. Thank you. See you there.
Bring a canned yam next time
Yeah.
for the DGC Cup. Remember your canned yams, please.
Straight up, man. Gotta have the yams, dude. Everybody loves that.
Are you a holidays guy? I started ever since I've been divorced. I've got this new tradition that I go to
Yeah.
the casinos for Thanksgiving
Oh, I
and
got a
fucking
better
just
one
do
for
the.
you.
All
Oh
right,
yeah. Oh yeah. I've been doing solo fucking holidays most of my life, man. I got it. I got it down
yeah,
fucking pat. Like down pat.
all
Got
right.
decades of
Let's do it.
experience. Thanksgiving, you're gonna sleep in. You're gonna get really fucking high. Like as the
All
person the
right.
chat said, high school high, blistered. And I don't
Okay.
want you to. I won't. You're just you might put shoes on, but just keep wearing the sweatpants and the hoodie. And I want you to go to Waffle House and enjoy your Thanksgiving. Do not get anything turkey. Get a patty melt or a bacon cheeseburger, something hash brown smothered and covered in a vanilla coke. Enjoy yourself. Take your time with it. Like take the knife and actually cut up the hash browns, and enjoy every bite of that shit, right? Tip well, okay? And then after that, head on back home and put on old school black and white Twilight Zones, man, and just get fucking fried out of your goddamn gourd. Yeah.
All right.
And then
I don't hate this. I don't hate it.
yeah, well, hear me out, man. It gets better. It gets better. So I'm sure you got some
But wait,
lady friends or
there's
whatever.
more.
Oh yeah, there's a lot more. We're making sure you get carbs and energy built up for what you're gonna do later tonight. All right, because that
Yes, sir.
turkey egg
All
dog
right.
thing is gonna catch that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
right around 4:30 or 5 o'clock, you're gonna check in with your female friends. They got families and shit, but they don't want to bring you around them. You know what I'm saying? Which is good, which I prefer.
I don't want to
Right?
go,
I don't
Duke.
want
I'm being honest with you. I don't want to go either.
yeah, me either. And this is gonna
Yeah,
get you. Look, it's gonna get you dinner, and it's gonna get you laid. So you're like, hey, baby, how you doing? Like,
I like that.
I bet it's terrible. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, I tell you what, you come on by. You know what I'm saying? We'll burn one or whatever when you're done with your festivities. They probably been drinking a little wine, a little something something. They're gonna bring you some plates. All them leftover plates, a whole shit ton of stovetop stuff and all that. So you're gonna get your grub on anyway, and you're gonna smash, and you're gonna fucking win, dude. You're gonna wake up the day after Black Friday ready to go in and wrestle motherfuckers and get your brawl on. You know what I'm saying? Get in a fist fight in the fucking line at a Walmart. You know what I'm saying? And don't buy shit. Just go for the fights and go back home. And that's
that
that's how
that
you
is
do Thanksgiving.
everything else that you had said. We think copacetically. I was like, oh, I'm with you, but oh, you knocked me off there with that. Go take in the fights.
Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah, yeah,
it's like scrolling through TikTok, but in real life. Just
yeah.
just stand in the corner and watch people die. That
Yeah,
sounds like a
yeah,
good deal.
exactly. Yeah, like live action fucking, like bum fights, but white trash at Walmart and shit like that. It's fucking great.
You know what I love is the slap boxing that is popular, and
Oh
all my
yeah.
friends, like all the older friends I have, they all hate it. They think it's barbaric, and I go, dude, watching morons beat the tar out of each other, that's great entertainment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, we used to slap box as kids and shit, but like eventually like you would get so fast with your hands and you get good. You get the slap boxing and like you just catch a dude a couple times and the next one he throws is a fist and then you got to switch it up and then you're choking this motherfucker out, like, God damn, that got out of hand fast, so then you gotta stop slap boxing, man.
Yeah, I don't. I started jujitsu this last year, and I love it. Like, I have dreams about choking people out. It's fun. I was telling my girlfriend, she's like, "This was intense." It's like, yeah, I choke him out, and then he chokes me out, and then we tell each other what we could have done better. It's pretty sweet.
Do either one of you get boners when you're doing it?
I mean, not after you come immediately, no, and then the rest
Right
of the
on,
class you're
right on.
placid.
That's the correct
It,
answer. That's the correct answer.
yeah, it's no big deal. See, it's I got the gi. If you wear a
Yeah, yeah.
gi, it's not gay. So it's all
Yeah, yeah,
good.
yeah. Well, that's what I was explaining to somebody a while back about fighting naked. You ever had to fight another grown man naked before?
I mean, fight is a loose term, but
Yeah, yeah, right. it's fucked up.
I'm all
Man.
about I love the gay jokes. You know, I do stand up comedy, and one of my best bits is like just making heteros. I always pick out very heterosexual macho
Yeah.
dudes and just try to make them feel uncomfortable with my gayness.
Do you ever hit them off with the old skit about like, yeah, you know, you're all a little bit gay, you know, and dude goes on because everyone's like, no, like you watch porn, yeah, chicks getting fucked out by a dude with a dick, right? Yeah. Well, you like see a little dick or a big dick? And everybody, a big dick, you know. They're like, see, you're all a bunch of fucking, you know. So
Yeah, all of
hey,
a
man.
sudden you seem to have a lot of opinions on dick.
Yeah, that's right, man. Really, real dickyology there.
Mm. So definitely, it's one of the things that we left off when we are talking about grow, and I definitely because the weather it's about to snow here, and you were talking about like taking the plants up off of the floor. And another thing that I was thinking about that I totally forgot and just popped back in my head is the water.
The bugs.
Like my water was freezing when it would come out of the tap in my old house.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it forever. And I was shocking the roots to all holy fuck. And I just assumed like, oh, I got a sump pump in there. And it did warm it up. It would always, you know, having
Yeah.
a spigot closed. And so I was like, oh yeah, it'll be fine. It's not fine. So also, yeah, what do you
and
what do you do
bugs.
for winter time with water? Do you like
Well, it
I would
depends.
boil when I started to become aware of it. I'd boil pots of water and dump it into my res. 4 or 5 pots of water I would dump into my res, boiling to try to raise it.
So what I do is, so it depends, right? Like if we're talking about growing inside the house, like where you live and shit, you're probably fine, right? But like, we'll just say like you got a tent out in the garage that, you know, it ain't necessarily the best heated or whatever. You can always get the little fish tank heaters, you know, because you can set a temperature on it, drop it in there. And yeah, like a little sump pump, I always have them in the trash cans circulating. You know what I mean? Keeping the water spinning around. Normally that's enough, but if you needed a little extra, you know, you can throw in a little fish tank pump. Those work good. What I will say, um, a lot of them they're that thin ass glass. So if you're rough, you know, pumps in and out. Sometimes that glass will crack, right? And then it's just electrifying your water. So if you got it plugged into a GFI receptacle, ground fault interrupter,
This is an important safety tip, Egon. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll try to be as thorough as possible because then you go stick your hand in the water, be like, oh, I wonder if it's warm. Ay, yo, that hurt. So
real, dude.
There's that. Right? You can do that to warm it up, but if you're not on well water, right, you're using your city water, tap water from your municipalities, right, you're gonna want to dechlorinate that shit anyway. It's because like if you're a bunch of you know, you use microbes and everything, or however the hell y'all are gardening, they literally put that shit in the water to treat it for water for microbials and stuff to kill that shit, right? Captain Obvious, I will give you the tip on that right after this.
My man.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, because there's a lot of things people don't be thinking about, and the worst time to learn something's right when you need to know how to do it. So, anyhow, so that warm water, man, you want it circulating out 24 hours. You can add a little bit of citric acid. You know, you can get that shit at the grocery store, Amazon. That'll break those little bonds, man. Let that shit gas off for you. So then that way you're not using chlorinated water, throwing microbes into their death, right? So just do it like that. And then the other thing about the changing of the seasons, like you should have a little meme of a spider mite or an aphid and be like, if you're cold, they're cold. Bring them inside, right? So when the weather changes, they're gonna be trying to seek you out, right? They want that warmth too. So keep a vigilant eye out, you know, during the changing of the seasons and mind those root zone temperatures and all that good stuff.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So there's only a few ways that you might find yourself into a naked fight. You know, like I mean, I guess there's probably like just consensual naked on naked fights somewhere. You know, I mean, how they had bum fights, right? So there might
There's
be that
for sure naked fights. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and like they would be professionals. I would actually, I don't know. I would say, you know, you could really take a lot of notes from them. They do it for a living, right? Drew nailed it. So, and it doesn't always have to be somebody's wife. It could be girlfriend, or it could be the ex-wife or the ex-girlfriend, right? In which this is the case. Dude is like a stalker. You know what I'm saying? And before I could get my shit together, I'm brawling with this dude in the hallway. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, the old dick twist.
Either way, you're either going to take him down or earn $20. Either way, you're good.
Yeah. Your chat's told you to kick me off. Jack off.
No, Chad says, are jock straps allowed? No, come on. Don't disrespect the game.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so but I mean, and this would apply with any indoor fighting, clothed or not. You gotta really, really watch, like, you know, you got a lot of shit around with corners on it, tables and nightstands and shit like that. You gotta be really, really, really careful, you know.
Look, I'm going to say it. Fighting naked, it's a gentleman's game. So
Yeah.
fucking, you know,
Yeah,
we
man.
come in there with, you don't disrespect the goddamn game.
Yeah, man.
That's
And
the
like I said,
first
if
rule.
you get into
Push
the
the
ground fight,
nightstand back. That thing's got a sharp corner. Coat rack, push it back.
yeah, and I mean, you already know, man. Like you're doing jujitsu and shit. You know, imagine like, you know, you're trying to get your hip control or whatever, and you mount, and there's your brains right there, just laid out on his waistband. You know what I'm saying? There they are.
Here's
They're
the
exposed.
comment of the night, Duke. What did I just walk into?
What up, Jaren? What's up,
5
player?
PHO 20.
That's
What the
Jaren,
fuck
right?
did you just walk into? Well, you walked into How to Fight Naked 101 with your with your sensei Duke Diamond.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you gotta be mindful of the eggs and shit. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be all willy nilly. You know what I'm saying?
You can't be. You know, it's like it all comes back to protecting the trichome heads. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's another thing about growing, y'all. It's very similar. You know, there's stages to this shit. You know, you're trying to shape and build a frame, then you're looking to build biomass, and a lot of people just stay on that shit and ride that till the end. Well, there's this whole other little step, man. You got to concentrate on growing those glands as well, and that's a whole nother tier. And if you start doing that, you know, then man, you take it to a whole nother level, and then you gotta get your trim game on point and get that secondary after dry, the pre-jar. It's after the trim, before the jar. That little phase right there, you get that shit on point, man, and you're in there.
All right. So let's dig into that. That's interesting. I haven't really heard much about that. What goes on in this pre-drying dry phase where so you've trimmed and now you're not jarring it yet. What are you
Right.
doing?
Magic, brother. Magic. We're casting ruins and spells and fucking just so what you're doing is let's take it back to plants hanging and when we're going to actually trim it. I had to give this little lesson to a couple dudes I know that came out. They were talking about the stem snap. They're waiting on the stem snap. And I'm like, motherfucker, after all these times I done told you, like you're still no. All right. So if we're working with consistency, right? Everybody's trying to be a fucking scientist in the grow room, right? We're trying to keep things consistent, tight, all the way up. You mean to tell me that you're judging when you're gonna trim this shit based on something as inconsistent as motherfucking weed stems? Even within the same plant, them goddamn things are gonna be a different size, man, and all the other variabilities with it. So right off the bat, don't go off the stem snap. If it has ever worked for you, it was because it was through happenstance. and fight me. I don't care because it is. So what we're gonna do is we got to look and we got to keep it real, right?
Love keeping it
Do
real.
we? Yeah, man. And this is where a lot of shit gets fucked up because someone will give some advice. It's hella good advice for someone maybe who does have their drying area like environmentally controlled. And then if not, we're back into variable land. Okay, we're back in the variables of where the fuck do you live? What season is it where you live? You in a very arid place, in a very hot, humid place, these things, right? So just for this, because it take too long, there's just so many variables. Just the area that you're gonna dry in, just put a little bit of money into it. You put all that money into the grow space, don't fuck it off. You know what I'm saying? If you're in a dry area, get a little humidifier unit, $20 something on Amazon. If you're in a humid ass shit, get a little small dehumidifying unit. A little bit more money and a little circulation fan, or just try to do better, right? We keep it consistent. So when we go to harvest our plants and we're looking at our resin glands, and if it's the first time we've ever pulled it, maybe we'll have like a kind of a cookie cutter, this will do. And if it passes and it cuts the mustard, well, next round we'll grow 3 clones of it. We'll chop one a little before, we'll do one a little bit after, and we'll keep one relatively the same, and we'll compare and contrast, see flavor got better, got worse, potency up, down, yada yada yada. You figure your shit out. Cool. All right. Now, when we go to, chop this down, if we're in a controlled environment, right? I like to do everything like cutting sections, right? From about my elbow to the tip of my middle finger. I like a section like that. Be a little bigger, a little smaller, but relatively like that. Now you can have a whole bunch of little small shit. Maybe you didn't strip off. You keep that to the side, man. That can go with the sugar trim. You make you some bubble, something like that. Now all these actual good colas and the neck bones and your filet mignon buds, and you get on down to where it's still they're still chunky and good. We're gonna dry it very evenly and consistently, right? So when you go in there, don't snap the stem. just take a little bit of your fingernail or something and start at them smaller buds which are up on your hanger or your string or whatever, and just give it a little tug. If that sucker is real bendy and floppy, let it ride. You can stop right there because the bigger buds further down, they ain't gonna be no drier. You know what I'm saying? We're starting small, so right then we're min max and we're
Okay.
being efficient. Right? You can come back in the next
I like
day.
love the min max. Polarize that range.
Yeah, exactly, man. So then anyway, you get a little pull on it, bam, it flicked right off. Cool. So then we go down to the middle buds, pull up on it, boom, it flicked off too. Get to the cola, even it's flicking off. Boom, we're in there. Now it's time to trim. Now, another consideration is we're in this controlled environment, right? Where we've been drying at. What's it gonna be like where we're gonna actually trim this shit? Are we gonna trim it right there? Maybe. Maybe that's how you set it up. Or maybe we're going into the living room and put South Park on and it's like 30% humidity, right? So what I'm getting at is you can take a little bit of that into effect. So like most of the leaf was flicking right off, and a couple of them is a little, on the big cola. But by the time you take it in there and get the trimming, it's primo, pristine, right on the money. So use those times to do your trimming. Now, what's going to happen is we're going to have, we're going to trim our bud up and everything, but get you a little cake pan, something very shallow that has more surface area. It doesn't got to be deep. Something that we can put a lid on and seal. That's all we're looking for. It'd be a cake pan, little mini Tupperware deal, rectangle fucking things. Something we can put a lid on and seal that has as much surface area as we feel we can fill up with each cultivar or however you're doing your thing. So
You just put them
after
in just in the pan, anything to like.
Yeah, nothing stacked on. Like it's okay if you got a bud or two extra, you ain't got to break out a whole nother container. But what I don't want to see is more than one layer of buds across the bottom. I want to see this shit nice and spread out, nice and even. It can be all up against each other, but just flat across the bottom, right? And when I'm clipping these buds off, the other thing I ain't finger fucking the bud either. I hold on to the stem while I trim. You work so hard for all these glands, man. Don't wipe them off with your finger trying to trim it. And it just that ain't right, man. It just ain't right.
Yeah.
Fucking savages, right? So clip it off ever so gingerly into your little pan. Don't drop it from 5 feet down to the pan, Just clip it on off. Take good care of it. You've done it for the last 12 weeks. Why not do it for the next, 12 hours that you're trimming or whatever, right? So go on, do your thing. You get it all nice and spread out. Cool. Go ahead and put that lid on it and seal it up. And this is what's going to happen. That bud that felt dry on the outside, 24 hours later, when we come back and open it up, the smell's going to rush out and hit us in the face. And then it's going to fade away. And this is where people fuck it up. They say, oh my God, the smell just fucking cooked away. No, that didn't happen. It's just the outside got saturated again because all the moisture deep inside that bud wicked its way back out to what was dry, right? So now it's got a moisture content. So what you do is leave the lid off. And what you're going to do, you're going to leave the lid off until you can smell it again. The smell will come back. And the smell's going to come back and you'll feel it and it feels right again. You're going to seal it back up. You can repeat this process. It depends on the bud. It could be something squishy, a little more airy, like some sour diesel or something like that. Or maybe it's just dense fucking Afghani rocks, right? Well, that's going to, be the difference on like how many days we're going to be doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? So you can do this every 24 hours. Now, the day that you open it up, the smell hits you in the face, doesn't go away, and sometimes even starts to intensify. Well, now you're ready. Now you go into your jar. And when you go in the jar, only fill it about like 80% of the way up, man. Don't pack it all the way in there super tight. And and you just do it like that. And if you do need to burp a jar, you take the lid off and you set it on its side, and that allows things to kind of even out and allows a little more circulation. Even if you did need to put a finishing move on it, you didn't quite get it right or whatever, just do it like that. And then you're straight. And once it's in the jar, I might burp it once or twice in that first 2 weeks. And after that, cool dark spot, man, sitting in the cabinet, chilling, just waiting to get smokers. Your weed to stay green and nice and man. No
I
shit.
give you this, sir.
Yeah, dead ass,
Fucking,
my dude.
Like what? That's poetry. I'm at a poetry reading right now, and fucking that's the only thing I know how to respond.
Yeah,
Dude. Yeah, like even down to like because you don't really appreciate, like things like one of the things like you mentioned, they're tipping the jar over and just letting it. You don't appreciate just how much like I think of it like with like a refrigerator. Like when you open it and like if you could visualize all the cold air, it dumps out like water. Like if you could visualize it, it dumps like water. It gushes out like and just starts like pouring, downwards. And so I think about like these terps as like all these volatiles and everything. Just like if you could see it, it would just go. And so like young grower me hears all this and I go, oh, Jesus Christ, sounds like a lot of work, right? But when you put it in perspective of 12 weeks, we're talking at the minimum, if you're just, running certain strains and everything. I mean, it goes between propagation, pheno hunting, like there's a lot of time that goes into like all this blah, blah, blah. And so, the idea of not shitting the bed during that because I had a pretty regimented drying thing, but it never really occurred to me. I was a stem snapper, being here in Colorado is like the minute that like the one, a small, like not one of the main stems, but one of the offshoot like bud stems. As soon as one of them would give me an audible little pop, I'd always just start plowing. And yeah, I wonder if I could have got squeezed, because I was always the one preaching dry and cure to everyone. I wonder if I could have squeezed out a little bit more, because yeah, that dry to wet phase, when it goes from the in to out, into out, it's always the question of like, yeah, how do you do that? And you're the
That's
first
it.
guy to really break it down like in
Yeah.
phases like that. I almost want to
Yeah.
clip it. I might make a short out of that. Who knows?
Oh
I don't really
man,
do that shit around here.
dude, man, you'll do it. And like you're gonna have like 15, 20 podcasts, like with the title, "The One Thing the Cannabis Industry Doesn't Want You to Know." Smash that subscribe button and click the like. I got all the answers for you. I came up with it on my own. Dude, you just let your normal people get that little gem. You don't even need to spread that one out, man. Just the
Fair
people
enough.
who watch
Fair
you,
enough.
yeah, just let them get in on that one, man. Little special, little
Yeah.
something, something. Put it
I'm
in your
always
back
a
pocket.
fan of like numerology coincidence stuff. And right when you said that, the time was 1:22:22 on the record time. And so I was like, all right, I'm taking that as a sign. That's an exclusive for the people that watched 90
Yeah,
minutes in.
yeah, because like most people, they either gonna. I figure it like this: if you see my name pop up, if you're real new, you're gonna be like, "Oh man, I'm gonna get hella grow knowledge." And other people that know me, they're gonna be like, "Yo, I'm gonna get my laugh on this. He's funny as a bitch. What ridiculous shit still come out of that." But you really know it's like it goes back and forth. You know, you get a little bit of knowledge mixed in with a little bit of experience. It might be fighting naked, right? It could be carrying your
Mhm.
weed. It could be the same story. But nonetheless, you'll walk away a better person for having heard it. You're ready now. You're prepared for the
I'm
world.
I mean, you're in the right spot, Duke Diamond. What we do around here in the description of like whatever bullshit I wrote as the description of this channel, it was like where cannabis meets comedy. And I feel like this is the probably the funniest show that I recall, at least in a minute. I can't imagine I've had a funnier show. So
Oh
respect
man.
to you, my friend.
Fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
So let me ask, just so people fucking that are here now that have got the things, like where's the best place for you to like find your gear? It's always the thing, like people like they'll ask me, and I never know where to send people, so I'm like, I don't know. I know James Bean, and I know he like vets stuff, so like Seeds Here Now, I guess, coupon code
Yeah.
dude. And where can people find your gear if they wanted to support Dominion?
If you're a member of the Discord, you always get the early drops. They're a little bit cheaper. You know, sometimes there might be something extra in it. Sometimes not. I'm pretty tightwad bastard. So, but
No.
you get you get it first and save some money. Also full of a whole bunch of good grow advice, like what I was just saying here. That's literally plastered all over that thing, like how tos and what not to do's. And
Yeah, well, Discord is definitely like kind of the underground spot. It's the message boards of today, right? It's the
yeah,
forums
yeah,
of today, where people, the real ones, are kind of lurking quietly. Yeah, because
exactly.
I didn't even know I didn't fuck with Discord until I got with Dude Grows, and they have their whole like Patreon thing
Hmm.
linked through Discord and everything, and I realized like, oh shit, between like editing and like 3D animation and all this AI
Yeah.
shit that was popping off, I was learning all. I was like, ooh, but my Discord's just a mess. It's a billion fucking things. So I'm gonna have
Oh
to
yeah.
pop on Discord
Yeah,
on
check it out,
Monday,
man.
and I'm
There's
gonna jump on the Dominion board.
a lot of my friends from Overgrow and Breed Bay and Assorted People, they all made accounts on it, and they all say they really like it because it reminds them of like back in the day, when it was real cool and people were all like sense of humor and fucking actually have like good knowledge and input and stuff, but they all joined up under they made like fake names because they don't want people like bothering them, asking them for clones and weird shit. So
Right.
they're all
Fair
lurking
enough.
in there, and all the other fucking friends of mine, bunch of savages. They're always in there. They're all on this like King Gizzard fucking tour shit now. So lots of that, and yeah, but yeah, it's good. It's good. The other place, Seeds Here Now, and Living Soil Seeds, which is Jeremy Build a Soil's little seed thing. We put
All
stuff
right.
on there a lot. to.
And
So,
what's hot right now? What are you liking? What's the breeder's recommendation that's out currently?
well,
Anything
last year,
peeps should check out?
well, I kind of switched it up. I did a 180 because they weren't expecting it, and I ran the flea flicker, right? And then I ran the flea
All
flicker
right.
twice. Okay. So I went strawberry.
Yeah.
Everything was last year. Bunch of fruity stuff. Really
All
killer
right.
fruity stuff.
Okay. Okay.
But this year, I'll just say not fruity. Not fruity whatsoever. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man. We'll
Some
keep a little.
from the earth or from the cement?
Ain't no telling, man. Ain't no telling. Maybe both.
It's either Mother Earth or it's chemicals. Either way, I'm stoked.
Yeah, you never know, man. You never. I always keep my
Hell
shit
yeah.
pretty much a surprise because if I say anything too early, you'll have dudes mysteriously get a fucking clone, breed it, test grow it, and do all this shit in less than 3 months, and then really, you know what I'm saying? There's a big problem with that. So I always keep shit under my hat until it's like right go time, you know. And then you get all your pictures and your documentations and your descriptions and, you know, pictures, all that shit. And there it is. If it sounds something you like, cool. If not, well, that's cool too. Like, it's there.
Well, for all you people out there that bitch about like dispensary culture, the new way of cannabis, if you didn't get the loud and clear message that if you miss the old days, you better get on that fucking Dominion Seed Discord over there, y'all, because this is where the OGs are hanging. And I'm proud to know you, Duke Diamond. We did it. We flew by. We did 90 minutes. I don't know how the fuck it went by so fast,
Yeah.
but
Time
we
flies
knocked
when you're high as shit, man.
When you're talking about growing and fighting naked.
Yeah, dude.
It's a gentleman's game.
Yeah, dude. Shit ain't no
Yes.
fucking joke.
Well-
Like, you ever like have your boxes off something, you got out of the shower and then you just like hop in a chair or something? Or shit, even if you free ball and you go to hop up in the truck, you ever sat on your nut? Have you ever caught a little bit of nut up on it? Yeah, that shit hurts, man.
Caught a little nut.
Yeah, imagine.
Don't clip that. Duke's caught a little nut. No big deal.
Sometimes.
Well, I can't wait. Are you gonna be at the
Sometimes
DGC
something
Cup
goes
this year? Am I gonna see you? Am I gonna see you at the event?
At Waffle House on Thanksgiving?
Well, you might see me at the Waffle. No, the DGC Cup next year. I don't know when the next time I'll see in the flesh is.
Where they gonna have it at?
Same place, LaPorte, Colorado.
Yeah.
They're on the farm.
Yeah, I'm probably straight, man. Probably straight this year.
Fuck yeah. Well, I'll catch you at some point, my friend. And Duke Diamond, It would be an honor to fight you naked someday.
I just want to shake your hand. I give you the Penn State handshake. Remember that one? That motherfucker would go in and grab your dick.
My man. Fuck yeah. Well, Duke Diamond, I hope a whole bunch of people find you over on that Discord, and all you folks would be wise to go find that. And then, go watch the Chad Westport episode with Duke. I'm sure you'll get some laughs and some more knowledge. So,
gotta love Duke Diamond. I tell you, the guy's funny. He's one of the funniest people in the cannabis sphere for frickin' sure. So, check out Duke. He's one of the best breeders in the world. He's got some of the best gear in the world. You're gonna want to definitely, and right on his seed packages, he's Sixember Tyrannus. That's just anyone who's dropping Sixember Tyrannus. They're either insane or awesome. I'll let you pick which Duke is. So guys, it's been an awesome stream. We're coming up on the final chunk of it, the final leg. I don't know how long you've been sitting here watching this thing. God help you if you watch the whole thing. I don't know. I'm gonna have to high five you with my just holy crap. Who would do that? I hope none of you watched this entire thing, but I hope that you enjoyed it. My next guest is the guy who gave me my start in this world. Technically, Tim Martin and Bike Holly and John Doe Radio gave me a start, but that wasn't like anything. After I got divorced, 2021, my life was seemingly over, dude. I didn't know what the hell I was going to do. I was penniless. I was living on an air mattress in my buddy's basement. I was on food stamps. I didn't know what the hell I was going to do. So I just threw myself into comedy. And it was a blast. It was the greatest. If you would ask me when I was 4 years old what I wanted to be when I grew up, I would have said a stand-up comedian. And so it's really the thing that I've wanted to do my whole life. And I got to actually do it. I started doing it in October 17th, 2017, 10/17/17. And that was my first ever set. And my buddy Alex Carter in Des Moines, Iowa, awesome comedian out there. I messaged him right before my first set. I was like, Alex, I'm about to go do Comedy Works tomorrow. And he just said, prepare to get addicted. And that was an accurate statement because I got super addicted to it. It's so much fun just to make people laugh. That's all I want to do. I worked at a dispensary. I hated it. And I was like, what do I want to do in this world? And I just had that soul searching thing. And I came up with this. I was like, I love making people laugh and I love teaching people things. And I was like, I'm going to quit my job and I'm just going to focus on that. And it took 5.5 years before someone actually gave me an honest shot at it. And that man was Scotty Real. And he brought me in. Guru quit. He went on to pursue his own interests and everything. He was never an editor and producer. He just got plucked up. He was a grower. He was an LED guy. He was just a all-around smart human that knew a lot of stuff. And he came in and whipped the Dude Grows into shape and worked with real growers and got everything going. Then decided he was going to move on. And I went out on a 5-week road trip. I did comedy with PJ Johnson, Papa Jr. Joseph Papa Johnson, one of my favorite humans in the world. Went out for 5 weeks, came back, and I was negative $300 in the hole. I made people laugh all across the country. I met a beautiful girl on the road. I went to a dozen strip clubs, had the most amazing time, met the most amazing people, and but I came home broke. And PJ told me a story about the man on the island who prayed for God to rescue him. And God sent it, he was just like, I'm gonna die, but God will rescue me. And then a cruise ship passes, and then they're like, swim to me. He goes, no, it's too far, man. God will save me. And then the next day, a helicopter flies over, and they're like, climb the rope. And he goes, no, man, I'm too tired. It would be too hard. God will save me. And then the next day, he dies, and he's pissed off. He gets to heaven, he finds God, and he goes, yo, man, I prayed for you, and you never came for me. And he goes, motherfucker, I sent you a cruise ship and a helicopter. It's kind of a cheesy story, but I sat there quietly. And he's like, you probably think it's pretty silly, huh? And I go, PJ, when I get back to Denver, I'm jumping on the next helicopter that flies over. 4 days later, I talk to Scotty Real and he offers me a job, which I took, and it changed my life forever. And it's the reason that I'm sitting right here with you guys. And so my next guest is Scotty Real, the bakery boss himself. He is also my next guest on the actual show this Sunday. So this Sunday is the final Sunday of 2024, and Scotty's gonna cap it. I'm gonna see if I can get Turpicana Kyle and Scotty on the same thing, and me and Scotty can just kind of pick Kyle's brain and prepare for our run for 2025. Big things coming with the Dude Grows crew. We got the Dude Grows show, and we got DGC Grow Talk on the Shorts channel. And so a lot of cool stuff, and a lot of cool stuff coming with Grambo Grows. I am stepping up big time in 2025. It is time to, as Untrained Astronaut said in one of our interviews, rip the beak off and regrow that shit and get going. So to the bottom of my heart, thank you, Scotty Real. I would not be sitting here. I'd be doing comedies, throwing 20s at a stripper somewhere, having a new baby mama, I'm sure. But instead of having that, I came here, got a vasectomy, and started a real life. So life is good, life is amazing, and I owe Scotty Real a big, big portion of that. So guys, my final episode of the night of this Christmas marathon as we approach January 26th, and the Christmas season is over. I hope you had an amazing time. I had an amazing time hanging out with you. The fact that I actually put this all together, you gotta know how much I love you guys. I dread making anything ever. Like if it's not the Dude Grow show and if it's not the Jug Dealers, I just dread having to make things and do stuff and like I remember I went to a gym for a little bit, and there's this old guy that owned it. He's just, you're gonna shit lightning and piss rocks sort of guy. And he goes, Grambo, I'm gonna tell you something. The hardest exercise in this building, opening the front door. He ain't wrong, man. And so I've adopted that to the hardest thing about making content, press and record. And so I love you guys. That's why I pressed record on this. I hope you got some fun out of it. I hope it made your Christmas time pretty awesome. And so, yeah, I'll see you after the Scotty Reel episode just to say goodbye and put a cap on this motherfucker. But yeah, enjoy episode whatever, the final episode of the stream, the Bakery Boss Scotty Reel.
Hells yes. Guys, what's up? Welcome to the Late Night Smoke. I'm here in Studio A. What up? I'm not in the little cramped little Studio B over there, so I'm actually hanging out in my main studio. Thank you guys so much for being here. This is a big one. We're back. I missed last week. Some of you guys know, some of you guys don't know. I went out to San Francisco / Oakland, California to go hang out with JR Token and Soup the Gardener and Q Grows to represent Cannabis and Tiki Madman out at the Emerald Cup out in Oakland. It was pretty sick, I gotta say. So that brings me to my first question in chat. What are you guys smoking? I see you guys. What up, Adam, Thomas, Sicko? We're gonna be talking about Sicko. Haldor, Musty, Cannabis Vibe. What up, buddy? Jay Morris, Jay Crush. We got all the J's up in here. Banjo, Grandpa, everyone's up in the house. Thomas, thank you. I always appreciate you guys. Before we get started, I just have to shout out all the Gramborg members. Thank you guys so much. Fontucky, California. I'll never be able to say that right. L420 DGC, Perry Gerhardt, Chunky Nugs, Mark Jr., Alabama Man, Bare Metal, Witches of Coos, Jill Sorbello, Crazy Days, Weeds Conson, Cortez the Conqueror, my man out there with the plan in Chi-Town, and Banjo 420, Scott K, and Jimmy Anderson. You rejoined, Jimmy. You're my first rejoin. That means a lot to me, guys. This podcast is not sponsored, or this stream is not sponsored by anybody. So if you guys want more Grambo Grows, hit that. What do I always say? Sharing is caring. The most important thing you can do for cannabis creators is sharing. So if you've already smoked that like button, then roll this video up, pass it to a friend. You know what we always say here. So yeah, what are you guys smoking on out there? Because this is what I'm smoking on. I brought back some of the best hash I've gotten. You know, I smoke a lot of good hash. This is some rosin I got out in Cali. Of course, it's not going to focus there, but it's the Heritage Hash Company. Heritage Hash Company. JR Token and I interviewed him. I did some camera work out there in the Emerald Cup, and yeah, it was pretty sick. So I got this. We interviewed the guy, and he was so freaking cool that I wanted to get some. They had some aged temple balls there. This not old school pressed, just bald hash. I was like, oh man, I want some of that. He's like, oh, we sold out of it. Like, oh, bum, bum, ba-dum. And so I was bummed out. And then he's like, oh, but I got a display that's like been out for like 2 minutes. I'll just give it to you. He just gives me this awesome temple ball. And so then, of course, I've been trained, good by good men. You got to take care of people. So I bought this gram of, you can see I've been loving it. It's almost gone. All you California people, it's interesting seeing the different. I think California has a better. Oh, and there's the strain name right there. I didn't even notice. Maybe we'll see Garlic of Oz. I gotta say, Heritage Hash Company, mwah, you guys are killing it. This is some of the finest ganja I have smoked in a long time. So freaking good. I've had a very stony weekend. I am almost out of Jug Dealer Gabe. He had that Gary Payton that I've been smoking on. You see how that live resin, all those terps? Look how terpy Gabe's weed is. I just stirred it like an hour ago, man. It's already separating. It's hilarious. So yeah, Emerald Cup was badass. It was pretty cool. It was one of the first non-DGC sort of events that I had been able to attend, and yeah, flew in, hung out, and it was pretty cool, man. My reporter was like, how was the show? I'd say that my take away from that show was prohibition's falling down, man. I have here, I'll go over here and I'll show you guys a picture that I feel sums up the whole vibe over there. It was very, very chill. And so I'm sitting there and I'm just, smoking this big old huge joint that JR Token rolled up. And who rolls up but the 50? 50 rolls up and he's just like, "How you guys doing?" Like, "Oh, we're doing really good, man." And he's like, "Cool. It just seems like you guys are having fun." And so they're, I was like, "Hey, man, of course." And so we talked for like a little bit, and I was like, "Dude, like, as stoners and like, people in the weed, but we hated cops. A lot of us still hate cops." And it was surreal to like, just totally break bread. And how good looking is this cop? Get out of here. That's what California cops look like. Get out of here. What is this? Hawaii 5-0? It's ridiculous. And so yeah, I'm sitting there smoking that joint. He freaking was so freaking cool. So I took a picture with him. And yeah, it was pretty sick. While I have this open, I gotta share shout out to my guy Sicko Grows. Here's Sicko Grows. He's out here in chat right now. He is a awesome barber. So if you guys are in the Colorado world, check him out. Just look at this difference here. Here's me on the right, with my BS, I'm just doing it all myself. It's all every which way. Look at the difference. What a professional barber does, man. I went from just like I went from looking hot to looking gorgeous. He's got me looking gorgeous, if I don't say so myself. So it's been a ridiculously good week. Everything's been going great. I met a girl. Not too bad. We're going away together this weekend. It's gonna be freaking pretty awesome. So if you guys know, I've been following my journey. I broke up with all of my hoes and girls and everything, and I was just focusing on me. I started doing jujitsu. I started working out again. It's feeling good. I've been trying to eat a little bit better. Been trying to. I'm down like 15 pounds. If you guys remember, I lost 30 pounds last year. Gained it all back. Took that back off. I got half of it back off, and I'm way stronger. I'm up to 2 and 3 chin ups, and for a big boy like me, 3 chin ups, that's a big deal. And so here, let me message just in case. Of course, I am Scotty's producer. Let's see, and the browser has blocked your mic and camera. So apparently, Scott's having trouble. But yeah, we'll get him in. I think he has to refresh like the browser, and then it asks you for access. This is one of those things that's he's trying to get in on his mobile setup, and that's the one thing. Jimmy, will I mean, sure, I would be down. Why not? Where do you live? Are you getting married? Are these things? All right, I'm just gonna tell him, just pop in on your phone. So yeah, you know how we do it on the late night smoke. It's super, super chill. Yeah, thank you, Fontucky. It's crazy how much like, I was just a popper. And I wouldn't have thought that it was gonna make of it just making like having the lines. It's like it's like a race car, it's like this line that starts here, continues through and up, and then tapers out. Well, congratulations, Minnesota. Yeah, it's near the Twin Cities. I'll come out. Seriously, I'll come to your wedding. I don't know if I can be your best man. You should probably have your friends and family do that. But I definitely I would come. Fuck yeah, Jimmy. This is the thing. People always like JR. Like I told him I was coming to the Emerald Cup. He had his surgery not too long ago, and I was like, dude, I'll come help you. And everyone offers to help everybody, but no one actually shows up after a 3-hour flight and shows up. And that was so cool. Shout out to Q Grows. Shout out to Cannabis. That was cool, man. We stayed in a little place called Alameda. It's an island in the bay in between San Francisco and Oakland. And man, Oakland's it's a really shitty town.
I was kind of amazed at like, holy crap, the legends are true. It's a kind of a cesspool out there, but it was so cool to see. I'm so happy to be back in Denver. Yeah, JR's recovery has been great. We walked 3 miles over the course of like the event, and then we went to In-N-Out Burger, and he walked there with us as well. So he was feeling good, he's looking good. It's pretty freaking awesome. So we're gonna wait for Scotty to get in here. One of the things that Scott has been really diving into, and we got to talk with Bruce Bugby. Me and Scott sat down with Bruce Bugby here like a week or so ago, and so keep your eyes peeled. We're all going to LA. One of the reasons Scott's coming on to talk about is we're gonna be having an LA DGC meetup September 7th or 8th. I will figure that out, but it's a Saturday, I believe, and we're the whole crew. The whole crew is going to, we're meeting the dude in Los Angeles, in Santa Monica, and we are all going. It's going to be sick. And so we're going to talk about that. But one of the things that we, after talking with Shane from Micro, then we talked with Bruce Bugby, PPFD, right? We say these words. How many in chat actually knows what PPFD stands for? I did not. I gotta say, I've been talking about PPFD. Oh, the sun is 2,000 PPFD, and your canopy at height of flower production, you really want to get that 1,000 PPFD. What's PPFD stand for? This was something after talking with Bruce Bugby, I realized like, oh, I don't understand jack all, do I? So photosynthetic photon flux density. Look at which is a coos. I hope you didn't Google it. I hope you're just smart like that. Yeah, shout out to you, which is a coos. It's fairly complicated. And so I always like to like Scott, one of my quotes on this, Nate, you got it. Photon flux something. It's in cannabis growing, you go from stoner to quantum mechanics in like 4 moves. It's like, oh, well, the roots uptake ions. Okay, well, what's that mean? Well, the ions are free. Okay, what's that mean? Well, particles are, okay, what's that mean? Matter is energy condensed. Like, all right, what the hell? Hey, look at sicko there. And use realdgc.com. If the apps give you trouble, it can be a pain in the butt. So yeah, definitely check out the website if the app is giving you trouble. PPFD, man. This is one of the, it's also, we are exiting out of the age of bro science, and we are entering into the age of just science. And it is fairly complicated to parse out all the stuff that's going on right now. So Scott's been obsessed with DLI and PPFD in the last little bit. And so we talked with Bruce Bugby about it. And one of the things that really was interesting, Scott had been having problems when he's cranking up his, we are allowed to talk PPFD here. We've been doing it a lot on dudes catching up too. Hey, speaking of which, let's see here. I think, yeah, you guys all it's complicated figuring all this stuff. You guys want to see? Oh, get out of here, Vibe. You're back. Thank you, Cannabis Vibe. For all you guys that don't know, Cannabis Vibe wrote the theme song for Grambo Grows and the Jug Dealers guys. So shout out to him. He's getting around. I think he's doing some other. I put him in contact with Dude's brother. I don't know. Maybe he's out there in Canada or Florida. Where's Dude's brother live, Scott? I don't know. So thank you, Cannabis Vibe. But with no more bullshit, Scotty figured out his mobile rig. What up, brother?
Yes. No, I didn't. I'm just on my phone. I need my producer, man. Where's my producer?
I know, dude. That's the literally when things go wrong, I just feel this is like right now what you and I are doing is what me and Brett do every week. He's like, Grambo, what's this thing? And I go, I'm lost. I don't know what to do.
Who's this Brett character, man?
So we're
talking Brett or Brent?
I'm pretty sure it's Brent.
Inside joke.
Inside joke there. Yeah, just telling the guys we're having a
Hey.
meetup, eh, Scotty?
Is there only guys allowed? Is that what's going on here, man? There's only guys?
No, it's the royal guys,
It's
man.
PC Scott here, man. It's PC Scott. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm looking. I can actually see myself in this shirt, and I might be over mushrooms, man. Might be over. Dude, man, I went to the Tour de Fat this weekend, and I would just be talking to somebody, and then all of a sudden they would just go, and then they'd be laying on the ground laughing, and nobody. Yeah. I was trying to talk to people, and they were just like, yeah, I mean, everybody's so whacked out on shrooms, man.
That's so hilarious. Yeah,
Well, that's all right.
Mushrooms are the new kind, bud.
Well, people can handle their shit on kind bud, man. People can't seem to handle their shit on shrooms, man. I'm gonna throw up the chat here so people can yell at me.
And while you're throwing up the chat, I need to have to address an issue.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Grambo. I'm trying my best to be.
This is not me. Just so everyone knows, stop sending me this. I go to the Emerald Cup, Scott, and we showed this on the show one time. This man.
Well, I didn't remember it. I seem to have blocked it out. Man.
There was 10,000 of these things everywhere at the Emerald Cup.
Wow.
Everywhere you went was these magazines, and then everyone that walked by our fucking booth would go.
Was like, hey, it's the guy from the magazine. That sucks, man. That's a bad thing to be, man. It's not cool.
It's not the worst thing in the world, but
everybody I mean, there's better things.
Like, it's not me. Stop it.
It's weird, man. It's weird. Your reality is weird, Grambo.
Scott, I gotta say, my reality is getting weirder by the week, and I have you to thank for it. And I can't. Jiu-jitsu. I got compliments from my instructor in jiu-jitsu this week. He said he'd never seen a white belt holding the hooks as well as I did, and I was like honored. I was like, I got a compliment at jiu-jitsu. How about that?
Dude, that's awesome, man. It's going to be good for you.
Belt, Scott, from a brown belt.
Yeah, that's good. I like to see. Man, I read a story recently about cannabis being associated with weight loss, and you always think about cannabis being associated with the munchies and weight gain. And it was, I start thinking about it, and man, for me, I get high, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'll take a walk, or I'll go on a mountain bike ride, or I'll get out of the house, or do something, you know. I guess it depends how much sativa, man. But it just makes me a little too bored from sitting around the house.
Yeah, I've told you the story how I'll take so much edible every night. I have a 25-pound weighted vest that I wear out, and I do a 5-mile walk every single night. So like when we end this stream, I'm going to head out for my 5-mile walk, and I take so much edibles. I get lost. I'm in my own neighborhood, and I get lost, but I have so much fun. It's such a blast.
I have the worst sense of direction, man. I walked to my car and then walked around the block, and then walk to my car again around the block. And at the end of it, I go, shit, where did I park again, man? All 4 of the corners. All 4. Thank God, man. Thank God. It'll tell you where it's at. I need that. All right.
So yeah, let me find the thing. But one of the things that we definitely want to
find
talk
the
about,
thing,
or at least mention, was that Dude Grows, we're all getting together. It's a kind of a big deal. Huh?
It's a huge deal. Hang on, let me get set up. I'm going to. We're not showing weed, Grambo? Are we showing weed?
Do your thing. You know how we do it.
It's the new bucket, man. It's the new bucket.
Ooh,
you know,
that looks fresh.
You know what? I got more freshies because this just came out of the drying, whatever it is, drying tent. Sorry, words of my friend. And man, it takes what, 2 weeks to come out of the drying tent? I'm sorry. Yeah, a couple weeks to dry. Anyway, by the time this is out, I got new stuff ready to trim, man. And new stuff looks dank, man. You should come hang out with me and trim.
Maestro had a little joke for you. Scott uses GPS in his own house.
Well, it's true, man. That part's
Come
true.
on, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's good stuff, man.
And Cat put this little promo together. So Santa Monica, West Hollywood, West Ho.
Isn't that? Hey, let's relax. Isn't that where Jack Tripper used to live, man? Santa Monica. See, you're the cable guy, man, but you don't know about Three's Company. That's before your time, right?
I know about Three's Company, but I would not have known that. I knew Jack was his name, but I
it was in Santa Monica, man. This first gay guy I ever knew.
Guitar, and I was gonna play Santa Monica for you. Gang gang, gang gang, gang gang gang.
Man, I'm looking for
living in my burr.
I don't know about that, Grambo. You are a musician, aren't you?
Yeah.
You still play it all?
A lot, actually. I got my guitars sitting over here. They're gonna get fixed.
Do you?
The thing I'm the best at is ironically music. People think of me a comedian, a producer, a good-looking man with a beard.
All right, let me ask you a question. Strain dependent, yes or no, man?
Strain dependent?
Meaning that, do you have some weed that helps you create, or some weed where you're just like, I just want to hang out and practice today. I'm gonna get my practice in, or I don't know.
I'm
not a musician.
Weed affects so just down the thing. I thought people were like kind of lying. Well, it makes you feel like this, makes you feel like that. Until like 8 or 9 years ago, I got some pressed hash. I call it the paranoia hash. Every time we'd smoke it, I just be like, dude, I know the cops aren't outside, but the fucking cops are outside.
Yeah, it's usually helicopters or they're listening.
I've been smoking. It makes me really happy. That's weird. Why am I happy? I always go, why am I happy? Oh, it's the Gary.
So I shouldn't curse at all. I feel different because I'm on your show and it's at night. And I don't know. It's kind of chilling, man. I actually wanted to do it. Yeah, man. Yeah, all right. I tell you, man, I'll give you a little fall prohibition report. We have this thing called Tour de Fat. I tried to get your ass up here, but
my kid was being
she would have loved it, man. It's you know what? This could be what beer, used to be. I don't know. They did a nice public image remake on beer, right? They started spending a whole bunch of money on marketing and whatnot and public relations. So we have New Belgium, the microbrews. We're all about the community, right? New Belgium is from our
fire and
So they have this New West Fest. They put on a concert, and then they have the Tour de Fat, which is actually I might be mixing those two up, but Tour de Fat, like a big bicycle parade. Everybody gets weird, completely awesome. And so I went to a party yesterday and brought a bunch of joints. And I was kind of on like this little downtown lot that wasn't that big, and everybody's on the front yard. And I guess whatever. I said I wasn't going to use any show material, but I will. It was this meme. It wasn't a meme, but I guess it was. But it was a quote, and it was a Tesla quote. He was like, if you really want to understand the universe, start thinking in terms of waves and vibration, or frequencies and vibrations. I was like, man, that's kind of, if you told me that, you get bad vibes from people. No, everybody gets bad vibes from people every now and again. Sometimes you don't even understand why,
Mm-hmm. It's as a man of science, right? You follow all this stuff, and then you go through your life and stuff happens, and you go, well, like if I don't acknowledge the weirdness, I'm kind of not doing the scientific method.
Yeah, I'm not like Brewmeister Smith, man. You know what I mean? He didn't believe. Who's Brewmeister Smith, man? Come on, Mr. Radio. I mean, Mr. You don't even know Strange Brew. Oh, it's a good one, man. When the surreal happened there, and he just goes, well, there was no scientific explanation, so it did not happen. Man. You can learn a lot from Brewmeister Smith, man.
We have so many of those, and right up to like Scott was like right before the cup. I was like, I'd sworn off all the hoes I was dealing with. I was like, I'm on the straight and narrow. I'm focusing on my You remember I was going, had girl to girl, and it was like a thing, and I was like, no more. And then I've been having just glow up problems where like no one lives up to my standards. I've just been feeling like blah. And then Scott was like, well, you know, Guru met his lady friend at the Cup. Grandma, you're probably gonna meet a girl at the Cup. And I did. It was so
but that's the only time that you've been around girls for the last like 18 months. So I mean that's a little unfair, no?
I've been in solitary.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding,
it's so
man.
cool. So meeting a weed grower chick. She's coming in this weekend and we're going up to the mountains together. Very excited, Scott. Life is good, man. It's
Life is good, man. Yeah, it sure is. Good, Grambo. I am really happy that you're crushing it, man. I don't know what are we supposed to be doing here, sir? I feel like I'm on a phone call with you, actually. I will say, man, Grambo came in and he's a cool dude, man. He very quickly became my friend. We actually hang out till 9 or 10 o'clock after sometimes, man.
Yeah, we went. I was gonna say we went boating, but I went boating. And
as long as we're laughing, come on, that's a funny story. Me and Grambo my wife's like, come on, we're gonna take the boat out, and I'm like, Grambo, all right, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna get it off I'll back the trailer up, and you'll get on the boat and do your thing. And I'm like, I haven't started a boat in 2 years. Pretty sure, maybe 60% sure it'll start. And Grambo goes, hey, I have no idea what I'm doing here, man. And so we gave it a whirl. Right? It mostly worked out. You did?
Grew up on boats, and so like
so you were just playing dumb?
Well, the weather doesn't change like it does, so we're all getting on the boat, and Scott knows how the mountains work, and I'm looking out and I'm going, it's gonna be fine. Well, Scott's like, I'm not going out there. It's going to pour on you guys. Ice cold.
Oh my God.
Rain. Mountain rain is ice cold.
Hey,
just so you know, in case that was want to guess how I know what the temperature of mountain rain is.
Grambo, that really was a lesson in human peer pressure. Okay, because Grambo didn't know most of the people on that boat. And I did, so I didn't give a shit. And we got on that thing. I looked at the sky. It was lighting up with lightning. And I go, hey, I'm not going. All right? You guys can do what you want, free country. I'm not going, man.
And I'm sitting there going, God. It's like 90 degrees out. What's a little rain? Well,
hey, what's a little rain?
Me and all the guys we're out there with and the girls, we're near hypothermia. That's
ridiculous. Hey, I'm gonna laugh and take another dab. Tell me about you freezing to death again. It was pretty.
Oh man, so
just kidding.
No regrets, because it literally was one of those things that, like I said, I really did. I grew up in Iowa, and everyone knows Minnesota as the land of 10,000 lakes. Well, I was just south of that, so we have a whole bunch of lakes. So I grew up on Saylorville, Lake Grafton, in Iowa, and so my stepdad had a houseboat. We'd go out every single weekend of my childhood, and I hated it. It's taking me away from my friends. It's taking me away from my Nintendo. And then I look back and I go, dude, I had the best life ever. What does this remind you of, Scott? Hey, I had the best life ever and was miserable. Who's that remind you of now? I had the best
most
life.
People.
Literally, I've been on a mission. Scott's been guiding me, working with me. Like on Mondays, sometimes I got to dip out to do my little meetings and everything, so I can get my mind right. You and High C have really helped me, more so than even business and like all the content stuff we've done, really mentally. Even you would have to acknowledge, like, I have grown up a lot in the last 2 years since knowing you guys.
Hell yeah, you have, man. Hell yeah. I agree 100%. With Nate C that says recharge is the best thing since him. No, I'm just kidding. I want to see if I could turn that into a recharge commercial, Grambo. I did, right? I'm busting your balls.
What is your? I've never noticed. Like your picture is like that's that man, the famous meme guy, where it's like a big hardy man wearing like, I don't know.
I don't know what picture, sir. I don't know what picture. Oh man, you know what? I have several businesses, man. I got one in Costa Rica. I have one in like a band.
Surfside Custom.
But Bamboo Nursery, I'm not flexing. And what I'm saying is, and then there's Real Growers, and I think there's one more, but I forget. And they all employ people, man. I don't do a whole bunch to any of them. Oh, I said Real Growers, right? I don't know. Anyway, man, there's people that run them, and trusted people. They've been doing it for years. They run it like it's their companies, and there's profit sharing to where when the company succeeds, they succeed. And it's so much fun when I see people that work for me for 10 or 12 years buy their first house or their first new car or new truck. As a matter of fact, Grambo's in the market. Come on. What kind of car should Grambo get? I say a WRX, man.
Yeah.
I think
in the comments if you're watching
all-wheel drive.
I'm trying to become the #1 player in Denver.
No. No, you don't want to attract that kind of stuff, all right, man? I was just hanging out with my buddy's a real estate guy. He rents out properties, and he was kind of telling me how, you dress up the property and where you get them because you want to attract a certain type of people. Sometimes it's working class folks. Sometimes
Have you seen me recently, Scott? I mean, come on.
Could you imagine that? In a WRX pearl white with paddle shifters, man, like the light blue leather interior. Yeah, we'll give you a sneak peek, Grambo. Yes, sir.
Took for Sicko Grows. He was like, "Hey, man, can I get a shot? So like a before and after of your beard." And I took that picture, and I was like, "I look good."
Grambo, you do look good, man. All right.
Look at that, man.
Hang on, I'm letting the dogs in. It's raining. I like this nice loose format, sir.
Oh yeah. This is the whole reason I started. I was so lonely on Sundays. So there's a different school. My kid started new school. Like she's a proper kindergarten and going to school now.
And it's Sunday at 9 p.m.
Home on Sunday night, opposed to school Monday morning. So I actually don't have my daughter today, which is why I'm here in the lovely Studio A with the lights. Look, the lights flicker. They twinkle. They're twinkling.
Twinkle, twinkle. It's time, bro. It's time to get the confusing weed out. Hey, Chad. I'm sure.
Giga Chad Grambo. Scott, I don't know if you know the Giga Chad meme, but I've been working out. I'm strong as hell. I'm doing jujitsu, getting my beard done, flying in girls and taking them to fancy resorts.
Oh, Jesus Christ almighty, Grambo. Don't make me have an intervention with you, all right?
Hold on. I got to flex on camera.
It happens every now and again. It happens,
No, I'm very good. And that's a big shout. Everyone. Oh, we got the.
Yeah, Ricky Bobby's in the house, man.
You're the one hitting the gong today.
Yeah, Ricky Bobby's killing, man. He's all right. He's pretty fly. He's all right. He's a good dog. All right.
Did you get him used? You get him brand new? Is that a used dog?
Like 8-10 weeks old, man. Almost new. Second owner. Yes.
Drinking milk. I don't know what that means. Into it, Maestro.
Oh, Maestro. Wow. Yeah. No drinking milk, man. You get big and strong from drinking milk.
I drink a cholesterol on it protein shake every single night. It's my dessert every night. Big fat on it and dark chocolate.
Dude, take your health seriously, man.
He's what is Ricky again?
He's a Frenchie. He's a fluffy Frenchie. French bulldog. Yes.
Oh my God. Grand Brute. That it worked in my head when I read it. When you say it out loud, it doesn't quite work good. And
yeah. Anybody getting you a car yet, man?
No. But
you getting a new car yet?
No, you're supposed to be helping with. I can't drive a man. Scott found me the perfect car, and I was like, dude, when I get back from California, I'm buying it. And then I get back, and it's a manual, and I don't know how to drive a manual. Well, I can tell from here whose Rosin that is. That's Jay.
Let's talk about This shit right here. Oh
This
man,
shit right here.
that's what I tried to do, man. I tried to be all cool.
Is
Dude,
there
that
a DGC
is
in the
next
chat?
level.
Who
It-
remembers this shit right here? Who goes back?
What was that? I can barely remember it.
I think that was King Marijuana. It was for you guys that don't remember. You wouldn't. For you guys that have discovered the Dude Grow show in the last year,
You owe me a hit.
you would not believe how different the show used to be. These guys,
Dude, come
they would just play music and leave. They would just play songs for 5 minutes and just leave. It was hilarious.
I'm trying to smoke here, Grambo.
Yeah. I'm not smoking weed, motherfucking marijuana. If you guys want to check out those songs, go check out Jay Maestro. Right here, you can click on his name and you can find him. The Jay Maestro YouTube channel has all the Scotty Real parodies, and Scott's a good lyricist. Shout out to you. You're actually really talented at writing lyrics.
I've been telling you that for so. No, I'm just kidding. That's really nice of you to say. And if I can say something, because I'm gonna anyway. Man, I like writing. I was just writing. I have an excuse to come home early from hanging out with a bunch of folks, so I can hang out on my back patio and write the shows that we're gonna do this week's shows. And man, I'll take the whole format that we have and I'll craft it and I'll put things up here and that's more of a Saturday, and it's kind of the same muscle as making a lyric or a poem, right?
Yeah, no, all of us in the bakery find ourselves, even though I'm dyslexic, I have a thing I want to send to High C. I wrote it before AI, so it's proof that I wrote it. And I was reading some back on my old things I had wrote, and I was like, I love writing. So we all have the same skills but different skills. It's a pretty unique little team over there.
It really is. And when the partnership that most people get into is like a relationship, and it is, if I give my kid advice or anybody advice, is don't find somebody exactly like you. Find somebody with a little bit, whether you partner with somebody. Me and the dude, I don't know if you noticed, we're pretty different, man. We're pretty different. But the things that he's really into, I couldn't care less about, man. And the things that I'm into, you've seen it when I say BPD, right? You know what I mean? If I'm into light theory or something weird like that.
Over on biking and stuff, though. There's still a little bit.
Hey, Grambo, I have content, and I'll never be able to get this out on the Dude Grows because it's way too swirly. But ready?
Okay. Yes.
All right. This is Grow. Y'all ready to hear some Grow?
Yeah.
Tell me, chat. Okay. So I'm trying to learn about DLI. Okay. And the DLI is how much light the maximum amount of plant light that the plant can use in a day. And the idea is if you get that close to the maximum, you're maximizing photosynthesis, right?
Yes.
So when you go from 18 hours of light to 12 hours of light, you're reducing your light by a third, right?
Yes.
So how much would you have to dial your lights up to get the same DLI? Like percentage wise?
I was Googling, so I couldn't.
No, shut up, man. Well, you're dialing down by a third. You would think you have to dial them up, turn them up by a third, right?
Potentially 33%.
Yes. I went from 18 hours a day to 12 hours a day. How much less is that? It's 33% less time, man. So wouldn't you think, well, I better just dial my lights up 33% more, a third more to make up for it?
See, that's the thing about percentages that's weird, depending on which direction you go. Me and a friend got in an argument over splitting money. And I found this principle of which direction to start over. And I was like, I was $10. And he goes, I'll take 40 because there's 50. I was like, you take 60, I'll take 40. That's only $10 less. You were going to have 50.
You're messing up my DLI, man. All right. Hang on. Ready? You want to know what the answer is? How much you have to turn your lights up?
42.
50%. 50%. Do it backwards, man. Do it backwards. You have 12. Well, you have 12 hours of light. Say that you have 12 hours of light for flowering, and then you want to get the same amount at 18 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to turn it at 18, right? 6, 12, 18. Don't ask me, man. When you do the math, it's 50%, man.
Because
yes,
so if you go
because it's 12, 18 is 50% more than, yeah.
Actually 50% of the remaining volume.
Isn't that crazy, man? And no, it's not that it's crazy, but I saw this book and it was from the 40s and it's like Statistics Lie. That was the name of it. It's like a number one.
Yes.
Oh no, it was called Lying with Statistics. It was like an instructional book.
Me and my best friend, Garen Dross from Dayton, Iowa, we started the band together. He and I were both like professional poker players. We're both brainiac math guys. And we got in the biggest argument over splitting money. And we discovered this because he was looking at
do a dab, you talk.
The disparity of the 18 to 12. He's like, it's a 33%. And I was like, you're not calculating from the amount left. It's 50% of the remaining amount.
Really? And that's cool as hell, man.
We're 17 and we're going at it, and we eventually discovered, we found it, and we went, oh, so if you take statistics backwards, they're different. Like it's like 2 divided by 3 versus, I'm losing the thread because I'm high. But
this is gonna change my whole bloom cycle, man. You don't even understand. I don't know why I'm talking into the mic, man.
I did a shout to a chat and I asked them, I was like, hey, we're going to talk PPFD. Who actually knows what PPFD stands for out there? Because until we talked to Bruce Rugby, I did not. And when I found out that it was photosynthetic photon flux disorder. And there's a medicine for it, dude. You can get, Pfizer has a medicine for it, man. You got the disorder.
It doesn't matter, man. Dude, I tell you what, that's what I really try to do on my Scotty Real 420 channel, or in general, man, is make things simple, not complicated. Take the fucking ego out of it, man. You know what I mean?
420 channel, but if you're watching this, YouTube is definitely already serving. This channel's crushing.
But seriously, I listened to this book. Somebody recommended this book. It was that Bridget Fetisi girl. They were on Joe Rogan. They recommended this book, and I was like, all right, these people seem cool. I'll get this book. It was the most inflated, just puffy with big words, and I was like, dude, just try to help me understand what you're talking about. I don't need to know how smart you are. And yeah, man, so that's what I'm trying to do, is make it easy. This shit ain't that complicated, man. Once you understand, if something's complicated, most of the time you don't understand it enough.
One of the things I'm sure he stole it from somewhere, but Jaron will always quote, he says, the height of sophistication is simplification.
That's cool as shit. Hey, shut up, comedian. Hang on a second. I am confused. We can talk about this now, too. So when is it okay to steal material? Like, he took that material and then repurposed it and brought it to his audience, man. I know there's all this weird secret code about
if he went to a make your own philosophy night and went up and said that, he'd get beat up.
But is it okay? Like, I'll take Simpsons references all the time, man, you know?
Well,
is that okay? Or do I have to say, I'm sorry, I got that from the Simpsons, man. Excuse me.
If you went on, that's why stand-up is, it's the hardest art, I would argue. Not because I do it. The reason I did it is because I think it's the hardest thing to do. Jerry Seinfeld has the quote about stand-up and public speaking, where he's like, public speaking is the #1 fear in America. The second biggest fear is dying, which means that statistically, people would rather be in the coffin than giving the eulogy.
Whoa, man. I think he thought that one up while he was on the toilet. It's like, dude, this is great. Huh.
He has a Netflix show about Pop-Tarts. The guy's on the spectrum.
God, I do like seeing cool people that still have some energy left that get fuck you money, or F you, sorry, but F you money. Dude,
swear here, baby.
Okay, because it is fun sometimes. Like, I have a buddy, my buddy that was laying on the ground laughing on shrooms yesterday. He very well may have FU money, and He goes, man, you know what? I'm going back to school. I'm going to be a massage therapist, man. I was like, huh, that's interesting. And he goes, dude, he just wants to do something cool. He wants, when you do that kind of stuff, you help people, to touch a lot of people. That's for just man. That's just for some type of person.
The thought
man.
experiment of if you had $100 million, what
you could
would
destroy
you
yourself,
do with
man.
your time to not be depressed and sit? You can't have stripper parasailing every night.
I got it. I was gonna buy my own airplane and teach myself how to fly.
Really? Is that a
no? I see that happen sometimes. There's a lot of people that get rich and then they buy their own airplanes, man, and then usually they crash.
If anyone thinks I have a cool life, there was a day where I worked at a dispensary. I hated it more than anything, and I had that moment where I was like, "What if I didn't have to do anything? What do I like? What do I like to do?" And I came up with two things. I like teaching people things that I've already learned and they want to learn, and I love making people laugh. I was like, I'm gonna do both those. And I quit.
Because what do both those do?
Didn't have a job. I didn't have a job, and I just I don't know. I just ate. That's how I did it.
What do both those things do? They give you value. They make you valuable. You know what I mean? So you're helping other people. You're being valuable to other people, and that's what people need. Man, you need to feel valuable. When you're some dude that has $20 million in the bank because you did great and you left a bunch of Bitcoin in your wallet, or your stocks went crazy, or you bought real estate. Man, just because you got a whole bunch of money in your pocket doesn't mean you're gonna feel valuable. And so, doing something. You only got one life, man. Being rich should allow you, or being, what do they call it, financially free, should allow you to live the life you love.
I went to that business course thing like 2 months ago, and one of the themes of the show or the whole thing was like happiness, and he referred to it as the golden jail cell. He's like, you're gonna build yourself a big golden jail cell, and you don't get to leave. You stack up all your money, and you don't do anything. You never get to go anywhere.
I thought you said happy. I have this guy that's super negative. I've known him my whole life, and he's mentored me in a business and stuff, but he's very New York negative, man. And he's a guy that would just look at me and go, yes, happiness? Yeah, happiness, Scotty? It's a golden jail cell, huh? Huh? You take that. You sleep on that tonight. And, yeah. Yeah, right.
The problem with this sort of philosophical is that neither side is wrong. Right? Like he's correct. Like, yeah, totally. It's all bullshit and yada. But wouldn't you rather just like kind of be happy and go with it?
Right. Hey, can I show you the best thing I ever seen at the one of them seminars, man? Not the best thing. It's cool though, man. Ready? So what do you see now? What do you see?
I see a hand.
What part of my hand?
A what?
What part of my hand?
The palm.
Nah. Again, seriously.
The palm of the hand?
I'm looking at the back of my hand as clear as day. So seriously, what are you looking at? I don't get it.
I see.
Oh, our perspectives are different, man. Yeah. Man, you look at the same thing, man. Just different sides of it. And because you have a different perspective than the other person, totally different, man. And both of you are sure you're right. Because according to your perspective, your worldview, and everything you know, you're right. It's a trip, man,
one of the things that's kind of both blows my mind and kind of upsets me, my immature side upsets me, is that all cliche is real. All the BS things.
No, it's not.
Like things like whether you think you can or you can't, you're right. That's so cliche, but it's so true. Like all these like little like things like that. Like people really like bear down the knowledge of life into these little cookies that we can all hand each other really easily, but then we just say it's like, oh, that's cheesy and cliche and like, but it's really true. Oh,
Zen is the way. Perspective is everything. Cannabis vibe. I used to have a sticker on my car that said, attitude is everything. And man, it is so true. Dude, I was in a bad mood a couple weeks ago. My attitude was terrible, man. Dude, I was fucking completely just had a terrible attitude, terrible perspective on life. And dude, you know what did change things, Grambo? Dude, I came in and I totally was a bitch to Grambo. And man, we had done a whole bunch of, I apologize a bunch, but we did a whole bunch of filming that morning. And when I have to talk a bunch, I try not to be really high. Unless I like the short form stuff, because I'm trying to come to the point. I don't want to be all swirly and stuff. And so I did not eat, and then I did not smoke weed. And man, I tell you what, it really is an attitude adjustment, man. It really, I mean, I'd say that's medicinal. No, somebody would have told me to take a Valium.
right.
No, right? You know what I mean? But I had it a couple days ago, man. I had the bank. I had a call and something at the bamboo nursery. We were buying a piece of equipment. So I had to wire somebody some money for a piece of equipment, and the bank denied it. So my buddy was sitting in Louisiana at the giant trailer, ready to get a giant excavator. And he was like, bank says you got to call him in the morning. And I go and I call, and I got on the phone tree, and for like 45 minutes, it kept hanging up on me, to the point where I just had to get in the car and go to the bank, you know? And I was fuming, man. I was so bummed out, man. And then I just, my brother Trip drove, so it gave me the luxury of just chiefing on one of those really good live rosin pens. And man, I just took some deep breaths, and when I went in there, everybody was a human being and helping me out. And it was really cool, you know, but man, that was an attitude. It's really good attitude adjustment, man. Smoking weed is good for a lot of people, man.
Yeah, I also recommend, edibles for me. Like, I really get the most clear thinking. I literally will tell my therapist, he thinks it's hilarious. I go, edibles really told me some stuff yesterday, and I'll dump all this stuff like it's in the third person. It's not that I was high and thinking this. I almost look. It's like the muse. It's like I didn't have
really.
these thoughts. The universe beams good thoughts into me.
Man, I wonder if sometimes it just I don't know, helps me with my ego a little bit. You know what I mean? A lot. You know, where I just, I just kind of get my perspective in things. And I don't mean ego in the classic sense, but yeah, man, it helps me just think outside myself a little bit, or get a different perspective on things. A lot of times I just think about how amazing life is that day, how lucky I am. When we sit outside on the porch, or whatever it is, deck, and you look around and you go, oh man, I don't know what's going to happen, man. If everything ended tomorrow, it would be all right, man, because the day was pretty damn cool, man.
Yeah. And I know there's a lot of people out there that don't get that luxury of that, but it's a luxury you can have, dude. This is why I've been very vocal. When I started doing this, I cried. I told you I cried on this very stream 4 weeks ago after I came back from my mom's thing, a few weeks ago. It's her 5-year death anniversary. And I get very real, because dude, it's I was one. If you guys are struggling and you guys are having a bad time, that was me, man. I was divorced. My whole family died. I was broke and lost and sad. And I made a decision one night. I made the decision that all right, I could literally do something stupid. I would never end it. I would just go on a bender and fall off the universe eventually, that
right
style. And
get to where I saved you, Grambo. Come on.
No, well, the reason I started crying on that stream is because it went from a man named David Hannon, a man named PJ Johnson, and a man named Scotty Reel in that succession. Each gave me a chance. You guys just gave me a chance. PJ took me on the road for the first time. David Hannon bought me my first computer. You showed me to the world, literally. And the world was like, hey, we like this guy. Stick around. I was like, oh, they like me. They really like me.
It was awesome. Google that if you've never seen that.
Google that. Don't worry about
Nah, you know what it is, man. I mean, A, you did it. You know, you did it, and then B, I was that guy that I was just goofing on that will tell me to happiness is a golden prison. That guy, he was a huge mentor to me back in the day. He's this real estate developer. He's a New York real estate developer down in Florida, okay? And he's totally straight, man, totally on the level, but he had to deal with all this bullshit, man, you know, and it hardened him, man. It hardens you. So, yeah.
Lawyers, cops, anyone, doctors, anyone that has to deal with the shit.
Yeah, but I started by installing real estate signs for him on the weekends, you know, open house over there and stuff like that. I'd be the guy that would stick them out, you know, go put the open house signs and take them out Sunday. And from there, I said, hey, man, dude, I got a pretty funny story, man, all right? It's how I invested in real estate. I owned some real estate in Key Largo, Florida. At one point in time, I owned a few places when they would, yeah, it was cool as hell. So I'm at this place called the Tiki Bar, okay? And I'm drinking, and there's this guy getting carried out of there. I think he was like sneaking booze in or something like that. But he's getting carried out of the bar, and he goes, there's a hotel associated with it. So I think he was staying at the hotel, and he's getting carried out. He goes, F you, man. I'll never stay here again. You can buy trailers for $5,000 here. I'll just buy one of them, and y'all never stay here again. And I'm like, woo. Trailers for $5,000, huh? And so I took a real estate tip from a guy that was getting carried out of a bar. But no, on the way home, I called a realtor. I was like, hey, this drunk guy getting carried out of the bar says you can buy trailers here for $5,000. But she goes, nah, hell no, not $5,000. She goes like $195,000. I was like, are you insane? And she goes, yeah, like an oceanfront or a bayfront trailer, and you own the land for $195,000. And I was like, $195,000 for a trailer? That's ridiculous, man. And I hung up, and then I was driving for a little bit, and then I go, man, if you get like a hunk of the beach for $195,000, that might not be so dumb. And I called back like a few hours later, and she goes, no, that one's sold. The cheapest one is $205,000 now. And remember, there was a real estate just boom back in the day. Boom. And so they were so cheap. Dude, we had like all this like beachfront and bayfront trailers that eventually somebody was going to buy from us and knock down. And since they were trailers, man, dude, I wasn't there. I didn't even go down there, but my brother Trip managed them all. And dude, he would master these 4 light flips in there where it's a 4, you know, they're little tiny trailers with little tiny bedrooms. So 4 lights in one trailer, 4 lights on one little mini bedroom, 4 lights in the other mini bedroom. It's a flip, so it doesn't take too much power. And then maybe 1,000, it's really supposed to be 2,000 watts in the bathroom, you know, as your veg. But man, it was so cool. Theoretically.
Is
there a
Flipbox
statute?
Like the number one black market like indicator? If you use a flip box, you were sure like you were flipping packs, not just the box.
Yeah, I think that's it's a very, what we're talking about is it was just this thing that it's just timers, but as soon as one went off at 12:12, so when one went off, the other went on. So
you don't for 12 hours, 6 ballast. The ballast would run 24 hours a day, and then the box just flipped from room A to room B.
Yeah, but it was cool, man, you know, and then I held on to them for a few years, and then, you know, when the real estate boom was going, I go back there, and most of them have these nice houses on them now. It was cool. Yeah, it was one of them serendipity things. Man, that's what I'm saying. Life's been good, man. There's been some things where, could you imagine if I didn't listen to that guy getting carried out of a bar? You know what I mean? The weirdest chance stuff. Is that not weird?
Like, one of the answers that a lot of people don't love about my story is like, you know what really inspired me? I watched the movie Yes Man on edibles one night, and I was like, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to start saying yes to shit. And it like, just like it happened in the movie.
Be careful.
Girls, Denver, had a kid, living the life. Everything's going great. It's just like,
Be
dear God,
careful. I found myself at a thrift shop with 3 women today because I was like, yeah, sure, I'll drive. I'll take you to lunch. Nah, it's all good, you know? Yeah.
No regrets, right?
Dude, I bought this cheesy sign that was like hot tub rules. Like I saw it at the thrift store. It was cute. I have a hot tub and it's like no clothes in the hot tub or whatever. You know, it was goofy like that. And I walk up and give it to the woman, and it is the oldest, churchiest woman that I've ever seen, man. And she looks down at it and she reads every perverted rule. Oh yeah, it was good. It's good. It's good. It's good.
I had a show. One of my last comedy shows I did was
Cortez here, man.
Sup,
brother? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Cortez. And so I have a bit. So it's like the noonday sun. There's a bunch of old ladies, and my act. I got 5 minutes about eating pussy.
No, come on.
And
No.
I get to that point, and I literally I tell the first joke. It's like my friend does not go down on his girlfriend. Can you believe?
I need more weed.
If you don't need a
this is why I didn't let you do material on the DGC Cup, man. This is why, man. This happens every time, man.
I was just so then the joke is, if you don't eat a woman's pussy, you're an asshole, and if you don't eat a woman's asshole, you're a pussy. And that's just a joke. Don't eat the brown eye. That's how.
All right, man. All right. Wow. The second
No, I eat pussy dog.
it goes lowbrow the second hour, huh, man?
Yeah, and I don't mean from behind. I mean like a thirsty Rottweiler drinking from a pothole.
I'm so glad. I've never been more glad that I did not that I put the brakes on your DGC Cup 5 minutes.
I want to die eating pussy underwater. Choked out.
What are you doing?
Will to come is stronger than my will to live.
Class it up, Grambo. Class it up.
Those jokes get me laid sometimes, guys.
There's no way, dude. There's no way any of those jokes get you laid, man. All right.
The reason I brought up that story is my gray-haired little old lady. After the second joke, I was like, I should stop these jokes.
Smoking more weed.
She goes, keep going.
Hey.
So this little old lady loved the eating pussy jokes.
Dude, you cannot judge people by what they look like. I seen this dude that was like a real douchebag today, man, and he had a mohawk. And I was like, this guy seems like he should be kind of cool. He has a mohawk, you know. He's 40-something-year-old guy with a mohawk, and he was just completely not what I expected, you know. And dude, you can't. High C, if the people don't know, has tattoos all over his face. Yes. And he's brilliant, man. He's fucking really smart. Even look at Grambo. Grambo is smart. A guy that looks like that is smart. Don't judge people for what they look like, man.
I know. Just because I'm freaking gorgeous doesn't mean I'm a hairhead. I'm more than just tits, fellas. Just for your information. No,
I seen a guy yesterday, and he was so handsome. I was like, I'll bet you that's a pain in the ass for that guy. Just like a really good looking girl. It's a hassle, man. It opens up doors, but it's a hassle.
That's what just bums me out. If I had hair, I could be like a model, but I'm bald, so I'm just hot. Bummer.
Wow. Turns out there's like a critical mass of number of dabs until you can't stand up anymore.
This show has come crashing to a halt because of dabs more than once. I think every other show.
Wow.
Literally, me and Cortez episode, I was just like half of the show I was doing this. I was like, you gotta grow out of
this is fun, man. I guess I'm imagining this is just hanging out, man. Or at least I'm doing this anyway because I like hanging out with you, Grambo. And that's why I do the Dude Grow show, honestly. It's because when Dude moved away, Dude lived in Denver. He used to live in Fort Collins, which is my hometown. And then he lives in yeah, let me clear the deck.
There we go.
No mas. But he moved to Denver. We didn't really hang out that much, man. He started doing the podcast. I joined in episode 2, and it was a great way for us to hang out, man. And still, he's like one of my best friends. He's one of the coolest friends that I've ever had. Always doing cool stuff. So it's really nice. The podcast for me, or the podcast, whatever the Dude Grow Show, is a cool way to still keep a really tight friendship with Dude. And he's one of the only people that he worked with me for 2 years. I worked with him for 10 years, man. And I don't think we've ever had a fight, man, because he won't do it. It's like he's made out of rubber, man. You know, he doesn't engage. He's so fucking smart, man. He's emotionally brilliant. The dude is, man.
He is. That's one thing. Whenever people ask me, like at the Emerald Cup, I ran into a lot of DGC, and shout out to you guys. Thank you. I will put this out there. Do not bother me. Like if it's like I don't want to bother Grambo. No. I'm a whore for the attention. Please come bother me. I want to meet everyone that wants to meet me. And whenever people ask me what are the guys really like, the one thing I can say 100% honestly is everyone is who they are. Exactly. Like Scott is exactly who you think he is. Dude is exactly who you think he is. Banner's a little bit more hippie on the show. Banner's very analytical.
No, hang on. It is. Banner does the same thing. Banner puts a huge smile on his face.
Well,
that's the same thing that I do. We don't all live with smiles on our faces.
Walking in Banner, he's got a oney in his mouth and a computer, and he's thinking. Like that's Banner's like existence, and he goes, Grambo, what are you smoking? That you know how we ask chat, what are you smoking? Banner's actually that guy. He asks like, what are you smoking, Grambo? And if I'm not smoking something good enough, always throw me a nug of something better.
Man, I tell you, doing the show and looking around at all the other content creators, it really does teach you like you're not going to be for everyone. You know, it's to think that you're going to appeal to everyone. I think that's what's the matter with TV. They try to appeal to everybody. A product for everyone is a product for no one. You know, that's like, yeah, if you got to have some kind of a target market, you know, but no idea what I was talking about, Grandpa.
I believe that's one of my stories I recall of when you and Banner met. I believe he asked you something like, what are you into? And you're like, marketing funnels.
Funnels, man. Funnels. That's right.
Funnels.
I totally lost the story, Grambo. I'm sorry, brother. I blew it.
Dad do, man. It's like fucking Eternal. I'm gonna create a dab company called Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. You know, remember that movie?
I ain't seen that one. Have you seen Easy Rider?
Oh, of course.
Have you?
Yeah. How's did you know they made a sequel to that like 5 years ago? A guy bought the rights. A guy like you bought the rights.
The Easy Rider? I would do that
too. And it's like some guy bought it and then gave it to some asshole like me who's like, oh, I can make a movie. I can't make Easy Rider. And it's so bad. It's so bad.
Hey, Bart, man, I did not call anybody hippy dippy, did I? And holy crap.
Well, I did.
I cannot believe that you remember that. Do you know what that's about?
That's Carlin.
No, man, I accidentally said that too. I was goofing around with Loving in Her Eyes when I had her on. And I was like, you know, I know that a lot of people think, you know, some hippy dippy stuff goes into, you know, some of the, you know, selecting or whatever. And like, I didn't think about it. I was like, sorry, I don't mean that, whatever. But she got bummed out, man. She did not like that. Yeah. I've texted her to come back on the show, and I don't really get any response, man. I think I might be on her pay no mind list. Yeah, that's funny, though, man. That is funny.
See, Bartman, shout out to you, buddy. You get the OG DGC trophy of the night.
No, all right. Yes, you get that's a deep cut. We should make a deep cut trophy. You know,
he wins.
You can't say OG. Yeah, sorry, you can't say OG DGC with Maestro in the chat. All right, man, how dare you?
Yes. So,
and who was it?
Whatever.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm also losing. This Gary Payton I smoked, dude. It's almost gone. This jar was completely full. I bought 3/4 of an ounce of this.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's because I bought a quarter from Gabe from Jug Dealers. Had it. It's his. Remember we were talking with from the stash guys, and I was like the guy who invented live resin made this. That's like my
I
flex.
do remember
you
that.
know?
Oh, that
Kind
is
of.
what we were talking about, bro. All the personalities, man. And that thinking that somebody's gonna like you, 100% of the audience is gonna like you, or the people that that are out there listening to YouTube cannabis videos, or 100% of them are gonna like me or Banner. You know what I mean? Like, dude, there's some people that totally love Banner's like obsession for the plant, you know, and loving the flavors and being a connoisseur for it. You know, it's just people are in it for all different things, and they identify with all different personalities, man. Just I like from the stash guys. I like Matt. I can THC. I even like Blue Glasses guy, man, because 420 scene.
420 scene.
He's a musician, man. He's like a New York musician. He's got people up there that identify with him. You know, it's cool. You know, I do think it's cool. I think it'll teach you also, man. Yes, sir.
Silent One's going through some stuff, and we're hanging out with them. So shout out to you, Silent One. We mad respect to whatever you're going through. Hope you fucking do it up, baby. Because that's the thing.
Yes.
Do not think as we walk through. Scott and I will say things like, "Man, life is good," right? Scott has fucking real problems in his actual life. Grambo has real problems in his actual life. You know, and like, so we're not like blessed humans that have no problems. So I feel you, man. Like, I remember Scott was having some problems with his dad, and it was an emotional time, and all the, you know, we all go through different crazy shit. Like, I just came off of the 5-year anniversary of my mom passing. She had horrific cancer. So we're all here for a reason. The reason that this cannabis community exists, if you scratch the surface of a stoner, oh man, I love indicas. Scratch the surface a little bit. It goes, I was in a car accident 20 years ago, and like weed's the only thing that like helps me get through the nausea of like the spins, that, you know what I mean? Like, everyone's just like, oh, I love growing weed, I'm so cool, whatever. But it's not I'm so cool. The real thing is like, it's actually like we're all real people with real lives, real problems, physical ailments, mental ailments, all sorts of shit.
Scotty Real's my fake name. I feel like a phony. No, not really a real person, Grambo.
Hey,
Grambo, how long till it's just like it's so we don't have to be real people? Like, I seen some AI shit, and I like being a real person, but what I mean is, I don't know if we got enough video out there, or I don't know if you're gonna believe what you see anymore. I've seen crazy stuff, man. They just make people say anything, and man, it's cool.
So
I'm sorry, I was thinking about my head on Arnold Schwarzenegger's body for a little bit, you know. That's why I said it's cool. But
one of my favorite YouTube channels is a channel called Corridor Digital, and so they're a visual effects channel, and so they just put out this video where they took movies and like deep faked them to like say things that they wanted, like comedically wanted them to say and everything. So like Neo goes to reach for the pill, and then he's like, oh, by the way, like, you're gonna meet an old guy, he's gonna ramble about a bunch of bullshit, and you're not gonna know what the hell's going on. And then Neo's like, okay, I'll take the pill again. He's like, but then like Trinity's gonna like die, and Smith's gonna be all weird, and like it's over explaining the movies. But they take the scenes and like they deep fake their voices, and it sounds exactly like all of the people. Their mouths are moving exactly, all the lighting matches. It's freaking perfect. And so, yeah, as Scott and I like to say, it's over, Johnny. It's over. If you wanted, you could have 100% photo reel and auditorily fidelity reel Scotty Reel for probably like $5,000, I think is what the going rate for the top models are. And if you're like a hacker type person, I mean, it's free. I'll shout out to 11 Labs. 11 Labs is what Corridor Digital uses on a lot of their videos. They just updated some new stuff.
Bro, I had this thing like maybe the 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade called a slide rule. Okay.
Yeah.
It was like, then maybe like the 5th grade, they got the calculator, the digital calculator. It was like $80 or something like that, you know? We went from that to like broadcasting worldwide on our telephones, man. I was listening, I think it was some comedian, and he was like, maybe it was a meme. It was talking about how you used to have to go to the telephone and do all this crazy stuff to dial long distance, and sometimes you have to get an operator involved. God forbid you wanted to call overseas. You want to send a letter overseas, maybe it would, 6 weeks, maybe it'd get there. It was such a different world, man, than it is now. It's so
just
crazy.
talking
One
with
generation.
Maestro and his father were like in the TV and film industry, and him telling me what in his lifetime, he's a young man, in his lifetime, it was like reel-to-reel tapes. There was no digital editing, no layer stacking, none of this crap that I think is just, when I got in the industry, it just was this, and it's so easy. Oh my God. Look at Jay Maestro. We went to the moon with the slide rule, homie.
Yeah, it was told. I can't remember what it was, but it's like all the computing power that got us to the moon. Like, I can't remember. It's like your car has more computing power than it,
Yeah.
than everything we had.
Points out. Remember how preposterous the Dick Tracy TV watch was?
No, yes, and now it's real.
Fidelity video on your wrist.
Yeah, now it's real.
Now you're just a hipster. Here's the hipster if you have it.
Wow, yeah, it is a trip, man. It is.
It's undeniable. We are in the future. It's pretty awesome. I like it so far. We just could figure out if we could figure out social media and we could stop ripping each other's throats out on social media.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's strange how that works, right? People are really nice when you meet them in person. I was eating today and I saw the waiter and I was like, you give them a big smile. You see somebody, people are nice in person,
Yes.
Sometimes, I don't know. You know what it is? Like,
yes.
Somebody, like if I don't check the comments too early in the morning, but if you wake up to something and you're like, what? He said that? You're a great big phony. How you like that one? This is my Peter Griffin. Yeah, but you know what I mean, man? People are moody, or maybe they're in a bad mood or moody, or maybe they're just jerks. All right, man?
The thing that is killing us is not seeing each other in real life, man. The same way you act in cars. Didn't you show me the video of the 2 dogs that were like going at each other, and then they open the slide door and they're like, and they close the slide door and they're like, ah! That's us. That's us on social media.
It's so funny. Not really, man.
Did we show that on I think we showed it on the show.
Yeah. So. It depends what you got inside, man. If you're feeling good, if you're feeling positive, if you're not starving or stressed out about paying your rent or trying to get a new tire on your car, man, so they say a tire because we've all been there where you got one bald tire that you're saving up to get, to get it fixed because you're that effing broke. Dude, it's hard as shit to fucking just throw that aside. That's all like a weight on you, So yeah,
I will openly say you've watched me go through like a bit of a transformation in the last 2 years. There's been some dark time. You're lost. I have a lot of sympathy for people that don't have they have trouble changing, because I will tell you something. Changing is difficult. It's like a molting bird or a caterpillar in the cocoon. It's not fun. It's hard and lonely, and it's sad, and you want to give up. And the only thing that keeps you going is friends and the smile of people, and kind words.
All right, man. Molting caterpillar cocoon, man. That's awesome.
And shout out to Silent One. He's a perfect example of these sort of, you and I, like, we take it for granted. We're sitting around. You and I could sit in how many times have we sat in the bakery, and if we just hit record, it's like, dude, this would be we do 4 hours of podcasting every single day we hang out. We only record 1 hour of it, though. Like,
man, like hanging out with everybody here. That's why when I was moving my stuff before, it was because it's a much cooler experience for me if I see the chat and I get to see everybody's hanging out. it is about having some kind of, there's a social aspect to what we do. And even hanging out and looking at you right now and having a conversation, even if there wasn't anybody else, man. That's what I'm saying. We went from slide rule, which is funny, to having a video conversation with my buddy, man. It's pretty neat. To playing, ready? Get this one. To playing Mortal Kombat with a friend in Vietnam. Come on, name it.
Is it the Seth Rogen movie?
It's the Cable Guy. Yeah, crushed it.
Hoisted by my own petard.
Excuse me for a second while I drop this mic.
Man,
thank you very much.
You can't get all of them.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
You'll never. You always have to get like when you were like, "Where are we taking this jam to, homeboy?" I was like, Compton.
You know, you're from Compton, Michigan, homeboy.
Like first week working together, he was like, "Where are we taking this jam to?" He could have been referencing anything. Compton? We take it?
Yep. Oh, good stuff, Grambo.
Well, usually
fun hanging, man.
At the end of these things, I will go through and do the whole plugs rundown thing. But really, it's just our plugs, and so I will go ahead and quite quickly.
Do me a favor, Grambo. If you would, tell them about the new channel that we're doing. Let's talk about that, just because personally, it is humbling, man. It is.
I had it loaded up.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry.
Tomorrow at 8 a.m. DGC Grow Talk. If you see this, the Dude Grow Show has the white or the black background with the green DGC logo. So if you see that white logo, that's officially the new Shorts channel. You can see we got a 1200, 4200, 1400. You guys have found it. YouTube's finally figuring out this is not a clips show. This is not us taking Dude Grow's moments and then clipping them. This is purpose built. Me, Dude, Scott, and High C, all the four of us get together and we build these high quality short forms from scratch. And it's completely different look, feel, attitude. It's just hardcore grow talk from zero to the end. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was an idea that High C had. He was like, people don't want to see your home movie, Scott. They don't want. A lot of people don't care about you. They just want to learn how to grow. And man, he says, man, you know what you do? A topic about one thing, man. One thing, and cover it really good. Have it take 15 minutes, maybe, something like that. He gets mad if they're longer than 15 minutes. And he goes, you and Dude, go over something and just crush it, man. And so, yeah, I like the idea. And because we got our channel yanked before, we decided to diversify our risk and do it on a separate channel.
Yes, it has multiple benefits. And speaking of that, I wasn't even thinking about that, but that's exactly what I should be thinking of, is also because you got the channel yanked. We had found out that friend of the show, Grow Under the Stairs, he had his Patreon deleted. He had his Patreon deleted. So we're not safe anywhere. So the one place that we for sure want to push you over to, if you're a DGC, is head over to realdgc.com, man. That's the spot. This is where, if you want to support Scott, Dude, Banner, or you can really, and that I'll include One-Eyed Cat, Jay Maestro, JR Token. If you want to support any of us, the real place you can do it is over at realdgc.com.
If you're looking to connect with the best cannabis growers,
baby,
you're in the right place.
Look at that.
Welcome to
really?
It's our private social media platform exclusively for cannabis growers like you. There's no
pause that. Hang on, Grandpa.
Grow without worrying about your account.
Dude, even that one line, I'm like, dude, it probably took 3 times for me to do. I'm like, all right, man. Dude, I'm so bad at doing, like, these are, like the beginning is scripted. And man, I'm terrible at it. I would get kicked off an acting, if I got an acting gig, I'd be kicked off the first day. They'd be like, it was a terrible mistake to hire this guy, man.
Christian Bale would be yelling at you day one.
Oh,
good for you. Hey, man, sorry, I'm bad at this. Oh, good for you.
Yeah, and Dude's good at it, man. So I love doing these.
Shout out Stink. He says, "Dudes, the Grow Show was the best. The lives were that was a whole thing. We did it. That was crazy. That was a we went full dog into live streaming, and we went from like this is why we don't go live to like fuck it. We're doing it live.
This happens every time we go live, man. This happens every time we go live.
That was a
Yeah, it's
It
fun.
ended up being that like there's only so much time in the day, and the lives were a very, I can speak personally, it was very
It
stressful.
took a
on me.
lot of time, man. Yeah, and it was
I had to
stressful.
produce those
Yeah.
things like the reason you liked that show is because it was hard to do, and it was just like, all right,
Yeah.
well, we can't do the shorts channel and all this other stuff and go boating in the rain.
No. Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, I think a lot of folks do know, but we do a lot of prep for the show. You know, we do a lot of, pre-show prep and everything, probably 4-5 hours for each show.
Scott
so
will prep all the formats, and I'll go down. I pop through them, get all the links organized, all the tabs, all the things. We all have our shared notes. We all have live note files in front of us, and we're updating them in real time.
Because we're trying to make a good product, we're trying to take the tools that we have and make something to where when it's live, it's it is what it is. If I say, hey, you know what, man, the article that I want to reference, the link is dead, man. Dude, this was such a good article. Hang on one second, Grambo. Press pause and let me find that link. Makes for a better show, and I love it, man. That's why I love the freedom for that,
Yeah, and that's why I figured I'd show the. So yeah, this is the new look of the new channel. You'll see it's got just a different look, different feel. I love it. Oh, and Scott, we just I was waiting for it. We got 557. I was gonna message you when we got
555 and Grambo
thing with the 555.
We were talking about how I was all pissed off and freaked out that one day, right? One of these has me right afterwards, man, seconds afterwards, where we do it live. We'll do it live moment. See if you can tell, man. That'll be the secret. Let's see how good of an actor I am.
Well, one of the things that was weird was that when you and I had that was episode 13 of us filming that. And then the next day, my jujitsu locker, the only locker open, was 13. And then a few days later, I got in a car accident on the 13th.
I think it was the third. Yeah, man, that's so crazy, man. That's so crazy. Casnog says Scotty has either COVID or vodka in that cup. That's funny. I don't know what it means, but it is funny.
Cognac did cognac autocorrect to COVID?
Just sweet tea, my friend. It is just sweet tea. Man, being out here from the South, man. I asked for sweet tea today, and they gave me raspberry tea out of the tap.
Man, these kids today, they don't
out of the fountain, man. Out of the fountain. That's not sweet tea, son.
Well, we did it, Scott. We came up on 90 minutes. It goes fast. It was
fun hanging out, man. It was nice.
Yeah, we got real with y'all. You got to see what it's like. This is me and Scott hanging out in the bakery, but probably more dabs. I think Kenny will
I
come
don't think
over.
so. I'm as high as I've ever been in my life, Grambo. I've had like mega dabs, man.
When we mega dabs,
I will tell you something. Oh, come on. You got to get AI to make me a Mega Dabs t-shirt. Holy crap. I was at the thrift store today with my buddy, and they had an Aaliyah t-shirt and then a Hannah Montana t-shirt. Man, I was going to buy them for the show,
Buy them. I wish I had it. I found you were like, no, the Thor shirt or the Zeus shirt. It's no, I have the Zeus shirt here. I will be wearing.
I was going to ask what happened. Why did we buy the Zeus shirt again? Give me the setup, man.
You sent me a text one night, and you were like, would you wear this on the show? And I said, of course. And then it was just the Amazon fairy delivered it the next day.
No, there had to be some weird ass reason, man. There had to be some weird ass reason.
I'm gonna grab
it. It is pretty funny to be able to buy the weird not Amazon shirts. Facebook will market things like this to me. Yeah, no, that maybe that was just marketed to me, and I was like, I'm gonna buy that for Grandpa. That's a weird thing for me to be like scrolling in bed on Amazon and being like, dude, I'm gonna buy that for Grandpa, man. You got to admit, I don't see why I would have that thought.
The text on it says King God of the sky and thunder. King God.
Is that what I do remember.
King.
I do, because remember that one the one day that you asked to be called Zeus, King God, and we were like, no, that's too much.
No big deal, but
the
IRS acknowledges King God, Zeus, Grambo.
That is a church, right? The Church of Cannabis, man. So they don't have to pay taxes because they're a church. Is that how that works?
I don't pry into their business, but
definitely
sure
not.
The impetus behind the whole thing.
That's funny, man. That's funny. Good stuff, man. It was good hanging. It was good seeing everybody in the chat, man. Cortez, Sicko, Mailman is in there. It's actually not a mailman. Don't tell him, keep it under your hat. Hell yeah, man. I see Maestro. Come on, give some shout outs over there, man. Come on. Captain Obvious.
So my man L420 DGC, this man showed up with a Grambo Grows shirt at the DGC Cup. I couldn't believe. I was like, holy shit. So Lloyd, he is my man forever. So epic shout out. Curly Leaf, you might be the most active guy in the comments out there. Maestro, obviously.
Oh,
Jimmy,
yeah.
come on. Grambo for president. Mailman, the best question asker in the DGC. This man asks great questions. Test nugs, keep testing.
How
nugs.
fucked up would you be as president, man? I would stay in Costa Rica, man.
I think I.
You'd be worse than President Camacho, man.
We're doing it again. Stay lifted.
Yes, sir.
Great hang.
It was fun hanging out with you, brother. It was. I'll see you tomorrow. See you at work, man.
See you at work, man.
Hey, we got some fun shows. We're gonna record a couple fun shows tomorrow. I was pretty psyched, man. I was.
And I put out the message. Get ready for Dr. Bruce Bugby. When we're in LA, we might be dropping Bugby. Who
yeah, we should. I thought he'd be have a little bit more of a sense of humor, man. He didn't really have much of a sense of humor.
The most professorally guest we've ever had.
Yeah, I was trying to break the ice, man, but he was pretty straight.
Scott would make it was high, and then fucking. Hey, because we're told, oh yeah, Bugby smokes, man. Like, let's hang out and everything.
No, he doesn't.
Scott was cracking jokes, and Bugby was just like, okay, like in PPFD.
Yeah, Maestro said it. I'm not saying it, man. All right, man. Good hanging, brother. Good hanging, everybody.
All right. Thank you all for everything, and you know how we end this. We played the Cannabis Vibe. So thank you all. Join if you want to be Gramborg. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. and DGC Grow Talk YouTube channel.
All right, take her easy, all y'all.
Well, guys, we did it. How good is Scotty real? I mean, legit. I always tell him, man, the real buckets. It is the truth. Grow Dots is the truth. Recharge is the truth. I don't have to say that. It's just that's how I'm living. And you guys that have been using that stuff, you know too. It really changed the game. Sit buckets. Make your own hempy buckets if you want. Scotty will teach you how to make a hempy in the old episodes. But if you don't want to spend all the time making a hempy bucket, then head over to realgrowers.com and get yourself some buckets, some dots. He deserves it. He's a hard-working son of a bitch. He's a family man, and he's another guy that I'm very, 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 very proud to call a friend. As I'm very, very proud to call all of you guys friends, all of you GramFam, all you Gramborg members. Some of you have joined here during the stream. Thank you guys so much. I see you. Lots of cool stuff coming. I'm so happy that I got to hang out here with you guys. It is, it's been an emotional ride going back through all these episodes and hanging out and just knowing that there's so many of you guys out there on Christmas Day hanging out with me that warms my heart. And so just know that like I said before, the fact that I actually got off my butt and did this, and it wasn't easy. So yes, I did it for you guys. I do everything I do it for the crew. Does anyone even remember Bryan Adams? Is that even Bryan Adams? I don't know. Everything I do for you. Is that Bryan Adams? I don't know. Was my singing so good that I'm probably going to get a copyright strike for using his song? Yeah, probably. I'm pretty freaking good, man. It's 8 hours into this thing. I'm pretty fucking good, you know. Why do I got to censor myself 13 hours into this madness? So, yes, thank you guys. This was an amazing experience. I got to hang out with all my greatest friends. Seriously, I appreciate the ever-loving fuck out of all you guys. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Grambo Grows, Gramborg fam. Man, thank you guys. Check out Dude Grows. Check out Jug Dealers. Check out the band Electric Assault if you like metal. That's my old band. Hopefully some cool stuff come with that too. If you like metal and cannabis. And me, oh man, 2025 is going to be amazing. So guys, thank you so much. I appreciate you. A little look into my life. Denver, Colorado. Love you, fam. Bye. Later.
We're dropping knowledge on Grambo Grows, talking about plants and how they go. Let's go. From seeds to the cure, we always smoke pure. Nothing but good vibes up in here. We blaze the ganja, keep it fire. Grambo Grows, burning desire. Learn about cultivation, step by step. You
Supposed to see pictures of the goddamn dog.